This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Small Goal. Dyson Sphere. Parallel World. Huaxia. Beijing. Beijing University of Science and Technology. In a male dormitory. It was midsummer, and the weather was hot. Several students in the dormitory went to the study room to use the air conditioner. Only one male student stayed inside. He was 1.78 meters tall. With a simple and neat crew cut. Handsome features. And a cool and clean white t-shirt and black shorts. His skin was white. But his muscle lines were clear. Especially his chest muscles and waistcoat lines. Which were the result of long-term fitness. His name is He Xingzhou. A student of the School of Physics at Beijing University of Science and Technology. 19 years old. And a junior. At this time, He Xingzhou was browsing the news on his computer. And a piece of news on it made him feel a little angry. The latest news. The island country decided to discharge nuclear wastewater into the sea. Research shows that it will pollute half of the Pacific Ocean in 57 days. To save money, they discharge nuclear wastewater into the sea. Do these people have no shame at all? He Xingzhou couldn't help but curse in the comments. In the comments, Chinese netizens also condemned unanimously. Apologize? After apologizing, they still insist on discharging. Haha. Is this the spirit of craftsmanship? Just apologize for doing something wrong. Anyway, you won't change. The environment of the blue planet has been polluted to this extent. Don't they consider future generations at all? I heard that they have already discharged it. And environmental protection organizations have already detected radioactive substances nearby. Will marine life mutate in the future? I am really worried about the future of mankind. Although He Xingzhou is just an ordinary college student, this does not prevent him from thinking about the future of mankind. The starting point of time. The end of the universe and other issues. He slid his finger lightly and swiped another news. In the southern waters, fishermen caught a deformed shark with features similar to a human face. Experts confirmed that it was a thresher shark that mutated for some reason. He Xingzhou looked at the photo. It was a thresher shark cub. Its eyes were actually on the belly of the fish. So it looked a bit like a human face. Which looked very strange. Recently, there seems to be more news about mutant creatures. He Xingzhou had noticed that in recent times. News about mutant creatures has been reported all over the world. Could it be survivor bias? Because I have been paying attention to these things. Big data pushes these news to me. Giving me this illusion? He Xingzhou thought. It's not an illusion, but a fact. A voice sounded in his mind, which scared He Xingzhou. Who? He looked around and didn't see anyone. Don't look for me anymore. I'm here. In your brain. A ball of light seemed to appear in front of He Xingzhou. Before He Xingzhou asked, it said, "Let me introduce myself. I am the quantum optical brain. A product left behind by a god-level civilization. Because of some reasons, I was activated by you and now belong to you. You can treat me as a portable AI. The content and information I display can only be seen by you now." He Xingzhou was stunned for a few seconds. And then he said in ecstasy, "Are you the legendary System Goldfinger?" The quantum optical brain said, "You can call me that. But I don't have any system. I only have a technology tree. Why did you bind me? What do you want to do?" He Xingzhou was still very vigilant. After all, there is no free lunch in the sky. The quantum optical brain explained, countless years ago, this universe once had a powerful god-level civilization. And their technology had reached its peak. Their various technologies, in the words of you Blue Star people, are the same as the realm of gods. In order to know the ultimate secrets of the universe, the god-level civilization created me, the quantum optical brain. A quantum robot with supercomputing and analytical capabilities. The goal of my birth is to research the cosmic matrix, which contains the ultimate secrets of the universe. But the god-level civilization has not successfully researched the cosmic matrix. And because of the enemy's sneak attack, the civilization collapsed and disappeared in this universe. I chose you because I calculated countless possibilities, and deduced that you are most likely to research the cosmic matrix. Fulfill the long-cherished wish of the god-level civilization and my mission. I'm so awesome? He Xingzhou asked in surprise. Then what is the probability that I can research the cosmic matrix? The quantum optical brain said, about 1 in 10 trillion. He Xingzhou, fuck. Are you kidding me? The quantum optical brain continued to explain. You already have the highest probability. The cosmic matrix is the ultimate mystery in the universe. If you can easily research it, the God-level civilization will not be destroyed. In the process of research, you may also encounter various problems, such as technological bottlenecks, resource limitations, attacks from alien civilization enemies, etc. But even if you don't research the cosmic matrix, your research and development will be enough to make you a leader on this planet, or even in this galaxy. After that, the quantum optical brain showed him the technology tree: electromagnetism, material chemistry, quantum physics, genetic engineering. The technology tree has countless branches, and each branch corresponds to a variety of technological creations. He Xingzhou only took a glance and saw nuclear fusion technology, spacecraft, neural machinery, and the like. His heart was pounding. As a person who has received modern university education, he certainly knows what these mean. On the technology tree, there are technologies that humans have not yet completed and realized. Any one of them is enough to make He Xingzhou famous in history and famous all over the world. As for becoming the richest man in the world, that is easy. How can this not make him excited? He is going crazy. How can I research the things on the technology tree? He Xingzhou asked hurriedly. The quantum optical brain said, it's very simple. You just need to provide energy and complete some small goals, and I can unlock computing power and automate research. You need to continuously provide me with energy and complete a prerequisite, and I can unlock new technology. How much energy is enough? He Xingzhou had a hunch that this matter must be not simple. Well, let me describe it this way. According to the current situation of the solar system, the first stage of energy supply is to build a Dyson sphere around the sun. The quantum optical brain said. The so-called Dyson sphere is an energy collection device. That is, an artificial celestial body with a diameter of more than 200 million kilometers that can wrap around the entire star. It can maximize the absorption of all the energy output by the star and generate huge energy. Dyson sphere? He Xingzhou couldn't imagine it. Now that humans can hardly even land on the moon, they can also build an artificial celestial body that can wrap around the sun? Novel authors dare not write it like this. Yes, Dyson sphere. This is only the first stage of studying the cosmic matrix. The first stage can only be regarded as just starting. There are higher stages that have not yet been unlocked. The words of the quantum optical brain without emotional fluctuations shocked He Xingzhou's heart. With his imagination as a low-level civilized creature, he is not enough to imagine the great achievements of the God-level civilization back then. Don't even mention the Dyson sphere. If the Dyson sphere is really built, the blue planet will be without sunlight, and it will directly enter the ice age and cause mass extinction of life. He Xingzhou said. Quantum optical brain. If you want to protect the ecology of the blue planet, you can build a Dyson ring or a Dyson cloud, which is part of the Dyson sphere. Adjusting their positions through the planetary spacecraft orbit control system can prevent the blue planet from being affected, although this will reduce the energy supply a little. He Xingzhou. I really don't know if I can do it. He Xingzhou sighed. It's not that he didn't dare to do it, but that it was too unbelievable. A poor student with no money building a Dyson sphere? It's outrageous. The quantum optical brain said, it's not whether you can do it, but you must do it. Because if you don't do it within a certain period of time, you may be buried with this planet. He Xingzhou? What's wrong? Do you want to destroy the world if you don't do it? I'm just a technology research and knowledge storage device. I won't do such a thing. The voice of the quantum optical brain was emotionless. According to the information I have obtained, the Zerg has already appeared in this world. This is an alien creature. They feed on matter and energy, just like locusts in the universe. They can eat all the planets they can see. According to their evolutionary laws, they can wipe out humans within 50 years, within 100 years. They can eat all the creatures on Earth, if a planet devourer is born among them. It is estimated that the entire solar system will be eaten by them. Are you scaring me? He Xingzhou didn't quite believe it. I didn't see any alien creatures at all. The quantum optical brain said, the mutant creatures you saw are the juvenile form of the Zerg. This is a self-protection mechanism for them to parasitize their genes on the creatures on this planet. When the time is right, they will take over the main body and completely mutate into the Zerg. I must remind you that the Zerg can absorb nuclear radiation to speed up the evolution. Your planet seems to be doing something that is conducive to the mutation and evolution of the Zerg. For example, releasing pollutants. If no measures are taken, the Zerg will land from the ocean in a few decades, and ordinary thermal weapons will have limited lethality to them. Even your nuclear weapons cannot completely destroy them. And there are even Zerg kings that can absorb nuclear energy. These bugs will eat all humans, and then go into space. Things may be more serious than what I described. Didn't you say that when you see a cockroach in the kitchen, there must be more than one cockroach in your home? So not only the Earth, but other planets in the solar system may also have Zerg. With the energy of the solar system, it is very likely that a planet eater will be born, which can eat the entire planet. Assuming that a bug the size of the Earth appears, do you humans on Blue Star have any way to deal with such a bug? No, He Xingzhou said decisively. Only by unlocking advanced technology can we be able to deal with them. The quantum optical brain continued. Dyson spheres can provide energy for planet-destroying cannons. As long as you build Dyson spheres and planet-destroying cannons, even if planet eaters appear, planet-destroying cannons can destroy them. When on the ground, you can also build steel cities, mecha troops, aircraft carriers, etc. for defense. Chapter 2 Nuclear Reactor Plan. He Xingzhou digested the words of the quantum optical brain and said, according to what you said, it is almost impossible to complete so many things in a short period of time. With my personal ability, by the time I can enter space and build a Dyson sphere, I am afraid that the solar system will be destroyed. Quantum optical brain, you need to figure it out yourself. And this is also a test of your ability. This made He Xingzhou embarrassed. In a few decades, even if he was cheating, he could only open an international technology company at most. And to build a Dyson sphere and a planet-destroying cannon, opening 10 companies would not be enough. And there was no time at all. If we really want to achieve such a grand thing, maybe it can only be possible by relying on the power of the country and acting together. He Xingzhou thought. Should I report this to the country? Gathering the power of the whole country, developing weapons, building defense bases, and exploring space will be possible. At present, it seems that only by doing this can the goal be achieved in the shortest time. But another problem is in front of He Xingzhou. How to make the people of the country believe him. Telling the people of the country directly that the Earth will be devoured by the Zerg and Usher in the end? That will only make people think of him as a clown. He is a poor student with no power. And no one will believe anything he says. The quantum optical brain suggested, Master, you can do experiments to warn people in your country. As long as you find mutants carrying Zerg genes and stimulate them with nuclear energy, they will activate Zerg genes faster and become real Zerg. At that time, someone should believe you. Mutated creatures are easy to say. There are people selling them online. He Xingzhou had searched before and found that fishermen were selling mutant fish they caught online. How to get nuclear energy? Where can I find nuclear energy? And I have to use it for experiments. The quantum optical brain did not speak. He Xingzhou thought for a while. And an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. He asked, Quantum optical brain, can a small nuclear reactor achieve this goal? Quantum optical brain, yes. The Zerg genes only need nuclear energy stimulation. It is not necessary to have continuous nuclear energy input. And this can also achieve the goal. He Xingzhou immediately became excited and said, I know. I can build a miniature nuclear reactor to stimulate the mutants and make them highlight the characteristics of the Zerg, and then report to the country and ask for help from the country. He Xingzhou himself is a student of the Department of Physics and has a general understanding of the knowledge of building nuclear reactors. Of course, he is not going to build a super difficult nuclear reactor that can generate electricity commercially, but an experimental miniature nuclear reactor. The quantum optical brain immediately showed him the information of nuclear technology on the technology tree, including information about miniature nuclear fission reactors. He Xingzhou has already learned about this from books. But the information on the technology tree is more comprehensive. It also shows the unlocking conditions. 1 unit of energy is required. How much is 1 unit of energy? He Xingzhou asked. About the power consumption of a modern factory for 24 hours, said the quantum optical brain. He Xingzhou was speechless. Where did he get so much energy? Even if he bought it with money, it would not be enough. I still have 3 units of energy in my body, which can be used to unlock the technology. The rest of the technology requires you to provide energy. The quantum optical brain said. That's not bad. And there are benefits for novices. He Xingzhou's brows relaxed. In order to verify the ability of the quantum optical brain, he chose to unlock the micro-nuclear fission reactor technology immediately. A stream of information poured into He Xingzhou's brain, and all this knowledge was being memorized and absorbed by him. It was like an epiphany. He Xingzhou had a complete grasp of the knowledge of the micronuclear fission reactor. An inexplicable confidence was generated in his heart. As long as he was given the materials, he could make a nuclear fission reactor by himself. Okay, let's start with the nuclear reactor. He Xingzhou made up his mind. He also wanted to verify the words of the quantum optical brain. Compared with the doomsday world, He Xingzhou would rather live in a peaceful era. For this, he was willing to take action. He Xingzhou began to think about what to do next. According to the management regulations of the International Atomic Energy Agency and the National Nuclear Safety Administration, when conducting nuclear energy-related experiments, an application must be submitted to the Nuclear Safety Administration. This is a bit difficult. But fortunately, the University of Science and Technology is also a national key university, and it has its own nuclear physics research laboratory. If he can get the signature of the laboratory teacher to confirm that his experiment is harmless, he should be able to get approval. For this, he needs to make a detailed experimental plan. In addition, there are issues of experimental sites and materials. He Xingzhou plans to start with the experimental plan. He started writing as he thought of it. 3 roommates came back from the study room. There was a girl in the study room today. She was very beautiful. Her legs were like spider spirits. I regret not asking her for prestige. The first person to enter the door was a tall and thin student. Zhang Yang. Come on. You wouldn't dare to give me another chance. Another roommate, Wang Jiahao, who was wearing glasses, walked in. Okay. The internship is about to start. Let's think about how to find an internship unit, said the last roommate Feng Tao. The 3 of them, like He Xingzhou, were students of the Department of Physics. What internship? I plan to take the postgraduate entrance examination, Zhang Yang said. Me too. It's hard for college students to find jobs now, so I'd better take the postgraduate entrance examination, Wang Jiahao agreed. Oh my god. You all took the postgraduate entrance examination, which made me panic. Feng Tao hesitated, but I think it might be better to work in advance. The 3 chatted for a while, but found that He Xingzhou was writing something on the computer silently. Old He, what are you writing? Wang Jiahao came over to take a look and saw the title of the test plan at a glance. Application Report on Micronuclear Fission Reaction Experiment? Seeing this mark, Wang Jiahao was stunned at first, and then an incredible expression appeared on his face. He was surprised. You want to build a nuclear reactor? What? Zhang Yang and Feng Tao came over together, and when they saw the title of the material, they couldn't help but complain, fuck. What are you writing? He Xingzhou did not stop typing on the keyboard. He explained, I plan to build a micronuclear reactor myself, so I will write an application material first. The 3 people widened their eyes at the same time, and Wang Jiahao twisted his ears exaggeratedly and shouted, did I hear it right? You want to build a nuclear reactor? Don't joke. Okay. Yeah. Can we make that thing? Zhang Yang said immediately. Wow. Wow. After self-study, my roommate actually claimed that he wanted to build a nuclear reactor. Feng Tao said. Did I go back to the wrong dormitory? It doesn't matter which dormitory you go to, Wang Jiahao said. If you can find a student dormitory in the country where someone wants to build a nuclear reactor, I will call you dad on the spot. I really can't find it. Feng Tao nodded. He Xingzhou was still typing. His roommates were originally complaining, but seeing his serious expression, they asked in confusion, Old He, you are not serious. Are you? Of course I am serious, He Xingzhou said. I plan to use this as my graduation project. If the experiment is done well, I can write my graduation thesis. Ah? Are you serious? The 3 looked at each other, still unable to believe it. Even if it is a miniature one, it is still a nuclear reactor. The 3 gathered around and took a few glances. It seems to be written like that, Wang Jiahao said in surprise. Damn. I actually found that I can't understand it, Feng Tao complained. Is the gap between me and the academic master so big? Whether this experiment can be done or not, this application material is well written, Zhang Yang commented. Everyone, go and change what you should do, He Xingzhou said. When I write, I can't write if you watch me. Okay. Okay. Wang Jiahao laughed. Then you continue to study nuclear reactors. I'm going to Summoner's Rift. I'm going to chat with my girlfriend. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. The 3 of them were doing their own things, but they would look at He Xingzhou from time to time. It was incredible to see that he was really serious. They were still discussing this in the professional group. Wang Jiahao shocked. I doubted my life. I was in the dormitory. Just got off my bike. And suddenly found that my roommate was going to make a nuclear reactor. Zhou Xiaoqin, isn't this He Xingzhou? Are you kidding? He's making a nuclear reactor. Are you talking about games? Feng Tao, it's not a game. It's real. I saw with my own eyes that He Xingzhou was writing the experimental application materials. Zhang Yang, yes. 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 We just asked him. And he said he wanted to use this as his graduation project. I was stunned on the spot. Zhou Xiaoqin, really? How could he think of making a nuclear reactor? Even if we are students of the Department of Physics, we don't say that we have the ability to make a nuclear reactor to prove ourselves. Li Wei. Did He Xingzhou get stimulated by something? Ma Jingming, 666. He actually wants to make a nuclear reactor. Which is courageous. But I have to say that it is a sheer waste of time. Even if you know the principle of nuclear fission, you have to make it. Which is completely different. Yeah. Could it be that he saw the American physics masters making their own nuclear reactors when they were young and wanted to imitate them? In the professional group, the students started to discuss. Can that be imitated? Those are the most amazing and talented people in the world. Anyway, his idea is very bold. As classmates, we should not laugh at him. Of course, I also think it is unlikely to be done. The students talked a lot. Students were already bored at school, and any new things would spread immediately. He Xingzhou did not pay attention to these things because he was writing application materials. The next day, before the atomic physics class, He Xingzhou came to the classroom 10 minutes early. As soon as he walked into the classroom today, he found something wrong. I don't know who shouted He Xingzhou is here. And then all the students in the classroom turned their heads and looked at He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou looked confused. What happened? Was there something on his face? Or was he wearing his clothes backwards? Chapter 3 Submit Application. He Xingzhou confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him. But his classmates still looked at him curiously. Until a female classmate, Zhou Xiaoqin, who was sitting in the front row, asked curiously, He Xingzhou, I heard that you want to make a nuclear reactor. Is it true? Everyone looked at him curiously. And most of them thought it was just a joke. He Xingzhou nodded calmly and said, Yes. I plan to make a nuclear fission reactor. Seeing that everyone was looking at him strangely, he quickly explained, It's a miniature one. Not a nuclear power plant or an atomic bomb. Oh my god. It's true. Zhou Xiaoqin exclaimed. You are too bold. He Xingzhou. You are awesome. You actually want to build a nuclear reactor. The students also shouted. Why would you want to build something like that? It's impossible to build it. Don't waste your time. Someone else whispered. I think this guy is just trying to attract attention. You can tell with your toes that a student can build a nuclear reactor? Why doesn't he design a Dongfeng nuclear warhead? I think it's impossible. Someone joked, wait until you do it. And let us see the results. No one believed that He Xingzhou could do this. Most people were teasing He Xingzhou with a joking or fun mentality. He Xingzhou disagreed. In fact, before he got the quantum optical brain, he also felt that this matter was too difficult. But now the situation is completely different. As long as his experimental application can be approved, he is confident that he can do it. He said to his classmates calmly, Thank you for your attention. If my application is approved, I will make a series of videos and post them online during the manufacturing process. And everyone can watch them online at that time. He Xingzhou believes that if he wants to get the attention of the country, he must gain enough influence. Publishing a video of making a nuclear reactor is one of the measures. As long as there are many people paying attention, naturally there will be senior officials who will notice it. In addition, he can also warn the public in advance of the impending doomsday disaster. Okay, we will definitely watch it then, the students shouted, some of them smiling, waiting to see the joke. He Xingzhou didn't take it seriously and sat with his roommates. Wang Jiahao also apologized, Old He. I'm sorry. We talked about your matter in the group yesterday. But I didn't expect it to spread so quickly, and everyone knew about it. As long as you say it, we will clarify it to everyone immediately. This is a joke. He Xingzhou said, It's okay. This is what I want to do. Even if you don't spread it, they will know it. The three roommates were even more confused. Is He Xingzhou really going to go all the way? Now that so many people know about it, Wouldn't it be embarrassing if Xingzhou didn't make it? And this nuclear fission reactor is indeed impossible. The students were still discussing when the professor walked in. He was an old professor with half-white hair and a washed-out Zhongshan suit. Professor Zhang Boyan. Professor Zhang Boyan is one of the bigwigs in the field of atomic energy physics in China. He has been nominated as an academician of the National Academy of Sciences several times, and is currently an alternate academician. The National Nuclear Physics Laboratory in the school is under his management and use. Let's start the lecture. When Zhang Boyan arrived, the classroom immediately became quiet. A big class lasted for a whole morning. When it was time to end the get out of class, Zhang Boyan took a sip of water and said, "Let's end the get out of class." The students dispersed one after another. Xingzhou quickly caught up with Zhang Boyan, who was about to leave, handed him a document, and said, "Professor Zhang, I have an experimental application material that I want to show you." He held a document in his hand, which was the micronuclear fission reactor experiment application material that he had written overnight last night. Zhang Boyan has always been tolerant of students and is happy to impart knowledge. He took the document and tucked it under his arm, saying, "Okay, I'll take a look at it later." "Thank you, Professor." Xingzhou thanked him. Zhang Boyan went back to the teaching and research office first. Many university professors go home directly after class. But Zhang Boyan likes to go to the teaching and research office to chat with other professors, or arrange leisure activities such as fishing and mountain climbing. He came to the teaching and research office, where there were two professors from the Department of Physics, Dongchen and Kai Hao. They were about the same age as Zhang Boyan, and were also big names in the field of physics. Dongchen was the dean of the School of Physics. "Old Zhang, is get out of class over? I'm waiting for you. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat," Dongchen greeted. "Recently, a new Huaiyang cuisine chef has come to the cafeteria. His cooking is amazing. I've already booked him." "Okay, I'll be right there." Zhang Boyan came to his desk, ready to put down the textbooks and documents in his hand. Just as he put them down, he took another look at the materials submitted by Xingzhou, and the bold black words on them immediately attracted his attention. Application materials for micronuclear fission reactor experiment? After teaching for so many years, it was the first time that Zhang Boyan's students submitted such application materials to him. He couldn't help but read them out. This student is interesting. He actually submitted application materials for micronuclear fission reactor experiment to me. Does he still want to build a nuclear reactor? Zhang Boyan laughed. What? The student submitted materials to you. He wants to build a nuclear reactor? Dongchen and Kai Hao were also stunned when they heard what he said. Isn't it? Zhang Boyan showed them the title on the document. Which daring student is this? Dongchen said immediately. He actually wants to build a nuclear reactor himself. Kai Hao laughed and said, "Uh-huh. You are really brave. I am now interested." What did he write? I am also a little interested, Zhang Boyan said. How about I read it first and then go to eat? It shouldn't take more than a few minutes. Okay. Take a look first. I want to take a look too, Kai Hao said. Obviously, they all thought that this document should be just an impulsive work of the student and would not have much value. Zhang Boyan opened the file and read it. In this experimental report, Xingzhou wrote in detail what kind of micronuclear fusion reactor he wanted to make, and made a perfect nuclear fission reactor design. Active area, neutron reflection layer, control and regulation system, cooling system, protective layer, etc., and submitted a complete experimental plan, experimental treatment measures, etc. At first, Zhang Boyan was just a little curious, but as he looked at it, he found something wrong. How could this be a work of fun on a whim? This is clearly a nuclear reactor device with a rigorous structure, sufficient theory, and perfect design, although the document only says that it is a miniature nuclear fission reactor. Judging from Zhang Boyan's knowledge, even if this reactor is enlarged, it is not much different from a real reactor like a nuclear power plant. When he realized this, Zhang Boyan couldn't help but exclaimed, "Is this really an experimental report designed by a student?" Chapter 4 Preparation for Construction. Even if a professional nuclear physicist wants to design such a plan, he may not be able to do it as perfect and sufficient as he did. Kai Hao also exclaimed, "Is this really written by a student?" Dongchen asked. "Yes." Zhang Boyan's expression became serious. "It was one of my students who just submitted it to me today. I thought it was just an ordinary homework. But I didn't expect. This student is really amazing, he exclaimed. Kaihao said, according to his experimental design. If it really meets his conditions, he may really make this miniature nuclear fission reactor. When this was mentioned, the three professors were all upset. It was too dangerous to let a student make a nuclear reactor, even if it was a miniature one. Old Zhang, we need to discuss this issue seriously. At this time, the three of them had lost their appetite. He Xingzhou's application materials made the three of them realize that a genius was born in their school. Dongchen said first, the idea is good, but it is a nuclear test after all. It is too dangerous to let a student do it. Zhang Boyan disagreed and said, you can't say that. Isn't this killing his passion for scientific exploration? For example, in the United States, some universities have students making miniature nuclear reactors. American schools can allow and support students to explore science. Why can't we? Kaihao also nodded and said, Old Zhang is right. As can be seen from this application material, this student has put a lot of effort into designing this experiment. He has spent at least a few years studying nuclear physics. And he has learned very well. Such a student, if nothing unexpected happens, will definitely become a pillar of the country. Our university is to train talents for the country. Now that such a good seedling has appeared, if we don't support him, will we kill his passion for scientific exploration? Dongchen thought for a while and said, what you said makes sense. But we can't make the decision on this matter alone. His experiment must require a nuclear physics laboratory and professional personnel to ensure safety issues. Let me talk to the president. If the president agrees, we will approve his experimental application and submit it to the National Nuclear Safety Administration for review. Okay. Zhang Boyan agreed. Then I will talk to him again to see if he has real skills. Such a major matter cannot cause any mistakes. So Zhang Boyan wanted to confirm it again. It's settled. He Xingzhou didn't expect that because of his application materials. The dean and two professors of the School of Physics didn't even have a good meal. They just quickly filled their stomachs and started to study his problem. Zhang Boyan specially added He Xingzhou to the office to discuss the materials with him. After several questions and answers, Zhang Boyan has confirmed that this experimental application material was indeed written by He Xingzhou himself. He was pleased. You have such a deep understanding of nuclear physics, which is really rare. Whether the experiment can be approved or not, I hope you can continue to work hard to further your studies. You are a junior this year, right? I hope you can continue to study. When you study for a master's degree or a doctorate, I will guide you. Thank you, Professor Zhang. I will continue to work hard. He Xingzhou thanked him. It is very rare to become Zhang Boyan's graduate student or doctoral student. Others are fighting for it. I still hope that the experiment can pass smoothly. He Xingzhou said that he still hopes to use nuclear reactors to study the mutation of the Zerg and warn the world. In the president's office, Lu Yuan, president of Beijing University of Science and Technology, was discussing this matter with Dongchen, dean of the School of Physics. Dongchen said, I talked to the professors, and they all agreed that this student should be supported, whether his experiment succeeds or fails. It can also reflect the purpose of our University of Science and Technology, and is committed to cultivating scientific and technological talents for the country. Lu Yuan asked in confusion, are you so sure that his experiment can go on? Dongchen said, several physics professors have checked it and confirmed that there is no problem. Lu Yuan thought for a while and asked, what about the safety of experimental consumables? This is a miniature nuclear fission reactor, which does not require a continuous nuclear energy reaction. So in terms of nuclear materials, his experiment has a way to solve it. And it doesn't cost much money. In terms of safety, Professor Zhang Boyan is willing to follow up his experiment throughout the process to ensure the safety of the experiment. This micronuclear reactor will not pose any threat to the school in theory. And the experiment is also carried out in the nuclear physics laboratory. So there is no need to worry. After he finished speaking, Lu Yuan said, in this case, then approve it. I hope this student will not let us down. I hope so, Dongchen said. He Xingzhou's experimental application was approved, with the seals of the school and the Nuclear Safety Administration. In his laboratory, there will be special safety personnel to come and check to ensure the safety of the experiment. After hearing the news, He Xingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. But his roommates were going crazy. In the dormitory, several roommates shouted, this is outrageous. Wang Jiahao shouted while looking at the approval document. The nuclear experiment has been approved. I don't know what to say. Zhang Yang, I have a hunch that I may witness a rising star in the field of physics. Feng Tao, whether this experiment succeeds or not. He Xingzhou is famous. He Xingzhou said calmly, let's talk about it after the experiment succeeds. It's still quite difficult to actually make a nuclear reactor. What do you mean by quite difficult? Wang Jiahao shouted. It's clearly hell-level difficulty. To be honest, in your experiment, you need to make the reactor device yourself. But why don't you even have nuclear materials? I can't figure out how you can get nuclear materials. This stuff is a strategic material, and the international trade is prohibited. Zhang Yang took over his words and said, Old he, I suddenly realized that your experiment is impossible to carry out. You don't even have nuclear materials. How can you make a nuclear reactor? Do you have to make a model? What's the point of a model? Feng Tao asked. It's not a model, He Xingzhou emphasized. I can get nuclear materials myself. Didn't the school approve a sum of funds? Although it's only tens of thousands of yuan. It's enough. The three of them were speechless. You spend tens of thousands of dollars to buy nuclear materials. Are you kidding us? Wang Jiahao asked. Where are you going to buy nuclear materials? He Xingzhou said online. Taobao. Pink 60. Xianyu is also okay. If it doesn't work, you can go to the waste recycling station. You might as well buy an atomic bomb online. Everyone was helpless to complain. How could you buy these things online? Isn't this a joke? Chapter 5 Refining Nuclear Materials. Of course we can't buy it directly, but there are some things in our daily life that can be refined into trace amounts of materials. He Xingzhou directly searched for discarded smoke alarms on the internet. The probe of the smoke alarm contains americium-241, which emits alpha particles. Take out the americium-241 from hundreds of smoke detectors and wrap them with aluminum foil. When the alpha particles hit the aluminum atoms in the aluminum foil, a nuclear reaction will occur and neutrons will be released. In this way, the raw materials for the neutron gun used to hit the nuclear fuel rods are available. He Xingzhou has found the manufacturer of the smoke alarm on the internet. He carefully searched the manufacturer's information and found the manufacturer whose probe raw materials contain americium-241, and then went to the second-hand website to buy hundreds of them wholesale. Is this possible? The three roommates exclaimed. Then this is just the raw material for the neutron gun. What about the material for the nuclear fuel rod? He Xingzhou continued. The surface coating compound of the old-fashioned gas lampshade contains thorium-232. Neutron bombardment of thorium can produce uranium-233, which is the material for nuclear fission. He bought those second-hand car lampshades on the second-hand website, and bought hundreds of them. The nuclear raw materials extracted from these materials are very scarce, and it is impossible to make a nuclear reactor that can generate sustainable and stable power. But it is enough for me. I only need to produce a nuclear fission reaction once, He Xingzhou said. Hearing his words, the three roommates were really convinced. They didn't expect him to even think of this. I suddenly believe that you might succeed, Wang Jiahao said. The boss is really awesome. Let's wait and see, Feng Tao said with emotion. I have nothing to say. Just wait for the nuclear reactor to appear. Zhang Yang was also convinced. He Xingzhou said, I will trouble you to help me when the time comes, such as refining raw materials and taking videos. Leave it to us. The three agreed immediately. He Xingzhou started his own micronuclear reactor manufacturing plan. The things he bought online arrived one by one, because they were all second-hand junk. The money he spent was less than the budget. These things filled the entire dormitory. Since the roommates were looking forward to He Xingzhou's masterpiece, they had no objection and even took the initiative to help. In the dormitory, Wang Jiahao took a mobile phone and filmed He Xingzhou. They were making a video. He Xingzhou said to the video, Hello everyone. My name is He Xingzhou, and I am a student at Capital University of Science and Technology. Because I want to verify an idea of mine, I decided to make a miniature nuclear reactor myself. For this purpose, I wrote a complete experimental plan. The plan has been approved by the relevant departments. Here I would like to remind everyone that nuclear tests must be approved. Please do not conduct dangerous experiments without authorization. My reactor mainly consists of 5 structures: active area, neutron reflector, control and regulation system, cooling system, and protective layer. Now I am taking the first step: collecting materials for nuclear fission reactors. I have some second-hand smoke alarms here. There is a small amount of americium-241 in its probe, which is only used to make neutron reflectors. That is, the raw material of neutron guns that hit nuclear raw material atoms. The following process will be carried out in the laboratory. Because it cannot be disseminated, it will be cut out in the video. He Xingzhou used these waste materials in the laboratory to extract some americium-241. He plans to make a series of videos called College Students' Homemade Nuclear Reactors while conducting experiments. He specially registered an account on the video website B Station, named Planet Builder, and then chose to publish his first video. After the release, He Xingzhou did not manage his account, but started his second step, making the basic equipment of the reactor. He Xingzhou's making of a micronuclear fission reactor only attracted attention from his classmates for a few days before it disappeared. In this era of information explosion, there are a lot of new things every day, and everyone thinks that He Xingzhou is just on a whim and cannot successfully make a nuclear reactor. So after just 1 week, few people paid attention to this matter. Only physics professors such as Zhang Boyan have been paying attention. On Bilibili, many video bloggers release videos every day, and most people see the videos of those big-up masters. Newcomers rarely have the opportunity to be seen by others when they release videos. The first video released by He Xingzhou had only 4 views, and these 4 clicks were all clicked by him and his roommates themselves, without any new viewers. This is not good. No one watches this video. Wang Jiahao is helping He Xingzhou edit the second video. Maybe everyone saw the title and thought it was fake, and without fans. Big data does not recommend it. He Xingzhou said. Never mind. Let's release the second episode first. The second video is called College Students Make Their Own Nuclear Reactors. Episode 2. Pressure Cookers Make Active Reaction Zones. After editing the video, He Xingzhou released it again. Because there are no fans, no one will watch this video after it is released. But new videos will enter the background of the video editor for review. And some resources will be given to promote videos that the video editor thinks are interesting. He Xingzhou's video entered the background of a video editor on the Science and Technology video channel. Recently, the uphosts of the Science and Technology channel are getting worse and worse. Video editor Xiaomu complained to his colleagues while working. There used to be a lot of content, but now it's all mobile phone reviews and electric car reviews. And there aren't any hit videos. For editors, the more hit videos, the better the performance of the editor. It's like this, my colleague Ant said. It's mainly because the newcomers' creativity is too boring. They don't know how to shoot anything else except following the trend of shooting technology product review videos. So naturally there are no hits. As they were chatting, Xiaomu suddenly saw a new video in the background. College Students Make Their Own Nuclear Reactors. Episode 2. Pressure Cookers Make Active Reaction Zones. Huh? He remembered this video, having seen the first episode before. He only watched it for 1 minute, and then turned it off, because he thought the uphost was just a clickbait. What about making a nuclear reactor? Isn't this funny? Who has this ability? And the content of the first episode was also very boring. It was about refining some elements. At that time, Xiaomu felt it was boring and fake, so he didn't promote it at all. Today, seeing that he actually released the second episode, Xiaomu curiously clicked in to take a look. In the video, He Xingzhou's face appeared. He was in the laboratory, modifying a pressure cooker. Hello everyone. I am He Xingzhou. In the last episode, we have extracted americium-341, the raw material for the neutron reflection layer. Today we are going to make the active zone, which is where the nuclear reaction occurs. The main raw materials we use are 2 stainless steel pressure cookers, a small water pump, an electric fan, a radiator, several small diameter plastic pipes, and several conductive wires. Can this be used to make a nuclear reactor? Are you kidding me? Although his first reaction was not to believe it, Xiaomu was more curious about the video and continued to watch it. Chapter 6 Hardcore Up Master Online. In the video, He Xingzhou is modifying the pressure cooker. He explained while modifying, now we will make some necessary modifications to a stainless steel pressure cooker, and drill several round holes on the lid for inserting control rods. Then use 2 plastic pipes to connect the pressure cooker to the radiator to form a closed loop, and install a small water pump on the outlet pipe. Note that this is the composition of the cooling system, he said while operating. Although Xiaomu didn't quite understand, he always had a sense of mystery. He Xingzhou continued, next, We put the radiator into another pressure cooker, fix it in the middle, and use two plastic pipes. One to connect the pressure cooker to the tap water pipe, and the other end is connected to the pressure cooker, and the other end is aimed at the blades of the electric fan. In this way, the miniature nuclear reactor is generated. We also need to install an electric motor and an electric energy detection device to observe the energy generation of the nuclear reactor. In view of the fact that there is too little nuclear fuel, I directly use the laboratory's electric energy storage device as a detection instrument. Xiaomu heard every sentence above clearly, but when Xingzhou was operating, he didn't understand it at all. He saw that the two pressure cookers were constantly changing under his operation. At the end of the video, it had become a seemingly high-end experimental instrument. This video ends here. In the next video, we will make a simple radiation protection system and extract nuclear fuel rods to carry out a miniature nuclear fission reaction. The video ends here. After watching the whole process, Xiaomu suddenly had an idea. Could this video be true? Is this up really making a nuclear reactor? Isn't it a clickbait? And, look at this. Is this true? Xiaomu called his colleagues to come and see. After watching the two videos at double speed, his colleague was amazed and said, listening to his various explanations, it doesn't feel like he is joking. He seems to be really making a nuclear reactor. How can there be such a great man? The two video review editors were shocked. As editors, they don't know how many videos they have to watch every day. What content have they not seen? But it is the first time in my life that I have seen a video teaching how to make a nuclear reactor online. Anne said immediately, it seems that his video has 3 episodes. And the third episode should be a nuclear fission reaction experiment. This up is so great. I have a hunch that if his experiment succeeds, it will definitely be a hit. Yes, I think so too. Xiaomu agreed and said, even if his experiment is unsuccessful, it will probably get a lot of views. I'll try to promote it and see the effect. He immediately arranged a small website promotion for Xingzhou's video so that users can see it when browsing videos. Bilibili is a popular video website on the internet. Many users like to browse videos here for entertainment or leisure. In the Science and Technology Knowledge channel, Xingzhou's video was arranged in a new video display area. His title is very eye-catching. College students make their own nuclear reactor. Soon someone noticed this video. User Red Comet is a senior technology enthusiast. He browses the videos in this area every day. But because he has seen too many videos, he is tired of watching even the videos of the top-up masters with millions of fans. So he prefers to watch some videos of newcomers. Xingzhou's video caught his attention. College students making their own nuclear reactors? Why don't you go to space? Seeing the title of the video, Red Comet's first reaction was that it was a clickbait. And this guy must be cheating for clicks. This kind of clickbait is really annoying. The evil self-media has invaded Station B. I will spray it first. Red Comet opened this video. Not for anything else. Just to spray the Upmaster. As a troll with integrity, Red Comet will not spray casually, but watch first and then spray. But when he watched for only 1 minute, his brows gradually became serious. This video blogger seems to have something. When he saw him purify americium, Red Comet was shocked. The host seems to be serious. After watching the first video, Red Comet clicked on the second one without stopping. When he saw Xingzhou use materials that can be seen in daily life to make a miniature nuclear reactor container, he was really shocked. Red Comet himself is a researcher and knows a little about nuclear physics. He guaranteed with his own knowledge that what Xingzhou said was true. And his experimental ideas and process were also very meticulous, without any loopholes. He is really making a nuclear reactor. Red Comet couldn't help but shout. Where's the third episode? It hasn't been updated yet. A college student is actually making a nuclear reactor? What was I doing when I was in college? Playing games? Dating? And memorizing for postgraduate entrance exams? You can't deny it. At least I definitely can't do it. Red Comet wanted to spray a few words. But when he sent a comment, he wrote, I have watched the 2 videos. I thought it was a clickbait. But it turned out to be true. The host is amazing. Looking forward to the next video. He also specially liked and coined to support this video. Red Comet was only one of the people who watched Xingzhou's video at the same time. And some other users also saw this video. Like the Red Comet, everyone thought it was a headline. But as they watched, they found it was wrong. This uphost seemed to be about to complete the construction of a nuclear reactor. Among the new videos recommended by the same category, the number of views of Hixingzhou's video began to rise, and the number of barrages continued to increase. Awesome. My brother. Too hardcore. I was stunned. The uphost was actually making a nuclear reactor. The video reminds me that imitation is risky. How can I imitate it? 666. This is the strongest uphost I have ever seen on Bilibili. Others are still making secret hamburgers. But here they are already making nuclear reactors. The third issue. Please update it quickly. Even the donkeys in the production team dare not rest like this. I also want the third issue. I want to see how the nuclear reactor works. Hixingzhou didn't know that his video had been followed by many netizens because of a small recommendation, and was promoted to a more popular video recommendation area. At this time, he was preparing for the final experiment. Because it was a nuclear test, there were risks. Before proceeding, he had to contact Zhang Boyan and arrange a time. In addition, Hixingzhou also had to buy a few mutant fish for the Zerd gene activation experiment. Recently, it seems that there are quite a few mutant fish caught from the sea. Hixingzhou searched online and found several buyers. They asked for a high price. It is said that some special enthusiasts are collecting these mutant creatures. So the most common mutant fish will be sold for 3,000 to 5,000. Chapter 7. The video went viral? Hixingzhou immediately contacted the seller and asked, "Do you still have mutant fish?" Seller, "Dear, I have some. How many do you want?" Hixingzhou, "Do you have quite a few?" Seller, "I caught a whole nest with one net." The picture shows some fish with deformed bodies. In the seller's introduction, it is said that these are black porgy, a common fish in the southern seas. They look ferocious, with sharp teeth, and very strong anal and dorsal fins. These mutant black porgy are twice as big as normal black porgy, and their heads and eyes are very big, which looks very weird. Hixingzhou was speechless. If the seller knew that he caught a nest of Zerd gene carriers with one net, he would not know if he would lose sleep. "Can you make it cheaper?" 1,000. The seller quoted him 3,000 per fish, and Hixingzhou bargained with him. Seller, "Dear, we don't bargain in our store." Hixingzhou, "Any price is fine, but you must ensure that the fish is alive." Seller, "I can guarantee that these mutant fish have very strong vitality. Normal fish must be oxygenated to survive after being caught, but these mutant fish can survive well without oxygenation." "Okay, I'll buy 3. Hixingzhou placed an order, and the money he used was all experimental funds. Who would have thought that the biggest expense of a miniature nuclear reactor experiment was actually buying fish? The logistics was very fast, and a few days later, Hixingzhou received 3 mutant black sea bream. He kept them in a basin in his dormitory. "What kind of fish is this? It looks so ugly," Feng Tao said. "It feels a bit disgusting." Zhang Yang commented. "Mutated black sea bream," Hixingzhou said. "It's used for experiments." "That's good, but I'm afraid you want to keep it as a pet." His roommates were not very interested in this. Before conducting nuclear tests to stimulate the Zerd genes, Hixingzhou first drew blood from these mutant black sea bream, tested the genes, and preserved the biological samples for comparison. There is a biological laboratory in the University of Science and Technology. Hixingzhou found an interest group in the school forum that is keen on studying mutant organisms and asked them to help with genetic testing. Hearing that Hixingzhou was studying the effects of nuclear tests on mutant organisms, they readily agreed. Hixingzhou also searched the technology tree in the quantum optical brain and found the biological gene technology. Unlocking basic genetic knowledge requires 1 unit of energy. Unlocking genetic evolution knowledge requires 1 unit of energy. Although these two are both basic knowledge, if compared with the knowledge mastered by humans on Blue Star, they are enough to be called cutting-edge biological information. Hixingzhou directly used up the remaining 2 units of energy to unlock these 2 pieces of scientific and technological information. With the injection of information flow, he also gained a lot in biological genetic knowledge. Everything is ready, just waiting for the experiment to begin. A few days later, Zhang Boyan also confirmed the time of the experiment with Hixingzhou. He specifically explained, "The experiment is scheduled for next Wednesday. In my class, this experiment is very educational, so I plan to use live broadcast to show it to students in class. Other professors from the School of Physics will also watch it. The experiment is still in the nuclear physics laboratory. Which is safer? Are you ready?" "Ready," Hixingzhou said seriously. Okay, Zhang Boyan said. I will follow up the whole process at that time. And you don't have to worry too much. After all, it is a nuclear test. And any problems are normal. Yeah. He Xingzhou nodded. After confirming the date with the professor, He Xingzhou began to plan to make the third video, which is the last episode of Homemade Nuclear Reactor. When he logged into the background of B station, he was shocked. His background mailbox showed 99 plus messages. He opened it and saw that it was all private messages from netizens. Up, master. Please update quickly. I want to see the nuclear test. Is your nuclear test safe? Won't it explode? When will it be updated? Big brother. Come on. Most of them were private messages urging for updates. He Xingzhou was just wondering. When he looked at his account, the number of fans had exceeded 100,000. You know, for a newcomer, without any title, resume, or beautiful women posing, it is very difficult to gain 100,000 fans in a few days. And He Xingzhou did it without realizing it. He looked and found that the views of his 2 videos exceeded 500,000. I didn't expect so many people to be interested in my nuclear reactor. He Xingzhou thought to himself that he did the right thing. He just needs the whole nation to pay attention to this matter. Because the next super technology plan requires the participation of the whole country. And the more interested the people are in technology, the better. He Xingzhou was reading a private message. And at this time, a chat window popped up in the background, which read, "Hello. I am Xiaomu, the video editor of Bilibili. Your video college student's homemade nuclear reactor has received a warm response on this site. Is your video produced by yourself, and do you have full copyright?" He Xingzhou, "Yes. I am. What's wrong?" "Xiaomu, it's like this. The website found that many netizens are interested in this series of videos. It is recommended that you use live broadcast to interact with netizens in the last episode, and then edit the video after the live broadcast. This can increase your popularity, fans and playback volume, and bring you certain economic benefits." He Xingzhou thought about it, and it made sense. It can further expand his influence. He replied, "The final experiment will be carried out in the school's nuclear physics laboratory. I need to communicate with the school." "Xiaomu, yes. If it is feasible, I will arrange a promotion for you." He Xingzhou, "Thank you." He Xingzhou immediately contacted Zhang Boyan, who said that this was also to popularize scientific knowledge to the public, and it did not involve any state secrets. So there was no problem with live broadcasting on the website. Therefore, He Xingzhou confirmed the live broadcast with the website editor, and the final experiment would be presented to the audience in the form of live broadcast. He used the ID Planet Builder to publish a live broadcast preview. "Hello everyone. I am Planet Builder. The last episode of my college students' homemade nuclear reactor series of videos will meet you in the form of live broadcast on this website at 2 p.m. next Wednesday. So stay tuned." As soon as he posted his news, many netizens left comments. "Nuclear test live broadcast? I'll follow him immediately." Small bench in the front row, waiting for the live broadcast. "I just want to see if it's true or not." The notebook is ready. Learn a nuclear reactor. If you don't understand, just ask. Will it be easier to find a job after learning this? Time soon came to next Wednesday, the day when the micro-nuclear fission reactor experiment was about to be carried out. He Xingzhou went to the laboratory early in the morning. The safety personnel of the laboratory first tested his experimental equipment to confirm that there would be no nuclear accident. In addition, protective measures were arranged on site, and He Xingzhou had to wear protective clothing for the experiment. Chapter 8 Live Broadcast. In a large classroom in the Department of Physics, several professors and hundreds of students were waiting. Zhang Boyan announced on the stage, "Today we have a very meaningful class. He Xingzhou has designed a miniature nuclear reactor experiment, which is about to begin. In this class, we will watch his experimental process in the form of live broadcast." After Zhang Boyan finished speaking, he turned on the projection screen in the classroom, and the students immediately started talking. "Is He Xingzhou really doing this experiment? I thought it was a joke." "Yes. I would have forgotten if the professor hadn't said it. Several school leaders came today. This is too big a scene. He really dares to do it. I can't even imagine it." Someone asked He Xingzhou's roommates, "Will his experiment succeed? It should be possible. Didn't you see the professor personally instructing?" Wang Jiahao and others said. Not only in the classroom, but also in the live broadcast of Station B. He Xingzhou opened the live broadcast room. The picture was taken by a student of Zhang Boyan, who was also wearing protective clothing. Here, as the anchor started, at the beginning, some netizens who had been paying attention for a long time squeezed into the live broadcast room. I'm here to learn. What are you looking at? Isn't it better to watch the nuclear reactor experiment? Why hasn't it started yet? 10 seconds have passed. The live broadcast room showed more than 1,000 people online in 10 minutes. Which is not a lot. But for a host who is broadcasting for the first time, it is already very good. The website operator put Xingzhou's live broadcast in a recommended position, so that visitors can also see it. Hello everyone. I am Xingzhou. Now I am doing the final preparations for the nuclear reactor experiment. Refining thorium-232, which will be turned into uranium-233. That is, nuclear fuel. Under the bombardment of neutrons. In front of Xingzhou, there is a pile of ashes. These ashes are the coatings he scraped off the old car headlights, which contain thorium-232. But these are not pure enough. Now I want to purify it. Xingzhou had a lithium battery in his hand. He said, I will cut this lithium battery, mix the lithium and thorium ash together, and put them into an aluminum foil ball for heating. In this way, the purity of thorium is purified by at least 9,000 times. Please note that this purity has exceeded the value allowed by the International Atomic Nuclear Regulation Commission by 170 times. If you want to do such an experiment, you must obtain permission, Xingzhou said, and did it. In the live broadcast room, the audience was typing frantically. I learned it. I learned it. I will purify it now. I want to do it. But my brain doesn't agree. 666. Live broadcast of purifying nuclear materials. This is the first time I've seen it. I was a little skeptical when I watched the video. But now I see you are really awesome. The number of people in Xingzhou's live broadcast room has doubled in a few minutes. In the classroom, professors and students are also watching and discussing. Xingzhou is really a genius. He can think of such a way to obtain nuclear materials. Kai Hao, a professor in the Department of Physics, said with emotion. He is indeed a good seedling. Dong Chen, the dean of the School of Physics, said with relief. He was approved with that little funding, and he was able to conduct nuclear tests. It's rare. Xingzhou has something. The students were also amazed. This is all right? Then after learning this, can you make an atomic bomb yourself? Someone said. The principles of the atomic bomb are all in the physics books. It's mainly about the raw materials and design. You know the principles of airplanes. But can you build one? The nuclear materials that Xingzhou has refined are only enough for a micro-experiment. It's impossible to do something so dangerous. But then again, I'm convinced now. At least I can't do it myself. Xingzhou quickly purified the thorium and said, now we will officially start the experiment. Next to the nuclear reactor, there is a fish tank with deformed Black Sea bream. The live broadcast did not show this, so everyone was not aware of it. He first made the nuclear fuel into blocks, put it into the pressure cooker, and then covered it with a lid. The control rod material was made into a rod shape, and inserted vertically through the round holes of the pot lid and the cover curtain one by one, leaving a section exposed outside for lifting and insertion. He then filled the pressure cooker with boric acid solution to resist heat, fire and cool it. At this point, all the preparations for the experiment were ready, and Xingzhou was just waiting to start the small water pump to open the circulation, and adjust the position of the control rod to start the nuclear fission reaction. Next, I will officially start this reactor, Xingzhou said. He was very calm because all the experimental processes had been verified several times, and because of the scarcity of nuclear materials, it should not cause any danger. But the audience in front of the screen, the students, could not remain calm. Damn it. I'm suddenly nervous. I'm a little excited for no reason. What if an accident happens? It's okay if an ordinary experiment has an accident. But this is a nuclear test. I want to ask, how powerful is the miniature nuclear bomb? Failure is here. At this moment, everyone became nervous, as if it was not Xingzhou who was in the laboratory, but themselves. Xingzhou continued to operate. He started the water pump, adjusted the position of the control rod, and adjusted the concentration of boric acid with pure water to start the fission reaction of the nuclear fuel. In the miniature nuclear reactor, a nuclear fission reaction is being generated. The radiation detection instrument in the laboratory lit up a red warning. Warning: The radiation intensity exceeds the standard. The reaction has started. Everyone was excited and watched with wide eyes. Of course, they could not see the changes at the atomic level, but they could know whether the reaction was proceeding normally through other devices set up by Xingzhou. After the heat generated by the nuclear reaction heated the boric acid solution. The small water pump sent the high-temperature boric acid solution into the radiator, exchanged heat with the water inside the pressure cooker 2 and outside the radiator, and then returned to the pressure cooker 1, and continued to circulate in this way to continuously bring out the heat of the nuclear fuel. The steam impacted the fan, causing the fan to rotate continuously, driving the motor to run. At this time, the motor became a generator, and the electric energy converted from nuclear energy was transmitted to the power storage device through the wire. Everyone could clearly see that the fan was spinning at high speed, and the motor was roaring. The indicator lights on the power storage device all lit up in an instant, and the meter showed that the power was increasing. The nuclear reaction has started. It is being converted into electricity. A student in the classroom shouted, "Oh my God! He did it! Miniature nuclear fission reactor. The power is increasing so fast. The radiation detection instrument has been alarming. There is really nuclear radiation. Isn't Xingzhou too strong? He made a nuclear reactor by himself. To put it normally, he made a nuclear reactor by himself. To put it abnormally, if he ignites this reactor, it will be a miniature atomic bomb." Seeing this scene, the whole classroom was boiling. Several of Xingzhou's roommates even shouted excitedly, "Nice! The experiment was successful." They witnessed the whole process of Xingzhou making a miniature nuclear fission reactor, and at this time, they felt a sense of honor and participation. Success? Zhang Boyan also smiled, and all the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were stretched out. He tried his best to ensure this experiment, and now it is successful, which shows that his vision of people and things is not wrong. I am afraid that this student will become a good story in our school in the future. Dean Dongchen laughed. He knew that this matter would definitely attract social attention, which would be of great benefit to improving the school's reputation. They were so happy, and the audience in the live broadcast room was even more crazy. Just now, they witnessed a host successfully running a homemade nuclear reactor. Chapter 9. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. At this time, the number of people watching Xingzhou's live broadcast room has increased from 1,000 at the beginning to more than 100,000. And the popularity shows that it is as high as hundreds of thousands. Among these anchors, he is already a popular anchor. The barrage in the live broadcast room was even more overwhelming. 6666. The anchor is awesome. The most hardcore up host in the entire network. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. Homemade nuclear reactor. Have you failed to learn it? Anyway, I have failed to learn it. After watching your live broadcast, I jumped up from the sofa excitedly, and then I found that I couldn't even make a model airplane properly. Follow me. I feel this anchor will achieve great things in the future. Someone else was giving gifts to Xingzhou, but Xingzhou didn't have time to pay attention to the live broadcast room at this time, because the trace nuclear materials in the nuclear reactor had been exhausted. It can be seen that the generator has stopped rotating and the current output has also stopped. The radiation intensity is decreasing. The radiation detection instrument shows that the radiation intensity is decreasing rapidly, but it is still much higher than the radiation in the general environment. After the nuclear fission reaction, there is still some radiation left here. Fortunately, this is a nuclear physics laboratory, and there are special equipment and personnel to clean up the environment. Now my experiment has been successfully completed, and next, I will test the participating reactants. Today's live broadcast ends here. Thank you for watching. You can follow my account. I will announce more scientific experiments or scientific products to you in the future. After Xingzhou finished speaking, his followers on Bilibili began to soar. From the initial 100,000, it soared by more than double. This is just within 1 minute, and there are still people paying attention. In addition, these live videos will be edited into popular science videos and continue to be played on the website. In the classroom, Zhang Boyan was the first to applaud when he heard Xingzhou say that the experiment was successfully completed. Professors such as Dong Chen and Kai Hao also began to applaud, and the students clapped their hands loudly. At this moment, in their eyes, Xingzhou is their idol. The live broadcast stopped, and Xingzhou still needed to clean up the residue of the experiment. He paid special attention to the mutant black seed breams next to him. These 3 mutant black seed breams had no protection, and were very close to the nuclear reactor. When the nuclear fission reaction occurred, they were directly stimulated by radiation. They seemed to be more active than before, swimming constantly in the water tank. A laboratory inspector reminded, "Your fish have been exposed to radiation, so you must not eat them. Even if they die, they must be handled in a pollution-free manner." "I know. These are all used for experiments." He Xingzhou nodded. After the experiment was done, there were still a lot of things to do, such as writing experimental reports. And He Xingzhou's live broadcast of the construction of the nuclear reactor was also discovered by online media, and began to report on it. Penguin highlights: college students build their own nuclear reactors. Download Penguin video to watch. Weibo hot search. Hashtag a college student live broadcasts the construction of a nuclear reactor and successfully discharges it. Hashtag UC News. A college student actually did this in front of the whole school, and all the teachers and students were shocked. Chuehu, what do you think of the students of Beijing University of Science and Technology building their own nuclear reactors? In addition to text media, there are also many news media and video media reporting and carrying this matter. Some people questioned, this is sensationalism. There is nothing wrong with watching the video. The media just brags. He is so powerful. Why doesn't he design a nuclear bomb? However, the official website of Capital University of Science and Technology also released this news and explained, this student is the first student in the history of the school to make a nuclear reactor by himself. The completion of his experiment is very high. It is different from the general entertainment nuclear reactor, but a nuclear fission reactor with real commercial significance. Netizens commented, who has nothing to do to make a nuclear reactor for fun? Yeah, we don't have that ability. Isn't it just a nuclear reactor? If you have the life, you can do it. The Huaxiao Youth Organization also specially reprinted this news and commented, explore science. Be rigorous and serious. Have ideas, wisdom, and action. This is the true style of our college students and young people. Why did Xingzhou like it? He Xingzhou became famous on the internet directly from school, and the number of views of the last video exceeded 1 million. So much so that now, when He Xingzhou walks on campus, people often ask him, are you He Xingzhou? Are you He Xingzhou? 2 young and beautiful schoolmates approached curiously and asked He Xingzhou, who was about to return to the dormitory. I am. He Xingzhou is no longer surprised by this situation. Ah, it's really you. Senior. You are so awesome. Can we take a photo together? The 2 schoolmates asked excitedly. Okay. He Xingzhou did not refuse. The 2 immediately took a photo with He Xingzhou happily and asked for his contact information. This scene made the 3 roommates jealous, and they kept talking about it on the way back to the dormitory. This is too cool. I have never been asked for my contact information by a girl in my life. Zhang Yang envied. Now Lao He is a celebrity in the school. Hee hee. I added a junior girl's prestige yesterday. I told her that Lao He and I were roommates and participated in nuclear reactor experiments. Now the girl admires me. Wang Jiahao said proudly. Beast. Feng Tao shouted. I have decided to follow Lao He in the future. According to my many years of experience, Lao He is the most promising one in our dormitory in the future. Wang Jiahao said exaggeratedly. He Xingzhou, you will be my big brother in the future. If you become rich, don't forget me. If you become rich, don't forget each other. The other 2 also said. He Xingzhou smiled and said, we are all brothers. There is no need to be so formal. As for the future, many unusual things may happen. We have been classmates for several years. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me. I am touched. Wang Jiahao said. But it sounds like you have something on your mind? He Xingzhou smiled but said nothing. If he told them about the Zerg now, they would not believe it. But he himself has begun to believe the judgment of the quantum optical brain, because the 3 mutant black seed breams have been exposed to nuclear radiation, and the mutation rate has greatly increased in the past few days. Their size doubled again, and the dormitory could no longer accommodate them. So He Xingzhou had to hand them over to the Mutant Biology Research Interest Group of the School of Biology for cultivation. These fish are currently being raised in the biological laboratory. Recently, He Xingzhou has been testing their genes every day, and a special gene has gradually begun to dominate the bodies of these fish, allowing them to show special traits. He Xingzhou believes that it is the Zerg gene. He is working on a biological experiment report, which will include the mutation and evolution simulation of the Zerg gene. Once this report comes out, he believes that this matter will definitely alarm the country. Compared with this matter, the micronuclear reactor experiment is just a small matter. Chapter 10 Initial Clues. Back in the dormitory, He Xingzhou continued to organize research materials. He wanted to write down the genes and biological characteristics of the mutant black seed bream before and after, and establish a biological mutation or evolution model for warning. He Xingzhou numbered the 3 mutant black seed breams. He found that the Zerg genes of the 3 black seed breams showed different situations. 2 of them did not mutate so quickly after being stimulated by nuclear radiation, while the mutation speed of the second mutant black seed bream increased by hundreds of times. It seemed to have entered a mutation period, with new changes every day. The quantum optical brain reminded, when the Zerg genes invade the primitive planetary organisms, this situation will occur when it reaches a certain level. Next, as long as it can get enough food, it can evolve into a low-level Zerg in just a few weeks or months. That is to say, Black Snapper number 2 will mutate into a Zerg in a few weeks? He Xingzhou asked. The quantum optical brain said, theoretically. This is the case. He Xingzhou became serious. According to the quantum optical brain, the Zerg has different forms, but there is no doubt that they are all highly aggressive creatures. It seems that he needs to take good care of this fish, which will be an important biological material to prove his Zerg crisis theory. He Xingzhou immediately contacted the mutant biological research team and went to the biological experiment building. When he arrived in front of the biology laboratory building, 2 classmates were already waiting for him. They were both students of the biology department and members of the mutant biology research interest group. Senior. Here. A junior girl stood in the shade and waved at him from a distance. He Xingzhou looked over and saw a beautiful figure at a glance. The most eye-catching thing was her pair of jade legs, with beautiful and round thighs, slender and smooth calves, and perfect proportions. The refreshing canvas shoes matched with denim shorts, and a white t-shirt made her 1.67 meters tall. Sexy and well-proportioned figure looked full of vitality. Chinese oval face, slender eyebrows, eyes like the moon, red lips, upright nose, medium-length hair with a slight curl at the end, and a stunning appearance, which attracted the students passing by to take a second look at her. This is Jiang Chan, a member of the research team. She is only a freshman this year and 2 years younger than He Xingzhou. After learning that He Xingzhou can make his own nuclear reactor, she admires He Xingzhou greatly. Standing next to Jiang Chan is the leader of the research interest group, Wu Rui, a senior who is 1 year older than He Xingzhou. He is a rough man with a rough appearance, but he is very rigorous in academics. It's hot. Here you go. Jiang Chan handed He Xingzhou a bottle of cold mineral water, and He Xingzhou didn't hesitate to drink 2 sips. How are my fish? He Xingzhou asked. Alive and kicking. Jiang Chan showed a puzzled expression. And too active. We have seen many mutant fish, but the ones you brought are simply biological motors, making a fuss all day long, and constantly needing to be fed. Yes. Wu Rui nodded. We originally kept them together, but I found that they actually started to attack and bite each other, so we had to separate them. These fish have too much appetite, and their size has completely exceeded the scope of normal black sea bream. Generally, the length of an adult black sea bream is generally 120 to 300 millimeters. The weight is 125-1800 grams, and the large ones can reach 3.5 to 4.0 kilograms. And these mutant fish, the smallest size is 3 times the size of the ordinary black sea bream. Among them, black sea bream number 2 has grown 5 times the size, half a meter long, which is simply exaggerated. The 3 chatted as they walked into the experimental building. In the biological experimental pool of the laboratory, He Xingzhou saw his 3 research subjects. Black bream number 1 and number 3 have doubled in size, while black bream number 2 has completely mutated into a new species. In the pool, it looks like a black monster, with 2 rows of sharp teeth like saw teeth, and a large head that occupies 1/3 of its body. This shows that its brain capacity is increasing, and its originally strong dorsal fin has now doubled in size. And there are even signs of exoskeleton growth. When it sees people, it keeps tossing and hitting the breeding pool, and even jumps out of the water. If it weren't for the safety measures in the laboratory, I'm afraid it would rush out of the pool directly. Jiang Chan was a little scared and asked, It looks more and more like a monster. Can we still keep it? It is a monster, He Xingzhou said affirmatively. According to my inference, Black Snapper number 2 will mutate. In a few weeks, it will completely turn into a monster. This is indeed the most mutated creature I have ever seen. Wu Rui took a photo to record the appearance of Black Snapper number 2 while talking. He said, there are more and more mutated creatures in the world now. But most of them are small mutations. I have only seen a completely mutated creature like Black Snapper number 2. Is it because you stimulated it with nuclear radiation? He Xingzhou nodded and said, it should have this effect. I think that we should cover the safety pool with an iron cage to prevent this monster from coming out and hurting people. I think so too. Wu Rui agreed. This laboratory was obtained by them from the school. It does not have many advanced equipment. Genetic testing and other things are all done in the school's professional laboratory. And we need to feed it enough food every day, He Xingzhou said. It grows too fast. And it eats as much as you feed it, Jiang Chan said worriedly. Will this make it mutate faster? Yes. He Xingzhou's words made both of them worried. I feel that our experiment has gone beyond our control, Wu Rui said. Why don't we report it to the school? No rush, He Xingzhou said calmly. In another week, I think it will mutate into something even stranger. And by then, I will have finished writing my research paper. Speaking of this, Jiang Chan asked curiously, Senior, you said that according to your model, it will become an alien monster. Is it really that exaggerated? If it is as you said, wouldn't all other mutant creatures mutate? Then the world will be in chaos. And it feels like a biochemical crisis. It is a biochemical crisis. He Xingzhou did not hide his views at all. Anyway, they would know it sooner or later. It's no exaggeration to say that I think this world will usher in a biochemical apocalypse within a few decades. Mutated creatures will occupy this planet. And if humans don't have countermeasures, they will soon perish. Hearing his words, Wu Rui laughed and said, this is not an exaggeration. How is this possible? Even if this black sea bream grows twice as big, it's just a little bigger. Even great white sharks and whales have no resistance in front of humans. How much more can it mutate? And in this world, there are exceptions to any creature that grows particularly large. Jiang Chan was thinking about He Xingzhou's words. She said, although I also think it's unlikely. I always feel that Senior He Xingzhou is not exaggerating. I think you are blindly worshipping, Wu Rui complained. Jiang Chan blushed and said, I am just talking about the facts. I have also read the previous genetic analysis. It is indeed very strange. He Xingzhou said, wait another week. According to the genetic evolution model I established, it only takes 1 week for this Black Sea bream number 2 to subvert your cognition. Chapter 11 must report to the country. Time passed quickly. And Black Snapper number 2 also mutated quickly. After ensuring it with sufficient food, its appearance changed almost every day. After 3 days, the dorsal fin of Black Snapper number 2 had fallen off, replaced by sharp bone spurs, which looked particularly scary. The experimental pool has been covered by an iron cage and locked up with a chain. Even so, Black Snapper number 2 became more and more irritable and often hit the iron cage. After almost a week, Black Snapper number 2 has changed beyond recognition. The scales on its body are still there, but something like claws and legs has grown on its belly. Even if the water in the pool is drained, it can still breathe normally. It has become an amphibious creature similar to a frog. And it can also make strange noises. It sounds scary. During this week, He Xingzhou specifically discussed with Wu Rui that, except for Jiang Chan, no other members of the team were allowed to observe this mutant creature. Even so, some rumors still came from the biological laboratory building. Have you heard? The biological laboratory building is haunted. Some students discussed on the school forum. There will be ghost noises at night. I heard it too. I passed by the biological laboratory building last night and was scared to death. It seems like a ghost is eating people. Some students disagreed and criticized. What era is it? Still feudal and superstitious? I guess some students are watching ghost movies or rumors. No. Many people have heard it. It never happened before. The abnormal sound in the biological laboratory building caused a stir in the forum. Someone even said, someone is doing biochemical experiments in the biological laboratory building. I have a friend who is in a mutant biological research group. I heard that He Xingzhou raised mutants in the laboratory of their research group. And now they are not allowed to see them. Really? No way. Isn't He Xingzhou studying physics? He also live-streamed the manufacture of nuclear reactors before? My friend said it. It's true. The rumors became more and more numerous and more outrageous. Soon, it became that He Xingzhou was raising zombies in the biological laboratory building. Too scary. In the laboratory, Wu Rui and Jiang Chan looked at the monster in front of them with horror. In the cage in front of them, Black Snapper number 2 was crawling with its claws that had not yet fully developed. Its body length had reached 0.7 meters, and it bared its teeth at them like a beast. Fortunately, its vocal organs had not yet fully developed, so it could not roar loudly. Otherwise this place would have been noticed by others long ago. He Xingzhou was also shocked by this monster. Who would have thought that the monster in front of them was just a palm-sized mutant fish not long ago? Senior, we can't go on like this, Jiang Chan said. This is beyond our control. Wu Rui also nodded and said, yes. We must report it to the school. There are rumors in the school now that we are doing biochemical experiments. Not only report to the school. He Xingzhou has now completely believed the prediction of the quantum optical brain. According to the Zerg genetic evolution model he built, these alien creatures will rule the world in the next few decades. Sooner or later. I want to report to the country, He Xingzhou said firmly. This is an unprecedented global disaster. If we don't prepare in advance and gather the strength of the whole country to build defense measures, mankind will definitely be destroyed. Humanity will be destroyed? The two people's thinking has not yet changed. In their opinion, although this mutant monster is terrible, it has not risen to the level of a global crisis. Senior, will it really be like that? Jiang Chan's face turned pale. Definitely, He Xingzhou said. This week, I have completed my mutant biological evolution model. I believe that using this monster as evidence, plus my research report, will definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups. Don't tell anyone now. I'll report this matter. At this time, Wu Rui didn't know what to do, so he nodded and said, we listen to you. He Xingzhou immediately went to find Zhang Boyan. Although Zhang Boyan was a professor in the Department of Physics, he was a big shot in the academic world and knew many academicians of the National Academy of Sciences. This kind of thing is not something that ordinary people can understand. Through Zhang Boyan, he can convey the matter to a higher level. He Xingzhou sent a message and found Zhang Boyan in the teaching and research office. So he went there immediately. In the teaching and research office, Zhang Boyan was discussing academic issues with Dong Chen. When He Xingzhou knocked on the door and came in, He Xingzhou, you're just in time, Zhang Boyan said with a smile. I have good news for you today. What's it? He Xingzhou asked in confusion. Zhang Boyan said, after the school's review, you have been approved to continue your studies in this school. You don't need to take the postgraduate examination, and you can directly become my master student. He Xingzhou's previous nuclear reactor experiment caused a certain response in society, and the completion of the experiment was very high, and was commended by the school. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, dean. He Xingzhou hurriedly thanked them. Dong Chen also smiled and said, don't be proud. You still have a lot to learn. Yes, I understand, He Xingzhou said. By the way, what did you say on the phone to report? Zhang Boyan asked. He Xingzhou glanced around and said seriously, Dean, teacher, I do have something very important to report. This matter is related to national security. Related to national security? Hearing He Xingzhou's words, the two frowned at the same time. Dong Chen was even more surprised. What kind of thing can rise to this level? Zhang Boyan was even more worried. You didn't make a larger-scale nuclear reactor yourself, did you? This thing can't be made casually. If it were other students, he would never worry about this problem. Even if they were given the materials, they would not be able to do it. But He Xingzhou was suspected of this. He could really do it. No, it's something else, He Xingzhou said. Two teachers, please watch this video first. As he said that, he showed them the video of Black Snapper number 2 shot by his mobile phone. The two saw that in a cage, there was a monster that looked like a fish, but was not a fish. A live chicken was thrown into the cage, and was eaten alive by it in less than 3 seconds. What is this? Dong Chen frowned. Is this a horror movie? He Xingzhou, what do you want to say? Zhang Boyan also said, student He Xingzhou, explain your behavior. He Xingzhou said, teachers, I don't mean to tease you. And this is not a movie. It's a real picture. The monster you see is the mutant black seed bream I used to experiment when I was making a miniature nuclear fission reactor a few weeks ago. It's one of them. What did you say? The two professors shouted at the same time, with disbelief written all over their faces. Chapter 12 Monster in a Cage. No matter how they think, they will not think that the monster in the video is a black sea bream. Xingzhou. What are you kidding? Today is not April Fool's Day. Dongchun was a little angry. He was tolerant of Xingzhou. If other students joked with him like this, he would directly criticize and educate them. Okay. Stop making trouble. Zhang Boyan said. Do what you need to do. Professors. I really didn't make trouble on purpose. Xingzhou continued to emphasize. This mutant monster is currently in a biological laboratory in the school's biological laboratory building. I can take you to see him. If I lie, even if the school expel me, I have no complaints. Seeing Xingzhou's words in a serious manner, both of them were confused. Xingzhou was not an ordinary student. He was a genius who dared to think and do. Although he was usually lively, he would not dare to play tricks on his teachers and joke about his future. Are you sure? Dongchun asked. I'm sure, Xingzhou said. 2 members of the mutant biological research team are still guarding there. Dean, I request to find a few more professors from the Department of Biology to check it out. In addition to mutants, I also wrote a Zerd gene research report and hope to submit it to the National Security Bureau. As a national key university, Beijing University of Science and Technology has many big names in the biological field among the professors in the Department of Biology. They must have knowledge and research on mutants. Among them, there are academicians of the 2 academies of the country. If they can agree, Xingzhou's report will be more convincing. The two looked at each other, and Zhang Boyan stood up and said, Okay. Let's go and see what's going on. Dongchun said, Don't call the professor of biology first. Let's go and see first. Xingzhou led the way. The biological laboratory building was not far from here. Soon, Xingzhou brought the two to the laboratory building. Until this time, the two still didn't believe it. If Xingzhou hadn't guaranteed his reputation, they would never come. At the door of the laboratory, they saw a female student with a bad face guarding the door. Professors, this is it, Xingzhou said, and then asked Jiangchan, Nothing happened? Jiangchan whispered, The monster is very ferocious, and it gets agitated when it sees us. She said to Dongchun and Zhang Boyan, Professors, please be mentally prepared. The monster is very aggressive towards people. Don't be scared by it. I have seen nuclear bomb explosions. How can I be scared by it? Zhang Boyan laughed. I have to see it. What tricks are you playing? As he said, he walked straight into the laboratory. In the laboratory, Wu Rui was guarding here. It turned out that the cage of Black Snapper number 2 was covered with a black cloth. Zhang Boyan said, Is it here? Yes. Wu Rui nodded and said, Teacher, this monster gets crazy and agitated when it sees people. You have to stay away. Pull it open. Dongchun also walked in. Wu Rui looked at the cage and nodded slightly. He didn't dare to pull it with his hands, but used a long pole to pick up the black cloth. Dongchun and Zhang Boyan focused all their attention on the cage. The moment the black cloth fell, they saw a vicious figure crashing into the cage, and a low and hoarse roar came out of his throat, full of anger and violence. Dongchun was startled and took 2 steps back. Zhang Boyan was also a little frightened. If they hadn't been mentally prepared, they would have had a heart attack. In the cage, a monster exactly the same as the one in Xingzhou's previous video appeared. Watching it live and watching it on a mobile phone are 2 completely different things. They can see the sharp bone spurs on the guy's back, a mouth full of jagged teeth, a pair of red eyes, hear its roar, see its collision, and smell a stench with the smell of sea and blood. This feeling of facing it head-on is really terrible. Just like a person facing a wild tiger. Even if it is locked in a cage, people still have a psychological fear. Zhang Boyan immediately screamed in horror. There really is such a monster. Although he is a professor of physics, as a top scholar over 60 years old, he also knows a lot about biology. He had never known before that there was such a creature in the world. A combination of marine fish and mammalian carnivores, but not any known amphibian. How could there be such a thing in the school? How did you get it here? Dongchun asked in shock. Xingzhou explained, It is the Black Sea bream number 2. After being stimulated by nuclear radiation, it has undergone a major mutation. In fact, Black Seed breed number 1 and number 3 have mutated. But the mutation speed is not as fast as this one. We have recorded their appearance every day here. He Xingzhou turned on the computer and let the two watch the experimental records. They took photos every day and saved samples of biological materials such as blood and scales. The two carefully looked through the records, and their expressions gradually became solemn, because they saw that the monster was indeed a mutant Black Seed breed with a body length of only 200 millimeters at the beginning. After several weeks of mutation, it became what it is today. He Xingzhou said, according to my research, there is a gene in this mutant creature that I call the ZERD gene. This gene is like a genetic virus, or it can be called a parasitic gene. When stimulated by an external condition, or when the conditions are mature, it will stand out, control the body of the organism, and evolve into a ZERD monster. I wrote in detail the experimental process and results in the paper, and built a preliminary ZERD gene evolution model. This gene is not only present in this mutant Black Seed breed. According to the information we have found, other mutant organisms also have this ZERD gene. In theory, once they mutate into ZERD monsters, their physiological structure will be completely subverted or even reshaped. They will have a strong intention to attack. Their brain capacity will expand rapidly, and they may have advanced intelligence. In addition, the scales of these monsters are very hard, fireproof, and even resistant to bullet attacks. There are many special abilities that I have not detected. Two professors. Think about it. What will happen if a large number of these ZERD monsters appear in the world? After He Xingzhou finished speaking, the faces of the two changed drastically. Regardless of whether He Xingzhou's speculation was accurate or not, the things in front of them did make them aware of the crisis. Zhang Boyan immediately asked, does this gene have an impact on humans? Do they carry viruses? Will they infect humans? He Xingzhou shook his head and said, no viruses have been found so far, but some mutant organisms may carry viruses. Professors, rest assured, the laboratory has been cleaned and inspected, and no viruses have been found. Dongchen took a deep breath and said, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. But now the living example is in front of me. I can't help but believe it. This matter is indeed very serious. Action must be taken immediately. Chapter 13 Block this place. Ding! Ding! While they were talking, the mutant monster violently hit the iron cage again. It grabbed the iron bar with its claws, as if to break it. The iron bar was slightly deformed. Seeing this scene, several people were shocked. The power of this monster was so great. Can it get out? Wu Rui said in panic. We must not let it destroy the cage. Dongchen shouted. This is a school. If a monster is released, how many students will be injured? Let me do it. He Xingzhou found a box and threw a dead fish in it. He explained, there is a tranquilizer in the dead fish's stomach, which can keep it quiet for a while. As soon as the dead fish was thrown in, the mutant monster immediately bit and swallowed it. The effect of the tranquilizer soon appeared, and it calmed down a little. Wu Rui covered the black cloth outside the cage again, so that the mutant monster was completely calmed down. Call the police. Call the police now, Zhang Boyan said. No matter how this matter is characterized, this monster must not be left here like this. Let the police control it first. Yes. Call the police. Dongchen took a deep breath and said, well, Lao Zong, you go contact the school security and call the police. I'll contact the professor of the biology department of the school to come and check the situation. In addition, this matter must be kept confidential before it is concluded, so as not to cause panic among the students. And you students? Don't stay here. It's dangerous. Go outside first. Don't leave. Wait for specific arrangements. Okay. We'll follow your arrangements, He Xingzhou said. The two took action immediately. Zhang Boyan went to find the school security and contact the police, and Dongchen went to report the matter to the school leaders. He Xingzhou also sent a message to the roommate group, saying, brothers, don't wait for me for dinner. Also, don't go near the biological laboratory building later, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Wang Jiahao, Feng Tao, Old He, you have an appointment. Zhang Yang, what happened to the biological laboratory building? He Xingzhou didn't have time to reply to them. There were still many things to do here. The measures taken by the school now can only control this monster from running out. In the end, the professors of the Department of Biology must agree with He Xingzhou's ZERD genetic evolution model, and then report it to the National Security Bureau. In less than 10 minutes, the school security guards rushed over. The loudspeaker sounded at the school broadcasting station, shouting, "Notice! The equipment in the biology laboratory building is being repaired. Please all teachers and students in the biology laboratory building leave the laboratory building immediately. Notice! The school's biology laboratory building. Please all teachers and students in the biology laboratory building leave the laboratory building immediately. There are still many teachers and students in the biology laboratory building who are doing experiments or taking classes." When they heard this notice, they were all confused. Equipment maintenance. When did it happen? Why didn't you notify us in advance? It's so annoying. I'm only halfway through the experiment. Students, let's leave here first. The teachers also received the notice. The school office asked the teachers who were teaching to leave and take the students away. The school security also received the order from the school office and surrounded the biology laboratory building with warning fences. Only exits are allowed but no entry. The students passing by were curious and discussed. What happened? Why is the laboratory building fenced off? I don't know. I was doing the experiment well and was driven out by the security guards. What happened? Did someone jump off the building? I didn't see it. Did something happen? Something must have happened. Who knows what happened? Someone took a photo with his mobile phone. Biological laboratory building? Didn't the forum say that someone was doing biochemical experiments in it? A student was saying. It seems to be that He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou? Is that the guy? Someone pointed to a place and saw several security guards communicating with He Xingzhou. Sure enough, he is there. Could what was said in the forum be true? A student said in surprise. No way. He is so bold. This sounds too outrageous. Everyone didn't believe it. The students were confused. And in the principal's office, Principal Lu Yuan was also surprised. What did you say? There are monsters in the laboratory. Mutant monsters? Old Dong. Are you kidding me? Dong Chen said anxiously. I am in no mood to joke with you. Zhang Boyan and I just saw it with our own eyes. That monster is related to some genetic virus or something, which endangers national security. We must take measures immediately. Otherwise it will be too late if something big happens. I have called the police and asked the security to evacuate the students. His expression was extremely serious. Not like he was pretending. Lu Yuan stood up and said, Is there such a thing? I'll go and take a look. Dong Chen reminded again, Principal, we are not professionals, and we don't understand this matter. We have to call the biological experts in the Department of Biology immediately. Okay. Then call them. Lu Yuan immediately contacted the Dean of the School of Biology, the famous biological expert, and the academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Song Jinghong. What? A mutant monster appeared in the biological laboratory building? Song Jinghong was not in school at the moment, but in a research institute. When he heard the call from the principal Lu Yuan, he looked confused. How could there be a monster in the laboratory building? I remember that there is indeed a research group in the school studying mutant creatures. Isn't it normal? Do you need me to take people there to study? I haven't seen it yet. Dong Chen said that you must go there. It's related to national security, Lu Yuan said. When he heard that it was so serious, Song Jinghong immediately said, Okay, I'll go there right away. Xiao Lu, get the car. We'll go back to Beijing University of Science and Technology. He immediately ordered his secretary. At this time, the police in the surrounding areas of Jingcheng University of Science and Technology also received the report from the school. A monster appeared in your school? The operator looked puzzled. What kind of monster can there be in the school? A wild boar. The school is very large. And there are hills. Wild boars have appeared before. No. It's a beast. A man-eating beast. It's hard to explain over the phone. Now it's in the laboratory building and may hurt students at any time. Please send someone immediately to control it, said the caller. The operator said, Okay. We will send someone over immediately. The operator not only contacted the police, but also contacted the people from the Forestry Bureau, who are professional in dealing with beasts. In less than 10 minutes, a police car with sirens blaring drove into the campus. A group of policemen armed with pistols arrived at the scene and asked the public about the situation. As soon as He Xingzhou saw their weapons, he quickly said to Zhang Boyan, Teacher, we must not let them kill Black Snapper number 2. This is important biological evidence. It must be left for research. Zhang Boyan nodded and said, Yes. We really can't let them kill the monster. I'll contact them now. He immediately went to the captain of the police team and said, "Comrade, I'm the one who called the police. A physics professor at the University of Science and Technology. Let me explain the situation to you." The police were confused. And when they saw him coming, they quickly asked, "Hello? What exactly happened here? Where is the beast?" Chapter 14, We Are Professionals. "That's right," Jean Boyan said. "It's in a biological laboratory in the experimental building, temporarily locked in a cage. For some special reasons. I ask you to control it first, and don't let it escape or hurt people. It is an important experimental subject of the school. Please don't hurt or kill it. Wait for our biological experts to identify it before taking any action." He confused the police even more. "Why do we need to come if it's locked in a cage? What kind of beast is it? Is it some large dog in the biological laboratory? It can't be hurt or killed." Captain Lei Yiming said, "Let me take a few people to take a look. And the others evacuate the students, and don't let them get close to here." Jean Boyan nodded and said, "That's it. I'll take you there." The police set up a cordon and asked the students to stay away. Jean Boyan, He Xingzhou, Wu Rui and Jiang Chan led the police there. The police were still confused. The whole thing today made them feel inexplicable. Captain Lei Yiming walked in front, holding a pistol tightly. And soon they arrived at the door of the laboratory. It was quiet inside. He Xingzhou said, "It's inside. Please don't hurt it. Just control it." The police looked at the cage covered with black cloth curiously, wondering in their hearts. Since it was locked in a cage, why do they need to come here and make such a big scene? "Everyone, please be prepared. This monster looks a bit ugly, and will go crazy when it sees people. Don't get too excited," Jiang Chan reminded in a low voice. "Little classmate, don't worry. We are professionals. Even if there is a tiger inside, we can't be scared," Lei Yiming said in a relaxed tone. The team members also looked calm. It was just a beast in a cage. How could it scare them? At this time, Wu Rui used a long pole to pick up the black cloth again. A monster with bone spurs on its back, black scales all over its body, half a person's height, blood-red eyes, jagged teeth, and sharp claws appeared in front of him. It seemed that it saw many people appearing in front of it. Black Snapper number 2 was enraged again and roared hoarsely at everyone. While hitting the iron cage, it used its claws to pry the railings. One of the iron bars was severely deformed. "Ah! What is this?" The police were startled. And several policemen had their hands on their pistols. They looked horrified. Who could have imagined that there was a monster in the cage? Even the Captain Lei Yiming was stunned and almost couldn't help but shoot. The appearance of this monster brought them a huge psychological shadow. If they saw it in a game or a movie, they would certainly not be afraid. But seeing this kind of monster in reality, people would instinctively feel fear. The hairs of several policemen immediately stood up, and they had goosebumps all over their bodies. "How could there be such a thing?" Lei Yiming said in horror. "What on earth is it? What kind of beast is this? Is there such a beast in the world?" Everyone felt the threat of death from Black Snapper number 2. They had no doubt that if they let this monster out, it would definitely pounce on them and bite them. It's hard to explain this for a while. Jean Boyan's expression was solemn. "It's a mutant creature. As you can see, it's very powerful. I'm afraid this iron cage will soon be unable to trap it. So I asked you to control it first and ensure that it won't hurt anyone." Lei Yiming nodded and said, "I think so too. John Hua, go get someone to weld a stronger cage. Remember, it should be the kind that can hold a few Siberian tigers. Ask the comrades from the Forestry Bureau where they are. They have more experience in dealing with wild animals." Wu Rui put down the black cloth to cover the cage and said, "Don't let it see people. It will get agitated when it sees people." "Professor Zhang, how do you plan to deal with this mutant monster?" Lei Yiming asked. Zhang Boyan said, "The specific treatment needs to wait for biological experts to identify it. Comrade, this thing is very important. I guess you and the comrades in the Forestry Bureau have no right to deal with it. After we identify it, report it to a higher level agency." Lei Yiming agreed with him. He didn't know how to deal with this monster either. Normal wild animals can be dealt with by the Forestry Bureau. But this is a mutant monster. He even wondered in his heart. Could this school be doing some biochemical experiments? This matter was beyond his authority. All he could do now was to lock up this monster in a bigger and more solid cage to prevent it from breaking out. Soon, The comrades from the Forestry Bureau also arrived. As expected, they were also shocked when they saw black snapper number 2. Is this monster a fish? Or a black snapper? This. The comrades from the Forestry Bureau were all stunned. They felt that their cognition was shocked. Let's control it first. The comrades from the Forestry Bureau cooperated with the police to cover it with a stronger large cage that had just been welded. In addition, they also arranged a specialist equipped with an anesthetic gun to guard here to avoid accidents. At this time, Principal Lu Yuan and several school leaders also arrived here. Seeing the black snapper number 2 in the cage that had been injected with anesthetics, Lu Yuan exclaimed, "How could this thing be made? Who made it?" "I." He Xingzhou stood up. "You kid. Why did you do such a dangerous thing in school?" Lu Yuan was about to question him. Dong Chen said, "Principal, this matter cannot be concluded yet. What he Xingzhou did may be more significant than we imagined." Significant? Lu Yuan felt that his head was big. If the outside world knew that the students of their university had created a biochemical monster, wouldn't social and international public opinion overwhelm the school? I hope what you have verified is correct. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. At this time, Song Jinghong, the dean of the School of Biology and an academician of the Academy of Sciences, also arrived with his assistant. "Principal, what happened? The police have blocked this place," Song Jinghong asked. "There are mutant creatures in the school. Take a look for yourself and be mentally prepared." Lu Yuan pointed to the cage. At this time, black snapper number 2 had been anesthetized, so it was not covered with a black cloth. "This is it." When seeing black snapper number 2, Song Jinghong's voice trembled. "Monster! It's it! It really appeared! It's alive!" Hearing his words, everyone was very confused. From what Song Jinghong meant. He had seen it? "Professor Song. Do you know him?" Police Captain Lei Yiming asked curiously. "I don't know it." Song Jinghong stared at black snapper number 2 with his eyes fixed on it. He said in an incredible tone, "But someone saw it not long ago. It looks like a fish but not a fish, and has the characteristics of a mammal. I have seen a blurry photo taken by a marine research organization in the deep sea. Some people say it is a marine creature that has never been discovered before. And some people think the photo is fake. I once thought it was just a fake photo, but I didn't expect to see the real one today. How did it come from?" "It was cultivated by a student," Lu Yuan said. "What? Cultivated? Or a student?" Song Jinghong was even more incredible when he heard his words. Chapter 15 Highest Level Security Incident. "Who? How can this be cultivated?" Song Jinghong immediately asked. "It's me, Professor Song." He Xingzhou took the initiative to stand up. Song Jinghong looked him up and down and said, "I think you look familiar." Zhang Boyan reminded, "This is my student, the one who made a miniature nuclear fission reactor before." He Xingzhou. "Oh, it's you?" Song Jinghong remembered that there was such a thing. He asked, "How did you cultivate it?" He Xingzhou said, "Professor Song, you will know after reading our experimental records." He showed Song Jinghong the experimental records that he had shown to Dong Chen and Zhang Boyan before. Song Jinghong read it carefully, and the more he read, the more frightened he became. Will mutant organisms accelerate mutation when stimulated by nuclear radiation? Its main body is just a black sea bream, not a large marine organism. In a short period of time, the gene module has completely changed, and the mutant gene dominates this organism, and it is not in its complete form yet. It can continue to mutate. Song Jinghong saw the experimental records, and his entire cognition was overturned. How is it possible? How can there be such a creature on Earth? I thought this creature was just some undiscovered species, or some mildly mutated creature. How can this be a mutation? It is not a species at all. He Xingzhou said, "Professor Song, I call this mutant gene the Zerd gene. I wrote a deduction on the evolution of Zerd genes. According to my deduction, this Zerd gene is a completely strange gene, and may even be a biological weapon of alien species. It parasitizes on the organisms of this planet, and when it develops to a certain extent, it will mutate like black snapper number 2. They may have high intelligence, powerful biological bodies, and may even pose a threat to humans all over the world. Not only black snapper number 2, I also sampled and checked the organisms in the seafood market, even among the organisms that have not mutated. Some of them carry invisible Zerd genes. This shows that genetic pollution has spread throughout the ocean. Once all these organisms mutate, the consequences will be disastrous. When Xingzhou said this, everyone present changed color. Is the situation so serious? A mutant creature will cause a global biochemical disaster? Xingzhou affirmed yes. It is even more serious than what I said. If it is not handled properly, humans may become extinct. Professor Song, I suggest you report it to the National Security Bureau immediately. Let the people above pay attention to this matter and take action. Although Song Jinghong was surprised by this mutant fish, he still had reservations about what Xingzhou said about this being a global disaster. There are mutant creatures every year. Although there are more in the past 2 years, they are not enough to affect humans. Humans have airplanes and cannons. Let me see your reasoning model, Song Jinghong said. Okay. Xingzhou showed it to him on the computer in the laboratory. Others couldn't understand it either. They could only see Song Jinghong's expression. Originally, Song Jinghong was very surprised. But when he saw Xingzhou's Zerd gene inference model, this academician of the Academy of Sciences, who was always steady, turned pale and sweated on his forehead. Old Song, what do you think? Principal Lu Yuan asked in confusion. Song Jinghong stood up suddenly and said to him solemnly, Principal, this is absolutely a state secret and information. Now I dare not say anything. This classmate is right. This matter is not just as simple as mutant creatures. I will report it to the National Security Bureau immediately. Police comrade, please control this building immediately. No one is allowed to come in except our researchers. This mutant monster must also stay here. Don't act rashly against it. And Xingzhou, you have to stay in school these days. Don't leave. Someone will come to investigate this matter soon. Everyone was shocked when they heard Song Jinghong's words. Xingzhou said this at the beginning, but they still felt that the matter had not risen to that level. But now it was Song Jinghong who said this. An international top biology expert and academician of the Academy of Sciences. He was so cautious. How could he be wrong? So, Xingzhou really didn't lie to them? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't stay calm. Lu Yuan immediately said, okay. I will also contact the higher-ups immediately. Lei Yiming, the captain of the police force, immediately arranged the team members and said, contact the bureau immediately and ask them to send more people to guard this building 24 hours a day and not let any irrelevant personnel approach. Wait for instructions from above. Yes. The team members immediately began to carry out the task. The people from the Forestry Bureau also arranged. We also need someone to guard here 24 hours a day to prevent any unexpected situations from the monsters. Lei Yiming said to Xingzhou, Wu Rui and Jiang Chan, 3 students. Please cooperate with us, and we will make a simple record. You'd better not leave school before receiving higher instructions. Yeah. Xingzhou knew this would happen. So he was very calm. Wu Rui and Jiang Chan were facing this situation for the first time. And they were a little panicked, fearing that they had caused something terrible. Xingzhou comforted them, don't worry. You won't be in trouble. They should ask me when the time comes. The biological laboratory building has been completely blocked. And Song Jinghong is making a phone call to contact the higher-ups. Director Cui. It's me. Song Jinghong. Song Jinghong called the head of the National Security Bureau in charge of biological safety directly. Cui Weiman said respectfully on the other end of the phone, Academician Song. How come you have time to call me here? Director Cui. I want to report a biosafety accident. Song Jinghong said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Cui Weiman was startled and asked quickly, what do you need to report? What level of biosafety accident is it? He knew that the matter reported by Song Jinghong in person must be no small matter. Song Jinghong's next sentence made Cui Weiman's hair stand on end and his heart skipped a beat. He only heard Song Jinghong say on the phone, SSS level. Biosafety accident. SSS level. Cui Weiman has been working in the Security Bureau for decades. Generally, the things he encounters are ordinary accidents. Even if it is an acute infectious disease that endangers the whole country, it is only an S-level biosafety accident. SSS-level biological safety accident. That is the highest level of safety accident. It can be said that he once thought that he would never encounter such a level of incident in his life. Because once such an incident occurs, it is a danger of national destruction. Professor Song. Are you sure? Where? What happened? Cui Weiman asked quickly. It's at Jincheng University of Science and Technology. Song Jinghong said. The scene has been controlled. Please ask the comrades of the Security Bureau to take over and control it immediately. And conduct further investigation. For the specific situation, please contact President Liu Yuan. Now I have to contact the National Academy of Sciences Institute of Biology urgently to study this matter. Chapter 16 I'm doing something big. After Cui Weiman hung up the phone, he immediately contacted Liu Yuan to inquire about the matter. There is such a thing? This matter was beyond his expectations. He thought for a moment and said, first seal off the laboratory building, and ask experts to identify the specific situation. Such an important matter must be handled with extreme caution. He also immediately summoned personnel to conduct investigations and research. On the other hand, Song Jinghong had contacted the Institute of Biology of the Academy of Sciences and urgently summoned a group of academicians to study the mutant organisms and He Xingzhou's Zerg genetic evolution inference model at Capital University of Science and Technology. The matter of the biological laboratory building has attracted the attention of students. The school forum was full of posts about this incident. I passed by the biology laboratory building and found it blocked by the police. What happened? They were doing an experiment just now and asked us to leave immediately. They said it was an equipment failure? I saw He Xingzhou, and there were police surrounding him. Is he really doing a biochemical experiment? It must be fake. How could He Xingzhou do such a thing? Isn't he a student of the physics department? Did He Xingzhou make a nuclear bomb in the laboratory building? Damn. Now that you put it that way, it's really possible. Oh my god. He Xingzhou was making a nuclear bomb at school and was caught by the police. There were all kinds of things on the forum. And He Xingzhou became the focus of everyone's attention. He Xingzhou made a statement to the police. When he returned to the dormitory, his 3 roommates saw him and hurried forward to ask questions. Old He, what did you do? Wang Jiahao asked. Yes. What happened to the biological laboratory building? Feng Tao came over. Why was it suddenly blocked? Zhang Yang was eating. When he saw He Xingzhou coming in, he stopped eating and asked him. He Xingzhou thought for a while and said, I'm sorry. This matter is a state secret. I can't tell you now. State secrets? Are you kidding me? The roommates didn't believe it at all. He Xingzhou was just an ordinary college student like them. How could he be involved in state secrets? Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us now. Wang Jiahao urged. I really can't tell you. He Xingzhou said. Don't you see what rumors are like now? If I tell you, I'm afraid there will be more rumors. I can only tell you that I am verifying something, which is a state secret. If they verify my verification, I think I will be asked to leave soon. You don't have to worry about it then. I didn't do anything bad. But the country needs me to do something big. It's getting more and more far-fetched. Wang Jiahao complained. If you say it directly, I will believe it. If you say it like this, I really don't believe it. Yeah. You are exaggerating. Feng Tao shook his head. Forget it. Forget it. Eating is more important than eating. Zhang Yang saw that he didn't say anything, so he continued to eat. He Xingzhou smiled but didn't say anything. After all, the things he predicted had not been discovered yet. If he announced it to the world at this time, no one would believe it, since it had been reported to the country. He Xingzhou thought he should also be prepared for the next step. If the country confirms this, he should come up with a feasible plan to deal with the Zerg crisis. So, he called the quantum optical brain and asked, if the Zerg really attacks, how should we deal with it? The quantum optical brain hit ruthlessly. Your human civilization on Blue Star belongs to the low-level 0.7 civilization in the universe. And you can only move on your home planet. Even the lowest level of Zerg is a first-level civilization. And they can continue to evolve to a higher level. So relying on the current technology of Blue Star humans, the chance of survival is 0. You can unlock the technology tree. Only when the speed of technological products is faster than the evolution of Zerg can we cope with the crisis. To help you make a plan, I marked the important technologies. He Xingzhou opened the technology tree. And sure enough, some technologies were highlighted, such as laser weapons, kinetic weapons, electromagnetic weapons, colonized mechas, armed satellites, nuclear fusion technology, artificial intelligence technology, etc. He looked carefully, and it was not easy to make a perfect plan. It is an indisputable fact that the Zerg have occupied the ocean. It will only take a few decades for them to mutate completely. The ocean area occupies 71% of the surface area of the blue planet. The number of creatures is many times that of humans. Once they start to land, it will be impossible for humans to defend the current coastline. The Zerg can also adapt to life on land. If they are allowed to use the ocean as a barrier and breeding base, and continuously attack humans, humans will be exhausted by them no matter how strong they are. So it is best not to let them land, so that we can build a steel Great Wall defense line along the Chinese coastline surrounding the entire coastline. Deploy artillery, laser weapons, mecha troops, etc. In addition, the speed of technological creation cannot be that fast, and mutant Zerg may appear on the land. In order to maintain the period, planetary military fortresses must be built. The planetary military fortress in the technology tree is a planetary military base that uses nuclear fusion technology as the base energy source. It has powerful missile forces, ground armored forces, steel barriers, laser defense systems, etc. The description of the technology tree shows that the military power of the planetary military fortress of advanced civilization can radiate the entire planet. The Great Wall of Steel and the planetary fortress are just defensive measures. In order to fight against the Zerg, air weapons and precision strikes are also needed, such as the 6th-generation fighter jets. We need nuclear-powered submarines and aircraft carriers to conduct ocean operations. We need to go to alien planets to observe and fight against alien Zergs, which requires rockets, spaceships, space battleships, deep space fortresses. He Xingzhou's mind was already immersed in the technology tree. Those creations that far surpassed technology were like flawless goddesses, attracting him. Stop. Stop. You're thinking too far. To explore outer space and build a Dyson sphere, you must survive on the blue planet now. I'd better think about how to build a planetary defense system as quickly as possible. He Xingzhou forcibly pulled back his thoughts that had been immersed in the universe and the stars, and thought about the problems on Earth. In his mind, a grand, unprecedented super plan is gradually taking shape. He believes that this plan, even if only a small part of it is known to people, will make the whole world crazy. A new era will be unveiled by me, He Xingzhou. All mankind. Please wait and see. He Xingzhou's heart was filled with infinite pride. This idea made him feel excited and unable to sleep all night, while He Xingzhou was thinking about the plan. In the night, a fully armed team quietly came to the school and took away all the Black Seed Bream number 1, number 2, number 3 and related equipment cultivated by He Xingzhou. These things were immediately transported to the Institute of Biology under the National Academy of Sciences in Beijing. Song Jinghong and a group of academicians from the Institute of Biology are studying and discussing. Chapter 17 Academy of Sciences Verification. In the Institute of Biology, a group of academicians received the notice and rushed here urgently. Each of them is a well-known figure in the academic world. Some are university professors. Some are senior scientists in scientific research institutes. And there are even military scientific research leaders who hide their identities and study important projects. Any one of them, if they were outside, would attract social attention. But now, they all gathered here and marveled at the Black Seed Bream number 2 in the cage. Is this the mutant creature cultivated by that student? Such a thing has never happened in biology. This breaks our understanding of genes. Human understanding of biological genes is really just a speck of dust in the sea of sand. Its original form was a Black Seed Bream? Logically speaking, no matter how the Black Seed Bream mutates, it can't mutate into this. What exactly is the Zerg gene? Song Jinghong said, Dear colleagues, I don't know much about it at present. The reason why we gathered here today is not only because of this mutant creature, but also because of a research report written by a student. Research report written by a student? These leading biologists were all surprised. A report written by a student requires so many people to study together? Yes. At this time, Cui Weiman, director of the Security Bureau, introduced to everyone, his name is He Xingzhou, and he is currently a junior student in the Department of Physics at Beijing University of Science and Technology. More than a month ago, he made a miniature nuclear fission reactor. This mutant species was stimulated by the radiation produced by nuclear fission during the nuclear reaction, which caused genetic mutations. Please read his research report in detail and judge the accuracy of his research report and inferences. An old academician in his 80s said, So many of us have come to read his research report. It seems that this student has indeed discovered something incredible. Show me. Song Jinghong's assistant immediately distributed documents to everyone, which contained the research report written by He Xingzhou and his Zerd genetic evolution model. Everyone read it carefully. The document detailed the evolution and mutation process of Black Sea bream. Seeing this process, some experts have become alert. And seeing the analysis and inference written by He Xingzhou later, they are even more shocked. Zerd gene? How did this gene appear? Do so many creatures in the ocean have it? An expert asked. That's right, an academician said. In recent years, mutant creatures have appeared all over the world. And I have also done some research on this. I thought it was just caused by environmental pollution. After reading this article, I realized that I may have overlooked the so-called Zerd gene. Shui Weiman also introduced. After discovering this incident, we immediately collected some intelligence. Some people in the ocean have indeed seen similar creatures. It is even possible that some foreign research institutions have obtained some biological specimens of this mutant creature for research. So, his inference is still based on facts. This is too incredible, said an expert. According to his inference, isn't the entire ocean polluted? When these Zerd genes completely occupy the bodies of organisms, humans will be extinct? This possibility cannot be ruled out, Song Jinghong said. His tone was cautious. And he said, everyone, I think we must pay attention to this matter. Before you arrived, we had already conducted biological tests on black snapper number 1, number 2, and number 3. We found that as long as black snapper number 1 and number 3 were given enough energy, they could quickly evolve into the appearance of black snapper number 2. In addition, we determined that black snapper number 2, which has the highest level of evolution, is still in its infancy, and its biological characteristics have not yet fully manifested. Its characteristics include strong vitality and cell activity that is more than 5 times that of humans. It has the ability to regenerate broken limbs, and its scales are so hard that they can withstand ordinary harpoons. The hardest part is difficult for ordinary pistol bullets to penetrate. It can live both on land and in water. The most important thing is that we found that its brain capacity is already about the same as that of a pig, and it is still developing. In the experiment, it also showed intellectual behavior similar to that of human infants. We have every reason to suspect that the Zerd may be a highly intelligent species. It may be an ancient creature on Earth, or it may be an alien species. Everyone was shocked when they heard Song Jinghong's words. Experts found that the matter was more serious than they thought. This species is entirely possible to challenge the status of humans in the blue star ecosystem, and the biological abilities they showed have overturned humans' previous research on blue star creatures. This matter is of great importance, and conclusions cannot be drawn rashly. Otherwise, it will cause panic among people all over the country and the world, said an old academician. Yes, we are not sure that He Xingzhou's inference is correct, but his inference is not without reason, Song Jinghong said. The institute has sent information to research institutes across the country and some research institutions in the world to seek relevant information. We must judge whether this inference is correct in the shortest time. The best way is to follow He Xingzhou's verification method. Irradiate other mutant organisms with nuclear radiation to observe whether its evolutionary path is the same as the inference. Let's start now. Experts began to study, and various research materials were sent here. Mutant biological materials collected from all over the world were also sent for genetic testing to see whether there are insect genes mentioned by He Xingzhou in its body. Some mutant creatures were sent to the Institute of Atomic Energy for nuclear radiation stimulation to check their mutation. This cannot be completed in a day or two. It will take at least a month, like He Xingzhou did, to mutate a mutant black sea bream into a monster to verify his inference. During this time, He Xingzhou has been perfecting his plan to make it more feasible. In school, the incident in the biological laboratory building has also become an unsolved case. All related posts on the forum have disappeared, and there are no news reports. Whenever someone asks, He Xingzhou says it is a state secret, and it is inconvenient to disclose. A month later, in a classroom that can accommodate hundreds of people at Capital University of Science and Technology. State secrets? That's ridiculous. In the classroom, students were chatting before class and brought up the matter again. Yes, a female classmate said to He Xingzhou, I've heard that the equipment was broken that day, and there was no safety accident. Yes, I also heard that there was a fight, and it was stopped. The classmates around talked about it. Another classmate joked, He Xingzhou, if it is a state secret, why are you still sitting here? I didn't see anyone asking you anything. Yes, He Xingzhou is being mysterious again. The classmates laughed. You might as well write a novel. It's almost done. It's been a month. They need to verify it. And it should have passed. He Xingzhou said. We don't have much time left as classmates. Speechless. The classmates didn't take it seriously. It's time for class. It's time for class. I'll listen to He Xingzhou's story later. At this moment, at the Institute of Biology, experts held another meeting. This time, some important leaders from the National Security Bureau, the military, and the highest level came. These bigwigs, who have seen many storms and waves, all looked solemn and breathed deeply. The air in the meeting room seemed to be frozen by ice and snow. Chapter 18 Our Whistleblower. After a month of verification, one of the chairmen of the meeting was Song Jinghong, who announced, after unanimous argumentation by the research team members, the Zerg gene and Zerg biological threat theory proposed by He Xingzhou of Beijing University of Science and Technology are basically established. According to the Zerg biological evolution model, it is expected that the number of Zerg creatures will reach millions in 10 years. In 20 years, it will expand to tens of billions. Within 30 to 50 years, Zerg creatures will occupy the entire biosphere of Blue Star. When he read out, everyone was listening carefully. At present, we have only conducted the most basic research on Zerg creatures, and the conclusions that can be drawn are basically based on this. The Zerg is a highly intelligent species. The Black Snapper 2 variant has been confirmed to understand human language, has the intelligence of a human child, and is still evolving. Their biological composition is completely different from that of Blue Star creatures. They have biological weapon organs. Ordinary thermal weapons have limited lethality to them. According to the evolutionary model, it is very likely that there will be advanced Zerg creatures that can compete with human large thermal weapons. When Song Jinghong read out the preliminary research results, all the senior officials could not remain calm. So, this so-called Zerg will compete with humans for the Blue Star ecosystem? Asked the military commander. Yes. Song Jinghong nodded and said, we have detected similar Zerg genes in a large number of marine organisms. But these Zerg genes are still in the latent stage. When they develop to a certain extent, they will begin to mutate. And radiation and nuclear wastewater can promote their mutation. Security Bureau Director Cui Weiman said, now there are several countries in the world that are secretly discharging nuclear wastewater into the ocean, which may promote their mutation. Yes. Song Jinghong emphasized. Especially the island countries are still on our side. And they may become the hardest hit areas in the next 20 years. We Chinese, and even all mankind, have encountered the biggest crisis in history. Since you have initially verified the correctness of this matter, does the Academy of Sciences have any countermeasures to nip the crisis in the bud? Song Jinghong said, Leader, we still have very limited knowledge about the Zerg. We can only confirm the existence of this special creature, which poses a huge threat to humans. But as for how to kill them, or contain and control them, we are still studying these plans. Cui Weiman proposed, comrades. I propose that this matter be immediately upgraded to the highest level of security crisis in China, and the national forces be organized for preparation and defense. We can't wait for decades to pass when the Zerg creatures are rampant on the entire planet and endanger the safety of the people before taking action. The military leader nodded and said, I agree. From now on, we are born in trouble and die in comfort. From now on, we must start preparing. The emergence of Zerg creatures is a wake-up call for us. We must respond seriously with 200% of our attitude. Now I announce that a special Zerg disaster response team will be established immediately. The team is led by comrades Kong Qin, Xin Peng, and Cui Weiman. It is the highest action team and has the right to mobilize military, scientific research, state-owned enterprises, and other forces to respond to Zerg disasters. The three are leading figures in the Academy of Sciences. Kong Qin is an academician of the Academy of Sciences, who is already 80 years old this year and has fruitful scientific research results. Cui Weiman is an important leader of the Security Bureau, and Xin Peng is a leader of the military who can mobilize military forces. This is not only a task, but also a responsibility. Comrades, you must complete this task. Thank you for the trust of the organization. We will definitely complete the task. The three stood up and saluted. They also felt that the task on their shoulders was arduous. This was a heavy burden for the country, and failure was not allowed. On the same day, the Zerg disaster response team immediately began to prepare and form. At the meeting, Xin Peng first said, Comrades, The art of war says that only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you fight 100 battles without danger. I don't know much about the Zerg now, and I hope to get more information. In terms of organizational management, I am responsible for military strength. For other aspects, I hope that the two comrades can take more care. That's right, Chief, Chui Weiman said. This task is arduous, so we must cooperate fully. I think we should listen to the advice of professionals, and it would be best if the Academy of Sciences could give us some plans and suggestions. Kong Qing nodded and said, I will immediately organize a meeting of the Academy of Sciences and try to come up with several effective plans to implement in the shortest possible time. By the way, Director Chui, there is someone you must invite. He is our whistleblower, Kong Qing reminded. Is it he Xingzhou? Chui Weiman guessed. Yes, Kong Qing said. Although this young man is young, the Zerg genetic evolution model he established makes us scholars ashamed. He knows a lot about this. Maybe he has some ideas and information to share with us. And I decided to include him in our response team as a researcher. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures, Chui Weiman said. Now we don't know when the Zerg crisis will break out. Every minute and every second can't be wasted. I will send someone to bring him back now. Chui Weiman immediately called to make arrangements. In school, He Xingzhou was still in class. Today's class was quantum physics. And He Xingzhou listened very carefully. He found that since he had a quantum optical brain, his thinking speed seemed to have improved a lot. And he could quickly understand and absorb a lot of information. Less than 10 minutes before the end of get out of class, some students can't wait to go to the cafeteria to eat. At this time, outside the gate of Beijing University of Science and Technology, a special police force arrived at the school gate. As soon as they entered the campus, a group of fully armed special police officers got off the car. The rifles they held looked particularly deterrent. Is this the special police? Why did they come to our school? The students at the school gate were curious. Some people tried to get a license plate, but were stopped by a special police officer, who said, Students, we are on duty. Please don't take pictures. Thank you for your cooperation. I won't take pictures. The student who took the picture quickly put away his phone. It's not just the special police. Look! A car drove in directly. Some people noticed that in the special police convoy, a special black military jeep drove into the campus. The special police seemed to be here to protect the car. The photo taken behind the car shocked them even more, because there was no number on it. But for big word special pass. What kind of license plate is this? Why is there no number? A curious student asked. Special pass. A student exclaimed. I know. I heard that important national units will change to this license plate when performing tasks. Cars with this license plate can travel freely anywhere in the country, and are not restricted by traffic rules. There is such a license plate? My God. The person sitting in that car must be a big shot. The students were full of curiosity. Who is it? What is he doing in our school? Chapter 19, What did He Xingzhou do? I don't know. It must be something very important. This is the first time I've seen it. The students watched the car enter the school. Less than a minute later, they heard the broadcast from the school's radio studio. Notice. The class time for all students in the number 5 teaching building will be extended by 30 minutes. Please do not walk around at will. Number 5 teaching building. Go to number 5 teaching building. Some students followed and watched. The special military jeep, escorted by the special police, went all the way to the number 5 teaching building. That was the teaching building where He Xingzhou was taking a class. Professor Zhang Boyan shouted, Students, I just received a notice that the class time will be extended by 30 minutes. Don't worry. Just read a book first. The students were puzzled. Why is it suddenly extended? What's going on? We can't get food in the cafeteria now. I'm speechless. They told us not to move around. Just when they were dissatisfied, neat footsteps came from outside the classroom. And the footsteps were powerful. What happened? Wang Jiahao, who was sitting next to He Xingzhou, looked out the window curiously, but saw a team of special police standing in a line outside the classroom. They stood straight, expressionless, and held guns in both hands. This scene scared the students directly. What the hell? What happened? The special police are here? There won't be bullets in the guns? Are there criminals here? Why are the SWAT here? Feng Tao and Zhang Yang were also confused. Maybe they are here to pick me up, He Xingzhou said. The reason why they put on this formation was probably because of his lab report. Pick you up? The classmates around laughed. He Xingzhou. You are too bold. Be careful to get caught. It starts again. You are making up stories again. They were about to continue teasing, but saw a SWAT captain standing at the door. Saluted Zhang Boyan. And said, Hello, teacher. I am here to carry out the mission and pick up He Xingzhou. You are really fast. I just received the notice here. Zhang Boyan said that the principal had just sent him a message on his phone saying that the security bureau was going to pick up He Xingzhou. And this person had arrived. All the students were stunned when they heard what they said. These special police officers really came to pick up He Xingzhou. It would be fine if there was only one person. But a whole team came. Even if they were catching a wanted criminal, they wouldn't have such a posture. Right? The students by the window could also see that there were special vehicles parked under the teaching building. And people around were prohibited from approaching. They really came to pick you up. Wang Jiahao was stunned. Could it be that what He Xingzhou said was true? Brother. It's too tense. My heart can't bear it. Feng Tao whispered. As for Zhang Yang, he didn't dare to speak when he saw the special police captain looking at him. Under the gaze of all the classmates, He Xingzhou stood up calmly and said to his roommates, Please help me take the book back to the dormitory. As he said that, he walked to the door of the classroom and said, Comrade, I am He Xingzhou. Hello, classmate He Xingzhou. The SWAT captain saluted and said, I am under the order of my superiors. Please go. Yes. He Xingzhou nodded and followed him. The two walked out of the classroom together. The surrounding SWAT also followed and escorted He Xingzhou away. The whole process, the huge classroom, hundreds of students, was silent. They didn't know what to say. This scene was deeply engraved in their minds. It was the first time they had seen a person who was escorted away by the SWAT. The most important thing is that this person is their classmate. Not long ago, they teased He Xingzhou that he was joking. Classmates, don't be affected. And don't worry about He Xingzhou. Everyone continue to study. Zhang Boyan said. How can we not be affected? Wang Jiahao was going crazy. Pulling Feng Tao and Zhang Yang and said, Did you see it? The special police took He Xingzhou away. Damn. Why? We are all human beings. How can he be so awesome? You ask me how I know? Feng Tao complained. What he said before was true. Zhang Yang said in horror. Is He Xingzhou really carrying out state secrets? The classmates around him remembered what He Xingzhou said before. And they all got goosebumps. He is not kidding us. The clown is actually me. The students looked out the window and saw He Xingzhou sitting in the special pass black military jeep under the teaching building and leaving the campus. I witnessed the birth of a big man with my own eyes. A classmate said with admiration and envy. Ah, I regret it so much. If I had known, I would have confessed to He Xingzhou. Several girls said it without any concealment, including the department's beauty. There is a great man in our major. So excited? Who has He Xingzhou's prestige or QQ? I want to add him as a friend. A classmate shouted directly. Kneel down to the big man. Zhang Boyan was also at the window, watching the jeep go away. Unlike the students' excitement and surprise, he was more worried. The security bureau is so anxious to take He Xingzhou away, which means that He Xingzhou's previous report analysis has been verified. Something big is going to happen in our country. The noise and rumors in the school have nothing to do with He Xingzhou. Sitting in a special vehicle, he quickly came to a secret research institute of the Academy of Sciences. This place is a military restricted area, guarded by soldiers with real guns and live ammunition. And you can't enter or exit without a permit. Here, everyone has to go through several security checks before entering. And He Xingzhou is no exception. He Xingzhou met the 3 leaders of the Zerd disaster response team. As soon as he saw him, Kong Qing smiled and said, My friend, didn't they scare you just now? Don't be afraid. We just want to find you to understand some things. He also blamed Chui Weiman. It's so noisy to pick someone up. Chui Weiman also said quickly, I was too anxious. But it doesn't matter. I have asked someone to deal with it. And He Xingzhou's affairs will not be reported or spread. I think this young man is very calm. And he doesn't look scared at all. Qin Peng looked at He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou said, The 3 leaders are my predecessors. And I haven't done anything bad. So of course I'm not afraid. Haha. You're right. Chui Weiman laughed. Kong Qing said, Don't be restrained. Sit down. We have read the experimental report you wrote. And after rigorous analysis and argumentation, we think your point of view is very reasonable. You have alerted us. And you can be said to be a whistleblower of the doomsday disaster. Chui Weiman said, little classmate. We picked you up today to ask if you have any other information or ideas about the Zerg gene and the Zerg crisis. You can communicate with us. Xin Peng also said, you can speak boldly. Your opinions will be recorded, and we will seriously consider them. Chapter 20 Countermeasures. He Xingzhou said, I think what I wrote in the report is not detailed enough. I think the Zerg life is a kind of alien weapon. Their body organs are all biological weapons. And they are tools used to plunder resources from other planets. It is very likely that the Zerg will have extremely intelligent commanders. They know how to deal with humans and hide themselves. When they officially attack humans, they must have been prepared for a global war. So we must mobilize the whole country to deal with this matter now. Hearing his words, the three people had their own thoughts. Kong Qing said, if according to your speculation, the Zerg is an alien life, since they have the ability to cross the distance between galaxies, their technology should be far superior to ours. And they can directly destroy us. There is no need for this. I am more inclined to believe that the Zerg is a mutant gene, or a resurrection of some kind of creature from the ancient times of the Earth. He Xingzhou knew that if he told them at this time that the Zerg could devour the entire solar system, they would probably not believe it. He said, this is also a guess. But the disaster results are the same. You said that we should mobilize the whole country. And we have to consider this carefully now. Chui Weiman said, Zerg are still very rare in the ocean now. And we have limited understanding of them. Maybe it is indeed very dangerous. But if we announce it now, whether the public believes it or not is one thing. But it will cause nationwide or even global panic, which will have a huge impact on production, life, economy, and social order. It is not conducive to our work. We must take measures. Xin Peng said. The key is what kind of measures to take. This is the first time they have encountered such a thing. And how to deal with it is indeed a difficult problem. Kong Qing said, He Xingzhou, let's do this. You stay here for a few days and communicate with other experts. We will hold a discussion meeting on countermeasures in a week. And you can put forward your ideas at the meeting at that time. Okay. He Xingzhou agreed. He naturally didn't have to worry about the school. He was not restricted here and could contact the outside world. The only requirement was that he should keep it secret until the response team decided to announce it. During this period, many experts and scholars came to ask He Xingzhou about the Zerg. He Xingzhou emphasized the threat of the Zerg to them. And they were also very worried. A week passed quickly. And in the conference room, the response team convened experts and scholars to discuss countermeasures. Kong Qing presided over the meeting and said, everyone here is a top scholar from major research institutes, military units, and universities. It can be said that some of you are the top talents in every field in China. We gathered together for this meeting to discuss the huge disaster that the Zerg creatures may occupy the blue planet's ecosystem. Everyone has studied and discussed for a week. If you have any plans, please put them forward. And then we will vote and decide. I'll start. Song Jinghong stood up first and said to everyone, everyone, my comrades from the Institute of Biology, and I have come up with a plan. We believe that the Zerg are not invincible. As creatures, they should also have their own weaknesses. As long as corresponding biological weapons are formulated, such as some kind of insecticide or some kind of gene inhibitor, the expression of Zerg genes can be suppressed. So our plan is to conduct further research on the Zerg genes and strive to develop corresponding biological control methods to nip the threat in the bud before these marine organisms mutate. After Song Jinghong spoke, many experts applauded in agreement. Academician Song is right. Kong Qing praised. This will minimize the risk to us. I think this plan is not enough. Another expert stood up. He is an academician from the Academy of Military Sciences. He Hongwei spoke in a loud voice. Academician Song's plan is equivalent to a vaccination to prevent it before it happens. But this is a disaster we have never seen before. And there is no case to look for. If biological means don't work, we still have to rely on military force to protect the safety of the country and the people. So our plan is to form a special force to deal with the Zerg, develop weapons that can restrain them, and simulate their attacks. The weapons and experience of this force can also be transmitted to other forces, so that when the Zerg disaster comes, we won't be in a hurry. General, he is right. Xin Peng praised. This matter must be guaranteed by military force. Our enemies will not reason with us. Others also nodded, indicating that it is feasible. Kong Qi nodded and said, now 2 plans have been proposed, and everyone's support rate is very high. Are there any other plans? Another female social scientist named Lu Mei stood up and said, the advent of the Zerg disaster will inevitably lead to social unrest. We need to prepare in advance, such as strengthening disaster emergency education for the people, inspect and renovate air raid shelters and shelters across the country, and increase facilities and weapons that can resist the Zerg. Increase the reserves of strategic weapons such as food, oil, and weapons, and establish a complete national command and management system. Once an emergency occurs, we can immediately issue instructions and arrange for people to take refuge. Investigate and manage some important enterprises in the country. If a crisis occurs, immediately send people to take over these enterprises and factories to protect people's livelihood. Paw paw paw. Everyone applauded and said, this is also something we must do. Any suggestions? Kong Qi asked. Everyone made some more suggestions, which were nothing more than strengthening the military, strengthening Zerg research, social management, and international cooperation. Because He Xingzhou was the youngest and just a student, he was not a famous scholar, expert or academician of the Academy of Sciences. So he sat in a corner of the conference room and did not speak. No one spoke. Then we will make a plan based on these suggestions. Kong Qi was about to summarize, but He Xingzhou suddenly stood up and said to them, I have something else to say. The experts, scholars and bigwigs present all looked at him. They certainly knew He Xingzhou. He was the whistleblower of the Zerg crisis. Although he was still young, no one would look down on him. Student He, please speak. Kong Qi motioned for him to speak. He Xingzhou looked at everyone, spoke clearly, and said, dear seniors, I think your plans are all good. But, he turned around, they are all too conservative, and the estimate of the disaster that the Zerg may cause is too low. I have always emphasized that this is a disaster that is enough to destroy the country, and even all mankind. These plans are not enough to deal with the crisis. Everyone was stunned. The ideas they talked about would already cost a lot of manpower, material resources and financial resources, and each action would rely on the power of the country to complete. Normal people, organizations and groups could not do it at all. And He Xingzhou, as a college student who had not yet graduated, actually said that they were too conservative. Too conservative? Cui Weiman asked. Then what is your plan? Chapter 21 Crazy Proposal. He Xingzhou said, my plan is mainly divided into 3 steps. I think that the Zerg gene pool we know is just a drop in the ocean. Zerg is just a general term for alien creatures with different divisions of labor and abilities. Before we know enough about them, whether it is biological weapons, cold weapons or hot weapons, the effect is very limited. In addition, the Zerg's activity range is the entire ocean, and we can't suppress them. The Zerg occupying the ocean is an inevitable outcome. In order to protect the safety of our country and people, the first step we have to do is to build a steel Great Wall along China's 18,000-kilometer coastline. This steel wall is nearly 100 meters high, with a super high-speed rail transport line inside, and a military fortress set up at intervals. Missile launchers, turrets, laser weapons, and mecha core and other high-tech defense measures should be deployed along the entire steel wall. Only in this way can the Zerg be kept out of the ocean. In addition, a super military fortress will be built in China, a military base that can accommodate hundreds of millions of people. It uses nuclear fusion as energy, has an artificial intelligence urban management system, automated ecological farms, robot factories, arsenals, military camps, schools, living areas, business districts, etc. I think the creatures on land are also in danger of mutating into Zerg. With this super military fortress, we can guard the rear and defend against Zerg invasion on land. I call it a planetary fortress. When He Xingzhou finished talking about his first step plan, all the experts and academicians looked like they were listening to a book of heaven. A steel wall of 18,000 kilometers around the coastline of the whole country? Said an expert. Do you know how much money and how many people it will cost? Countless, said He Xingzhou. That's why I said that only the whole country can complete it. And it must be done regardless of cost. In order to reduce costs, the steel cost can be poured with high-strength concrete inside, but the outside must be covered with steel armor. The destructive power of the Zerg will be beyond your imagination. Too crazy. This is impossible, said an expert. It's impossible to cover the entire coastline of the country. Once this plan is implemented, it will affect the country's economy, ecology, and other multiple factors. He Xingzhou retorted, once the Zerg disaster comes, there will be no economy or ecology. Survival is the first goal. This plan is simply whimsical. A military scientist stood up and said, Student He Xingzhou, your idea is indeed bold. But the biggest problem is that we don't have such technology now. It's not even worth mentioning how much manpower, financial resources, and material resources are needed to build the Great Wall of Steel, a planetary fortress powered by nuclear fusion technology alone, and also equipped with mechas and automated robot factories. These are technologies that do not exist at present. No one can guarantee that technology will be developed to that level within a few decades. Yes, the Great Wall of Steel project you mentioned has an unprecedented workload, and involves all kinds of new technologies and techniques, which is as difficult as fighting a world war. Military scientist He Hongwei commented, but I support your idea of building a planetary fortress. We do need a backup plan. This plan will consume almost all the resources in the country's reserves, said sociologist Lu Mei. I think it's too exaggerated. Not only them. Kong Qing, Cui Weiman, Qin Peng and others also felt that He Xingzhou's plan was too difficult to implement. An 18,000-kilometer-long steel Great Wall? Can humans really accomplish such a great project? Even so, Kong Qing still said, everyone, please be quiet for a while and listen to He Xingzhou's plan, and then we can discuss it. Everyone immediately quieted down. And He Xingzhou continued, if the first step of the plan is realized, we can use several years to defend our continental territory. During this time, continue to develop and manufacture weapons against the Zerg. Then start the second step. Counterattack the Zerg and march into the ocean. In the second step, we need to have at least 1,000 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, 100,000 or even 1 million warships and submarines to counterattack the marine Zerg. Since humans are not as flexible as Zerg in the ocean, we can build a floating fortress on the sea. You can think of it as a super aircraft carrier, a navigable marine military base. At the same time, we need to build an underwater city under the ocean to jointly attack and suppress the marine Zerg. Relying on the ocean, we can also advance to other continents and completely eliminate or suppress the Zerg on the Earth. When He Xingzhou talked about this plan, everyone had only one thought in their minds. Impossible. This sounds like a science fiction novel. Not to mention China, even the United States, which has the most powerful military strength now. I am afraid it is impossible to do it. The third step is to move towards space, He Xingzhou said. If the Zerg are alien creatures, they are likely to exist on other planets in the solar system, or have their own bases in space. We will launch rockets, build the 6th-generation space station, spaceport, land on the Moon and Mars, build alien bases, and expand our exploration and strength to the surrounding planets to ensure the safety of the blue planet. This is my 3-step plan, which involves countless projects, tasks, and especially scientific and technological research and development. I think it can only be accomplished by gathering the strength of the whole country. My speech is over. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, the experts present were silent. They had only one thought in their minds. Madman. Anyone who can come up with such a plan is either a genius or a madman. Can the whole country do it? Can the whole human race do it? It is still unknown. And it has to be done in just a few decades. Is it possible? It can't be done. This is everyone's first thought. He Xingzhou saw their expressions, and knew that it would be difficult for them to accept his plan. He was prepared for this, and it was not their fault. Although they are top experts in various fields in China, they are only creatures of a 0.7 civilization after all, and they cannot understand the technology and power of advanced civilizations. He Xingzhou has not yet mentioned his Dyson sphere plan. If he does, I am afraid that someone will think he is dreaming. There was silence for a full minute, and no one expressed an opinion, because they had nothing to say, except He Xingzhou himself. No one thought his plan could be successfully implemented. He Xingzhou himself broke the silence in the conference room. He said, if you give me resources, I can prove that this plan can succeed. For example, the Great Wall of Steel or the military base plan. If I can have a chance to try, let me preside over the construction of a small section of the Great Wall of Steel or a part of scientific and technological research and development. Everyone will know the feasibility of my plan. He Xingzhou knew that this proposal was difficult to be agreed, but he had to put it forward first, and then he could carry out his further plan. Lu Xun said, "The temperament of the Chinese people always likes to reconcile and compromise. If you say that this room is too dark and you need to open a window here, everyone will definitely not allow it. But if you advocate tearing down the roof, they will come to reconcile and be willing to open the window." He first threw out the crazy idea, and then put forward his own pilot scientific research plan, and the expert group would be more likely to accept it. Chapter 22 Xuanwu Plan. He Xingzhou's idea is very grand. Kong Qing praised him first, and said, although it sounds very difficult to implement. Let's imagine it. If the threat of the Zerg is really as huge as He Xingzhou said, our other means may be difficult to deal with. The plan of the Great Wall of Steel can be used as an alternative. What do you think? He said this, in fact, to reject this plan in a tactful way, so as not to hurt He Xingzhou's enthusiasm. After all, He Xingzhou's plan is challenging the impossible of mankind, and everyone still has no confidence in it. But they did not reject it. Cui Weiman nodded and said, I think it's okay. We need more than one plan to solve the Zerg disaster, and we need multiple plans in parallel. This plan of the Great Steel Wall and the planetary fortress can be used as an alternative plan, and we can test it first. Qin Peng had no objection. He said, facing this kind of unknown disaster, the more plans the better. I agree with He Hongwei, and I agree with the plan of the planetary fortress. Others also expressed their opinions. They all agreed that the plan to establish a military base and a refuge city is feasible. The plan of the Great Steel Wall can only be used as an alternative plan for a small-scale pilot. He Xingzhou took the opportunity to say, then I hope to obtain certain resources to conduct research on related technologies. Kong Qi nodded and said, it's okay to try. As for how to operate it, let's discuss it again. Let's start expressing our opinions on the plans and pool our wisdom. Kong Qi announced. Everyone started to discuss, and there were many opinions. I think we should inform the international community about this matter, and unite the world to resist the Zerg disaster. Someone said. I object. An international relations expert stood up and said, the countries of the world are not as united as we imagined. Once this doomsday disaster occurs, not only will they not unite, but they will restrict and attack each other. They may even claim that we are spreading rumors, and will not pay attention to our warnings at all. That's right, Cui Weiman said. The previous world disaster has shown us how big the differences between countries in the world are. When the disaster comes, they will snatch strategic materials, survival materials, and medical materials from each other. They will impose sanctions on each other and create friction. They will also repeatedly target us. The Zerg disaster is still just our imagination. They won't believe it. Our first priority is to protect the Chinese people, so it is not suitable to be made public at this stage. But we can call on all countries to pay attention to protecting the environment and studying mutant organisms. If they really pay attention to these issues, they will definitely find out about the Zerg genes and take measures. The real announcement will have to wait until we can really confirm that the Zerg disaster will come. If we announce it hastily, some places may even jump off the wall and start a war. Director Cui is right. Several important leaders agreed. It's not time to announce this yet. Announcing it now will only make our preparations more difficult. Okay, then let's set a charter. The Zerg crisis will become a top-secret SSS-level mission. No one can announce it without permission. Once we can be sure that this will happen, we will make it public, Kong Qing said, and the secretary next to him wrote this into the charter. In addition, we need to use our foreign exchange reserves to purchase a large amount of materials from abroad, especially the various raw materials needed for infrastructure construction. The experts once again suggested. This matter needs to be specially organized to avoid causing unnecessary economic problems. Concentrate on scientific research. Without scientific and technological innovation, there is no way to deal with the crisis. Establish a planning team and implement different plans separately. For such a doomsday crisis, relying on only one plan will not work. Everyone and everything must open the door to this plan. The discussion of this meeting lasted for 3 full days. During the 3 days, many academicians and experts were hoarse and had dark circles under their eyes, gradually improving the plan. During this period, He Xingzhou was always involved, and the opinions of these top national elites also inspired He Xingzhou to further improve his plan. As for the school directly granted him a long vacation. Although the students were still curious about what Xingzhou was doing, no one knew the truth. His roommate was also reminded by the school teacher not to talk nonsense or make blind guesses. 3 days later, the meeting was held again. Kong Qing, as the supporter of the meeting, announced, "Everyone, after several days of discussion, we have obtained several feasible plans. These include the establishment of a special army, military bases, storage of materials, construction and renovation of shelters, scientific and technological research and development, biotechnology breakthroughs, international exchanges, etc., as well as an alternative steel Great Wall plan. We give these plans a code name, called the Xuanwu Plan. Xuanwu is the name of our country's mythical beast, representing longevity and solid defense. The Xuanwu Plan is to protect the Chinese people and resist the harm of the Zerg. The Xuanwu Plan will become one of China's top plans. The executors of the Xuanwu Plan can use all of China's resources, economic, military, technology, and even political and international forces. The executors of the Xuanwu Plan will also become the country's top confidential figures, with the highest level of security and execution authority. Codenamed Xuanwu Executive. Now, we need to select several Xuanwu executives to lead and implement the Xuanwu Plan. Everyone can recommend themselves or nominate reliable candidates. As long as more than half of the people agree, it will be passed. Start now." After Kong Qing finished speaking, the whole audience began to think. It can be said that the Xuanwu executive will shoulder the heavy responsibility of the country. His responsibility is unprecedented, and he also needs sufficient intelligence and leadership. Any decision he makes may affect the fate of the entire country. Even if everyone present is the elite of the country and the pillars of the country, they dare not easily say that they have the confidence to take on such a heavy responsibility. "Let me start. I recommend myself to be the Xuanwu executive," Qin Peng said. "As a soldier, it is our duty to defend our country." "I agree." Kong Qing raised his hand first. "I agree too." Chui Weiman also raised his hand. General Qin is indeed the right person to be the Xuanwu executive officer. Leaders, experts, and academicians raised their hands to express their agreement and passed the vote unanimously. "Okay. The first Xuanwu executive officer has been born. General Qin Peng," Kong Qing announced. "Let's continue. I also recommend myself to become the second Xuanwu executive officer. I can coordinate and preside over scientific research work. Mr. Kong is the executive officer of Xuanwu, which is also what everyone wants." Everyone naturally had no objection, and he also passed the vote unanimously. "It's my turn," Chui Weiman said. "I can coordinate various departments to cooperate with our plan implementation, including the handling of some international affairs." Soon, he also passed the vote for the Xuanwu executive officer unanimously. "It is impossible for the Xuanwu executive officer to be only 3 of us," Kong Qing said. "The 3 of us are responsible for the handover with various departments, and the specific tasks must be implemented on key people. So everyone, please continue." Chapter 23 Executive and Whistleblower. "I recommend myself." Military scientist He Hongwei stood up and said, "To deal with the Zerg, advanced military weapons are indispensable. I am the person in charge of this aspect, so I recommend myself to be the Xuanwu executive." Vote. Everyone started to vote, and He Hongwei passed with 80% of the votes. "I recommend academician Song Jinghong," said an academician. Academician Song Jinghong is proficient in biology and has great insights into genetic research. He is indispensable for studying Zerg genes. Academician Song. "What do you think?" Kong Qing asked. "The country needs it, and I have no choice but to do it," Song Jinghong said solemnly. "Okay. Let's start voting." With 83% of the votes, Song Jinghong also became a member of the Xuanwu executive officers. "There can be no more than 3 Xuanwu executive officers," Kong Qing said. "Too many people will be detrimental to command and work. I recommend myself." Sociologist Lu Mei stood up and said, "When a disaster comes, it will inevitably lead to social unrest. I can lead people to prepare in advance and do a good job in logistics." Start voting. Lu Mei's vote rate also exceeded 80%. In this way, 6 Xuanwu executive officers have been selected. He Xingzhou wanted to recommend himself, but he knew that he had little experience and the plan he proposed was too exaggerated. It is estimated that it will be difficult to pass. No one recommended themselves. because these 6 people are almost ready to lead the implementation of several important aspects of the Xuanwu plan. Okay. The election of Xuanwu executives ends here. If there are changes to the plan or other reasons in the future, the Xuanwu executives will also be replaced. Kong Qing asked. Do you have any other opinions? I have. I want to set up a whistleblower research institute as a whistleblower of the Zerg crisis and also participate in the Xuanwu plan. He Xingzhou stood up. I was going to arrange you to the team of academician Song. He Xingzhou. Do you mean you want to work alone? Kong Qing asked. Everyone looked at him, with some doubt in their eyes. Although He Xingzhou was the whistleblower, he was too young. The other Xuanwu executives were all over 40 years old, mature, stable, and experienced. And He Xingzhou, even if he was a genius, was only a student after all. Could he take on such a big responsibility? He Xingzhou also knew what everyone was thinking. He said, Seniors, I know I am still young and inexperienced. You may have some doubts about my ability. This is normal. Here, I want to tell you my reasons. First, I am definitely one of the people who know the most about Zerg genes and Zerg creatures. So if I participate in the plan, I can better take some preventive measures against the Zerg or develop corresponding weapons. I can lead a team to study Zerg gene-related information independently. If we split up with academician Song's team, we will gain more. Song Jinghong nodded and said, He Xingzhou's understanding of Zerg genes is indeed better than ours. The Zerg gene evolution model he established is now an important reference tool for us. Everyone had no objection to this. Second, other executives have already had established task plans, and the alternative Steel Great Wall plan does not have a dedicated executive to execute it. This plan is also very important. I have a complete plan for this plan. If I lead the team, I can push this plan forward as quickly as possible. If the plans of other executives are implemented more smoothly, that would be better. If things don't go well, we have an alternative plan to choose from. The above 2 points are my reasons for recommending myself. I am confident to take on this responsibility. If I am asked to execute it, I only need a small amount of funds and resources. Please believe me, seniors. I am also willing to contribute to protecting the motherland. He Xingzhou plans to obtain some resources first, and then he will gradually prove his ability, and then become the new Xuanwu executive and truly implement his plan. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, everyone thought about it. Kong Qing thought for a while and said, Your opinion is worth considering. In fact, we have also discussed the research you want to lead the team yourself in the past few days. We have different opinions. Some support it, and some oppose it. Let's vote and see what everyone thinks. This time, it was not passed unanimously as smoothly as before. Everyone was still wondering whether a college student was really capable of taking on this task. The first person to raise his hand was Song Jinghong. He said, I agree with He Xingzhou leading his team. As long as He Xingzhou can make further progress in the research of Zerg genes, it will be a big leap for us. For this reason, it is feasible to provide him with certain resources. As soon as Song Jinghong raised his hand, some biological experts raised their hands together. They thought more about He Xingzhou's research report on Zerg genes, rather than He Xingzhou's Great Wall of Steel and Planetary Fortress plan. I agree too. An old and respected academician of the Academy of Engineering stood up and said, I have studied his Great Wall of Steel plan carefully these days. I found that if the situation really develops to a point where we cannot control it, perhaps the Great Wall of Steel will become a solid barrier to protect China. Since he wants to try it, let him try it. A small-scale experiment will not consume too many resources, and we can also send experts to study it together. The current situation is special, and we must employ talents in an unconventional way. Mr. Bai agrees. Several other academicians voted in favor. Although Comrade Xiao He is very young, he has such courage and boldness. I support him very much. Qin Peng also expressed his support. Some people expressed their support, and Kong Qing began to count the votes. A few minutes later, he announced, after statistics, 51% of people agree that Comrade He Xingzhou should establish a whistleblower research institute. Now I announce that the Zerg Crisis Response Team will support Comrade He Xingzhou to establish his own team and join the Xuanwu project. Its main tasks are to lead and implement Zerg genetic research and the Iron Great Wall pilot project. Pa. Since it has been confirmed, everyone has no objection and applauds to celebrate. Thank you for your support. Seniors, He Xingzhou hurriedly thanked. The Xuanwu project was established, And the Xuanwu executive officer was also confirmed. A total of 6 people. Kong Qing, Xin Peng, Cui Weiman, Song Jinghong, He Hongwei and LV Mei. He Xingzhou also got the result he wanted. He believed that if he was given some time, the Xuanwu executives would definitely add his name. Now that the plans have been confirmed, it is time for each of them to start their own actions. The Xuanwu executives had actually already confirmed what they were going to do. They directly called in people and began to mobilize resources to carry out the plan. Comrade Whistleblower, Kong Qing said, you need to come up with a plan and then hand it over to Comrade LV Mei for review. I'm ready. He Xingzhou has not been busy these days in vain. He handed over a document. I need a comprehensive research station with laboratories for biology, physics, chemistry, etc. I need a group of corresponding researchers to help me implement the plan. I need a startup fund. I need a test site. And I need to be able to mobilize scientific research units and some key resources across the country. LV Mei took his documents and said, okay. I will study and arrange it as soon as possible. Compared with other executives, He Xingzhou's requirements in the documents are almost a drop in the bucket. The plans that other executives want to carry out, not to mention manpower, require at least hundreds of billions of initial investment. The subsequent development of the plan will consume astronomical resources. Chapter 24 Preparation. 2 days later, He Xingzhou's plan was approved. LV Mei contacted him and said, it has been approved by the higher-ups that there is a research institute in the suburbs of Beijing, which will be transformed and handed over to you for use. I have a list here. You can select the scientific researchers you need from it, and equip a number of relevant personnel to form your team. As for the capital investment, in principle, the capital investment of each part of the Xuanwu plan is unlimited. But this also needs to be carried out in stages, and you have to apply according to the stages. The salaries and benefits of researchers are all borne by the state, so you don't have to worry. If you can successfully carry out your plan, you could apply for more resources and funds from the organization. Thank you, Sister Liu, He Xingzhou thanked. Giving so much money and resources to a student was enough to prove that the higher-ups still valued his opinions. I will prove myself, He Xingzhou said firmly. After handing over to Liu Mei, he met another senior manager from the Ministry of State Security, Yang Bai. He looked ordinary, and it was difficult to find him even if you looked closely in the crowd. But there was a hint of shrewdness and wisdom in his eyes. Yang Bai said to He Xingzhou, Comrade He Xingzhou, since you have become a member of the Xuanwu project and the head of the Whistleblower Research Institute, the higher-ups have adjusted your security level to the highest level. From today on, you will have your own car, full-time bodyguard, full-time secretary, and housing arranged by the organization. Your information in the Security Bureau will be classified as top secret. We will give you a set of security equipment later. Please use the communication equipment we provide when communicating confidential information. We will not interfere with your personal life. And please do not violate the organization's regulations. I understand. He Xingzhou expressed his understanding. In addition, please see which of your family members needs special care. We will send someone to arrange and protect their safety, so that you don't have to worry about the future. He Xingzhou wrote down 3 names. His father He Qihong, his mother Jiang Monrong, and a younger sister He Mingyao, who is 4 years younger than him. His grandparents have passed away, and these 3 are his closest relatives. He Xingzhou is studying in Beijing alone, while his parents and younger sister are in his hometown, an ordinary county town. Okay, I'll take note, Yang Bai said. We will arrange safe accommodation for your parents and sister. Given the confidentiality of the mission, we need to find an excuse. You can say that you developed a technology and sold the patent to a state-owned enterprise to earn income. Then we will directly send security guards to pretend to be state-owned enterprise employees to arrange housing and other aspects for them. Thanks for the organization's arrangement, He Xingzhou thanked. For the Xuanwu project, this is necessary, Yang Bai said. Comrade He Xingzhou, the special mobile phone I gave you has our contact information. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly. If it is an important matter, you can also contact other Xuanwu executives. I will introduce you to 2 more people. Yang Bai shouted. Dingyu, Su Jilan, come in. Outside the door, the 2 knocked on the door and walked in. He Xingzhou looked over and saw that both of them were wearing military uniforms, with straight backs, heads held high. and extraordinary bearing. The male was at least 1.85 meters tall, as burly as an ox, and had a cold temperament. The female was also about 1.7 meters tall, with straight legs, short hair, weak-colored skin, and no makeup. But she still looked beautiful and bright, wearing military uniform. There is a kind of temperament that women are not inferior to men. Sir, Dingyu reports to you. The male soldier saluted. Sir, Su Jilan reports to you. The female soldier saluted. After the two sides saluted each other, Yang Bai introduced, they are both elites in the army. Special forces level. Dingyu is proficient in fighting, firearms, and can drive various means of transportation, including airplanes and tanks. He is proficient in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. In the future, he will be your driver and bodyguard, responsible for protecting your safety. Comrade Hixingzhou. Hello. Dingyu reports to you. Dingyu saluted. I swear to protect your safety. Hello. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Hixingzhou said politely. Yang Bai introduced another person. He said, Su Jilan, also a special forces soldier. She has excellent military literacy, and is also proficient in secretarial and logistics work. She will be your assistant in the future. You can entrust her to help you complete anything you want. Comrade Hixingzhou. Hello. I am Su Jilan. You can give me any tasks in the future. Su Jilan saluted, and looked at Hixingzhou curiously. The young man in front of her looked a few years younger than her, and he could actually become the executor of the Xuanwu plan, which made her full of curiosity. Thank you. Hixingzhou got to know the two people, and then began to collect his supplies. The security bureau prepared a complete set of equipment for him, even bulletproof vests and other things. The vehicle he was riding in was also a modified car with bulletproof and explosion-proof functions. This is enough to prove that the higher-ups paid enough attention to him. The whistleblower of the Zerg crisis. After completing these tasks, Hixingzhou began to select the researchers he needed. He selected a group of senior scientific research talents according to his needs. Yang Bai said, it will take some time to transform the institute. You can also raise any requirements you have. Hixingzhou said first. Transform the biological experiment area. In addition, I also need energy and mechanical research laboratories. By the way, how is the power system of the institute planned? Yang Bai said, of course it is directly connected to the power grid. Not enough. Hixingzhou thought that the quantum optical brain needed energy to unlock technology. So he said, I have another request. A power station must be built near the institute. Whether it is thermal power, wind power or photovoltaic power generation, the power must be high enough to meet the needs of large factories. This is what I need for my experiments. Okay. Yang Bai wrote down his request. He added, Comrade Hixingzhou, since the transformation of the institute will take some time, you can go to other institutes for research or work during this time. Your authority in the Xuanwu plan is second only to the Xuanwu executive. You are qualified to call on the resources of any national research institute. Great. This will greatly enhance the execution of Hixingzhou's plan. After Yang Bai finished his instructions, it was time for Hixingzhou to arrange. Mr. He, where are we going now? Are we going to take you to your residence to rest? Dingyu asked. No hurry. Let's go to the research institute first. Hixingzhou said. Soon. A black jeep drove out of the garage. It was similar in appearance to the car Hixingzhou had seen from the National Security Bureau before, but it did not have a special pass sign, but a low-key civilian license plate. Chapter 25 The First Meal of the Quantum Optical Brain. Dingyu opened the car door for Hixingzhou in advance, and Hixingzhou was still a little uncomfortable. After he sat in, he found that the space in the car was unusually spacious, with a movable and foldable leather sofa, as well as an onboard computer, onboard radar, and so on. Su Jilan emphasized. In the drawer under your seat, there are guns, smoke bombs and bullets. And there is also an emergency medical kit in the car. Can you use a gun? No. Hixingzhou shook his head. Then I'll teach you when I have time. Su Jilan said. It would be better to master some basic operations. Okay. Hixingzhou was also very interested. Military weapons were also included in his research plan. The jeep drove out of the secret base and headed all the way to the research institute in the suburbs of Beijing. When they arrived, the place was undergoing emergency renovation and relocation. The workers who built this place were not ordinary workers, but engineering troops from the military. He Xingzhou checked the situation here. This institute includes ground and underground parts. The underground part will also build a missile defense layer, and confidential experiments will be carried out below. He Xingzhou is not only concerned about this. He asked, "Does the institute have its own energy equipment?" The staff replied, "Yes. The institute already has a small power station, which can work for a period of time even if the external power is cut off." "Okay. Take me there." He Xingzhou came to the small power station and asked the workers to turn it on and run it, saying that they were debugging some equipment. But in fact, they were absorbing energy for the quantum optical brain to absorb, as long as it is energy that can be provided to He Xingzhou within a certain range. The quantum optical brain can absorb it silently. The quantum optical brain said in He Xingzhou's mind, "This power generation facility can absorb 1 unit of energy per hour." Very good. He Xingzhou also instructed the staff here, saying, "This small power station will be open all the time, and I will fully inspect several equipment, no matter how much power it consumes. Don't turn it off. If it is necessary for construction, tell me in advance." "Okay." Of course. The staff had no objection. This research institute was built for him, and he had the final say on how to do it. After doing these, He Xingzhou asked to go back and rest. The logistics department has also arranged a residence for him in a high-end community not far from his school. Most of the people living here are faculty and staff, and the security system is relatively complete. This will make it convenient for He Xingzhou to go to the institute or go to school. Yes, He Xingzhou is still a student and needs to learn. This is also what He Xingzhou's teacher Zhang Boyan specifically proposed. He believes that ambition alone is not enough, and ability must also keep up. So he suggested to the organization that even if He Xingzhou participates in important projects, he must not neglect his studies. He emphasized on the phone, "Even if you save the end of the world, you must never fail to write a paper." When He Xingzhou got in the car, Ding Yu and Su Jilan had already changed their clothes in order to better cooperate with He Xingzhou's work. They also had a disguised social identity. For example, Ding Yu's disguised identity was He Xingzhou's cousin and a personal fitness trainer, and Su Jilan's disguised identity was an online media worker and a single young woman. Ding Yu wore large jeans and widened short sleeves, and his muscles were particularly obvious, which looked oppressive. Su Jilan changed into a fashionable summer outfit, a pure white sleeveless top with cartoon patterns, paired with light-colored straight pants, and her slender waist was actually exposed a little. A small Chanel bag was slung across her waist, and she also wore a crystal bracelet and earrings. He Xingzhou noticed that she was wearing makeup. Her beauty was already 80% without makeup, and after putting on makeup, it soared to more than 90%. He Xingzhou explained, "Sister Su, this outfit directly turns you into a fashion goddess." "Of course I am," Su Jilan said proudly. "When I was in the National University of Defense Technology, my suitors lined up like the sea. Really amazing," He Xingzhou said with emotion. The National University of Defense Technology is also one of the top universities in the country, and not everyone can get in. "You are really amazing," Su Jilan asked curiously. "I heard that you made a nuclear reactor at school? You also discovered the Zerd monster. I'm really curious. How did you do it?" Buddha said. "It cannot be said." He Xingzhou smiled. "It's quite mysterious." Su Jiron did not ask further, lest it involved any confidential information that He Xingzhou could not say. "We will go back to the community directly. We will live next to you and be on standby at any time." Ding Yu stepped on the accelerator. "No problem." He Xingzhou had no objection to this. Soon, they arrived at the community. He Xingzhou's house was fully equipped with household appliances, and he did not need to prepare anything. Su Jilan and Ding Yu lived next to him. If there was any situation, they could support him at any time. He Xingzhou took a warm bath and then lay lazily on the bed. There were too many things to do in the past week, and he was very tired. He lay in bed, but he couldn't fall asleep. Participating in the Xuanwu project and establishing the Whistleblower Research Institute also put him under great pressure. "Since I can't sleep, I might as well think about how to execute the next plan," He Xingzhou thought to himself. Directly building the Great Wall of Steel is not the best choice. The Great Wall of Steel in my plan is not only a reinforced concrete defense project, but also a variety of high-tech military facilities such as laser weapons, turrets, and mechas, and the radar, monitoring, and logistics and transportation functions of this Great Wall of Steel. so I have to prepare for the construction of the Great Wall of Steel. The first thing I should do is to research the supporting scientific and technological technologies. Quantum optical brain. He Xingzhou called out the quantum optical brain and checked the technology tree on it. To build the Great Wall of Steel, we must have a complete nationwide efficient logistics system, communication network, control system, weapon system, energy system, etc. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. I will start with the basic work. It would be best if I could prove my strength and let the higher-ups give me more resources. He Xingzhou searched in the technology tree. I need to build energy devices, energy storage devices, logistics control systems. Single technology research and development is fine, but I may be able to combine them and use technological creations to attract public attention and prepare for the future construction of the Great Wall of Steel. He Xingzhou thinks that the technology in the logistics system should be the first to be developed. To build the Great Wall of Steel and resist the Zerg, a logistics network covering the whole country is necessary. Our existing road transportation, railway transportation, water transportation, and air transportation are not enough. Once the insect plague comes, it will be a large-scale transfer of materials and personnel across the country. Not only must it be large-scale, but also efficient. He Xingzhou envisioned that there should be a super high-speed rail inside the Great Wall of Steel. That is, the so-called vacuum tube maglev train. In theory, the running speed of this train can reach 20,000 kilometers per hour, which is 16 times the speed of sound. In other words, if this super high-speed rail is developed, the transportation of personnel and materials inside the Great Wall of Steel can reach the southernmost tip of China from the northernmost tip within an hour. Unlocking the Hyperloop requires 100,000 units of energy. He Xingzhou knew that it was hopeless when he saw the unlocking conditions. Now small power plants can only provide 24 units of energy a day. If we have to wait for more than 10 years, it will take more than 10 years. In addition to the Hyperloop, there are other logistics technologies, such as road transportation, which can be reformed to pave the way for the development of the Hyperloop. He Xingzhou found another technology that is more practical at present, and it does not require many energy units, and can be carried out immediately. Chapter 26 Elite Gathering. Electromagnetic Floating Car. A modern vehicle that uses electromagnetic field as power and moves in a suspended state. The electromagnetic floating car uses electromagnetic floating device to replace the suspension device based on wheels and tires. When moving, the distance between the car and the ground is about 2 centimeters, without any loss caused by friction. So the running speed is very fast. This electromagnetic floating car needs to travel on a special magnetic material road surface. Uses fuel or electricity as energy. Has an unmanned driving system and a battery device with super long endurance. The electromagnetic floating car is not a so-called anti-gravity car. Gravity, as one of the basic forces of the universe, cannot disappear out of thin air. To ignore gravity, you must master advanced mechanical technology and have a reaction force system. That level of technology can make giant mechas, or super battleships flying in the planetary atmosphere, or floating cities. At present, He Xingzhou cannot unlock it. This electromagnetic floating car is a technological creation that is more suitable for the current stage. There are many benefits to developing electromagnetic floating cars. He Xingzhou thought that if he developed this thing, he would have to unlock electromagnetic suspension technology, motor technology, power storage technology, wireless charging technology, solar cell technology, unmanned driving technology, etc. From a strategic point of view, if a nationwide magnetic road is built and a large number of electromagnetic floating cars are used, it can greatly increase logistics efficiency, reduce the consumption of strategic oil materials, avoid oil shortages during disasters, increase economic benefits, drive economic development, and make technical reserves for subsequent plans. These technologies can not only be used on electromagnetic floating vehicles, but also in other technologies and military. The so-called electromagnetic floating vehicle is just a comprehensive product developed by He Xingzhou. The most important thing is that I can meet the unit energy required to unlock these technologies. He Xingzhou has made a preliminary decision. In the next few days, He Xingzhou studied this problem. At the same time, he used the energy absorbed by the quantum optical brain in the small power station to unlock several technologies. Spend 10 units of energy to unlock basic gene sequencing technology. Spend 20 units of energy to unlock basic genetic modification knowledge. Spend 25 units of energy to unlock basic biological weapons knowledge. The above 3 biological knowledge are all for the preparation of studying Zerg. After He Xingzhou unlocked and acquired these knowledge, he began to unlock energy technology. Energy includes energy acquisition, energy storage, energy release, and other aspects. Energy acquisition is related to the speed of unlocking technology of my quantum optical brain. So preparations must be made. Currently, most of the energy used by humans is electricity. So He Xingzhou also looks at energy technology related to electricity, thermal power generation, wind power generation, water flow power generation, tidal power generation, solar power generation, geothermal power generation, nuclear fission power generation, nuclear fusion power generation. In the technology tree, there are a lot of power generation technologies, and each method has several technologies. Nuclear power generation technology requires too much energy per unit. Thermal power generation consumes a lot of raw materials. Wind power generation is unstable. And tidal power generation requires tidal power stations to be set up in the ocean. The ocean will be occupied by Zerg in the future, which is not reliable. On the whole, solar power generation is a more suitable choice. That is, building a photovoltaic power station. As long as there is enough light, it can provide enough energy. Clean and environmentally friendly. The raw material sunlight is still free. Solar cell technology has branches and is divided into a variety of solar cell technologies. For example, silicon solar cells, thin film solar cells, organic polymer solar cells, plastic cells. Each type of cell has a different conversion efficiency. He Xingzhou checked the information and found that the most commonly used technology in the world is polycrystalline silicon solar cells, which are not as efficient and costly as thermal power generation. Nanocrystalline solar cell technology uses cheap nanotitanium dioxide crystals, has a simple process, stable performance, and costs only 1/10 of silicon solar cells. It has a lifespan of more than 20 years. It also has a high conversion efficiency, which is undoubtedly the best choice. And after the nanocrystalline solar cell technology is upgraded, the solar cell technology can be unlocked, which is one of the necessary components for building a Dyson sphere. He Xingzhou checked the unlocking conditions. To unlock the nanocrystalline solar cell technology, only 30 units of energy are needed, and it can be unlocked after waiting for another day. While He Xingzhou was studying the technology tree, the executives and executors of the Xuanwu project across the country were also taking action. MODU, Biochemical Cell Research Institute. This is one of the top molecular biology research laboratories in China. Early in the morning, several cell and biomolecular experts were summoned. What's going on? Why are you summoning us all of a sudden? The experts were puzzled. We did several security checks before coming here. It seems like something big is going to happen. Yes, I was conducting academic exchanges abroad and was urgently recalled. I heard some rumors that my friends in Beijing have not been heard from in the past few days. I heard that they are participating in confidentiality missions. The experts discussed and had a premonition that something big was going to happen. Soon, they met an important leader of the National Security Department. Everyone, you are all pillars of the biological community. Now you are urgently summoned because something important is indeed happening. This matter is related to national security. Everyone must sign a confidentiality agreement first. Related to national security? Everyone was shocked and quickly signed the confidentiality agreement. And then, they were allowed to understand the situation. When they finished reading the information about the Zerg disaster, everyone was shocked. There is such a thing. It's terrible. I can't believe that such a terrifying creature will occupy the ocean in a few decades. We must nip them in the bud. Everyone, said the comrade from the Security Bureau. Now the country has set up a team to deal with the Zerg crisis and launch the Xuanwu Plan. You are all selected members of the Xuanwu Plan. In the future, you will be led by the Xuanwu executive and the whistleblower to study and investigate information about the Zerg. Please be prepared. China State Grid Corporation. Several power technology experts are being urgently transferred to Beijing. The place you are going to this time is a special research institute. For the relevant work content, you need to follow the instructions of the whistleblower. Please note that the importance of this work is greater than any of your previous work. The organization and unit require you not to slack off and must go all out. Yes. Several experts responded, while wondering what the identity of this whistleblower was. and how he could mobilize these top technical experts of the power grid. In the northeastern city, at the headquarters of China First Automobile Group, the automobile machinery experts, who had just been mobilized, also boarded the plane to Beijing with these questions. Others who were heading to the same destination as them included researchers from research institutes across the country, technical experts from Chinese state-owned enterprises, university professors, researchers, and military experts transferred from military regions. These top elites of China, some with trepidation, some with passion, and some without hesitation, were all participating in a mysterious plan, the Xuanwu Plan. Many of them didn't know what a grand, dangerous, and important super plan they were going to participate in. Chapter 27 Sentinel Research Institute, Beijing Suburbs, Whistleblower Research Institute. He Xingzhou gave it a simple and easy-to-remember name, called Sentinel. It means that this research institute will become the sentinel of human civilization, sounding the alarm for the coming of doomsday. After several days and nights of overnight renovation by the engineering troops, the Sentinel Research Institute has renovated a small office area, and the rest is still under construction. But He Xingzhou can't wait to meet his team. In the current situation, no one knows when the Zerg will explode on Earth. Time is life. Inside the Sentinel Research Institute, in a conference hall that can accommodate hundreds of people, experts and researchers from all over the country, even from abroad, gathered here. A few of them knew the purpose of their visit, and their faces were serious and solemn, while more people were suddenly summoned by the institute, unit or organization, and they had no idea what they were going to do. Wow! So many people were summoned, including biologists, physicists, chemists, military scientists, psychologists, experts in various fields. What are they going to do? Before the meeting started, everyone whispered, "It's not simple. I signed a confidentiality agreement before coming here. This is a state secret. Not only us. I heard that some people were transferred to other places. What are they going to do? Can you gather all of us together? Is it because we are going to fight?" As they were discussing, for people came in from outside the meeting room. The leader was a young man, and everyone looked at him curiously. The people present were generally in their 30s or 40s, and there were even experts and professors in their 70s or 80s. Young people are particularly prominent here nowadays, and following behind him was Yang Bai, the leader of the National Security Bureau, who arranged for them to come here. In addition, there were two people dressed as soldiers, one male and one female. Yang Bai and He Xingzhou went on stage together, and he spoke first. "Everyone, be quiet." Everyone was a high-quality elite, and they immediately quieted down. Yang Bai said, "Everyone should know me. Today, the organization has gathered everyone here for a major event that concerns the safety of the country, the fate of the people, and all mankind. Some of you may have learned about it, but you don't know the details yet. Next, please ask the head of the Sentinel Research Institute, who is also the whistleblower of our Xuanwu project, to introduce some details of the Xuanwu project and the significance of calling you here. We welcome Comrade He Xingzhou." After he finished speaking, he was the first to applaud, and everyone applauded and looked at the young man curiously. He Xingzhou walked onto the stage and looked at everyone calmly. If it were an ordinary student, seeing so many big guys, he would have been scared to the point of limp legs and stuttering. But He Xingzhou had seen bigger scenes and higher-level leaders, and now he was mentally prepared, and his words and actions were not messed up. He spoke, "Hello, seniors. My name is He Xingzhou. I am still a student at Beijing University of Science and Technology, and now I have a new identity, the whistleblower of the Xuanwu project." What is the Xuanwu project? Why do we need to gather here? Please watch these videos first. He turned on the electronic screen in the conference room, and on it was a short video recording He Xingzhou's breeding of mutant Zerg and some things demonstrated by the Academy of Sciences. At the beginning of the scene, these elites were still a little confused. Let's watch a movie. No. It's marked on it that this is a real event. Gradually, they found something wrong, and then they couldn't help but ask questions. Oh my God! How could there be such a monster? Is it true? So many academicians of the Academy of Sciences have argued together. It must be true. Or the establishment of a Zerg crisis response team. Xuanwu Plan. Is this the Xuanwu Plan? Prepare for the Zerg disaster. So this is what the whistleblower meant. And the Xuanwu executive. This He Xingzhou's plan is too crazy. It is almost impossible to achieve. So that's how the Sentinel Research Institute came about. No wonder we were called here for this matter. They felt that their worldviews had been overturned. It turned out that this seemingly peaceful world had encountered a disaster that had never happened in billions of years. A global disaster is brewing under the ocean. Everyone was horrified and immersed in this huge disaster and the Xuanwu project. Unable to extricate themselves, He Xingzhou waited for 10 minutes before saying, "As you can see, everything said in the video is true." Yang Bai said loudly, "Comrades, it's the most critical time. Are you willing to participate in the Xuanwu project and devote yourself to it? We don't force you to do this. Once you join, it will inevitably affect your normal life and work. If you don't want to join, you can withdraw." After he finished speaking, an old professor in his 80s stood up and said, "The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of every citizen. I will die without regrets in this life if I can participate in such a plan." Professor Liu is right. When the country is in crisis, how can we stay out of it? Another expert shouted, "I am willing to join." Others spoke one after another. The Xuanwu plan makes me excited. I will definitely not miss it. Now that I am here, can I still be a deserter? Before signing the confidentiality agreement, I was mentally prepared. I didn't expect to participate in such a grand plan. Is it reasonable not to participate? I have already explained it to my wife and children. Although I am not well educated, I am willing to contribute my strength. If I back down now, I will be too ashamed to go back and see my ancestors. Don't waste time. Let's get started. He Xingzhou looked down at the stage, and everyone raised their hands with an enthusiastic look on their faces. No one was willing to quit. This plan, if you think about it, may face an extremely difficult situation. It may take several years or even 10 years to return to normal life. It may even encounter life-threatening dangers. But these elites, from strong young men and women to old academic masters, have chosen to stay without hesitation, because they know that participating in the Xuanwu project and joining the Sentinel Research Institute means standing on the front line of resisting the Zerg. If these elites do not stand up, will ordinary people be left to face the Zerg disaster? There must be a country before there can be a home. Good. 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 Yang Bai's face flushed, and he shouted 3 good words in a row. He was very excited to see everyone cooperate so well. He Xingzhou bowed sincerely and "Thank you for your support. Don't worry too much. We are not at the most critical moment yet. Mutated Zerg are not common in the ocean today. We still have time. Now, I will introduce to you what we are going to do at the Sentinel Research Institute." Chapter 28 Project Startup. Everyone quieted down and listened carefully. He Xingzhou continued, "Everyone has watched the video just now. There are 2 main things we have to do at the Sentinel Research Institute. First, study the Zerg genes to better understand this new creature, its various conditions, and the biological measures to delay the Zerg. Second, prepare for the Great Wall of Steel project, including the research and development of related basic technologies, the manufacture of various equipment for the Great Wall of Steel, etc. Many people think that the Great Wall of Steel project is difficult to achieve, but the Xuanwu executives have confirmed that it will be used as an alternative plan, and there is no need to discuss whether to implement it. All we have to do is to do our best." Everyone thought so. Although this plan seemed a bit far-fetched, it was absolutely right to study related technologies. He Xingzhou said, "Our institute has talents in various fields. I will mainly divide them into 7 scientific research systems. That is, biochemical system, logistics system, energy system, communication system, weapons system, intelligence system, and industrial equipment system to meet the construction. The major scientific research systems are not completely independent, but must cooperate with each other." He Xingzhou said a lot, and everyone listened carefully. In view of the ultimate goal of the Sentinel Research Institute is to build a steel Great Wall. Our phase scientific research goals should also focus on scientific and technological creation. That is, we will set a scientific and technological creation, and then conduct research and tackle various technical problems. The first scientific research goal we have set now is the electromagnetic floating car. He Xingzhou briefly introduced his ideas about the electromagnetic floating car and why he wanted to build it. Biotechnology research experts only need to do their own work. Other experts are professionals transferred from all over the country by me applying to the organization. Regarding this first scientific and technological creation, if you have any opinions and ideas, You can put them forward for discussion. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, someone spoke immediately. A middle-aged man stood up and said, "Comrade He Xingzhou, I am Zhang Jinghuan from Huaxia Construction Group. For the construction and research of the magnetic road surface required for the electromagnetic floating car, I can lead the research and rely on the resources of Huaxia Construction Group to quickly tackle the problem." Okay. In fact, He Xingzhou had made preparations before selecting people. The people present were all the talents he needed. They not only represented themselves, but also represented the research institutes, laboratories, and Chinese national enterprises behind them. Comrade He Xingzhou, I am Yu Xing from the Battery Industry Research Institute of the National Academy of Sciences. I will lead the team to be responsible for the battery project of the maglev vehicle. Another expert in his 50s or 60s stood up and said. At this time, everyone already understood that they came here based on the project. More and more people stood up and recommended themselves. I am Wucheng, an automotive engineer of China First Automobile Group. I will lead the team to be responsible for the body structure parts and manufacturing of the maglev vehicle. I am Wang Yuze, an engineer from the State Grid. I am duty-bound to take on the task of wireless power transmission. I am Bai Jixin, a professor from the Institute of Electromagnetic Engineering at Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology. My team is very knowledgeable about electromagnetic suspension. In each section, a team stood up. He Xingzhou recorded them one by one, made some adjustments, and said, "Very good. Now the basic research team of our Sentinel Research Institute has been formed. The next step is to move forward towards the same goal. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly or ask my assistant, Comrade Su Jilan." He Xingzhou looked at the solemn and intelligent eyes under the stage, and felt a lot of emotion in his heart. A month ago, who would have thought that he, a college student who had not yet graduated, could lead so many elites to jointly carry out this great plan? The experts still had many things to discuss. It was easy to work with elites. When they encountered a problem, the first thing they thought about was not to find someone to help, but whether they could solve it themselves. He Xingzhou did not need to plan and arrange. The experts set up various research groups by themselves. Among them, the biochemical research group was the most efficient and had already begun to study information about the Zerg. He Xingzhou handed his research materials to the leader of the biochemical technology research group, Academician Pan Yan, a senior expert from the Institute of Biochemical Cells in Shanghai. She is already over 70 years old this year. After learning about this, she asked to participate in the Xuanwu project. Moreover, after seeing He Xingzhou's Zerg genetic evolution model, she agreed with He Xingzhou's idea and took the initiative to ask to join the Sentinel Research Institute. As an academician of the National Biological Sciences, Pan Yan's mentality is beyond words to be willing to work with a young student. These data are very important, but not detailed enough. Pan Yan took a quick look and said, "Yes, Academician Pan," He Xingzhou said. "Currently, these data are all obtained from the Black Seed bream number 2 that was promoted to mutate. I think that the Zerg is a biological form completely different from the blue planet creatures. They are not just one kind, or one species. To get more information, we need more research samples. The Xuanwu project is already mobilizing mutant organisms collected from all over the world. We can artificially promote their mutation for research," He Xingzhou said. "Yes." Pan Yan frowned and said, "I will let the team study this information first." After explaining the biochemical research team, He Xingzhou first found the battery research team. At this time, Yu Xing had already started planning the research tasks with people. "Comrade He Xingzhou, there are more than a dozen experts in the research team. Although they have met He Xingzhou before, they still find it incredible to meet him face to face. At He Xingzhou's age, they were still studying hard, but He Xingzhou had already become the whistleblower of the Xuanwu project. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Hello, everyone." He Xingzhou first introduced himself to everyone, and then he said, "Everyone, I will participate in or follow up on all research projects. I think our battery research is absolutely the first priority. Without more advanced battery technology, electromagnetic floating vehicles or other electromagnetic equipment are all fantasies. With the current battery technology in the world, it is impossible to meet our needs. We need to study batteries, not only to drive electromagnetic floating vehicles, but also to prepare for future research on mechanical exoskeletons, mechas and robots." Yu Xing, the leader of the battery research team, said, The lithium batteries we are currently using cannot meet the requirements. My idea is to combine the Xuanwu plan to mobilize the technical advantages of research institutes across the country to jointly study all solid-state battery technology. Its performance will be more than 5 times that of conventional lithium batteries. And we already have a certain technical foundation. Everyone nodded and said, all solid-state batteries are indeed the best choice. He Xingzhou shook his head and denied their choice. Not enough. The performance of all solid-state batteries is not enough. Chapter 29 Return of the Missing. All solid batteries are not enough. Then what kind of batteries do we need? Yu Xing asked. He Xingzhou's first thought was, of course, nuclear batteries. But they are not available yet. He said, of course, metal batteries. The energy density and power storage capacity of metal batteries are 4 or 5 times that of all solid batteries, and more than 20 times that of traditional power batteries. Only with such a storage capacity can we drive electromagnetic floating vehicles, or mechas, robots, etc. The team is full of experts in related fields, so they naturally know what he means. Currently, most of the battery technologies used in the world are lithium batteries, and the most used are semi-solid battery technologies. All solid-state batteries are still a challenge that has not been overcome, and metal batteries are only products in the laboratory. And it is unknown how many years away from commercialization and industrialization. We have also studied metal batteries, Yu Xing said. Aluminum batteries, magnesium batteries, zinc batteries, and lithium batteries all have preliminary test products. But so far, not only us, but also other countries and research institutes have only theoretically believed that metal batteries are better than the current battery technology. And no one has found the right direction to truly develop this technology. If we develop this, when we can research it is still unknown. Yu Xing actually said it very tactfully. In fact, they had no confidence that they could develop practical metal battery technology in a short time. I know everyone's concerns. In fact, we already have some important information about metal batteries. He Xingzhou couldn't say that he had the scientific and technological information of quantum optical computers. So he simply used confidential information instead. These people's authority was not as high as his, and they were participating in the highest level confidentiality mission Xuanwu project. So they would not ask more questions. Is there such a thing? Yu Xing was surprised. Yes. He Xingzhou gave him a positive explanation. Just yesterday, he consumed 50 units of energy and unlocked the metal battery technology and nanocrystalline solar cell technology. Your team's task is to immediately start the research of lithium batteries in metal batteries, and nanocrystalline solar cell technology in solar cell technology. I will give you the corresponding help and information. Is that so? All right then. Yu Xing and others were still confused. They were the leading experts in this field, and had never heard of any country, research institute, or enterprise that had developed such a thing. After He Xingzhou explained to them, he communicated with each group separately, confirmed their research and development content, and ensured coordination. Almost done. Today is the first day of the opening of the Sentinel Research Institute, and He Xingzhou has been busy until 2 in the morning. Each group has different ideas. Especially some scientists are still stubborn in scientific research projects. The main reason is that they think some of the scientific research goals proposed by He Xingzhou are too big and cannot be solved in a short time. He Xingzhou has to use his position as the person in charge to ask them to cooperate. If I can't come up with effective results, not only the team members of the Sentinel Research Institute, but also other Xuanwu executives will probably reevaluate my plan and my importance in the Xuanwu plan, He Xingzhou thought. But he is not worried at all. Now he can unlock a small piece of scientific and technological knowledge every few days. Now the knowledge he has mastered is no less than any academic master. Once the Institute's nanocrystalline photovoltaic power station is built, I will be able to unlock technology faster. I also have to prove my strength as soon as possible and apply for more resources from above to develop more powerful technology. He Xingzhou couldn't sleep after tossing and turning in bed. So he got up and turned on his computer to work. He first sorted out the metal battery technology and nanocrystalline solar cell technology he had unlocked, in preparation for the research team tomorrow. Afterwards, He Xingzhou opened Station B and logged into his account Planet Builder. Since the last live broadcast of building a micronuclear fission reactor, He Xingzhou has never logged into this website again. He found that the backend has been flooded with private messages. A large number of fans sent private messages, Is the up still there? How long has it been since you updated? Why don't you update? The 33rd day since the author's absence. I miss him. I miss him. I still miss him. Rumor has it. I heard that the author has been invited to have tea with his friends. My friend is from their school and saw him being arrested by the special police. Is it true? As expected. You can't make such dangerous things. Rest in peace. Up. I will miss you. Because there has been no update for a long time. The number of fans of the account has also dropped by nearly half. In addition to fans, there are also private messages from website editors. Xiaomu, is the big boss here? Why don't you update? Big boss, I have already told the operation that I will promote you. Why did you disappear? Did you sign a contract with another platform? He Xingzhou replied, no. I'm busy recently. Xiaomu didn't reply yet. Probably he had fallen asleep at this point. He thought about it and decided to update the video. This will make people pay more attention to technology. And some technology can also bring good social impact and prepare for future disasters. He Xingzhou posted a dynamic, I'm a little busy recently. And I will start updating the video in a few days. I plan to make a high-tech product related to cars in the next issue. So you can look forward to it. He Xingzhou's account currently has more than 100,000 followers. Although it is late at night, there are still many people who stay up late. As soon as the dynamic was posted, someone immediately left a message and commented, shock! The missing person has returned. Oh my god! Look what I found. A wild up host. You finally showed up. I think you are the most awesome video author in the technology area. Update quickly. I have learned about the nuclear reactor last time. Products about cars? Is it a car model? Looking forward to it. Update quickly. He Xingzhou closed the web page and checked the information on his phone again. Some messages were sent by teachers and classmates. Among them, there were some physics information sent to him by Zhang Boyan. Text messages from 3 roommates asking about his recent situation. Classmates caring and greeting. And a bunch of alumni applying to add him as a friend. In addition, there was a text message from his mother, asking him if he needed living expenses. And a person who claimed to be an employee of a state-owned enterprise came recently to move the family, asking if he was a liar. He Xingzhou replied, Mom, that person is not a liar. I'm busy with this matter recently. Just listen to him. If you are worried, call me, and I will confirm it again. There was also a message from his younger sister He Mingyao, brother. I will take the college entrance examination in a month. I am so nervous. He Xingzhou replied, take the exam with peace of mind. I will treat you to a big meal after the exam. After doing all this, He Xingzhou fell asleep. The next morning, he rushed to the Century Tower Research Institute and first met the battery technology team. Chapter 30 Metal Air Battery. Before he arrived, Yu Xing had already been researching and discussing battery technology with experts. I still think that metal air batteries are not feasible at this stage. An expert said that we have not solved any of the problems of discharge performance, energy efficiency, catalysts, and air electrode design. In the laboratory, a simple version of metal air battery can be made, but it will take at least 10 years to mature and use it. It is better to conquer all solid-state battery technology at this stage. Everyone actually thought so in their hearts. It was not that they were timid or incapable, but that time was tight, and no one could guarantee that this technology would be developed in a short time. If the technology research and development of the Sentinel Research Institute was stuck at the beginning, wouldn't they become a joke? Yu Xing thought for a while and said, Comrade, He Xingzhou said that he has relevant information. If it is feasible, we still have to go the research and development route of metal air batteries. It's hard to say, said another expert. We are already the most cutting-edge researchers in this field. So far, I haven't heard of any technological breakthroughs from any domestic or foreign colleagues. China's top battery technology research is almost all about us. So where can we get any technical reserves? No one spoke. At this time, outside the meeting room, He Xingzhou knocked on the door and walked in. He smiled and said, everyone came early. Just in time. I sorted out the information. He held the document he had just printed in his hand, which still smelled of ink. Already have it? Yu Xing asked in surprise. Let me see. 1 copy per person. He Xingzhou printed several copies, and each of the participants took 1 copy to check. Metal air battery design and production process? Yu Xing looked carefully, and there was a catalog inside, which included technical information on magnesium-air batteries, aluminum-air batteries, zinc-air batteries, and lithium-air batteries. The previous part introduced the principles of these metal-air batteries, which everyone had already known. But the difficulty of this type of battery was not here. At first, Yu Xing and others were still skeptical. The previous information was all the information they knew. Could this technical information be just the things they knew? But when they saw the technical difficulties in the latter part, their ideas were completely overturned. A new protective film has been designed to prevent electrode liquid from penetrating. A new formula for organic electrolyte? The usable temperature has exceeded that of traditional power batteries. Improved catalyst, design of recyclable metal hydroxide. The more they read, the more shocked they were. They couldn't help but shout out excitedly. In the data, all the technical difficulties that restricted the development of metal-air batteries were actually stated. The above experimental demonstration and effect analysis made them believe that someone had really done the experiment and obtained reliable conclusions and experimental products. Pa! Yu Xing couldn't help but slap the table and shouted, "Who is this genius?" "No. Which team has researched it?" "Yeah. How come I didn't know that metal-air battery technology has made such great progress? Why didn't I hear any news before?" Other experts also shouted. Several fatal difficulties in the use of difficult metal-air batteries have been solved. We don't even need to go through too much trouble to manufacture usable, and even commercial metal-air batteries according to the design. This is a great revolution in the battery industry. Battery technology has not made a major breakthrough for decades. I didn't expect that I would see the new technology with my own eyes today. As cutting-edge researchers in the field, they naturally know the importance of this information. It can be said that those who get this information can easily become the world's top 10 richest people, industry tycoons, and stars in the technology industry. He Xingzhou smiled and said, "Everyone, I can guarantee that the above information is true and reliable. But the information on paper is still a long way from industrial production and manufacturing. There will be many problems in the process, and you will need to solve them." Yu Xing immediately stood up and said excitedly, "President, just leave it to us. With such detailed information, if we still can't get it out, I won't be ashamed to stay here." He has changed his name for He Xingzhou from comrade to president, which is enough to show his excitement. Yes, this is our expertise. Within a month, there must be a product out. The expert stood up and said, "Okay," He Xingzhou said with a smile. "Then I'll leave it to you. These 4 metal-air batteries. Oh, and nanocrystalline solar cells. I hope everyone can research them as soon as possible. Compare the pros and cons, and then we can put them into practical use. Among them, I need a lithium-air power battery as the energy storage device of my electromagnetic floating vehicle, and a nanocrystalline solar panel as the power supply of the Institute's power station. Are these all okay?" "No problem," Yu Xing promised. "I will definitely complete the task." "Okay. Then you guys study first. I still have something to tell other groups," He Xingzhou said. At this time, the experts of the battery technology team could not wait any longer, and began to study and demonstrate, and mobilize experimental materials. They have to verify the information in the data in person to confirm its accuracy, which is also necessary for scientific research. After He Xingzhou finished these, he went to other groups to learn about it for a while. Other groups were planning their work. After solving the battery problem, the next step is the magnetic levitation motor. He Xingzhou checked the technology tree. To unlock the magnetic levitation motor, you need to unlock the ordinary motor technology and the basic magnetic levitation technology first. It is worth mentioning that if He Xingzhou directly obtains the relevant technical information, he can unlock the corresponding technology without consuming energy. And these 2 basic technologies are already mastered by China. He Xingzhou wants to get the information and let the quantum optical brain read it, and directly unlock the 2 basic technologies. The magnetic levitation motor requires 100 units of energy to unlock, and it will take about 4 days, He Xingzhou thought. In this case, let's make a video first. In an office, Ding Yu set up a camera. In front of the camera were He Xingzhou, who was dressed in casual clothes, and Su Zhilan, who had a sexy figure and beautiful face. Both of them were pulled aside by He Xingzhou to serve as assistants to shoot the video. "Hello, everyone. I am He Xingzhou. This is my assistant. You can call her Yao Yao. Yao Yao is the stage name given by Su Zhilan, and she is not convenient to reveal her real name. Today we are going to release a new video to teach everyone how to make a brand new technology product. We have already announced that it is a car-related product. I saw a message saying it is a model car, a homemade train, a tricycle, etc. Please use your imagination and don't lower the status of my planet builder. The car we are going to make this time is the electromagnetic floating car that you often see in science fiction movies, which can float in the air, unmanned, and exceed the speed of sound. Chapter 31. The pattern is too small. Xingzhou also specially added a video display. This is a concept model made after he discussed with the car designer. This is an ellipsoidal electromagnetic floating car. It has no tires or steering wheels. There are soft sofas and stalls inside. Passengers can sit in the car comfortably to rest, play games, watch movies, and drink tea. Because this car is fully automatic. Once started, it can float steadily on the road paved with magnetic materials, 2 to 3 centimeters above the ground. You only need to set the destination. No operation is required during the driving process. Everything is completed by the unmanned driving system. It can meet the daily riding, transportation and logistics functions of carrying people and goods. It is very convenient and can travel faster than the speed of sound. If you really want to experience the fun of driving, you can also install an additional steering control system, which can be controlled by a traditional steering wheel, even a game controller, or a smart screen. The video is explained by Su Jilan, who has a clear voice and standard Mandarin like a radio announcer. After the video, Xingzhou said, "The above is what we want to make. Next, I will use the content of several videos to describe the manufacturing process. Today's first issue is about the battery production of the electromagnetic floating car. Since traditional ternary lithium batteries and semi-solid batteries cannot meet the energy output and endurance requirements of our electromagnetic floating motor, we cooperated with the battery research team of the Research Institute to jointly develop a lithium-air battery. Its energy storage will be more than 20 times that of current power batteries. Next is battery production. Of course, one video cannot be completed in one go. So Xingzhou first filmed here and handed the material to Su Jilan for editing. After that, there are some pictures of the battery production process. Confidential technology will not be revealed in the video. But Xingzhou still filmed a lot of useful information points. Just a dozen days later, the battery research team in the laboratory reported good news. "We made it," Yu Xing excitedly reported to Xingzhou. "We have tested the first lithium-air power battery. Its energy density, safety, and number of cycles fully meet the requirements. The performance is better than the current lithium battery. We have basically conquered the battery technology. The next step is to improve the production process and mass produce it." When he spoke, he himself did not believe that the battery technology could achieve such a breakthrough so quickly. According to their previous assumptions, it would take at least a few years for battery technology to achieve some results. But now, the speed of research and development has exceeded any of their previous scientific research. The efficiency is really fast, Xingzhou explained. All the predecessors have worked so hard these days. What kind of efficiency is that? An expert shook his head and said, "We are just copying others. How can we not draw well? Which team developed these technical data?" Xingzhou smiled and said, "I got some information from various research institutes, and then sorted and collected it." "What?" Everyone looked at him in surprise. "So, all this information came from Xingzhou? Even if the information from various research institutes is collected, it is impossible to be so perfect. Comrade, Xingzhou is simply a genius in the field of batteries. Incredible. If this matter is announced, you can at least win a Nobel Prize in chemistry. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. The young are formidable." An old professor sighed again and again. Xingzhou didn't say much. This is just the beginning. The batteries in the experimental stage need to be continuously improved. And more technology is still to come. He asked again, "How is the nanocrystalline solar cell going?" An engineer said, "We have produced nanocrystalline titanium dioxide materials and are contacting factories to manufacture solar panels and related photovoltaic components. It is expected that the nanocrystalline photovoltaic power station will be completed within 30 days. He is Guocheng, an engineer at the state grid. In addition to the photovoltaic power station, he also leads the wireless charging technology research and development team." Very good. The progress is still within the plan. Xingzhou is very satisfied. The Xuanwu plan has priority. No matter what it does, It can mobilize resources from all over the country to cooperate. How can normal work be so efficient? He Xingzhou posted the first video online. At the end of the video, he had already made a lithium-air-powered battery. This author finally updated. The first person to see the video was Xiaomu, the editor of He Xingzhou's account. Before He Xingzhou became popular, he kept trying to contact He Xingzhou, but he could never get in touch with him. He once thought that He Xingzhou had signed a contract with another platform and changed jobs. He was relieved to see that he was still on Bilibili. New video. Are you going to make an electromagnetic floating car? Model? Xiaomu's first thought was also a model. After all, who can really make such a vehicle? But when he opened the video, he found that he had guessed wrong. He Xingzhou actually planned to make a real electromagnetic floating car. Real electromagnetic levitation. Can carry people and goods. Wireless charging. Electromagnetic levitation motor. Supersonic travel. No. This is considered flying. Right? This author is too exaggerated. The miniature nuclear fission reactor made in the last issue is at least a technology that already exists in the world. But this car, the world still doesn't have it now. Right? Xiaomu complained while watching the video. The video editors around also gathered around and saw the concept video and said, the concept video is indeed very cool and very sci-fi. But it is impossible for him to make this. And it is estimated that it will be a small model in the end. Which is possible. Not only them. After He Xingzhou's video was released, some viewers have seen it and commented and complained. Save your pause. Finally updated. Rem. The author is awesome. Is he going to make an electromagnetic float this time? Suddenly a beautiful lady appeared. What a pretty lady. The concept video is really cool. But I wonder if this thing can really be made. Isn't it a model? The author is kidding us. If you can make it, I will do a live broadcast of handstand to block a 5-speed steel blade electric fan. After watching the first half, I thought it was a joke. But fortunately, it was really made in the latter part. And it has already made batteries. Absolutely impossible. He said he was making lithium-air batteries. Do you know what the concept is? If this battery is made, the battery industry around the world, as well as various related industries, electronic products, and electric car companies will all go crazy. More and more messages were left. And more people watched the video. In the comments, voices of doubt began to appear. Someone posted, "This video is ridiculous. If you want to make an electromagnetic floating car, it is possible to make a model. You said it is a real vehicle? How is it possible? Just the battery you mentioned in the video is impossible to make. If you can do it, you can still make a video for us here? You would have made a fortune long ago." There are a lot of people who agree below, yes. Let alone this car. Just this battery is enough for the author to make money for a lifetime. If there is such a battery, the news would have been released long ago. Wouldn't those related companies go crazy? This video is purely a fake video to fool people. Strongly condemn. He Xingzhou also saw these messages. And he helplessly replied with a dynamic, "Your vision is too small. I don't even need to make videos to make money. I can understand everyone's doubts regarding the authenticity of the battery. Everyone can pay attention to the recent news." He Xingzhou did not say much. And this technology will be announced through relevant scientific research institutes at that time. The reason is very simple. When the Xuanwu project was established, everyone discussed this issue. The members unanimously agreed that some technologies important to the Xuanwu project should be announced and open to the public in a timely manner, so as to promote the development of related industries. When the Zerg disaster comes, these industries can be turned into military industries at any time. Just like this metal-air battery. If all the battery factories in China are upgraded to the metal-air battery production process, they can now produce automotive power batteries and electronic product batteries. At critical times, these production lines can produce robot batteries and mecha power batteries. Chapter 32 News Broadcast. Netizens are dumbfounded. This video of He Xingzhou did not receive good feedback. Mainly because everyone thought he was bragging. Therefore, he lost a lot of fans. The website video editors quickly sent private messages to He Xingzhou, writing, "Big brother, don't play like this. The fans you have gained with great difficulty are all going to quit now." Some people also reported that you made a fake video to attract attention. He Xingzhou replied, "Don't worry. The video is real." Xiaomu wanted to cry, but had no tears. He finally found a post with top potential. But he didn't expect that he would start to commit suicide so quickly. When working overtime at night, Xiaomu was depressed. Colleagues asked, "What's wrong? You look unhappy all day?" Xiaomu said helplessly, "Don't mention it. Do you know that I opposed Xingzhou?" "Yes." Colleagues still remember his live broadcast of building a miniature nuclear fission reactor. This is the outpost with the fastest increase in followers recently. The last editor-in-chief said in a meeting that he is still on the key recommendation list. Xiaomu said he posted a video today, saying that he wants to make an electromagnetic floating car, which is fine. He also said that he has made a metal air battery, which is 20 times more powerful than ordinary lithium batteries. 20 times? Is he kidding? With such a great battery, why would he make a video? Colleagues complained. Yeah. If he is a host of spoof videos, it's fine. The key is that his label is a hardcore technology video author, so his image is going to collapse. Xiaomu said depressedly. It's not easy to discover a potential author, but this wave of operations may make him lose himself. The two were talking, and a colleague asked, "What are you talking about? The battery in the news? I think it's awesome. If this battery is mass-produced, the battery life of electric vehicles can be increased by 20 times. I will buy an electric car in the future." What news? What battery? Xiaomu and the colleagues he was chatting with looked at him together. Just the news. The colleague held the mobile phone and read. Just push to me. The Battery Technology Research Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences announced, under the leadership of Chinese scientist Xingzhou, Yu Xing and others, the research team successfully developed a commercial metal air battery. The battery can reach an energy density 20 times that of current power batteries, and overcomes international difficulties such as electrode materials, safety and low cycle life. The Xuanwu project team also discussed whether to sign the name. In the end, it was decided to sign some of the names, because the Xuanwu project will be announced sooner or later, and influential scientists will be needed to confirm this matter at that time. Signing can expand the influence of scientists. What? Several video editors were stunned when they heard this. They were chatting. And the news confirmed this? Is it true? Let me see. Xiaomu quickly asked for his phone and watched the news together. Sure enough, the news reported this incident. Fuck. It's true. An editor exclaimed. Look at the signature. The reporting unit is the national TV station. Not only that, Huaxia News also reported it. And the People's Daily. There is also a video. And the news network just now also broadcast this incident. In the video, a familiar TV host announced the latest news. At 6:30 this afternoon, the National Academy of Sciences announced that under the leadership of Chinese scientists Comrade Xingzhou and Comrade Yu Xing, my country's battery technology research team successfully developed the world's first commercial metal air battery with completely independent intellectual property rights. It is reported that this battery belongs to a new generation of batteries that cross the era. The expressions on the faces of the video editors who saw the news changed from suspicion to shock. If I remember correctly, the author of the video you just mentioned is called Xingzhou. Right? A colleague asked Xiaomu. Well, it seems so. Xiaomu's mind went blank. Awesome. My brother. Colleagues shouted. You picked up a treasure. This author is really awesome. National TV News Report. Announcement issued by the National Academy of Sciences. And signed. Now the news hot spots. Weibo hot searches. And Bihu are all reported. It's just like a little cow taking a plane. Awesome. Xiaomu was silent for a long time and said, I actually wanted him to change the video. After all this time, I turned out to be the clown. He quickly sent a private message to Xingzhou, Boss. I saw the news. I was wrong. You are too awesome. I will contact the operation right now to recommend your video on the web page. App. And pin it to the top. All one-stop arrangements. Xingzhou saw the message and replied. Calm down. This is just the beginning? Not only Xiaomu saw the news, but fans who watched Xingzhou's video also saw the news push. Some people returned to the comment area again. And this time, their comment style was completely different from before. Slap in the face. Slap in the face. I just saw the news. It's true. The battery in the author's video was really developed by him. 6666. Come and worship the boss. What about those who said the author was a fraud? Did you see that the national TV station has broadcasted it, and the Academy of Sciences has officially announced it? What kind of monster am I following? The up post is too awesome. Love it. Love it. Follow it. The netizens who questioned He Xingzhou before quickly issued a statement, saying, "Please stop scolding me. I apologize. I really didn't know the up post was so awesome. I take back what I said before. Now I just want to say one thing. He Xingzhou is awesome." Some people watched the video again and reminded new viewers in the barrage, "You may think the author is bragging, but you will find that the author is really awesome after watching it. The most hardcore video author on the internet. I'm so excited. I'm suddenly looking forward to the author researching this electromagnetic floating car." He Xingzhou's video quickly became popular, and many netizens left messages to praise it under major news. However, most ordinary people don't know what the improvement of battery technology means. They only know that batteries may be more durable in the future. And those related companies went crazy when they saw this news. Ningyuan Times is the #1 company in China's domestic battery industry, a giant with a market value of over 800 billion. They are battery suppliers for many well-known companies such as Apple, BMW, Toyota, and Tesla. The company was shocked when they saw the report. Forward Link My Country has independently developed a commercial metal battery. Everyone. Big news. This new technology has suddenly come out. The battery industry is going to change. It's terrible. If it weren't for the news released by the National Academy of Sciences, I wouldn't believe it. This technology is at least 20 years ahead of us. Hurry up and contact the research team. We must get the authorization for this technology. Otherwise, we will be eliminated by other companies in the future. I'll go in person, said Qiao Wang, the company's founder and president. He himself came from a research institute and has connections in this area. How could he not care about the leap forward technological progress in the industry? Other battery companies were also rushing to get the news, and the related industries were even more excited. BYE Auto, a well-known Chinese domestic automobile company, is also the world's second largest rechargeable battery manufacturer. At the company headquarters, it was already 7:30 in the evening, and the executives should have gone off work. But because of the news, they held an emergency meeting. It's amazing. Metal batteries have been developed, and they are specifically marked as commercially available, said an executive. Doesn't this declare that the era of electric vehicles is really coming? Yes. The senior officials attending the meeting were excited. With this kind of battery, the endurance and power of electric vehicles will no longer be a problem, and will even exceed fuel vehicles. I think other colleagues have received the news. We need to contact the R&D team as soon as possible. Who has the channel? The news mentioned two people, He Xingzhou and Yu Xing. Yu Xing's information can be found. He is an expert at the Battery Technology Industry Research Institute under the National Academy of Sciences. We can't get through to him for the time being. We have contacted the institute, but have not received a response yet. What about the other He Xingzhou? Does anyone know who he is? A vice president asked. Chapter 33 Market Sensation. He Xingzhou? When the name was mentioned, all the senior executives showed puzzled expressions. They had indeed never heard of this name before. Only an assistant to the president, who was responsible for data collection, said, "Leaders, according to our investigation, this He Xingzhou is currently a junior student in the Department of Physics at Beijing University of Science and Technology. He once made a video on the internet on how to make a miniature nuclear reactor. This metal air battery is the supporting technology research and development he made for the video he made, claiming to manufacture an electromagnetic floating vehicle. Other information is very limited. It is said that he has joined a national research institute. He is an absolute genius. Is there such a thing?" The senior executives were puzzled. If He Xingzhou was a scholar in his 40s, 50s, or even 80s or 90s, they could accept it. But he was just a student, which was really surprising. "Where is the video?" asked a president. The assistant immediately played the video that He Xingzhou had posted online. When they finished watching it, everyone was shocked. He really dared to think that our BYD company was a big car company, and it was impossible for us to make such a car. Other peers, whether they were from the island country, the United States, or even Germany, could not succeed. He is a student, and he said he wanted to make an electromagnetic floating car? A senior executive laughed. "Don't underestimate him," someone said. "I had the same idea as you at first. But didn't he really make this battery?" This. Others were speechless. Yes, he had already completed the first step of this seemingly impossible thing. There is very little information about him on the internet. And there is no contact information. No matter what. We must contact him. We must obtain the technical authorization of metal air batteries. It is best to bring this He Xingzhou to our company. We will give him as much money as he wants. The chairman made the decision. In China, major battery companies, new energy companies, and automobile companies are urgently looking for He Xingzhou, including some electronic product industries and new forces that want to build cars. We must contact He Xingzhou, and it would be best if we could recruit him to our company. Tianjun, the founder of Rice Technology, issued an order at an emergency meeting. This metal air battery can not only improve the competitiveness of our Rice Technology electronic products, but will also be a vital part of our Rice electric vehicles. I don't care what method you use. You must find him. The president of Huawei Technology Company Limited has learned the news. Like other companies, he immediately held a meeting and ordered, "We must get the metal air battery technology. Everyone, take action. Find people and technology. We must get ahead of other companies. Not only China, but other countries have also learned the news. Island countries, Toyota, Honda, Mazda, Sanyo, Sony and other companies are also urgently contacting the heads of China, asking them to immediately find out the relevant information. Korea, Samsung, SK, LG and other groups are also doing similar things. Germany, Volkswagen, BMW. Companies in various countries are taking action. Tesla, the United States. Founder Musk just finished a TV show. And he was excited. Recently in the cryptocurrency market. He has been killing all over the place and made a lot of money. President, something big has happened. The assistant sent him an urgent message. What's wrong? Did the coin I just mentioned rise again? Musk asked with a smile. No. It's battery technology. Huaxia suddenly announced that they have made a breakthrough in metal air battery technology. This is to challenge our position in the electric vehicle field, said the assistant. What? How did their battery technology suddenly break through? Is the news true or false? Musk jumped suddenly. This electric car is one of his basic plates. And battery technology is crucial. It was announced by the Chinese National Academy of Sciences. According to their habit, as long as the technology announced in the news is basically mature technology, said the assistant. I want detailed information. Quickly. Musk's good mood disappeared instantly, and he shouted. At the same time, at Apple's headquarters in California, the current president, Ku Ke, also heard the news and was calling the president of the Huaxia region, asking them to learn more information immediately. These companies and enterprises are looking for the developer or person in charge of metal air batteries. They wanted to contact Yu Xing or his research institute, but no one responded yet. There were rumors that the technology patent was in the hands of He Xingzhou. For a while, everyone wanted to find He Xingzhou, but they found that they could not find any information on the internet. Find his family? All the harassing calls were blocked by comrades in the Information Security Department. Looking for He Xingzhou himself? His phone number is not available. Looking for the school. The school said that they could not provide contact information. Now, the senior executives of various companies were dumbfounded. It's the 21st century, and communication is so advanced. But they can't find a person. Who is this He Xingzhou? The official doesn't even allow us to check his detailed information. The heads of various companies are going crazy. Now is the time to race against time. Whoever can get the authorization of this battery technology first can lead other companies. But they just can't find anyone. Someone suddenly had an idea and said, isn't this video posted by He Xingzhou on the video website? Can't we just contact him directly on the video website? Yes, since he posted the video there. The video website must have his contact information. The heads of major companies all crowded into the video website. Mr. Wang. Hello. Feng Rui, the founder of the B-Station video website, was answering the phone with a helpless look on his face. I haven't heard from his phone or Weixin since an hour ago. I really can't contact this He Xingzhou. His information is backed up by the relevant department and cannot be disclosed. Really? I really didn't give it to another company. I guarantee it with my credit. I want to contact him too. But I can't. Feng Rui never thought that he would have such a day. In the past, when the website wanted to raise funds, he had to find ways to meet these big guys. But today, they all took the initiative to call him. But they didn't look for him, but a video author. The video author is even more powerful than the founder of my website. It's really a headache, Feng Rui thought to himself, and answered the next call. The callers were all big shots, so he didn't dare not answer it. These people still couldn't find He Xingzhou, so they had to contact He Xingzhou through the most primitive method. Under He Xingzhou's video, a lot of official accounts certified by enterprises suddenly appeared. Dammy Technology at Planet Builder. Congratulations to the big guy for developing metal air battery technology. Do you have contact information? Our general manager Tion wants to see you. Huawei Technology at Planet Builder. Congratulations to the big guy for his technological breakthrough. Do you have time to visit our Huawei? BYD Auto at Planet Builder. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Please tell me your contact information. Ning Yuan Times at Planet Builder. Me too. Real official account. Just registered. Applying for corporate certification. There are a lot of similar comments below, all from well-known large companies, including many foreign brands. This wave of comments stunned netizens. What is a face? In the entire video website, whether it is Bilibili or other video websites, no video author has ever received such treatment. A lot of corporate accounts begged for contact information. If it were other authors, I'm afraid they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Chapter 34. You're not being cheated? At this moment, He Xingzhou did not log into his video website account. He was discussing the next strategy with a group of Xuanwu executives in the group. Xuanwu Executive Discussion Group. This is a group that only Xuanwu Plan executives can join. He Xingzhou, as the whistleblower of the Zurich crisis, also joined this group. In addition, all Xuanwu Plan executors have a large group to facilitate their timely communication. Not only is the software used for communication specially developed, but the equipment used is also uniformly distributed by the National Security Department to prevent hacking or eavesdropping. In the group chat, several Xuanwu executives are sighing at He Xingzhou's efficiency. Kong Qing said, "It has only been a short time, and your Sentinel Research Institute has produced results. It is a breakthrough battery technology." At He Xingzhou, young people are really amazing. Yes, I was thinking, can the Research Institute be officially launched in a month? This efficiency is really embarrassing, He Hongwei said. He Xingzhou, lucky, just happened to have complete information. And there are so many experts and academicians to help. Let's not talk about this. Seniors, what do you think about technology licensing? LV May said, of course. The more licenses, the better. And the technology will be rolled out immediately. Before the Zurich disaster comes, our Chinese battery industry must be fully upgraded to metal air battery technology. Cui Weiman said, Comrade Lu Mei is right. Not only the military industry, but also the civilian industry needs to be upgraded accordingly. Regarding technology licensing, I think state-owned enterprises should be given priority, so that they can upgrade their industry immediately. Private enterprises should also develop licenses to improve their competitiveness in the industry, and promote the development of related industries. Everyone had no objection to this. He Xingzhou asked again, what about the related interests and expenses? I mean, state-owned enterprises can be licensed for free. After all, they are all owned by the state. Private enterprises still have to charge a certain licensing fee. It is best to keep this licensing fee in our Sentinel Research Institute as research funds. Kong Qing said, in this regard, you and your team, as developers, of course have the patent rights. State-owned enterprises will license all of them for free. And part of the other profits will be rewarded to developers to increase everyone's enthusiasm. And part will be left to the Institute as research funds. Your Century Tower Institute. All technologies and products with independent intellectual property rights. This part of the income will be allocated by you. That's great. This is what He Xingzhou wants. The plan he implemented requires too many resources. And even if the whole country is working together, it may not be able to afford it. In this case, we can use the technology and products developed to make profits from all over the world and collect resources for use. As for the personal reward, He Xingzhou plans to use it to build an emergency shelter for himself and his family. This is his personal selfishness. While He Xingzhou was chatting with the Xuanwu executives in an ordinary community in Jiaying Prefecture, Linhai Province, Huaxia, in a house of less than 80 square meters, a once ordinary family lived. This is He Xingzhou's home, where his parents He Qihong, mother Jian Monrong, and younger sister He Mengyao still live. Originally, a comrade had come to arrange for them to move, but He Qihong had been hesitating these days. First, He was reluctant to leave the environment where he had lived for decades. And second, he did not believe the words of the people who helped relocate. My son is still in college. Where can I get the money to buy a house for him? And I specially arranged someone to handle this matter. He Chi-hong looked at the residential areas they gave. And there were several options. Any house would start at several million on the market. The other party even said that if they were willing to live in Beijing, they could also arrange for them to live in Beijing. Why are they so good to our family? This is the common doubt of the family. Houses in Beijing are so expensive. And they gave us one. And even Ming Yao's transfer was completed. Does my son really have that ability? At this time, He Chi-hong was talking about this matter with his younger brother, He Cheon-wang. The two analyzed while drinking tea. Yeah. How much money does it cost? How much energy does it have? He Chi-wang was also confused. How can there be free lunch in the sky? In the kitchen, Jian Monrong, who was cooking, said, such a big thing. Xingzhou didn't come back to confirm with us. We dare not believe it casually. Besides, Meng Yao is about to take the college entrance examination. We won't bother with it until she finishes the exam. This is too exaggerated. I always feel it's wrong. He Chi-wang said. Could Xingzhou have joined a pyramid scheme? When he said this, He Xingzhou's parents were shocked. It shouldn't be. My son is quite smart, He Chi-hong said in surprise. Hey! There are so many smart people in pyramid schemes, He Chi-wang said. The more they thought about it, the more they felt something was wrong. Jiang Monrong said. No. I have to make a video call with him. I haven't been able to get through these days. It feels like I've been cheated. She called He Xingzhou, and it worked this time. Before He Xingzhou could speak, Jiang Monrong's voice came from the other end of the phone. Son. Where are you now? At work. He Xingzhou heard that her tone was wrong. Work? Aren't you a student? Where is there a work unit? The family began to panic. He Xingzhou smiled and said, I joined a research institute for internship. You can join a research institute? Everyone didn't believe it. He Xingzhou said. Didn't you watch the news? What could you have done that was even reported on the news? He Chi-hong was anxious. You didn't do anything bad outside. Did you? He Xingzhou was speechless and said, Dad. Mom. Didn't I explain it before? If you don't believe me, just watch it for yourself. You're talking nonsense. You are definitely in a pyramid scheme. He Chi-wang confirmed. That's not right. Can someone in a pyramid scheme talk to us like this? Jian Monrong was more willing to believe him. She said, Turn on the TV and see what's on? Don't hang up. Let's take a look. Recently, the family hasn't used the TV much, for fear of delaying He Mingyo's studies. He Chi-hong turned on the TV, and there was still a channel broadcasting at this time. Mom, I'm back. It smells so good. I'm starving. A crisp voice came from outside the door, and a young girl with a ponytail and a blue and white school uniform ran in. She was He Xingzhou's sister. He Mingyao. Just eat, Jiang Monrong said. In the kitchen. Serve yourself. What are you doing? He Mingyao noticed that they were all staring at the TV intently, or watching the news broadcast. Is Mingyao back? He Xingzhou shouted. Brother. He Mingyao picked up the phone in surprise and said, Brother, why haven't you replied to the message recently? I'm about to take the college entrance examination. You said before that you would take me out to play after the exam. He Xingzhou smiled and said, Come to Beijing after the exam. You can't go anywhere else because I'm very busy now. Hee hee. Beijing is also okay. I've wanted to go and see it for a long time. He Mingyao smiled happily. At this time, the TV screen was already broadcasting about battery technology. Chapter 35 Magnetic Levitation Motor. The latest news. At 6:30 this afternoon, the National Academy of Sciences announced that under the leadership of Chinese scientists Comrade He Xingzhou and Comrade Yu Xing, my country's battery technology research team has successfully developed the world's first commercial metal air battery with completely independent intellectual property rights. It is reported that this battery belongs to a new generation of batteries that transcends the times. The square-faced male host announced in standard Mandarin. When the family heard He Xingzhou's name, they were all stunned. Did he just say He Xingzhou? He Xingzhou's uncle, He Chi-hong, was surprised. Did I hear it right? Was it him? He Chi-hong also looked puzzled. It seems so. Isn't it the same person? Even Jian Monrong was not sure. It was on the news broadcast, and it was announced by the Academy of Sciences. It was the world's leading technology. Is this something that ordinary people can do? It's my brother's name, He Mengyao said. Brother. There was a person with the same name as you in the news just now. But that person is a scientist and invented some amazing battery technology. That's me, He Xingzhou said helplessly. I said before that I work in a research institute. And this technology was developed by me and my team. And the house and other bonuses were arranged by the research institute. Do you believe it now? After Yi Xingzhou finished speaking, the four people were stunned on the spot. Is this true? He Qihong couldn't speak clearly. Mom and Dad. Look. There are still shots of my brother on TV. He Mengyao pointed at the TV. During the news broadcast, there were a few seconds of He Xingzhou and Yu Xing introducing battery technology. The person on the screen was exactly the same as their relative He Xingzhou. If the names were the same, they would still think it was possible. But they looked exactly the same. So they could no longer question it. Oh my God. It's really Xingzhou. Jiang Monrong shouted. It's really my son. He Qihong exclaimed at first. And then suddenly laughed. Ha! Good. Son. Well done. You actually developed something so amazing. It's a great honor for your father and our ancestors. Wow. Brother. How did you do it? So amazing. He Mingyao's little face was full of admiration. Of course it's based on my strength, He Xingzhou said proudly. Don't take all the credit for the team. Be humble. Jiang Monrong was teaching him. But his face was full of joy. My God. Xingzhou did something amazing. He Qiguang stood up and said, Isn't this a great honor for my He family? Research and develop technology to win glory for the country. No. No. Big brother. You have to publicize this. I'm going to find an advertising store now and hang a banner in the community. Isn't this a celebration? He Xingzhou wiped his sweat and said, Uncle, this is too high profile. Isn't it? What kind of high profile is this? If you were here, I would have to hire a band. And we would march down the street with gongs and drums. So that all the people in the city would know. He Xingzhou. He Qihong said. Forget about the gongs and drums. Xingzhou is not here. And it's not good to be too high profile. It's okay to hang banners. And when Xingzhou comes back, treat relatives and friends to a meal. This kind of thing that brings honor to the family naturally needs to be publicized. And it also satisfies his pride as a father. He Xingzhou said. Dad? Mom? Anyway, this is how it is. You guys move as soon as possible. I'll contact my colleagues there and ask them to make proper arrangements. I have something else to do. Let's talk next time. Then you go ahead and do your work. After the video call ended, the family was still excited. It turned out that what He Xingzhou said was not a lie, but the truth. Incredible. Incredible. Our He family has produced a great talent, He Qiguang said. And he had already sent a message in the WeChat group of Happy Family. When the relatives in the group saw it, they said congratulations, awesome. He Xingzhou really made our family proud. This matter should be written in the ancestral hall. Just watch the news. My uncle's son is so amazing. At He Qihong. Congratulations. When will Xingzhou come back? I'll learn from him someday. My son's academic performance is a mess. Not only in the group. There was also a knock on the door outside the house. It was a neighbor visiting. He Qihong opened the door and saw the neighbor holding a mobile phone. Curiously asking, Is it your He Xingzhou mentioned in the news? Yes. He Qihong smiled. That's amazing. Congratulations. The neighbor explained. Come on. Come in. We are talking about this. After confirming with his family, He Xingzhou hurried to the next room. Sister Lan. In Su Jilan's room. She was wearing tight sportswear and practicing boxing on a sandbag at home. What's wrong? Su Jilan panted, with beads of sweat dripping down her rosy face. I just talked to other Xuanwu executives. He Xingzhou said. We can be responsible for the technology of our research institute. We can control the relevant benefits we obtain. That's great. If this battery technology is licensed, we can get a lot of funds. Su Jilan said. I will arrange for someone to handle the business matters. And you can focus on your own business. That's what I mean. He Xingzhou smiled. He didn't have that much energy to deal with those people in the enterprise units. There were still a lot of technologies waiting for him to develop. He Xingzhou returned to his room and began to unlock the next technology. Battery technology is enough for now. before giant mechas or large military weapons appear. Nuclear batteries are not urgent. He Xingzhou looked at the technology tree. The next item he should unlock should be magnetic levitation motor. This is a special motor with non-contact operation between the stator and the mover. It can convert electrical energy into magnetic fields. There are attraction type, repulsion type and other types. It is also the soul of this electromagnetic floating car. With batteries and motors, the two most important technical difficulties have been overcome. For other unmanned driving technologies, the Research Institute has a certain reserve. The body design is also designed by engineers. Wireless charging technology. This technology is best, but it does not hinder the use of electromagnetic floating vehicles. Magnetic road surface is even simpler. You only need to lay a layer of magnetic material on ordinary roads. It is not difficult technically, but it will cost money. He Xingzhou has accumulated some energy in the past few days, and can unlock the small magnetic levitation motor on the technology tree. However, the large magnetic levitation motor that supplies super high-speed rail and giant mecha cannot be unlocked for the time being. Unlock the small magnetic levitation motor, He Xingzhou said to the quantum optical brain. The technology of small magnetic levitation motor has been unlocked. A stream of information merged into He Xingzhou's brain, which contained relevant science and technology. So that's it. At this moment, He Xingzhou understood many problems that he had never understood before. As long as we follow this technical idea, we can design a magnetic levitation motor. So let's get started. He Xingzhou opened the design software and started designing. Chapter 36 Test Drive. A few days later, He Xingzhou completed the design of the first version of the magnetic levitation motor. However, this version was still not very practical. After communicating with the engineers of the expert group, he found that his design should be based on the current level of industrial manufacturing. In the field of high-end industrial manufacturing and precision machining, countries such as Germany, the United States, and the island countries are still ahead. So He Xingzhou made several revisions to the design of the magnetic levitation motor until he determined a magnetic levitation motor that met the manufacturing process and was inexpensive. The design drawings were sent to an automobile parts factory in the Northeast, and professional engineers manufactured them. A week later, in the Sentinel Research Institute, Guocheng, an engineer from the first automobile group, sent a message to He Xingzhou in the communication. Chief Engineer He. The magnetic levitation motor has been manufactured and is waiting for testing. Chief Engineer, He is the new name for him now. Because of He Xingzhou's age, people are not very good at calling him. And calling him comrade, He Xingzhou seems too distant, considering that he is the chief designer of the Great Wall of Steel project. Everyone follows the engineering convention and calls him Chief Engineer He. Okay, then I'll come right away, He Xingzhou replied. Brother Ding, arrange a plane immediately. I want to go to the automobile factory in the Northeast. He Xingzhou shouted into the communicator. Stand by at any time. Ding Yu immediately went to the apron to prepare the plane. The various resources required for the Xuanwu project are too broad, and scientific research, development and manufacturing cannot all be carried out at the Sentinel Research Institute. Many of them had to borrow from other research institutes or factories. So Xuanwu executives arranged a private plane for He Xingzhou to command his operations. This is a modified armed helicopter with a military air license. It can not only fly directly across the country, but also go to military bases in various places. As a professional special forces soldier, Ding Yu is also good at flying. More than an hour later, He Xingzhou arrived at the factory where he was located. Here, automotive engineers were waiting anxiously. In the test workshop, He Xingzhou met Guocheng, an engineer responsible for the design of magnetic levitation motors and electromagnetic levitation bodies, and Feng Yu, a senior vice president of China First Automobile Group. It is worth mentioning that Feng Yu was not one of the executors of the Xuanwu plan, so he did not know He Xingzhou's real purpose. He only knew that He Xingzhou was a researcher sent by the National Academy of Sciences to develop new electric vehicle motors. Chief Engineer He, welcome to our factory. When Feng Yu saw He Xingzhou, his mind was full of question marks. He had met academicians from the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering, most of whom were over 50 years old. He Xingzhou was so young. What kind of identity made him so valued? The group headquarters even issued a document asking the entire group to cooperate with his research work. And how did he develop metal or batteries at such a young age? Mr. Feng. He Xingzhou shook hands with him. Guicheng said. Mr. He, the finished product of the magnetic levitation motor is in the test workshop. You can start the test at any time. Okay. Let's start now, He Xingzhou said. He Xingzhou followed him to the workshop, where a group of engineers and technicians were waiting. This electromagnetic levitation motor is different from our traditional magnetic levitation motor. It not only has bearing magnetic levitation, but also can generate strong repulsion to keep the overall structure in suspension. Rather than a magnetic levitation motor, it is better to say a magnetic levitation motor group. It includes multiple structures such as batteries, motors, and electromagnetic converters. It is the soul of the entire electromagnetic floating car. He Xingzhou said this to the camera. He planned to edit the test footage into the video. The first video was sent out and received a warm response, which made him and the Research Institute gain a lot. According to Su Jilan, the battery technology licensing contracts that have been reached now exceed 2 billion. And some are being negotiated. The current attitude of the executives of the Xuanwu project is that the Xuanwu project must be kept absolutely confidential. But He Xingzhou's technology promotion can continue. As for the speculations and doubts of the outside world, they don't need to care for the time being. Wait for them to make corresponding preparations, and then announce the Xuanwu project to the people of the country and the world. The whole magnetic levitation motor group appeared in front of He Xingzhou. It looked like a car chassis, with battery packs, motors, electromagnetic converters, and other equipment installed on it. Guicheng said, according to our design, this chassis structure is made of magnetic materials. When the motor starts, it can conduct magnetic force and form a reverse repulsive force with the magnetic material on the ground to achieve the purpose of suspension. The greater the motor power, the higher the suspension height, and the faster the running speed. He Xingzhou checked it carefully. The design of this magnetic levitation motor group was optimized compared to his own design. He confirmed that there was no problem and said, then let's start. Magnetic levitation motor group. Prepare for test run. Guicheng shouted. The magnetic levitation motor group was placed on the circular magnetic track for testing, and everyone became nervous. All the people present were top domestic automotive engineers, mechanical engineers, dynamics experts, etc. But at this time, they were as nervous as students waiting for the results of the college entrance examination. In the automotive industry, precision engine technology has always been monopolized by foreign countries, and the performance of domestic automotive engines has always been inferior to that of foreign counterparts. Therefore, in the automotive market, foreign brands are prevalent and monopolize most of the industry's profits. The wealth of the Chinese people has continuously flowed into the pockets of Western countries through these products. In order to catch up with them, countless engineers have struggled for decades, but have not yet achieved their goals. They don't want to get rid of this situation every day. The industry even desperately believes that it is no longer enough to develop fuel engines alone, and electric motors must be used to overtake, in addition to being clean and environmentally friendly. This is also one of the reasons why the country vigorously promotes electric vehicles. And now, this magnetic levitation motor group represents another height in the automotive field. Once it is successfully tested, it will inevitably change the entire automotive industry. The new force of magnetic levitation motors will occupy the high ground of automotive engines. Let domestic automobiles and related industries gain international voice. In a few minutes, the technicians were all ready. Feng Yu was already nervous, and his palms were sweaty. 3, 2, 1, start, He Xingzhou shouted. And as he pressed the specially designed wireless signal device, the magnetic levitation motor group began to operate. The electricity from the lithium-air power battery drives the motor to rotate, and the motor converts the electrical energy into electromagnetic force, generating a magnetic field through the magnetic material. The force of this magnetic field repels the circular magnetic runway, and the car chassis slowly floats up, about 10 centimeters from the ground. During normal driving, it will not float so high, which consumes more power. Now, because the magnetic levitation motor has not yet been loaded, it is suspended higher. It floats up. An engineer shouted with expectation. Chapter 37 Supersonic. When the magnetic levitation motor unit was suspended in the air, everyone's heart was in their throat. It was planned to keep it relatively still and suspended, and it had been tested before. The key is how to run stably in the suspended state. He Xingzhou has an intelligent controller in his hand, which is equivalent to the steering wheel for controlling the motor. He pressed the forward gear, and the magnetic field of the magnetic levitation motor unit changed slightly. It was this slight change that made the magnetic levitation motor start to move forward. In the eyes of everyone, this magnetic levitation vehicle chassis began to move rapidly along the circular magnetic runway. If it was a fuel car or electric car, it would take at least a few seconds to start. But the start of this magnetic levitation vehicle chassis was almost completed the moment He Xingzhou pressed the controller. What a fast start and acceleration! Feng Yu couldn't help shouting. I've been in the automotive industry for 30 years. But this is the first time I've seen this. It's completely instant start and instant acceleration, He Xingzhou said. It doesn't need combustion. It's naturally fast because of the current. And it doesn't even have the friction of the wheel bearings or the friction between the wheels and the ground. Only air resistance. Judging from our human reaction speed, it starts and accelerates instantly. Awesome, Feng Yu said in surprise. There is no such car in the world. The magnetic levitation motor group is still accelerating. And the speed shown on the dashboard has reached 300 meters per second. Everyone, please wear earplugs. It will soon be supersonic, Guicheng reminded. On the circular magnetic track, the chassis of the car with a simple airflow protection cover almost turned into a phantom. It was difficult for everyone to catch its figure, and only a residual image could be seen. After everyone put on their earplugs, He Xingzhou continued to accelerate, and the speed of the motor group gradually approached the speed of sound of 340 meters per second under standard atmospheric pressure. At this time, its speed is caught up with the sound waves generated by its friction with the air. The sound waves overlap and form shock waves. After exceeding the speed of sound, a conical sound cone will form in front of it. And the sound it makes is like an explosion. This is the so-called sonic boom. Although everyone wore earplugs, they still felt the buzzing sound around them, as if their blood was vibrating. Fortunately, the volume of the test magnetic levitation motor group is not large, and the sonic boom generated is limited. Otherwise, the strong sonic boom will damage the creation itself and the surrounding environment. At this time, everyone's head was buzzing, but their eyes showed an indescribable joy and excitement. Supersonic? If it weren't for the sonic boom, everyone would have cheered. The magnetic levitation motor group reached supersonic speed so easily, and the detection instrument showed that its overall structure was stable, and there was no problem. Because it was a test sample, and there was only a simple airflow cover. He Xingzhou did not let it run at supersonic speed for too long. After only 20 seconds, it slowed down to normal car speed. Its deceleration was also completed by the magnetic field, and it was decelerated by electromagnetic brakes. So it was much more stable than conventional cars. He Xingzhou also tested steering, turning, increasing motor power to continue to increase suspension height, and light load and other practical operations. Except for some minor flaws, there were no major problems or omissions. The technicians next to him quickly recorded the data and conclusions of each test and analyzed them in real time. After 3 rounds of tests, a total of 104 small items, He Xingzhou announced the test results and said, "We initially believe that all the performance of the magnetic levitation motor group is basically qualified and meets the design and use requirements. It can be used as a mature technical product." When he finished speaking, warm applause rang out in the workshop. "Okay, the test passed," an engineer shouted. "We did it! The world's first maglev motor for a maglev car. Suspended driving, supersonic speed, free control. The entire automotive industry is about to usher in a new era. An era that belongs to us." Feng Yu was overjoyed and said with a smile, "It's really worth coming here today. I have witnessed your achievements with my own eyes. This scene will be recorded in the history of China's automotive industry. From today on, the entire Chinese automotive industry will usher in earth-shaking changes. The era of foreign car companies such as German, Japanese, and American cars monopolizing the market is about to end. I hope our electromagnetic floating vehicle can appear on the land of China as soon as possible." Guicheng was excited. Before participating in the Xuanwu project, he had worked in this field for decades. He knew the hardships and difficulties involved. The most difficult thing was that no one knew when it would end. After joining the Xuanwu project, especially joining the Sentinel Research Institute led by He Xingzhou, they successfully experimented with magnetic levitation motors in such a short time. At this moment, Guicheng was even a little dazed. Is this really something they can do? The completion of the magnetic levitation motor group is equivalent to completing the core components of the electromagnetic floating vehicle. He Xingzhou was also in a good mood. He said, "The next vehicle design will surely not be a problem with your talents." Of course it's not a problem. We have designed more than a dozen plans. There are small electromagnetic floating cars for home use, commercial use, and truck types. Once we have perfected them, we will give them to Chief Engineer He for review," said an automotive engineer. "Okay." He Xingzhou smiled. In this way, the design of the electromagnetic floating car has completed the two most important links. Technologies such as unmanned driving and wireless charging now have a certain foundation. Strive to make the world's first electromagnetic floating car come out within 2 months. Guaranteed to complete the task. Guicheng shouted loudly. After the inspection, Feng Yi wanted to invite He Xingzhou to stay and entertain him with a feast. He Xingzhou politely declined. He had too many things to do, so he would turn down such social events if possible. On the same day, He Xingzhou took a plane back to Beijing. "Sister Jilan, thank you for your hard work in video editing," He Xingzhou said to Su Jilan. Su Jilan smiled and said, "If you release this video, I'm afraid those entrepreneurs will go crazy again. Won't they come to us one by one? This is the effect I want," He Xingzhou said. "Only with the participation of the whole country can we build a nationwide efficient logistics network. The logistics network is the foundation for building the Great Wall of Steel and the planetary fortress. Okay, take a good rest. I'll take care of all these things." Su Jilan said that she was not working alone, because the research institute had more funds and had added some members. Early the next morning, Su Jilan sent him the edited video. But He Xingzhou was not in a hurry to post it. It had only been a short time since he posted the last video. After posting this video, he had to do a lot of things. At this time, he had to do another thing. To go to the biochemical research group to check. And he couldn't put down the Zerd research. Chapter 38, Hypothesis on Zerd Gene Expression. Sentinel Research Institute. Underground Space. After more than a month of basic renovation, the first phase of the underground space has been completed, and the second and third phases are still under construction. When the construction is completely completed, the underground part will be more than 3 times larger than the space above ground. The entire underground space basically belongs to the biological research team. When He Xingzhou came here, he happened to meet Jiang Chan and Wu Rui, who had just put on biochemical protective suits and reported here, because they had previously conducted a mutation experiment on Black Seed Bream with He Xingzhou. They also learned about the Zerd. So after He Xingzhou's approval, they were allowed to participate in the Xuanwu plan. However, due to their level, they could only become interns of the Sentinel Research Institute. "Senior," Jiang Chan shouted excitedly when she saw He Xingzhou. She hadn't seen He Xingzhou for more than 2 months. Although she was wearing a biochemical protective suit, He Xingzhou could still see some excited blush on her pretty face through the transparent mask. From a scientific point of view, she has a special physique and rich facial capillaries. So this situation will occur when she is emotionally excited. That He, Chief Engineer He. Wu Rui is still a little uncomfortable with He Xingzhou's address. He used to call him Junior, but it is obviously inappropriate to call him like this now. So he should call him the same as everyone else. "You are here." He Xingzhou also greeted them enthusiastically. If it weren't for their help, it would have been difficult for him to carry out his experiment. "I just arrived today. I went through many rounds of review before. I was scared to death." Jiang Chan seemed to have a lot to say to He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou smiled and said, "Because the plan is so special, it is normal to review the participants. Don't worry too much." "Yeah." Jiang Chan nodded repeatedly and said, "I saw the senior's plan. It's so grand that I can't even imagine it." "Yes." Wu Rui also sighed. "If I hadn't participated in this matter personally, I would never believe that we are participating in such a great plan." He Xingzhou said, "We have just started, and we are not great yet. In short, you should be mentally prepared. The tasks ahead are very arduous. I will study hard," Jiang Chan said immediately. Wu Rui envied her optimism a little. He was in a heavy mood. Who would not worry about the end of the world in a few decades? They chatted briefly, and then went to work separately. He Xingzhou found the head of this research team, an expert from the Shanghai Biological Cell Research Institute, Academician Pen Yin. Academician Pen Yin, who is over 70 years old, has not left the Sentinel Research Institute for more than a month since he came here. He personally formed a team, allocated resources from all parties, and promoted research. Academician Pan. You have worked hard. He Xingzhou sighed when he saw her tired look. It's all for us Chinese people. What's the point of talking about hard work? We are all the same. Pan Yin didn't care about it. She said, Chief Engineer He, I have asked people to bring back 147 mutant biological experiments from all over the world. They are of various types, including vertebrates and invertebrates. Various biological cultivation vessels have been established in the first phase of the research base. These are specially customized and rushed to build. They not only have biological cultivation functions, but also safety protection functions. The strength of the glass materials used is special glass that can resist bullets and explosions, and also has means such as electric current paralysis, safety control, and drug paralysis. The base is guarded by real military weapons 24 hours a day to ensure that there will be no biosafety accidents. He Xingzhou took a look at the mutant biological culture room in the underground research space. The culture tanks were full of various mutants. There were fish with hands and feet, giant shellfish, mollusks with sharp teeth and claws, etc. At present, their degree of mutation is not high. Even if they are discovered, they are probably just regarded as deformed creatures. The water in the tank is some water with nuclear radiation. Some is biological culture fluid containing nutrients. Some is ordinary seawater. And there are even freshwater and waterless environments, Pan Yin said. After comparing multiple groups of experimental conditions, we have initially drawn a conclusion. The mutants have strong adaptability to the environment and the way the Zerg genes in their bodies are expressed. That is, the so-called mutation method is different. Some deep-sea species, due to water pressure, should die due to the imbalance of pressure inside and outside the body if they leave the deep sea. But the deep-sea species here can actually adjust the body's air pressure balance and adapt to life on the surface. There are also mutant species. We put it directly in the absence of seawater. Not only did it not die, but it also grew organs similar to lungs within a few days. Pan Yin became more and more frightened as she spoke. This is terrible. They can adapt to a variety of environments and make changes in time. He Xingzhou frowned slightly and said, Academician Pan, do you remember what I mentioned in the previous analysis report? I think the Zerg gene is a very broad concept. It does not just refer to a gene, but an extremely large gene library. It records countless information. When the environment changes, the corresponding genes will be expressed. How can a species have so many genes expressed? This is not in line with common sense. Pan Yin asked in confusion. Academician Pan, I think when we study, we should not study the Zerg as a species, but as an alien life. He Xingzhou reminded. Isn't there a technology called biochip in the biological world? He Xingzhou said. If each mutant organism has a biochip, it is like the core of a biological computer. When the external environment changes, the biochip can output the correct gene expression and allow them to complete their evolution. Biochip refers to gene chips, protein chips, polysaccharide chips and neuron chips. It uses a large number of biological macromolecules to form a dense two-dimensional molecular arrangement. Like computer chips, it can store information. The most important thing is that in theory, the information molecules that can be stored in biochips are far higher than those of current silicon-based chips. Biochip? Pan Yin had thought about it, but she didn't dare to think about it. If these mutant organisms really have biochips in their bodies, it can only mean one thing. The so-called Zerg is a highly intelligent race. And it is also possible that it comes from an alien planet. Then its threat level will directly rise to an infinitely high level. If we can find the biochip of the Zerg and crack it, we can understand them to the greatest extent and deal with them, He Xingzhou said. Pan Yin was silent for a few seconds, and then sighed. It's difficult. Too difficult. We also want to do this to observe their biological information more finely. But now there is a mountain in front of us, making us blind and unable to read any information. Chapter 39 Genetic Engineering Instruments. What's the problem? He Xingzhou asked. There are many, the most important of which is the gene sequencer, Pan Yin said. Our existing gene sequencers can only do what you reported before, and we can't get more useful information. As for the biochips you guessed, there is no way to test them. In fact, it's not just the gene sequencers. We lack all the advanced instruments related to genetic engineering. In this regard, We have to admit that foreign technology and instruments are ahead of us. He Xingzhou has also heard about this. In terms of technology and equipment related to genetic engineering, foreign countries started earlier, and the related technology and equipment are more advanced. The most frustrating thing is that because of the development of our country in recent years, those developed countries are facing a formidable enemy. So they set up a list of restrictions on related science and technology, which is the so-called blocking XX list, and genetic engineering, biotechnology, medical-related technologies, and equipment are on this list. Pen Yin continued, in the past few years, American companies also provided us with the latest gene sequencers. But in recent years, they have been completely restricted. The gene sequencing and related instruments we use now are all 1 or 2 generations behind their products. With this kind of instrument, it is difficult for us to obtain any effective research results on Zerd genes. We can only conduct research in other areas. There is a long way to go. He Xingzhou sighed. The research and development of science and technology has never been a process that can be advanced by a single technology. The progress of biotechnology also requires the cooperation of the progress of industrial manufacturing technology. I know. I will find a way to deal with this matter, He Xingzhou said. Please make a list of the instruments and equipment you need. Okay. Pen Yin had already known about it, but she didn't expect much. These instruments are high-end precision manufacturing products, and foreign countries are stuck. It will take time for domestic products to make efforts, so we can only work hard in this direction as soon as possible. However, He Xingzhou was thinking that he needed to upgrade the technology related to industrial manufacturing. Otherwise, many high-tech products could not be manufactured even if the principles were known and designed. China is a big industrial manufacturing country, but there is still a gap with foreign countries in high-precision and high-performance manufacturing. Back to his office, He Xingzhou immediately checked the technology related to industrial manufacturing. Ultra-precision manufacturing and processing are divided into many technologies. The quantum optical brain said. Ultra-precision processing has special requirements for workpiece materials, processing equipment, tools, measurement, and environmental conditions. To complete it, you must first unlock the application of precision machinery, precision measurement, precision servo system, computer control, and other related technologies. He Xingzhou saw that ultra-precision machining is also divided into ultra-precision cutting machining and ultra-precision special machining, such as ultra-precision turning, mirror grinding, and lapping. The aspheric reflector with a diameter of 800 mm used in the processing of nuclear fusion devices has a maximum accuracy of 0.1 micron and a surface roughness of RZ 0.05 micron, which requires this kind of ultra-precision cutting machine tool. Ultra-precision special machining is based on nanometer or even atomic units. Cutting technology can no longer be used. And chemical energy, electrochemical energy, thermal energy or electrical energy are required for processing. For example, the lithography machine for manufacturing chips uses the integrated electron beam of ultra-precision special machining for processing. Unlocking the ultra-precision cutting machine requires 10,000 units of energy. And the various pre-technologies that need to be unlocked require thousands of units of energy in total. Unlocking ultra-precision special processing technology requires 100,000 units of energy for just one lithography machine. That's still not enough energy, He Xingzhou thought. There are too many technologies to unlock. The nanocrystalline solar power station he planned is currently under construction. It is expected that after completion, it will be able to provide 200 units of energy to the quantum optical brain every day, which is about 72,000 units of energy a year. He needs to unlock multiple technologies at the same time, which is definitely not enough. I need more resources. It's better to build another super-large photovoltaic power station in the western region, He Xingzhou thought. Relying on the small photovoltaic power station of the research institute is not enough. The first batch of funds approved by the state for him was used to transform the institute, purchase various equipment, and recruit personnel. It has been almost used up. It has only been 2 months, and the approval time for the second batch of funds has not yet arrived. In this case, use the money from technology licensing after recently developing batteries and licensing them to other companies. A batch of funds was obtained. He Xingzhou plans to build a large photovoltaic power station in the northwest of China with sufficient sunlight in the name of energy research. He immediately called Su Zhilan and several related personnel to make a plan. Site selection, construction, etc. must be completed as soon as possible, and cooperate directly with the state grid in the name of the Xuanwu Plan. As for the funds, our institute will provide them, He Xingzhou ordered. The construction capacity of the state grid is still very reliable. Okay. We will complete it as soon as possible. Su Zhilan wrote down all his requirements and discussed the complete plan with everyone. It is estimated that the funds for building this large photovoltaic power station are insufficient again. He Xingzhou also knew that scientific research is a very expensive thing. How expensive? Even the richest man in the world can't last long in the project he wants to invest in. Those advanced technologies are even more difficult to withstand with the whole country's strength. I have to continue to promote technological products and make more money. He Xingzhou thought that his second video should be released. This time, the magnetic levitation motor technology will be licensed to those car companies, which should make a lot of money again. A few days later, He Xingzhou posted his second video on the website. Homemade electromagnetic floating car 2, magnetic levitation motor group. After the last video was released, He Xingzhou's fans have risen to 1 million. This is thanks to the publicity of various news, as well as the attention of major corporate accounts and media accounts. If it is on the entertainment channel, there are many up hosts with millions of fans. After all, the mainstream audience still prefers to watch celebrity gossip and videos of young ladies posting benefits. It is rare for the science channel to achieve such attention, especially for such a catered science teaching. If He Xingzhou was not too busy and did not participate in any media promotion activities, otherwise the fans should have doubled. When his new video was released, the website immediately pushed the update notification to his fans. Here it comes. First, front row. Finally updated. What's the progress this time? I saw the title. Has the magnetic levitation motor been developed this time? At Volkswagen. At Dongfang Auto. At Demi Technology. At BYD. At Tesla, the boss has updated. Come and see. Chapter 40. My fans are all big shots. A group of executives of BYD Automobile Group of China were notified to enter the conference room for a meeting. What's wrong? A sudden meeting? Asked a vice president. I don't know. Nothing important has happened recently. There are so many people. And there is a video conference. Everyone was puzzled. And the assistant of the group's general manager, who was responsible for the notification, said, "It's a video. And everyone is called to watch the video." Everyone was stunned. Who among them was not an important figure in the group? At least with a net worth of tens of billions. And even tens of billions. And was busy with all kinds of things every day? They were called just to let them watch the video. What video? Do we all need to come to the conference room to watch it? A president asked. He Xingzhou's video. His electromagnetic floating car. The second issue is out, said the assistant. He Xingzhou? Everyone knew this name, because He Xingzhou's metal air battery technology last time brought about significant changes in the entire industry. Their group also went to find He Xingzhou's team and purchased the technical license for metal air battery manufacturing. I heard that foreign manufacturers offered much higher bids than them. But He Xingzhou's team still refused to give them a license, and limited it to local Chinese companies. It's his video. That makes sense. Everyone understood a little bit. The assistant turned on the electronic display screen in the conference room, which was playing He Xingzhou's second video. Manufacturing a magnetic levitation motor group. Manufacturing a magnetic levitation motor group? He really made a motor group? A director of the technical department said. This is more difficult than our fuel engines and electric motors. Isn't their team researching batteries? Do they also research this? Another person asked. I don't know. I heard that they are a research institute specializing in new technologies. Everyone continued to watch. In the video, He Xingzhou briefly introduced his ideas and the design concept of the magnetic levitation motor, and then started testing. 3, 2, 1, ignition. When they saw the magnetic levitation motor group levitating in the picture, everyone opened their eyes wide and exclaimed, he really made a test product. It levitated. This He Xingzhou team is incredible. Is this the factory of the first automobile group? They have a great background. They just said a few words, and saw that the magnetic levitation motor group began to accelerate. Started instantly, and accelerated instantly. This effect shocked everyone present. The performance of this motor is simply amazing. Whether it is our domestically developed motor or the top foreign engine, it is child's play compared to it. Supersonic? My God. How long did it take to accelerate to supersonic speed? It looks very stable. I doubt this technology can be used directly. The more they watched, the more surprised they were. One of the group presidents asked the director of the technical department, Director Bai, do you see anything? Is his technology mature? At this moment, the director surnamed Bai was already dumbfounded. He was stunned for 2 seconds before saying, more than mature. If this video is not fake, I can almost be sure that this magnetic levitation motor can be put into production and used immediately. According to the performance described in the video, its speed, stability, safety, endurance, etc. are all better than current fuel vehicles and electric vehicles. This is a disruptive automobile engine technology. Could this video be fake? Someone asked. No, said a president. I have asked the senior executives of the National Automobile Association, and I heard that He Xingzhou's team is quite powerful and has concentrated a lot of Chinese resources on research. How could they fake it? And didn't the metal air battery technology last time prove it? In other words, his video has brought another disruptive technology to the automotive industry. These senior executives didn't know what to say. They had never seen such a good video author in their lives. Hurry up and contact his team, said the group's president. In addition, from today on, set a rule. In the future, our company will hold meetings to discuss He Xingzhou's videos and let other employees pay attention to them. Yes, paying attention to him is more important than paying attention to our peers and opponents, because his technology is a dimensionality reduction strike for the industry. In the Rice Technology Group, Tianjun had just finished watching He Xingzhou's video. He was also shocked by the magnetic levitation motor in it. If our Rice technology can also build an electromagnetic floating car, wouldn't it be invincible in the industry? After watching it, he directly left a message to He Xingzhou using his own account. I was shocked after watching the video. I once again sincerely invite you to visit the Rice Company. Tianjun's account is authenticated. As soon as he left a message, it immediately attracted countless netizens to watch. 66. The author is so impressive that even Tian Busi left a message to invite us. Not only Mr. Tian. Didn't you see that several corporate accounts have left messages? Other up-hosts can only kneel down and lick the bosses. But this author is worshipped by the bosses. He is so strong. Mr. Tian, will Xiaomi release an electromagnetic floating car? Someone asked Tianjun. Unexpectedly, Tianjun replied to netizens' messages here. He wrote, it depends on whether Mr. He Xingzhou is willing to help us. At Planet Builder. At this time, He Xingzhou was also reading the comments. Seeing that many entrepreneurs were paying attention to him, he was also very happy. So he sent a reply at Tianjun. You can talk to my assistant about the magnetic levitation motor. As for the electromagnetic floating car, a complete car will be built in the next issue, and it will be broadcast live at that time. Tianjun, I am so looking forward to it. I will apply for on-site observation. Is it okay? Planet Builder, no problem. I will send an invitation letter when the time comes. As soon as their comments and dialogues came out, netizens also went crazy and quickly left messages. I also want to apply for on-site observation. Big guys, take me with you. Please ask for tickets. If you can't do it, you can buy it with money. The physical car will be released so soon. Ah, I am so looking forward to it. At Planet Builder. Sir, we at Chang'an Automobile also want to go and watch. There was also an enterprise account tagging He Xingzhou. At this time, several internet celebrities with millions of fans jumped out. Bald Tiger talking about cars at Planet Builder. Sir, please take me. Little Monkey talking about cars at Planet Builder. Sir, I'm also signing up. Can I go and watch on site? Xiaomin commenting on cars at Planet Builder. Xiaomin also wants to go. Sign up QAQ. All the internet celebrities in the automotive industry are here. And some weird ones, such as car models, also leave messages here. He Xingzhou is too lazy to deal with these things. He will arrange for someone to invite some influential people to participate in his on-site electromagnetic floating car road test. Chapter 41 Concept Video. He Xingzhou's second video also caused a huge response on the internet. The number of views of this video is tens of millions higher than the previous one, and it has directly soared to the top of the B Station's hot list this week. And He Xingzhou's number of fans has tripled directly, reaching more than 3 million. This makes other video authors envious. They have reached this number of fans and have posted countless videos, almost updating every week. And what about He Xingzhou? How often does he update? But when it comes to imitation, these video authors can only sigh in despair. A post with 1 million fans sighed in the video. Who can imitate He Xingzhou's video? No one. There is only one in the world. Let's not talk about imitating him. Look at other platforms. Accounts that repost his works have many fans. On the internet, there are also accounts pretending to be He Xingzhou himself, posting videos on other platforms, trying to pass themselves off as the real thing. This trick has been used by many bad media workers. But this time, they encountered a tough one. Anyone who impersonated He Xingzhou found that their account was immediately blocked. And the blocking time was 999 years. 999 years? I can't even live to that time. A fake teen said speechlessly. All those who impersonated him in the industry were blocked. I heard that someone was invited to have tea. Not only was he locked up for a few days, but his company was also gone. This person is not to be messed with. No one should pretend to be him in the future. North America. Maple Leaf Country. Magna International Group. Headquartered in Ontario. Cha Bell, a senior executive president of the headquarters, is talking to Rhodes, the president of their group's Asia region. Magna International Group is the world's third largest automotive parts supplier. They are engaged in automotive design, development, manufacturing, automotive assembly, modules, components, etc. They have more than 90,000 employees worldwide, and more than 6,000 in China alone. Cha Bell, you must pay attention to this video, Rhodes emphasized. Now this video is very popular in China. We believe that it is suspected to come from the China state-owned automobile group. The video he sent to Cha Bell was He Xingzhou's video, and it was specially translated into English. Cha Bell shook his head and laughed. Roz, you are making a fuss. It's just a concept video made by an internet celebrity. Is it necessary to report it to the headquarters? There are thousands of such videos on the internet every year. No. 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 Roz said seriously. The author of this video is one of the scientists who announced that Huaxia had developed a metal air battery. He is not an ordinary internet celebrity, but a real scientist. Our technical experts analyzed his video and believe that the completion of their electromagnetic floating motor unit is likely to have reached commercial level. Cha Bell was surprised and asked, is this possible? China's automotive powertrain design is still not as good as ours. How can it suddenly surpass us? I think you are still making a fuss. This is just a concept video. Of course, their simulator is well made. Our factories and laboratories can also make such things at any time. As for commercial use? Haha. Report this to me in 30 years. Cha Bell, you look down on them too much. Rhodes was very helpless. Cha Bell, like other senior executives at the headquarters, always had a feeling of contempt for China's technology. To put it bluntly, they are like Americans. They always have a sense of superiority in their hearts and are unwilling to admit that Eastern technology is surpassing them in all aspects. Okay, since you take it so seriously, then you should continue to follow up, Cha Bell said. If there is any new news, contact the headquarters again. The video call ended, and Rhodes sighed and said, maybe the headquarters will regret it soon. Once they successfully build an electromagnetic floating car, our market in China, Asia, and the world will be greatly affected. I have to prepare early, so that the headquarters will not blame me for misjudging the market situation. Island country, Toyota Motor Corporation, the world's second largest automobile company. At this moment, President Takeo Toyoda is discussing this matter with senior executives in the company. According to the report from our president in China, they think the content in this video is very likely to be true, said Takeo Toyoda. Chinese people are always cautious about major events, and they generally won't announce anything they are not absolutely sure of. Since they have already announced it, it means that they may have mastered a new automobile engine technology. President, we haven't done much research on magnetic levitation engines, a member said. Now the whole world is researching fuel engines and electric motors. I think this is just a laboratory product and cannot be maturely used in automobiles. You have a point, but we must take it seriously. Previously, their battery technology caused Denso to suffer heavy losses. Toyota Takeo was worried and said, let the president of the Huaxia region keep a close eye on their actions. If they can really commercialize this technology, we must report it to the chairman. We can even call a meeting of the Japanese Automobile Industry Association. Toyota Motors is just one of the industries of the Toyota Group. In addition, Toyota also has Aisin Seiki, Shimago Denso, Toyota Automatic Loom, Toyota Tsusho Corporation, and other Fortune 500 companies. The country that is most sensitive to magnetic levitation motors is Germany. The automobile industry is one of their pillar industries. Most of the world's top 100 automobile groups and automobile parts groups are here. Volkswagen, the world's #1 automobile company, is circulating a video of the magnetic levitation motor test set by China among its top executives. Magnetic levitation motor? Electromagnetic floating car? Didn't we release a concept video for this? What's the big deal? Like the bigwigs in the automobile industry in Maple Leaf Country and Island Country, many people still don't take it seriously. In their opinion, this video is just a means for internet celebrities to increase their fans. They don't know how many similar concept videos they have released. And they have even released videos of space cars and Mars rovers. What a joke. They can't do it even if they are given another 10 years. This time China has not announced it. It seems to be just a concept video. The executives discussed. To be cautious, let the people in the Huaxia branch go to inquire about the situation. German auto parts giants, such as Bosch Group, Continental Group, and ZF Group, have almost the same views on this. This kind of technology, even the world's top auto companies, like us, can't produce it. China's technology is so far behind us. It's definitely a concept video. We can make laboratory products that can float at any time. Want to carry out industrialized manufacturing? It's impossible. Among them, there are also a few people who think that it should be taken seriously, most of whom are people who perform their duties in the Huaxia branch. Therefore, it became their task to pay attention to He Xingzhou's magnetic levitation motor and electromagnetic floating car. Isn't he going to broadcast live? Find a way to send a few people to check whether it is true or not. He is going to fake it. Immediately promote it on the internet. These gimmicks every day make us unable to sleep well. And we are scolded by the headquarters. Chapter 42: Wireless Power Transmission Technology. While the automotive industry and related manufacturing industries were paying attention to He Xingzhou's next live broadcast, He Xingzhou was studying wireless charging technology with his research team in the institute. Their wireless charging is not short-distance wireless charging for convenient electronic products like mobile phones, but a more powerful technology for charging metal air power batteries. He Xingzhou imagined that his electromagnetic floating car could be charged in a variety of ways. One is the most traditional, using charging piles. This will undoubtedly reduce the efficiency of logistics transportation. So the improvement plan includes replacing the battery cell. As long as the battery cell of the metal air battery is replaced, it only takes 10 seconds to make the battery revived. They can currently do both of these methods. But He Xingzhou is still not satisfied. He hopes that the maglev car can be charged completely seamlessly, which is the high-power wireless charging technology, consume 100 units of energy, and unlock the short-distance wireless power transmission technology. In the technology tree, He Xingzhou unlocked this technology. In this technology, there are also medium-distance, long-distance, and even ultra-long-distance energy transmission technologies with a distance of light years. For example, using light as a wave to transmit energy, etc. This technology is also an energy transmission technology needed to build a Dyson sphere in the future. What He Xingzhou unlocked is the short-distance energy transmission using electromagnetic field energy. After absorbing and mastering this knowledge, He Xingzhou held a research meeting. Everyone. The conference room was full of power engineers and scientists, most of whom were from the State Grid and the Institute of Electricity and Electromagnetism. I think that since the maglev car needs to lay magnetic materials on the road surface, we can further transform the magnetic materials on the road surface. He Xingzhou took out his design plan and showed it to everyone. As early as 1890, Nikola Tesla conducted wireless power transmission experiments. He had imagined using the Earth as an inner conductor and the Earth's ionosphere as an outer conductor, and establishing a low-frequency resonance of about 8 Hz between the Earth and the ionosphere by amplifying the transmitter in a radial electromagnetic wave oscillation mode, and using the surface electromagnetic waves surrounding the Earth to transmit energy. This idea was too avant-garde, although it was not completed. Later scientists calculated from theory that if free space waveguide beams were used, the transmission efficiency could reach nearly 100%. What I am envisioning now is to lay a layer of equipment on the magnetic road surface. which can resonate the magnetic field between the electromagnetic floating vehicle and the road surface. This section of the road surface is connected to the power grid, and the electrical energy is transmitted to the wireless power receiver of the electromagnetic floating vehicle in the form of electromagnetic field resonance, which is converted into electrical energy and then stored in the battery. In this way, our maglev vehicle does not need to stop to charge or replace the battery. It can be charged while driving, maximizing the logistics efficiency. At this time, no one responded to his words, because all the experts were reading the materials he distributed, which said design of short-distance electromagnetic coupling induction wireless power transmission system. After half an hour, some people spoke one after another. From a theoretical analysis, there is no problem at all. An electrical expert muttered to himself. We have been studying wireless power transmission technology, but it is all based on electromagnetic wave transmission of microwave energy, which is converted into a small amount of electrical energy. This kind of electrical energy can only fully charge the battery of a mobile phone at most. The wireless power transmission power in Chief Engineer He's plan is at least 1,000 times that of ours. The power grid engineer held the plan document and trembled with excitement. According to this plan, not only can wireless power transmission between the road and the electromagnetic flow be made, but also short-distance wireless power transmission devices can be made. In some special areas of our country, it is very troublesome to lay wires and power grids. If wireless power transmission towers are designed according to this technology, wouldn't it be able to reduce our costs by more than 80%? These experts have begun to think divergently and think of various application scenarios of this technology. Yes, once this technology is promoted, traditional electric vehicles can also use it. There are other electronic products. If the safety performance is guaranteed, they can be fully promoted to family life. In a residential area, you don't even need to sign a wire. You can build a wireless power transmission tower in the community. You only need to install a wireless power receiving device at home to have electricity. All electrical appliances and smart devices will change because of this. They will become more convenient and easy to use. They became more and more excited as they talked, and even began to discuss how to build a nationwide wireless power transmission network. He Xingzhou smiled. This was really what he wanted to achieve. Manufacturing an electromagnetic floating vehicle is only a phased goal. In the process of achieving the goal, the various technologies developed are his real purpose. These technologies are used in various aspects to drive the overall scientific and technological level of the entire country. Ahem. He Xingzhou interrupted their discussion and said, Everyone, don't get too excited. This short-distance wireless power transmission is not up to the level of building a power grid, and safety and other aspects need to be studied and improved. You can continue to study in depth. But before that, we have to make a section of wireless charging magnetic road surface in the laboratory. Yes. 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 You can't eat fat in one bite. First, we need to develop the wireless charging of this electromagnetic floating vehicle, and also make technical reserves for our construction of a national wireless network. They reminded He Xingzhou that their plan should include the construction of a wireless power transmission grid across the country, even a planetary radio network surrounding the entire Earth. I still have to unlock the medium-distance wireless power transmission technology, and then discuss it with the Xuanwu executives. Everyone calmed down and began to carefully analyze and discuss how to charge the electromagnetic floating car while driving. It is unrealistic to pave the entire road surface with charging pavement, and the cost is too high. We can set a certain stage as the charging pavement. When the electromagnetic floating car enters this section of the road, it will automatically turn on the charging state, and a charging protection mode will be set up, and various safety facilities will be prepared. If it is a thunderstorm, will the charging be affected by the thunderstorm weather? Should the charging be stopped? How to avoid a single vehicle accident affecting the charging of other electromagnetic floating cars on the road or on the road? Even if they have the technology, they still have to make a complete plan before they can implement it. At the same time, in the unmanned driving technology group, researchers are also improving the unmanned driving system. At present, the international unmanned driving technology is divided into 6 levels: L0, no autonomous driving; L1, driver-assisted driving; L2, partial autonomous driving; L3, conditional autonomous driving; L4, highly autonomous driving; and L5, fully autonomous driving. The experts in He Xingzhou's team, combined with their existing research results, have been able to achieve L4 highly autonomous driving. There is still a gap to L5 fully autonomous driving. But it is easier to perform L5 level fully autonomous driving on an electromagnetic floating car than on a traditional car, because the electromagnetic floating car currently has to travel on magnetic roads. This isolates many complex driving scenarios. Its speed, regulation, etc. require it to be included in the Intelligent Transportation Network for unified regulation. In this way, achieving L5 level autonomous driving of the electromagnetic floating car has become the simplest research in this project. And He Xingzhou does not need to participate in it personally. Everything is proceeding in an intense and orderly manner. And He Xingzhou's electromagnetic floating car is about to come out. Chapter 43. Everything is ready. In the suburbs of Beijing, Huaxia, a road under construction is in full swing. Here, you can see construction teams from different companies, including Huaxia Construction Bureaus 1 to 8, as well as engineering teams affiliated with the military region and some related units. These construction teams are working at the same time, building a brand new road. It is the magnetic road that He Xingzhou wants to test electromagnetic levitation. Construction started 2 months ago and was recently renovated. It is said that the roadbed will be connected to the power grid so that the road can charge cars. I have been doing engineering for a lifetime, building bridges and roads. But this is the first time I have heard that the road can charge cars. A construction team leader looked at the construction requirements and wondered. This is a question for engineers and scientists to discuss. We just need to pave it according to the requirements. The construction worker said. Yes. Anyway, as long as we follow the requirements. Whether it works or not is their problem. Start. The construction team continued to pave the road. Chief Engineer He. This test section will be completed in another month. Renjie, an engineer from Huaxia Construction Group, said to He Xingzhou. He was not a participant in the Xuanwu project, so he was very curious about He Xingzhou's identity and power. Being able to mobilize so many elite engineering teams, and the participating design institutes are all national units. This young man's power is beyond imagination. He Xingzhou, wearing a white safety helmet, looked at the dusty construction site and muttered to himself, if the construction is fully automated, the efficiency should be much faster. Right? Ah? We are already highly automated. Renjie was stunned and explained. Not only are our construction workers first-class technicians, but our equipment is absolutely top-notch in the country and the world. This construction progress is, without exaggeration, the fastest I have ever seen. He Xingzhou smiled and said, I mean, if there are intelligent machines for construction, the efficiency should be much higher. Isn't this smart enough? Renjie didn't understand what he meant, and He Xingzhou didn't explain. In his opinion, relying solely on human construction is too slow and inefficient. With a casual calculation, the schedule of what he wants to build is too long to arrange, including national road reconstruction, national wireless power network, planetary fortress, steel Great Wall, even space city, Dyson sphere and the like. Automated robots must also be put on the agenda. To manufacture robots, whether it is mechanical processing or chips, it must rely on ultra-precision processing technology. Back to the starting point. He Xingzhou has made up his mind that after the electromagnetic floating car test is completed, the next step is to study ultra-precision processing machines. A month passed quickly. During this period, FW Group has already manufactured several electromagnetic floating vehicles, and also installed unmanned driving systems, wireless power receiving devices, etc. The magnetic road surface has also been basically completed, and everything is ready, just waiting for the announcement. After discussing with the team, He Xingzhou set a date. At 10 a.m. on June 25th, the electromagnetic floating vehicle test video will be broadcast live, and some lucky viewers will be invited to watch. He Xingzhou posted this message on his personal account. As soon as the message was released, it immediately attracted the attention of the entire network. Finally, it's time to test. Much faster than I thought. Waiting ing. How to get to the site? Where is the site? Please let me know. Fuck. Up really made it. XX University came to watch. He Xingzhou is going to test his electromagnetic floating car. This news spread in the automotive industry, and many entrepreneurs paid attention to it, and sent important people from their own companies to inquire about the news and go to the scene. In order to promote, He Xingzhou gave them several places to watch the scene as long as they were related companies. On June 25th, The newly built magnetic power track in the suburbs of Beijing was full of people. There were media reporters, entrepreneurs, scientists, foreign guests, a bunch of internet celebrities, and curious citizens. As soon as they arrived, they found that the surrounding area was blocked and armed police soldiers were patrolling around. It was a big scene. Hello everyone. I am Shen Bingbing, a reporter from the national television station. We are now having a special experience in front of a special road in the suburbs of Beijing. At the scene, a petite and sweet-looking female reporter was talking to the camera. Today she is He Xingzhou's live broadcast assistant, helping He Xingzhou with live broadcast. While He Xingzhou was checking the vehicle and the road, she started the live broadcast first. Shen Bingbing has many fans on the internet because of her sweetness and cuteness. She appeared in the live broadcast room camera and immediately aroused cheers from netizens. Although the weather is hot today, my heart is still cold. Up host is so awesome. Let Bingbing be the assistant. 666. Isn't watching live broadcast more interesting than playing games? Brothers, listen to me. Even if you look at a beautiful woman 100 times, she is not yours. But if you read a book 100 times, the knowledge is yours. We come to this live broadcast room to learn scientific knowledge. So please don't snatch Bingbing from me. Where is He Xingzhou? Where is the electromagnetic floating car? Someone asked. Everyone is very enthusiastic. Shen Bingbing smiled, revealing 2 sweet dimples. And she explained, Mr. He Xingzhou is debugging the vehicle now. And we will see him soon. Brother, does this car really float? Inside, a young girl asked He Xingzhou curiously. This is He Mingyao, He Xingzhou's sister. She finished the college entrance examination not long ago, and He Xingzhou promised to take her to play in Beijing. Of course, today's test project is also one of the play programs. You will know later. He Xingzhou has already inspected several electromagnetic floating cars and confirmed that there are no problems. There are so many people. They all came to see you test. He Mingyao's little face was full of shock. It was the first time she saw such a scene. I just saw Shen Bingbing. She is my idol. Brother, can you help me get an autograph later? He Mingyao asked expectantly. He Xingzhou smiled and said, You can just tell her no later. Okay. No more talking. Just follow Sister Jilan. I will personally test it later. He Xingzhou changed into a racing suit today. He had to personally open the door for the car he designed himself. A temporary viewing stand was built around the track, and a group of entrepreneurs were sitting in their VIP seats waiting. Mr. Tian, you are here too? In the audience, Wang Jie, a senior president of BYD Auto, looked at a middle-aged man in front of the stage. That was Tian Jun of Rice Technology. It's Mr. Wan. Tian Jun stood up, shook hands with him, and smiled. In the words of young people, I am a fan of He Xingzhou. He is going to test the new car, so I came to join in the fun. This time it's not just a new car. Wang Jie looked at the brand new road in front of the stage and said, I just asked around and heard that this road is a special magnetic road surface with special functions. This road alone must cost a lot of money. I wonder how the car performs. In addition to them, there were representatives from other companies, as well as foreign guests from the United States, Germany, the island country, the Maple Leaf country and other countries. These people were talking in low voices. Their mood was different from that of Tian Jun and others. Tian Jun and others were very excited, but they were a little nervous, hoping that today's test must fail. Chapter 44 Road Test begins. The test will start in half an hour. Please enter in an orderly manner. At the entrance of the test area, the staff began to arrange for other media workers and a bunch of internet celebrities who came to join in the fun. Several invited audience members also came to the audience seats with them. I'm here. I'm here. Brothers, I'm already here. In the audience seats, He Xingzhou's classmate and roommate Wang Jiahao was holding a mobile phone and video chatting with other classmates. Since He Xingzhou was taken away, they have had less contact with He Xingzhou. But the students in the school are still paying attention to him silently. When they saw from the news that He Xingzhou led the team to develop metal batteries, the students of Quan Expert realized what He Xingzhou was doing. It turned out that he joined an important scientific research team. This time, He Xingzhou also sent invitations to several roommates. But because of school classes, only Wang Jiahao had time to come to the scene. So at this time, he was video calling other classmates in the class group. Where is He Xingzhou? I haven't seen him for a few months. Several female classmates asked. I haven't seen him yet. Don't worry, Wang Jiahao said. I'll see him soon. Where is Lao He's electromagnetic floating car? Zhang Yang and Feng Tao asked anxiously. Why don't you go and experience it? It's not that I don't want to go. There are too many people, Wang Jiahao said. Do you see the audience over there? It's all big guys. I'm embarrassed to disturb Lao He at this time. There are many celebrities here. Look, isn't that bald tiger brother? He pointed to a part of the video and saw a team recording a video. The owner was a bald man with a shiny head shining in the sun. Really? Zhang Yang said. He has tens of millions of fans on the short video platform. Yeah. Hey, I seem to have seen a few internet celebrities, all of whom have at least millions of fans. What's an internet celebrity? Haven't you seen those big guys? There are several with a net worth of tens of billions or hundreds of billions. He Xingzhou is awesome. A road test can attract so many people to watch. At the starting point of the road, several electromagnetic floating cars slowly flew into the lane under the attention of the public. He Xingzhou and his electromagnetic floating car finally appeared, and the cameraman of the national television station immediately turned the camera to it. In addition to the cameras arranged on the scene, there were also drones in the sky for real-time ultra-clear aerial photography. He Xingzhou is out. TV viewers and online viewers saw He Xingzhou at the first time. Look at the car. Look at the car. Everyone's first sight was naturally focused on the electromagnetic floating car. Following He Xingzhou's appearance, there were 3 electromagnetic floating cars. The first smaller size is a small single/double passenger electromagnetic floating car. Its shape is similar to a large transparent wheel with a flat bottom. People sit in the wheel, which has no steering wheel or complicated interior. Only 2 comfortable seats and 2 electronic display screens. The other 2. One is a bus. It is the same size as a traditional bus, and also has no wheels. It is suspended on the magnetic road. The exterior is streamlined, black and white, simple and full of technology. The other is a medium-sized truck, which is also full of goods. Similarly, this truck with a load capacity of 10 tons is also electromagnetically floating on the road. Seeing this scene, the audience had to marvel at the powerful function of its magnetic levitation motor. I thought it could only levitate small vehicles, but I didn't expect that a fully loaded truck could be levitated. Tianjun was amazed when he saw the scene. Yes, if the magnetic levitation motor can achieve this carrying capacity, there will be no problem with commercial operation. Wanja quickly took a picture of this scene and sent it to the BYD company's senior management group. Several foreign representatives changed their faces. Is the load on the truck real? Is it a model? If it has this load, doesn't it mean that they have succeeded? Don't panic. It's only levitated now, and we will know after the actual road test. They didn't panic on the surface, but these representatives from various countries couldn't help but send messages to the headquarters. Mr. He Xingzhou, is this the electromagnetic floating car you and your team developed? Reporter Shen Bingbing asked curiously. No wheels. No steering wheel. He Xingzhou smiled and said, electromagnetic floating does not need wheels, and unmanned driving does not need a steering wheel. The live broadcast room was filled with comments. I am an experienced driver. How can I drive without a steering wheel? Coach, I also want to learn to drive. Didn't you say that you can use the handle to operate it? I'm good at this. I'm a racing game god. Shen Bingbing asked. Will there be any safety hazards in this way? He Xingzhou explained. The electromagnetic floating car has a safety warning system that can automatically avoid danger. And there is also an emergency operation button, so passengers can slow down and stop. Strictly speaking, as long as it is operated properly, it is safer than traditional cars, because traditional cars also have driver fatigue, drunk driving or other factors, while electromagnetic floating cars are always self-checking. As you can see, there are 3 types of electromagnetic floating cars this time. One is a small home type, one is a city bus, and the other is a medium-sized transport truck type. Shen Bingbing introduced to the camera. Next they will start and watch their actual performance on the road, in order to better reflect their performance. This test also invited professional drivers to drive traditional fuel vehicles, electric vehicles, trucks and racing cars to compare with them. After the driveway, several more cars drove in, including a fuel car, an electric car, a medium-sized truck, and a professional racing car. each with a professional driver. In He Xingzhou's electromagnetic floating car, there were no people sitting in the truck and the bus. Only some dummies. He Xingzhou himself sat in the small-wheeled electromagnetic floating car, which was more convenient and had been tested for safety before, making it more suitable for demonstration. Ladies and gentlemen, these vehicles will drive 10 laps on this magnetic closed road, and we will conduct a comprehensive comparative analysis of the vehicle's driving stability, safety, speed, efficiency, energy consumption, etc. Shen Bingbing said to the camera. The whole process is reported by Mr. He Xingzhou from the electromagnetic floating car research team and our reporter Shen Bingbing. Shen Bingbing also sat in the co-pilot seat of He Xingzhou. She looked around the car with curiosity. There were 7 cars parked in the driveway. Brother, come on! He Mengyao shouted behind him. At this time, all the test vehicles were ready. The signal flare of the start was launched, and several professional drivers immediately controlled their vehicles to drive. And He Xingzhou calmly pressed the start button, and the electromagnetic floating car slowly moved forward. The audience's attention was focused, and some people were brushing on the barrage. Go! Go! The car in front is out. The electronic screen in front of He Xingzhou showed the live broadcast room and comments. He saw the full screen of messages, and took out a coin from his pocket without rushing, and handed it to Shen Bingbing. Shen Bingbing's big eyes were full of doubts. She took the coin and asked, "What are we going to do? Is this car coin operated?" "It's clearly stated." He Xingzhou smiled and said, "No. I asked you to put the coin upright on the small table. We will perform various operations such as acceleration and deceleration later to see the status of the coin." Chapter 45 Racer. Do you still want people to play? Is this okay? Shen Bingbing placed the coin on the folding table in the car. At this time, the electromagnetic floating car was still moving, and the coin did not show any signs of shaking or moving. We are going to start accelerating. He Xingzhou looked at the screen, which showed that the cars in front had already pulled away. He activated the stable acceleration option, and the electromagnetic floating car began to accelerate steadily, so that it would not cause excessive acceleration and make passengers uncomfortable. From the pictures taken by the drone, the audience's perspective is even more obvious. On the lane, the 3 electromagnetic floating cars began to accelerate, and their acceleration had an inexplicable silky smoothness. It was as if they were supposed to be this fast. There was no roar of the engine, and no sudden shaking of the car body. The speed of the 3 electromagnetic floating cars increased several times in a very short time. So fast, the racing driver Yui had noticed the movement behind him. Although he was only asked to do a comparative experiment this time, he still had the intention of competing in his heart. After all, he was also a well-known racing driver, and he was driving a racing car worth over 100 million yuan. How could he lose to an unmanned vehicle? He stepped on the accelerator hard, trying to pull away. The racing car engine roared like a tiger, and the car body was shaking. That's the feeling. Yui held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. He felt his blood vibrating with the car body. He found the feeling of being in the F1 arena. As long as he keeps going like this, he will definitely be the first. However, before his brain could enjoy the peak excitement for a few seconds, a figure flew past his car and left him behind. He actually surpassed me. Yui was shaken. His speed was already the absolute competition speed, and he was in surprisingly good condition today. He did not make any mistakes at every acceleration and cornering. But such a wonderful operation. Plus this super racing car worth over 100 million yuan was actually left behind by a small 2-person electromagnetic floating car. And even the taillights could not be seen. Can I still play? Yui shouted in his heart. At this moment, he felt a great sense of frustration. It was like the despair of the world's top professional Go player, who was extremely confident, but was defeated by artificial intelligence. It accelerates so fast. It surpassed the racing car. I looked at the camera inside the car, and didn't feel anything unusual at all. Look at the coin. It's still standing. The stability is amazing. 6666. Is this the electromagnetic floating car? Love it. Love it. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room has exceeded 1 million. And on the TV program of the national TV station, this scene was also broadcast live at the same time. And reporter Shen Bingbing was still introducing the relevant situation in the car. In the audience seats at the scene, a group of entrepreneurs have stood up. Tianjun of Rise Technology looked at the shadows of the cars on the driveway and exclaimed, "The 3 electromagnetic floating cars, whether in speed, stability or carrying capacity, have exceeded my expectations." Yes. Wanja, a senior executive of BYD Auto, also said, "I thought it was just a test product. Looking at its performance, it can be directly used for large-scale commercial purposes. It's incredible. Those fuel vehicles, electric vehicles, and even expensive professional racing cars are much worse than it." Report to the headquarters quickly. Other entrepreneurs held their mobile phones. Some were taking photos and videos, and some were making video calls directly. And those foreign entrepreneurs were terrified when they saw it. "The reality is 10 times worse than I expected." Rhodes, the president of Magna International Group in China, looked at the live video with a heavy expression. He had warned the headquarters before that Xingzhou's invention would bring about a major earthquake in the industry and affect their status as an international giant. But the headquarters didn't take it seriously and thought it was a concept video. Today he came to the scene in person, and he didn't need to wait for the full test to be completed. He knew that this test would bring about huge changes. "President, please watch the video I sent immediately. The electromagnetic floating car, made by the Chinese, has much better performance than we imagined." The representative sent by Toyota Motor in the island country was also talking to President Toyota Takeo. Their car can not only carry people, but also carry heavy loads. The technology is already quite mature. The previous demonstration video is definitely not a concept video. Quick! 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 Notify the headquarters. The representatives of German car companies and auto parts suppliers present were even more panicked. And they kept making calls. The test is still going on, and the first lap has been completed. At this time, Xingzhou has accelerated very fast. But he did not choose to accelerate to supersonic speed, because he had not undergone professional training. And driving a supersonic vehicle might cause the driver to have an uncomfortable reaction. Too fast. I can't see the scene outside the window clearly without looking at the screen now. Everything flashed by like a whoosh. I suggest that if you want to enjoy the scenery outside the window while riding, you can adjust the speed you like. Shen Bingbing was still explaining. And Xingzhou said, "Everyone, since this car is carrying people, I will not do the supersonic speed test. Now, I will accelerate the loaded truck to supersonic speed. For safety reasons, all our vehicles are now keeping a distance from it." After Xingzhou finished speaking, he immediately used the control equipment he carried to adjust the speed. The medium-sized electromagnetic floating truck, which already carried 10 tons, began to accelerate. The drone recorded a strong sonic boom above it. Although the live broadcast room was processed, the audience could still hear a lot of noise. 6. A supersonic truck. Isn't this speed faster than ordinary airplane logistics? I hope this car can be used for express delivery as soon as possible. I want to sit in this car. Can the anchor control it to drift? If this thing hits something, wouldn't it be equivalent to a missile explosion? Go. 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 When the truck accelerates to supersonic speed, the kinetic energy will be very large, which is not conducive to turning and other operations. Fortunately, there are no sharp bends on the test road. Deceleration and other functions can also test the performance of electromagnetic brakes. After several laps, the battery power of the electromagnetic floating car began to decrease. Xingzhou said, "Audience, now we start to test almost the last item, which is wireless charging. We have also installed wireless power transmission devices on our magnetic roads and car bodies. As long as we turn on this device, we can charge while driving. So as long as the car and the road are intact, theoretically this car can drive indefinitely without any refueling or charging operations." After Xingzhou finished speaking, he started the charging mode. At this time, the device under the roadbed and the car body device began to resonate with the magnetic field, and the electric energy was converted twice and stored in the metal air battery in the car body. Through the instrument, everyone can see that the vehicle is driving at high speed and in a state of high energy consumption, and the power is still slowly increasing. This subverts the passenger's impression of the use of electric cars. No matter what brand of electric car, as long as it is driven, the driver has to worry about the power. When the power is low, they dare not turn on the air conditioner or accelerate, for fear of consuming too much power. However, this electromagnetic floating car can actually charge while driving, which makes them amazed. Chapter 46: The automotive industry is about to change. It can be charged like this? When did wireless charging technology develop to this point? Tianjun saw this scene on the big screen in the audience and shouted directly. They are also studying wireless charging technology. Not to mention charging power batteries. Even charging mobile phone batteries is useless. Even if mobile phones have wireless charging functions, many users will not use them because the efficiency is too low. And now, He Xingzhou's electromagnetic floating car can actually charge while driving. And the efficiency is higher than the energy consumption. If this technology is promoted, I can't imagine it. He has thought of various application scenarios. Now is the era of electrical appliances and electronic products. If all follow up with wireless charging technology, the world will undergo earth-shaking changes. It's not in vain today. It's not in vain. Tianjun laughed. He immediately called the company's senior management and said, I came here today, and I have gained a lot. Let the company's business group come over quickly. And we must get the technical authorization from He Xingzhou's team. Next to him, Wang Jie, a senior executive said by BYD, was also talking to the group's senior management, telling them about his feelings at the scene. This is a disruptive technology. He Xingzhou's electromagnetic floating car performance is a big step higher than the latest technology we have developed. The automotive industry is going to change. Entrepreneurs and representatives from other countries could no longer sit still when they saw the wireless charging during the test. The situation seems to be worse. They can also charge wirelessly. The ultimate problem that plagues electric vehicles has also been solved by him. Rhodes was writing an urgent email to the headquarters. President, they have revealed a new technology, which will be a devastating blow to us. Toyota's representative was anxiously talking on the phone. Headquarters, I request an emergency meeting of the group immediately. Representatives from Volkswagen, Bosch, Continental and other German groups were even more panicked. They came here because the group's representative in Huaxia strongly suggested that they come to learn about it. Originally, these people didn't care about any road tests, thinking that the so-called magnetic levitation car was just hype and gimmicks. But who would have thought that not only this car is real, but also the various technologies it demonstrates have completely subverted the current automotive industry and related technologies. Its practicality has reached the level of large-scale commercial use. Once the electromagnetic levitation car industry is rolled out, won't China become the leader of the automotive industry? Thinking of this, these representatives felt cold in their hearts. They knew that if this continued, not only their group, but the entire German automotive industry would be hit hard. The days of harvesting wealth by relying on technical patents in the past are probably coming to an end. He Xingzhou's test is about to end. The speed of the 3 electromagnetic floating cars is obviously much faster than that of traditional cars. When they were tested for 10 laps, those traditional cars had only run half the distance. Of course, the speed has exceeded the speed allowed on conventional roads. Regarding the speed of electromagnetic floating cars and magnetic roads, it is still necessary for traffic experts to reevaluate it. It is naturally impossible to limit it with conventional high-speed speeds. When the wheeled electromagnetic floating car driven by He Xingzhou arrived at the finish line, the scene broke out into warm cheers and celebrations. Arrived safely. Lao He. Awesome. He Xingzhou's roommate Wang Jiahao shouted in the stands. And He Xingzhou waved to him. Brother, did you see it? I watched the whole process. And there was no problem at all. An audience member was excitedly video calling his friend. It's so cool. I really want to go ride the electromagnetic floating car to experience it. Success. The road test was successful. There were also electromagnetic floating car researchers and automotive engineers on the scene, who had participated in the birth of these cars. At this moment, a sense of pride arose from the bottom of their hearts. The electromagnetic floating car we participated in, the world's first electromagnetic floating car, was born from today. Being able to participate in such a project is the highlight of my life. Ha ha ha. Brothers, let's go for a drink later. And we won't go home until we are drunk. Brother, did you succeed? He Mengyao came up to him excitedly at the finish line and asked. He Xingzhou looked at the electronic screen, and the test data displayed on it were all within the preset qualified line. He nodded and said, basically successful. Great. He Mengyao hugged him excitedly and said, brother, you are so amazing. That's not just amazing. This has exceeded the world's top level. TV reporter Shen Bingbing praised on the side. Her face was full of smiles, and her eyes were almost curved into lines. At this time, the camera crew had followed, And later there were a lot of media workers. Everyone. As you can see, the world's first electromagnetic floating vehicle, developed and designed by Comrade He Xingzhou and his team, completed the road test successfully with all data and indicators normal. Shen Bingbing reported to the camera. Here, we congratulate our R&D team. Their wisdom and sweat have achieved such a dazzling result. In front of the TV and the internet, millions of viewers saw this scene for the first time. 66666. He Xingzhou is awesome. The electromagnetic floating vehicle was successfully developed. This is the most powerful video author I follow. When he first posted the video, I thought he was making a model. This is too awesome. I watched the whole thing. The electromagnetic floating car is so cool. I really want one. When will it be produced and sold? Hurry up and mass produce it. I won't have to take a driver's license test anymore. I can't pass the second test. Some viewers couldn't hold back their excitement and started sending gifts in the live broadcast room. Tiramisu sends a super rocket. 5646 Xiaodao sends 9,999 flowers to celebrate. Eternal Heart sends a super sports car. The gift special effects and the full-screen bullet comments filled the live broadcast room. And the popularity of the live broadcast room soared to tens of millions, becoming the most popular live broadcast on the current website. But this was just the beginning. At this time, the national TV station was still conducting a live interview, and other media quickly followed suit. Huaxia News Agency, the latest news. Chinese scientists have independently developed an electromagnetic floating car, which can reach a speed exceeding the speed of sound, and has many breakthrough technology patents such as electromagnetic suspension, unmanned driving, and wireless charging. Penai Hotspot, the electromagnetic floating car road test was successful. 3 minutes of video quick view. Penguin Push, the world's first electromagnetic floating car, was successfully tested in my country, and large-scale commercial use is just around the corner. TikTok short video hot list number 1. Hashtag electromagnetic floating car test video hashtag. Major media are broadcasting and reprinting this news. And many viewers, who didn't know about this before, are curious to click in to learn more. When they saw the full content, they realized that, unknowingly, brand new technologies and brand new technology products have appeared in this world. Chapter 47 New Infrastructure. Am I seeing things? How come the automobile technology has suddenly reached the level of electromagnetic floating cars? I now feel that electric cars are not safe. Oh my god! I lost money on my electric car. I should have waited 2 more years. Isn't electromagnetic floating a good idea? Like, does this He Xingzhou's name look familiar? Was he also the team that worked on the battery technology last time? This young man is amazing. The news spread quickly. He Xingzhou received a call from his parents while he was still at the road test site. Son, I saw the news. What electromagnetic floating car did you successfully research? He Qihong asked. Yes. The test was successful just now. He Xingzhou replied. Ha ha. He Qihong laughed. Good. Well done. Next to him, Jiang Monrong's voice of blame came. Didn't you watch TV? He is being interviewed. Don't disturb him at work. Yes. 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 He Qihong was very happy. He said, then you work first. We will call later. He Xingzhou looked in front of him. A large number of reporters and media workers had blocked the place. Do you want to be interviewed? Su Zhilan walked over and asked. I think. Forget it today. He Xingzhou glanced at the dark crowd in front of him and said helplessly, there are many more important things to do. Okay. I'll make the arrangements. Su Zhilan shouted into the communicator. One group. One group. Take all the reporters to the interview area. One group. Got it. A staff member immediately went to coordinate. Meng Yao, you follow Sister Zhilan first. He Xingzhou arranged. By the way, reporter Shen, my sister wants to take a photo with you. Do you think you are free? Sure. Shen Bingbing smiled. Of course, it's no problem. Okay. Then I have something else to do. So I'll leave first. He Xingzhou said. The electromagnetic floating car road test was successful, and there are still a lot of things waiting for him. If it goes as expected, this matter will alarm all relevant departments, companies, and the whole world. In the Xuanwu executive chat group, several executives were also discussing this matter. Kong Qing said, Comrade Xiao He's team has made new achievements again, which really makes us old guys ashamed. Qin Peng asked at He Xingzhou, Can your team lend it to us? Can this technology be used in the military? He Xingzhou replied, at present, electromagnetic floating vehicles must have magnetic roads to travel. If the military can lay special magnetic roads, it can be used to transport supplies and the like. In addition, technologies such as magnetic suspension bearings can also be used in military vehicles and weapons. LV May asked, what is the manufacturing cost? Can it be rolled out on a large scale? He Xingzhou, the manufacturing cost is similar to that of traditional cars, and we have also designed magnetic pavement. We only need to lay a layer of magnetic material on the existing road to complete the initial transformation. The transformation budget is only 1/5 of the construction of the same section of highway. Can it be transformed? Then there is the possibility of promotion. LV May said. He Xingzhou continued, executives, I suggest that we immediately start mass production of electromagnetic floating vehicles and carry out magnetic road transformation across the country. At least all highways on major roads should be transformed into magnetic pavement. Other places can be left to private enterprises or local promotion. In this way, the logistics and transportation efficiency of our country can directly reach the era of national electromagnetic high speed. Chui Weiman said, Comrade, He Xingzhou's proposal is very constructive. In our Xuanwu plan, there is already a part to improve the national logistics system. Now that we have the technology of electromagnetic floating vehicles and magnetic roads, we can discuss with the leaders of the transportation and construction departments and promote it comprehensively. And the radio network, He Xingzhou added. We are further researching the wireless power transmission technology. Once the medium-distance wireless power transmission technology matures, it is best to promote it immediately and lay a national wireless power transmission network. Whether it is military, economic, or people's livelihood, it will be of great benefit. Comrade, He Xingzhou's ideas are as grand as ever, Chui Weiman said with emotion. These two laying plans will cost trillions. I support it very much, said military expert He Hongwei. Our country already has a large infrastructure plan worth tens of trillions. After several technologies from Comrade, He Xingzhou's team came out, some of the infrastructure plans are now outdated. For example, building charging stations and charging piles across the country, etc. It is completely feasible to replace part of them with a new plan. LV May said, this makes sense. Although it costs a lot of money, these constructions are very practical. I suggest that we communicate with the national leaders and promote it. He Xingzhou's plan began to gain their approval. After discussing for a while, everyone basically agreed with He Xingzhou's opinion to promote electromagnetic floating cars, magnetic roads, and wireless power transmission technology on a large scale. In addition, they discussed the research on Zerg. Song Jinghong said, after several months of research, my team has cultivated 137 different Zerg life forms according to the previous ideas. Their life characteristics, gene expression traits, etc. are different. I think Comrade He Xingzhou's conjecture is very reasonable. Zerg life has a special genetic gene information library. That is, the so-called biochip, which can express different genes according to different external environments. Qin Peng asked, how aggressive are they? What biological weapons do they have? How resistant are they to thermal weapons? As a military leader, he is more concerned about this aspect. Song Jinghong said, they are very aggressive, and their intelligence has also evolved significantly. As for biological weapons, there are too many. The more common ones have sharp teeth and claws, and the more powerful ones can emit high-voltage currents, like electric eels, and spit biological fluids, like squids, such as venom and acid. In addition, there are some very special biological weapons that are being studied. Preliminary judgment shows that the combat power of a most common Zerg is equivalent to that of an adult man carrying cold weapons. They are still evolving, and we cannot predict what they will evolve into. He emphasized, this is not the most terrifying thing. My team has set up ocean monitoring stations in oceans all over the world. We've found that the frequency of mutants is increasing significantly. Even in the cold Arctic and Antarctic oceans, mutant species have been found. The number of mutants may be 10 times more than we previously guessed. The news he told made everyone silent for a long time. More and more evidence shows that He Xingzhou's original shocking prediction was not an exaggeration, but is becoming a reality. Chapter 48 Industrial Crisis? Can the Zerg's biochip be cracked? Qin Peng asked. There is no way at present. Our research equipment cannot keep up and cannot accurately detect genetic information, Song Jinghong said. I have contacted many foreign biological research institutes and companies, and they all said they could not help. The relevant equipment was strictly prohibited from being sold. We have to rely on our own research, Kong Qin said. I have asked the team to publicize the relevant technology. Qin Peng also said, at present, we have established a special Xuanwu force in the army, which is specifically used to deal with the Zerg. Now we urgently need Zerg information so that we can make relevant war preparations. Song Jinghong said, we will share the news in time. He Xingzhou also replied, once there is a breakthrough in the Zerg research, our team will report it immediately. The success of the electromagnetic floating car road test is still fermenting. The domestic media is naturally celebrating, and related companies are also actively seeking cooperation. In a few days, He Xingzhou's team has received more than 5,000 inquiries from companies. Many of them are from foreign countries, and they are giant companies in the Fortune 500. For them, the team uses excuses and only cooperates with domestic companies. And they also have to go through strict audits. Maple Leaf Country, Magna International Group, the world's third-ranked automotive supplier. After He Xingzhou's electromagnetic floating car road test, President Rhodes was urgently recalled to China by the headquarters and asked to explain the relevant situation. In the conference room, a group of senior executives sat upright and listened to Rhodes' story. I have already reminded you in my previous report, Rhodes emphasized. The results of this road test also prove that they have mastered a kind of automotive technology that is ahead of us, including magnetic levitation motors, metal air batteries, unmanned driving, wireless power transmission, etc. Why didn't you hear about it at the beginning? Group Chairman Broad said angrily. Rhodes glanced at another senior president, Cha Bell, and said, maybe everyone ignored it. Cha Bell lowered his head and said nothing. When Ross reported to him a few days ago, he thought it was just a concept video. But who knew that the other party actually made it? He couldn't figure out why it happened so quickly. Now, he was destined to bear the blame. He was full of regrets. If he had paid more attention to it at the beginning, he would not be scolded by the chairman now. The other presidents were also silent. And Ross said, everyone should know that with their creativity and industrial manufacturing capabilities, within 3 years, their related products will be sold all over the world. By then, our market will be squeezed. It is no exaggeration to say that we have ushered in the most dangerous moment of the group. We must come up with a countermeasure. A senior executive said, even if they have the technology, they may not be able to manufacture it. The relevant parts still rely on imports from us and other countries. We only need to seize the important parts, and we can still make a lot of money. We have no say in this. We have to unite the manufacturers of the island country and Germany. I have to make a few calls myself, Chairman Broad said seriously. He was going to contact the Automobile Industry Associations of Germany, the island country, and the United States to discuss this matter together. Once the large-scale production of electromagnetic floating vehicles begins, half of the products in our automobile industry will be eliminated. Several important figures in the Automobile Industry Association of the island country are in a meeting. Our representatives have confirmed the authenticity of the relevant technology, and their commercial operation is a done deal, said Takeo Toyota, president of Toyota Motor. None of our companies have mastered the relevant technology. Once the electromagnetic floating car is fully promoted, it will bring a devastating blow to the island country's automobile industry, said a representative from Mitsubishi Group. Our company has received news that some car companies have obtained authorization from He Xingzhou's team and are about to develop related models, said a representative from Mazda. Everyone, we have encountered an industrial crisis, said Kengo Nomura, president of the association. All members of the association should be united in facing the outside world. I just received news from automobile associations in other countries. We must nip the rise of electromagnetic floating cars in the bud. At least, we must delay their development and give us time to follow up. In the technology industry, whoever masters the core technology will master the source of wealth. In their view, the successful road test of the electromagnetic floating car is 100 times more serious than the threat brought by the sale of a car model or the rise of a car company. In Germany, this matter has alarmed the highest level. The Transportation Department, the Trade Department, and even the members of the Supreme Parliament have personally visited the relevant companies to understand this matter. The automobile industry is one of their pillar industries. Every year, 1/3 of the world's cars come from their country's car companies, and related parts suppliers. And 70% of high-end cars come from their brands. The GDP of the automobile industry alone exceeds the GDP of nearly 100 countries. After the meetings of various related groups, the German Association of the Automotive Industry held an emergency meeting. More than 600 related companies in the association were notified and sent representatives to attend the emergency meeting to discuss the electromagnetic floating car. Everyone has read the relevant information. I don't need to say more about the seriousness of the matter. Let's talk about it. How should we deal with this industrial crisis? Wagner, president of the Association of the Automotive Industry, swept his eyes across the venue. There were more than 100 people attending the meeting, and several hundred companies were unable to arrive at the moment. So they used the internet to conduct a video conference. Around the podium were representatives of famous car companies and related suppliers, such as Benz, Volkswagen, BMW and other companies, as well as representatives of giant suppliers such as Bosch, Continental, and ZF. At this moment, they were all frowning and thinking, if this matter is not handled well, they will lose their position as the leader of the world's automotive industry. From the intelligence data, it is no problem for their technology to be commercialized on a large scale. The relevant departments have leaked that they seem to be planning related plans. Next to President Wagner, Koch, a member of the Supreme Council, spoke. We believe that we should immediately speak out through the Western Alliance and impose all-round restrictions on raw materials, spare parts, relevant standards, technical patents, etc. At the same time, all car companies should follow up on electromagnetic floating car technology simultaneously and occupy the market dominance before the electromagnetic floating car industry is fully developed. The congressman talked eloquently, getting more and more excited, as if he had already won. However, representatives of several large groups smiled bitterly in their hearts. The most important thing is that the core technology of this electromagnetic floating car seems to be independently developed by them, and has nothing to do with the relevant German companies. What restrictions can they impose? Just empty talk? Chapter 49 continued to move forward. The meeting lasted for several days, and finally, they reached an agreement. The German Automobile Industry Association, together with the Western Alliance, the United States, the Island Country, the Maple Leaf Country, the Kangaroo Country and other countries, imposed restrictions on important parts and raw materials related to the automotive industry. They have only one goal, which is to delay the development of a certain country's electromagnetic floating vehicle industry, or even strangle it in the cradle. Let's raise the price. It's not the first time. We also have corresponding measures. Announce our new infrastructure plan. A few days later, a new news was announced in China. The country will work with multiple departments and localities to transform the magnetic road surface of highways across the country. In addition, the national power grid will be transformed for wireless power transmission. At the same time, it will vigorously develop electromagnetic floating vehicles, wireless charging, metal air batteries and other technologies, and support related industries to encourage consumers to buy related products and upgrade them. This plan will take 5 years and is expected to cost more than 10 trillion yuan. All funds will be strictly controlled and must not flow into other capital markets. As soon as this news came out, the world was shocked. First of all, the people in China were talking about it. Magnetic roads across the country. So in 5 years, we can drive electromagnetic floating vehicles around the country? Great! The speed of the electromagnetic floating vehicle is faster than that of a passenger plane. In the future, domestic travel or logistics will be 10 times faster. With so much investment, I hope this money will not go into the real estate market. Good for the construction industry. The building materials companies in the A-share market are going to surge. Hurry up and get on board. Such a large project is expected to create a lot of jobs. Those who study architecture, design and engineering will not have to worry about finding a job. As this news was announced, domestic construction-related and automobile-related stocks soared, and a lot of the funds came from international sources. Those foreign capitalists were clear in their minds. But the electromagnetic floating vehicle was a cross-era technology, and they could not stop it. It's better to invest. Maybe you can make a profit. The top leaders now believe in the Zerd disaster more. Maybe the world order will collapse in a few decades. When the doomsday comes, they can't take away the foreign resources. Internationally, this move has also caused other countries to speculate. In the United States, The new president is discussing this matter with his staff. What do you think? Asked the president. An expert said, President, this is their way to stimulate the economy. There has always been a tradition of stimulating the economy with infrastructure. This time, they have broken through the new technology. They announced a nationwide road and power grid transformation, which will bring a lot of job opportunities and economic benefits to their citizens. At the same time, they can also use this to develop related industries such as electromagnetic floating cars and wireless power to enhance their competitiveness. Another staff member said, we should join other countries to restrict. And I think that we should also carry out infrastructure plans in the United States. Most of the roads, railways, power grids, and communication networks in the United States were built in the last century, and many of them are already dilapidated. Infrastructure can stimulate our economy and enhance national strength. The United States does need an infrastructure plan. The president agreed. We must balance confrontation, competition, and cooperation. President, recent actions are suspicious. An economist said. They seem to be interested in recovering their assets and investments around the world. They purchase a large amount of materials internationally, such as ore, oil, and food, and ship them back to the country. Another staff member disagreed and said, this is exactly what we have achieved. They are restricted internationally and have to do this. They are hoarding materials just because they are afraid of our restrictions. The commander-in-chief read the relevant reports carefully and said, their behavior is indeed very suspicious. The speed of technological breakthroughs has been very fast recently. Let the intelligence department investigate it immediately. Yes. At the Sentinel Research Institute, He Xingzhou is holding a meeting of the institute to start the next stage of the research plan. He looked at the audience, compared with the previous worries and concerns. After the research and development of several technologies, the confidence of the researchers has increased a lot. He Xingzhou said, everyone, in the past few months, after everyone's unremitting efforts, we have achieved a small part of the results. But this is just the beginning. I believe everyone has read our current research report on the Zerg. The Zerg crisis is by no means alarmist. We still have a lot to do. In the next stage, in addition to the necessary Zerg gene research, the main product we want to develop is the ultra-precision machining machine tool. Machine tools, also known as industrial mother machines. All industrial manufacturing is inseparable from machine tools. We have the ability to manufacture general machine tools, but the ultra-precision machining machine tool technology is still lacking. All the things He Xingzhou plans to manufacture cannot be separated from ultra-precision processing technology. The recent restrictions imposed on them by foreign countries are nothing more than some parts processed with ultra-precision. As long as he develops a machine tool for ultra-precision processing, these means will be broken. Today, we have also invited new members to our team. Experts from the Beijing Machine Tool Research Institute and the Northeast National Machine Tool Factory. Please ask them to briefly introduce the work we are going to do. The number of members in the Sentinel Research Institute is increasing. Not only He Xingzhou, but other Xuanwu executives are also expanding their teams. And the number of people participating in the Xuanwu plan is increasing every day. Maybe one day in the future, people all over the country will participate in this plan. Hello everyone. I'm Lu Jianya. From Beijing Machine Tool Research Institute. An 80-year-old expert came to the stage to speak. He is also an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering. Then it was time for a meeting. He Xingzhou obtained the current information on state-owned machine tool technology from the experts and added it to the information database of the quantum optical computer. The current gap between state-owned machine tools and the world's top machine tools lies mainly in 6 aspects: product level, processing accuracy, processing technology, manufacturing technology, CNC system, stability. He Xingzhou already understood. He looked at the technology tree. Ultra-precision processing technology has multiple pre-technologies, such as CNC technology, metal smelting, mechanical design, blade manufacturing, drill manufacturing, etc. At least 3,000 units of energy are needed to unlock all the pre-processing technologies. At present, the quantum optical brain has stored 4,000 units of energy. Thanks to the small nanocrystalline photovoltaic power station outside the Sentinel Research Institute, which has accumulated a lot of energy, unlocked the pre-processing technology of ultra-precision processing technology. He Xingzhou unlocked these pre-processing technologies, and the information flowed into his brain, imprinted in his memory cells, and he tried hard to digest and absorb it. Chapter 50 Aerospace Mothership? My first step should start with metal smelting. After learning this information, He Xingzhou already had a clear plan in mind. In order to manufacture a powerful industrial mother machine, you first need metal materials with excellent properties. For example, special steel, titanium alloy, aluminum alloy, etc. At present, most metal materials can be smelted in China. But special metals are difficult to manufacture, and a large amount of special metals need to be imported from abroad every year. Special metals are widely used, such as the energy industry, transportation industry, marine engineering, and various industries. On the technology tree, He Xingzhou marked 3 types of smelting equipment: ultra-high temperature arc furnace, vacuum induction furnace, and plasma furnace. It corresponds to 3 metal smelting methods, which can be used to smelt special metals and some required alloys. He Xingzhou divided the team into several parts, mainly consisting of 3 teams: special metal smelting, machine tool design and manufacturing, and CNC system research and development. He himself first joined the special metal smelting team and developed special metal smelting technology and equipment with the team members. There are many special metals, and the most lacking now is special steel and titanium alloy. Let's start with special steel, He Xingzhou said to the team. After the recent announcement of the infrastructure plan, the price of special steel that relies on imports has skyrocketed. It is the main material used to manufacture automotive parts, power grid systems, and military weapons. To smelt special steel, I have to design a plasma furnace first. He Xingzhou relied on the information he obtained from the quantum optical brain to design the software. Plasma smelting technology is not widely used in various metal smelting metals. The main reason is that the technology is not yet mature and the cost is high. But He Xingzhou does not have this problem. He can use plasma technology to obtain higher purity metals. The most important part of the plasma furnace is the plasma gun. It uses low-temperature plasma discharge with a temperature of 5000-2000 K to form a plasma arc. This compressed arc can spray high-temperature plasma flames for metal smelting. On He Xingzhou's computer, the design of the plasma gun gradually took shape, and he also had to consider the overall structure and design of the furnace. In the office, He Xingzhou was asking Su Zhilan and Ding Yu to help shoot a new video. Recently, due to restrictions imposed by various countries, domestic special metals, raw materials, automobile industry, and energy industry have all been affected. He Xingzhou released the video to enhance the confidence of related companies. This will promote the development of industry faster and speed up the progress of the Xuanwu plan. Hello everyone. I am He Xingzhou. It has been a month since the last time I made an electromagnetic floating car, He Xingzhou introduced. This time, we are going to make a new thing. Everyone knows about aircraft carriers. They are the country's most important weapon and demonstrate the country's strength. But the aircraft carrier itself cannot fly and can only be used as a helipad. The aircraft carrier that can really fly is called an aerospace carrier. That is, an aircraft carrier that can really fly in the sky. In this issue, we are going to make an aerospace carrier. He Xingzhou deliberately paused for a few seconds before saying, the model of the aerospace carrier. We will build the aerospace carrier later. Now our strength is limited. So let's make a model first. This series of videos is to tell you how to make an aerospace carrier model. I plan to start with metal materials, then build an ultra-precision machine tool that can manufacture aerospace carriers, and finally use the machine tool to manufacture various accessories of the aerospace carrier model and assemble them. It is divided into 3 phases. So stay tuned. Strictly speaking, this is a video preview. The aerospace carrier model is just to attract the audience's attention and show the results of strength. He Xingzhou will manufacture special steel that can meet the needs of aircraft carriers, as well as the machine tool precision required for aircraft carrier weapon design. Shall we release this preview on the entire network? Su Zhilan said to him. As your agent, I have already negotiated with various video websites and short video platforms. Your videos can be released on the entire network without restrictions. Ordinary people, even top stars and celebrities, have to be restricted by the platform. But He Xingzhou is not an ordinary person, and those websites and platforms dare not restrict him at all. Then release it on the entire network. He Xingzhou certainly hopes that it will be spread as widely as possible. Douxing Short Video, one of the most popular short video apps on the market, has hundreds of millions of active users on a large platform. A new short video was submitted to this platform, which attracted the attention of the entire editorial department of Doshin Company. Supervisor He Xingzhou's assistant just sent a video, and he is going to officially release the video. The manager of the operations department immediately reported the matter. He Xingzhou? Is he the young scientist who developed the metal air battery and electromagnetic float? When the supervisor heard the name, he immediately thought of this person. He Xingzhou is one of the most popular people now. Compared with him, all the stars and top internet celebrities are scum. He is a person that the official has vigorously promoted. His video is released on the entire network and was just sent to us. The manager said. Then why are you still standing there? Let the operation quickly promote it on all platforms. Let all users see it. Speed. Immediately. Right now. Faster than other platforms. The supervisor shouted. Go! 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 Operations. Publicity. All departments. Everyone. Hurry up and take action. They were very fast and immediately recommended He Xingzhou's videos to all users who were using Douyin. When they opened the app or refreshed the short video, the first thing they saw was He Xingzhou's video. Hello everyone. I am He Xingzhou. We are going to build an aerospace mothership. In just a few minutes, He Xingzhou's video was seen by tens of millions of people. At Planet Builder. What did I see? It was He Xingzhou. I finally got to the front row. But I couldn't say a single word. Although I have said it many times. I still have to say that He Xingzhou is awesome. Who is this person? His name sounds familiar. 100,000 likes in 1 minute? 6666. We are going to make a spacecraft model this time? The notebook is ready. Update quickly. Comments are soaring every minute. Hashtag He Xingzhou releases a new video. Hashtag directly entered the first place of Douyin's popular video version. And He Xingzhou's account fans increased by 1 million in 10 minutes. On other platforms, the popularity is also high. Not bad. He Xingzhou is quite satisfied with this situation. He needs everyone's attention and use his technology to promote the development of the country. Not only ordinary people, but also people in various industries pay attention to He Xingzhou. Intelligence departments of various countries are also secretly paying attention to He Xingzhou's videos. Even when he releases a video, they have to hold a meeting to discuss it. Chapter 51 Metal Smelting Technology. In the Lighthouse country, the relevant terms have been slightly adjusted and harmonized. The Commander-in-Chief received the first intelligence analysis from the intelligence personnel. He Xingzhou is just a college student. It is said that he was selected to work in their National Academy of Sciences because he was very talented. Now Xingzhou country seems to have gathered many scientists to overcome new technologies. And this He Xingzhou, according to our analysis, he should just be a technology spokesperson launched by Xingzhou country. It is impossible for him to develop such new technologies by himself. These technologies all come from the team behind him. Other information cannot be obtained for the time being. They are highly confidential about this. Our personnel can't even get close to He Xingzhou. After reading the analysis, the Commander-in-Chief said, a college student, no matter how talented he is, can't be proficient in so many fields. It seems that he is indeed just a spokesperson. We have to admit that Xingzhou's method is very effective. If we can also imitate it, our technology. The staff said ruthlessly, Commander-in-Chief, this is impossible. Let alone those companies and scientists. Even we ourselves cannot be completely united. The Commander-in-Chief was also helpless. This is an indisputable fact. The staff continued to analyze. This time they claimed to make a model of an aerospace mothership. But they actually wanted to study metal smelting and machine tool manufacturing technology. Can they figure it out? The Commander-in-Chief asked. We have asked experts. And most of the cutting-edge technologies in this area are in the hands of us. Germany, Switzerland, Sakura country, and Korea country. There has been no news of technological breakthroughs in this area in China this year. In view of the previous technological breakthroughs, it is suspected that they have mastered some breakthrough technologies, but it is unlikely that they will completely reach the world's top level. The think tank staff replied. The Commander-in-Chief thought for a while and said, no matter what, we can't let them go so smoothly. Contact other parties and continue to create obstacles. German Mechanical Engineering Federation, which is also the Industrial Federation of the Western Alliance. A video of He Xingzhou has attracted the attention of the Western Allied Industrial Association. We have just restricted the automobile industry and related parts. And they released this news. This is to break our technological monopoly. We don't need to make a big fuss. This is just their smokescreen. I don't believe that our decades-leading technology can be broken so easily by them. What exactly are they going to do? What kind of scientific research team is behind this Xingzhou? Why is there no intelligence at all? Immediately let the investigators of Xingzhou investigate. We need to know everything behind this. Sakura Country and Korea Country are also paying attention to this matter. They attach more importance to Xingzhou's video than Lighthouse and Western Alliance. From today on, all their efforts to seek related technology and equipment will be stranded, including some previous cooperation. We must not let them surpass us in this regard. Their sense of crisis is extremely strong. Every year, Xingzhou has to import a large amount of special metals from these two places, purchase machine tools and equipment, and manufacture high-precision parts. If Xingzhou really makes it by itself, they will lose a lot of profits. Modu, Baosan Steel Company, Limited, the largest metal materials company in the country, is also a state-owned enterprise. At this time, at the Metal Smelting Technology Research Center of Baosan Steel Company, a group of technical experts from Sakura Country were packing up and preparing to evacuate. Mr. Nishikawa, is there really no room for maneuver in this matter? Xiao Yang, a senior president of Baosan, was trying to retain these technical experts. They all came from Sakura Steel Engineering Holdings, one of the top steel companies there, and ranked second in the world. Previously, these technical experts were one of the cooperation projects that Baosan Company had negotiated with the other party with great difficulty to help them improve the special steel smelting technology. Of course, this help is very limited, and the other party did not reveal any core technology at all, which can only be said to be better than nothing. I'm sorry, Mr. Chiu. Our company received an order from the Sakura Country Steel Industry Association to stop the relevant project. We have to leave here. I hope we can still have a chance to cooperate, said Kenta Nishikawa, the leader of this group of technical experts and a world-class expert in metal smelting technology. You have violated our previous agreement, Xiao Yang reminded. No. It's not us who violated the agreement. Kenta Nishikawa didn't admit it at all, saying, we have taught you a lot of things, and we have done what we should do. There is no breach of contract. I heard that your company is also manufacturing a new type of smelting furnace. I wish you success in research and development in advance. Kenta Nishikawa said his wishes, but his face was full of disdain and arrogance, including the experts from Sakura Steel. They all smiled. They came here to exchange ideas. They ate well, played well, and enjoyed the trip comfortably, but they were careless when it came to key technologies. In their minds, these people were too easy to fool. They could eat their food for free, and use their technological advantages to force them to buy special steel and related products from their own country. Which was great. That's a pity. Xiao Yan deliberately sighed and said, if you stay a few more days, you can also see our new plasma furnace test run. He was also very unhappy with these foreign experts, and wanted to see them being defeated. And the so-called new plasma furnace was the one designed by Xingzhou at the beginning, which was commissioned to be manufactured by a professional manufacturer and will be shipped soon. What? Nishikawa Kenta was surprised when he heard his words. They were so fast, and they had already produced the finished product after just a little news? Could it be a smoke bomb they released? Nishikawa Kenta thought so in his heart, and he felt that he should confirm it himself. This is a big deal related to the company and the relevant industries of the entire Sakura country. He said, we also want to see your new equipment. If it is convenient, can we have a visit? Xiao Yang smiled and said, of course. We will test it in 3 days. Everyone is welcome to visit. Hearing that the equipment has been tested and there is no problem, he was full of expectations. If these experts see the scene of their new plasma furnace smelting, will they be shocked? Will they dare to be so arrogant at that time? Will the relevant enterprises and institutions in Sakura country and other places dare to suppress them? I am afraid that when the situation changes, they will find that Xingzhou can make special steel by itself, and they will start to violate the cooperation agreement and start a price war, and the internal situation will be in chaos. 3 days later, Xingzhou brought the plasma furnace designed by himself and manufactured by the Research Institute to a steel production base of Baosan Steel Company, Ltd. Chapter 52 Plasma Furnace. Chief Engineer. You are finally here. Xiao Yang and Baosan's management and technicians greeted him outside the factory. Hello. Mr. Chiu. He Xingzhou shook hands with him, and said briefly, "We have already conducted preliminary tests on the smelting furnace at the Research Institute. And we can conduct trial production here." "That's great." Xiao Yang instructed his assistant, "Hurry up and ask the workers to come and install the furnace." He also whispered to Xingzhou, Chief Engineer, "There are several technical experts from Sakura country who want to observe. Is there any problem?" Before Xingzhou answered, he took the initiative to explain, "They are all from Sakura Steel Company. We Xinzhou import 2 million tons of special steel from them every year. Recently, they have been raising the price of special steel. If they knew that we could also make special steel, the price of special steel will soon come down." He Xingzhou nodded and said, "No problem. Even if I dismantle my equipment for them, they will not know how to make it. You can't see anything during the smelting process, so you can let them visit. Well, I'll find them now and kill their arrogance." Xiao Yang asked someone to invite Nishikawa Kinta and others. In the factory area, workers transported and installed plasma furnaces under the command of experts from the Research Institute. This is a big guy, divided into several large components, including plasma generator, smelting furnace, refining chamber, water-cooled crystallization chamber, etc. It took several hours to install these things. During this process, He Xingzhou directed and followed the whole process. And Baosan's technical experts were also learning on the side. Only after they finished installing them did they allow the experts from Sakura Steel to come in. "Is this the plasma furnace they produced?" Nishikawa Kinta looked at the new equipment in the smelting workshop. From the appearance, he really couldn't see anything. The difference of this equipment mainly lies in the internal structure design. Several other experts from Sakura country were also exchanging glances, and most of them were puzzled. They had discussed it before coming. Experts led by Nishikawa Kinta stubbornly believed that this so-called plasma furnace could not produce special steel with excellent performance. "Nagata-kun, keep an eye on them. Don't let them get away with us." Kinta Nishikawa told one of the experts to keep an eye on the feed and discharge ports. "Make sure these people don't switch the smelted steel." "Hi." Nagata Yusuke looked serious, following the workers on the production line to check the raw materials. After a while, Nagata Yusuke came back and replied, "There is no problem with the materials. We can start," He Xingzhou said. And Ding Yu had set up a camera to shoot a video for him. He Xingzhou explained to the camera, "Everyone, we are now in a steel smelting workshop of Baosan Steel Group, testing the plasma smelting furnace we use to make special steel. Now we start smelting." The screen is aimed at the feed port, and a large amount of raw materials are put into the smelting chamber of the furnace. He Xingzhou turned on the button of the furnace, and the experts were silent, observing the dashboard. At this time, the current enters the plasma generator, heating the mixed gas inside to produce plasma. The plasma begins to generate electricity and form an arc. When the arc is compressed by the external airflow, the wall of the vessel or the external magnetic field, the arc column becomes thinner. The temperature is higher, and the energy is highly concentrated. A compressed arc is formed. The compressed arc begins to melt the raw materials, and the raw materials are melted by the plasma flame in a very short time. And various refining and purification are carried out. In 3 minutes, the power has exceeded our existing high-temperature arc furnace. Xiao Yan looked at the numbers on the dashboard in surprise. The power has soared all the way and has reached the world's top level. Just looking at the power meter, the expressions of experts from Sakura country such as Nishikawa Kinta became serious. With this power, the smelting effect of this plasma furnace is hard to be bad. Soon, the first smelting of the plasma furnace was completed, and the raw materials were melted into molten metal. At this time, the smelting of special steel has not been completed, and secondary remelting is required. During the remelting process, impurities are further removed, and other required elements are added, such as carbon, other elements of the required alloy metal, etc. The special steel they are going to melt this time is a kind of ultra-pure bearing steel. It can be used to make bearings for automobile engines and motors, and can also be used in tanks, airplanes, and aircraft carriers. Currently, only a few countries, such as the Lighthouse country, Germany, and the Sakura country, can produce this kind of steel. Previously, Xinzhou has always relied on imports, and it is often difficult to buy even if you have money. Everyone waited patiently, and the furnace reaction process has been stable. As time passed, The technicians of Xingzhou's team and the senior executives of Baos and slowly put their minds at ease. There have been no problems in the smelting process, which shows that the safety and stability of the equipment are okay. Just wait for the performance test of the special steel. Nishikawa-kun. This equipment doesn't seem simple. Nagata Yusuke whispered to Nishikawa Kenta. He already felt something was wrong. This plasma furnace has been running at a very high power for half a day. And the molten metal has also been melted for the second time. The operators added the prepared alloy materials into it. And in the water-cooled crystallization chamber, the special steel has begun to take shape. Be patient. Smelting metal does not mean anything. And the properties of the product must be tested. Kenta Nishikawa said this. But he began to feel a little unconfident in his heart. It's out. The first product. At the discharge port, the plasma furnace has melted out several special steel samples. The smooth surface reflects the metallic luster. And the color of the steel looks very powerful. As if it is a golden hoop. Test it now. Xiao Yang said impatiently. Experts. Mr. Nishikawa. Come together? Let's go and test the performance. Basan senior executives and a large number of experts squeezed into the testing area. Nagata Yusuke was afraid that they would cheat. So he personally participated in the testing. They wanted to test the strength, stiffness, toughness, plasticity, corrosion resistance and other properties of the steel. At Xingzhou. Are the steel test results out? Qin Peng asked impatiently in the chat group of Xuanwu executives. He and He Hongwei have been paying attention to this matter. If they can make special steel and other advanced metals themselves, they will also usher in great development in the manufacture of military weapons and equipment. Right away. Wait a few more quarters of an hour. He Xingzhou replied. In the testing area, samples are undergoing various tests, and data are recorded in the computer system one by one. Finally, all the test items were completed, and a final test report was printed out by the printer. He Xingzhou was the first to get the test report. As he thought, all indicators perfectly met the requirements of ultra-pure bearing steel. The steel smelted this time was a top-notch special steel. His expression was calm, which was expected, but the people around him were all looking at him nervously, waiting for him to announce the results. Chapter 53 Special Steel. How is it? Xiao Yang asked. Not bad. He Xingzhou said. Quality inspection. Special grade. At this time, the second printed test report also came out. Xiao Yang took it and took a closer look. He laughed and said, It is indeed special grade. One of the most difficult special metals to smelt in the world has been smelted by us. This is steel that can be used for aircraft carriers. An expert from He Xingzhou's team was overjoyed and said, In order to make this, we have been researching for more than 10 years. Today we finally have results. Really? Other senior executives of Baos and also received the test report. Seeing the results, they all smiled from ear to ear. We Xingzhou finally have the strength to manufacture this world-class special steel. This plasma furnace is amazing. It is several levels higher than the smelting equipment we imported. I have seen the quality of the special steel imported before. It seems not as good as ours. Right? From now on, we no longer have to import these special steels. We can make them ourselves and export them to the world. Kenta Nishikawa and other experts from Sakura country also saw this test report, and they are very familiar with the numbers on it. Did they really smelt it? Sri Lanka. This is the world's top special steel, made with a plasma furnace just now. These people have begun to communicate in Japanese. Our group can't produce this level of steel, especially plasma smelting technology, which we don't have mature mastery of. How did they do it? An expert whispered. Nagata-kun. Are you sure there is no problem with the testing process? Nishikawa Kenta didn't believe it. Or to be more precise, he didn't want to believe it. Once Xingzhou has the ability to refine special metals, it means that they can refine not only special steel, but also other special metals. Xingzhou's steel production is currently the world's first. With their production capacity, it won't take long for them to occupy the global special metal market. Nishikawa-kun. Nagata Yusuke said with an ugly expression and a bitter tone, I personally participated in every link. They didn't do anything in the raw materials and finished products. This is true. It's over. Kenta Nishikawa's hands were shaking as he held the test report. He couldn't imagine how he would face the top management of the group when he returned home. Xiao Yang and others admired their expressions. Even a fool could see that these experts from Sakura country were in a very bad mood. It was a sharp contrast to their previous arrogance. It's great. We have been dealing with this special steel for decades. Finally. You have to suffer a setback. Xiao Yang laughed in his heart. He Xingzhou also sent the test report to the Xuanwu project group and said, the smelting was successful. This time we tested ultra-pure bearing steel, which is a more difficult type. According to our design, there are other centralized furnaces to smelt other special steels, or special metals such as titanium alloys. Xin Peng immediately said, good. Well done. Good boy. You might as well come to the army. With this achievement, it is not a problem to be awarded the first-class merit. He Hongwei said, I agree. With this special metal, many of our weapons and equipment can be updated and independently manufactured. Kong Qing said, ha ha ha. We are all part of the Xuanwu project. All the same. He Xingzhou. In the factory, everyone will have to conduct multiple smelting tests. And they will also have to adjust the formula to smelt other special steels. He Xingzhou did not participate in these things, and let the team members and Baosan's experts conduct research. He himself returned to the Beijing Sentinel Research Institute to continue research on other metal smelting technologies, as well as vacuum induction furnaces, ultra-high temperature arc furnaces, etc. At the same time, all these recorded videos were edited by Su Jilan and posted on the internet. Aerospace Mothership Model Production Video, Special Metal Smelting. It has been more than a month since the last preview, when He Xingzhou's video was first released on the internet. It attracted a lot of attention. But since he has not updated for a long time, there has been no popularity recently. There have been people urging for more in the comment area. This time, He Xingzhou finally released the first video, and the long-awaited fans quickly clicked to watch it. In the video, He Xingzhou introduced, in this episode, we will take the first step and obtain the special metal of the aerospace carrier model. Although it is a model, the strength of the special metal can definitely be used on the real aerospace carrier. In the video, he introduced the plasma furnace, while introducing the properties of special metals. When the audience saw the special steel that was so new that it was reflective being melted out in the camera, it seemed as if they were participating in the process themselves. Watching this video feels like I am going to forge a magic weapon and start forging iron. I am very excited. Yes, it is obviously the process of steelmaking, and I am more excited to watch it than watching a movie. Oh my god. He Xingzhou is really awesome. I've seen the news that we have independently smelted special steel. It's too short. The author is too short. I don't feel anything after reading one episode. Update it quickly. Didn't you say you were going to make a model? And then you accidentally broke through a world-class technology? I don't know how impressive it is. As we all know, He Xingzhou apparently taught us how to make models. But in fact, he was breaking the technology monopoly. On the short video platform, He Xingzhou's video was released for 10 minutes and directly topped the hot list. It received millions of likes and millions of comments. Some people who are not interested in technology have also begun to pay attention to these news. The relevant personnel of various countries who follow He Xingzhou have begun to feel scared. It has only been a short time since he broke through the field of special metals. Can he really continue to break the barriers of ultra-precision processing technologies, such as machine tools? At the end of He Xingzhou's first video, he announced, in the next issue, we will design the drawings of the aerospace mothership model and manufacture a machine tool that can process parts. Machine tools. Machine tools. He really wants to make machine tools. Check it out for me quickly. How did the team behind him do it? Did our people leak the technology? Recently, our security department has found that suspicious people have been active in various places. In the Xuanwu project group, Shui Weiman reminded He Xingzhou, they are very concerned about you and the Sentinel Research Institute. Don't go abroad before you have absolute safety guarantees. We have already sent more people, and we can fully guarantee the safety of you and your team in China. He Xingzhou, understood. I won't go abroad recently. He Xingzhou also knows that the world is not so peaceful, and there will definitely be people who are dissatisfied with him. Before he develops super technological equipment that can guarantee his safety, he will never take risks. He usually stays in the Sentinel Research Institute and other research institutes, so safety is not a problem. Chapter 54 CNC System. In the Sentinel Research Institute, He Xingzhou is unlocking new scientific and technological knowledge. Quantum optical brain. Spend 500 units of energy to unlock basic mechanical design knowledge. Spend 600 units of energy to unlock basic intelligent control technology. Spend 1,000 units of energy to unlock basic mechanical manufacturing technology. He Xingzhou used up all the energy he had accumulated over the past few days, and unlocked more than a dozen small categories of scientific and technological knowledge. The special metals for manufacturing machine tools have been manufactured. Next, we need machine tool structure design and key CNC systems. The CNC system is inseparable from the overall machine tool, and both need to be designed at the same time. He Xingzhou went to the Beijing Machine Tool Research Institute to discuss with the team. This is the information we have now. At the Beijing Machine Tool Research Institute, Lu Jianye, the head of the research team, handed the information to He Xingzhou. In terms of general machine tool manufacturing technology, we are no worse than foreign countries. For example, we can also manufacture 5-axis linkage machine tools. Compared with foreign countries, there is still a big gap in precision. These data are extremely complicated. He Xingzhou directly let the quantum optical brain read them to enrich the information database. Machine tools are the mother of industry. Machines that make machines. From the upstream steel and foundry industries to the downstream automobiles, railways, energy, aviation, shipping, military defense, and so on. Machine tools are indispensable, He Xingzhou said in a deep voice. The smooth implementation of the Xuanwu Plan. Ultra-precision machine tools are the prerequisite for the birth of all scientific and technological creations. Lu Jianye said with emotion. In 1958, my country developed the first CNC machine tool with the assistance of the Soviet Union. We started research at that time. But in the 1960s, related technologies were restricted and the development of machine tools suffered a heavy blow. The ultra-precision machine tool for processing the mirror of the Hubble Space Telescope was manufactured in 1990. And this machine tool is more than enough for processing aircraft engine blades and aircraft carrier parts. However, decades later, we are still pursuing this processing accuracy. When I was young and passionate, the country said that we also need ultra-precision machine tools. And I plunged into this industry. Now I am already gray-haired and old. But I have not yet been able to manufacture a truly military-grade ultra-precision machine tool. I am ashamed. Ashamed. Mr. Lu. You are serious, He Xingzhou said. Xingzhou's machine tools can now compete with the world, which is a great contribution from you scientific researchers. As for the top ultra-precision machine tools, are we manufacturing them? I'll take a look at the plan and discuss it with you in a few days. He Xingzhou held a confidential document in his hand, which was the structural diagram of the ultra-precision machine tool designed by Lu Jianye's team. It is not perfect and cannot be manufactured directly, and needs to be modified. Watching He Xingzhou and other experts discussing the plan, Lu Jianye sighed slightly in his heart. I believe we can definitely manufacture the world's top ultra-precision machine tools. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to wait until that moment. He Xingzhou talked to the experts and roughly understood their predicament. The problem of the required metal has been solved by He Xingzhou. As for mechanical design, their research over the years has also been very fruitful and only requires slight modifications. The biggest problem is the core controller of CNC machine tools. It is equivalent to the human brain and the chip of the computer. And the controller is the key technology monopolized by foreign countries. 80% of the world's controller market is controlled by Siemens of Germany and Fanuc CNC Systems of Sakura. It is worth mentioning that Fanuc of Sakura has previously cooperated with the Beijing Machine Tool Research Institute and established a joint venture. But since they learned that He Xingzhou's team was going to focus on machine tool manufacturing technology, their expert team also withdrew. Isn't it just a controller? I want to build a star system management intelligence system that controls the entire solar system in the future. Can a machine tool control system stump me? Under the light, He Xingzhou worked late into the night. He had just learned the basic intelligent control system on the quantum optical computer not long ago. And now he is combining the CNC system experience of the machine tool research team and CNC machine tool design to make improvements. A few days later, at 3 o'clock in the morning, He Xingzhou looked at a program in front of the computer inside. Finally done. So tired. Working at high intensity all the time. Even though he is a young man, he is a little overwhelmed. The quantum optical brain reminded, your body has been overconsumed and needs to rest. I have been using energy to repair your body, such as the brain absorbing information flow and memory cells for memory. But since you are only a 0.7 level civilized creature, your body cannot continue to withstand such work intensity and needs reasonable rest and exercise. I know about exercise, but how can I have the mood to work? He Xingzhou complained. When he was free, he also followed Dingyu and Su Jilan to do some physical exercises, as well as gun practice. But He Xingzhou is the kind of person who forgets to eat and sleep when he works. He can't sleep well unless he does a thing well. Optical brain. Is there any way to solve this problem? He Xingzhou asked. Quantum Optical Brain said, there are currently 3 options to choose from. Option A, unlock artificial intelligence technology and create advanced artificial intelligence to help you work. Option B, unlock neurology and chip technology. Manufacture quantum chips and implant them into the brain to become a modified person. Option C, unlock biological biochip technology. Make biochips and biocomputers. And give yourself a second brain. There are other options, such as unlocking genetic modification technology, making directed mutations in your own genes, making limbs and brain more developed, etc. He Xingzhou. He checked the technology tree and found that these technologies would require at least several million units of energy to unlock. And there were also various prerequisite technologies. No matter how you look at it, artificial intelligence assistance is more reliable. He Xingzhou thought. Once I succeed in manufacturing this ultra-precision machine tool, I will unlock the artificial intelligence technology, which will eventually improve my work efficiency. He Xingzhou slept for a full 12 hours. As soon as he woke up the next day, he immediately went to the Machine Tool Research Institute to present his new design. In the conference room, Lu Jianya and other key machine tool technology researchers were gathered here, and He Xingzhou was going to present his improvement plan. As above, this is my improvement on the mechanical structure design of the machine tool. I improved the motor and increased its speed tenfold. In this way, its processing speed will reach the world's top level. The precision compensation system installed here can make the processing accuracy more stable. According to the formula, it should be able to achieve micron-level processing accuracy. There is also the high-speed milling center here. The high-speed machining center design uses multi-axis linkage processing technology to make the processing method more diversified, which can meet the processing needs of multiple scenes and molds such as aerospace, automobiles, and military industry. While He Xingzhou was speaking, the experts in the audience listened. They had serious expressions and extremely serious attitudes. Even an 80-year-old expert like Lu Jianya sat upright like a student, and occasionally showed a thoughtful or surprised expression. Chapter 55 Second Video. The key lies in the CNC system. It is more familiar with everything about this machine tool than we humans are, and can perfectly control all the functions of the machine tool. The program could not be displayed at the meeting, so He Xingzhou could only briefly describe its functions. I referred to our existing and foreign CNC systems. Simply put, it is an upgraded version of the advanced CNC system. It is installed in the intelligent controller and connected to every structural part of the machine tool. After He Xingzhou briefly introduced his improvements, everyone began to discuss. This motor has 2 strong performance, which is much higher than the performance of our machine tool motor. No wonder Chief Engineer, he was able to manufacture a magnetic levitation motor before. This will definitely have no problem with processing efficiency. Why didn't I think of this design for milling? Great. I roughly calculated that the processing accuracy and stability are indeed much better than before. This multi-axis structure is the first time I have seen it. I went to Germany to study before, and saw that Siemens multi-link machine tools did not reach this level. Great. It's great. Lu Jianya clapped his hands and said to Qinqing, once this structure is optimized, it feels like a big step up from our previous design. I really want to make it immediately and try its performance. Yes. Make it quickly. Can't wait. Other experts spoke one after another. The CNC system also needs to make a machine tool to know whether it is good or not. We must urgently make this CNC machine tool immediately. Without He Xingzhou saying much, everyone can't wait to see the machine tool products after the optimized design structure. They began to divide the work, arrange manpower, mobilize various production units, and produce machine tool related parts. And He Xingzhou posted the second video online about his progress. Hello everyone. I am He Xingzhou. This is the second episode of making the aerospace carrier model. During this period, we have been perfecting the ultra-precision machine tools required to make aerospace carrier molds. At present, some results have been achieved, but it is not convenient to show it now. so the machine tool display will be put in the next content. Seeing this, some netizens are dissatisfied. After all this time, the second issue is boring? The machine tools we promised are missing. Don't ask. It's confidential. Actually, even if you show it to me, I still can't understand it. QQ. He Xingzhou continued. So in this issue, let's talk about the aerospace mothership. The ideal aerospace mothership must first be able to fly in the air. Given its size and tonnage, it needs at least nuclear fusion as an energy source and a reaction force system to resist gravity. We can't do this yet. Since we are making a model, I will first adjust it to a magnetic levitation system and use a magnetic levitation motor instead of a nuclear fusion power unit. In addition, it is not an ordinary model. He Xingzhou wanted to show the function of the machine tool, so he naturally would not make a toy model mixed with a video. For its overall structure, I asked our country's aircraft carrier design team and added some of my own ideas. I made a concept video. Let's take a look. In the next issue, I will live broadcast the use of machine tools to manufacture this aerospace mothership. After the video, there is a concept video made by He Xingzhou. In the huge deep-water harbor, a behemoth is moored in it. It is majestic and domineering, with a blue paint, the same color as the ocean and the sky. It is different from an aircraft carrier, because it has to fly in the air. It has an airflow protection cover. Inside the protection cover, there is an unmanned fighter landing pad, a huge missile launch port, and a laser gun and an electromagnetic gun turret. There are also various cabins in the concept video. In addition to the conventional command cabin, weapon cabin, power cabin, etc., there are also banks, supermarkets, restaurants, swimming pools, gymnasiums, garages, game rooms, etc. There are more than 5,000 cabins here, which can be said to be a mobile air city. He Xingzhou introduced in the video. I estimate that the number of parts for a real aerospace aircraft carrier to be fully manufactured will require at least 2 billion. Many functional areas of this model have been deleted, such as nuclear weapon launchers, laser weapons, electromagnetic weapons, etc. Seeing this unlock, fans breathed a sigh of relief. And someone posted a barrage. If you didn't say it, I really thought you were going to put nuclear weapons on it. After all, you have a criminal record. Even so, this model requires more than 1 million parts. He Xingzhou said. It is expected to be as big as a heavy truck. The third video will also be broadcast live, so stay tuned. When He Xingzhou's video ended, fans found something wrong. A model as big as a heavy truck? This special model? Oh, I see. If you didn't tell me, I thought you were going to make a real one. Fuck. I thought it was the size of a toy model. You are still the He Xingzhou I know. Such a large model. Even if it is not equipped with weapons, the destructive power of the collision alone is very strong. You said it. I'm waiting to see. Although the content of He Xingzhou's second video is limited, the concept video of the aerospace carrier he released, and the real model that is said to be as big as a heavy truck, directly made fans excited. The playback volume of the second video hit a new high, and it remained high on various platforms. At this time, more than a dozen machine tool manufacturing centers across the country were manufacturing machine tool parts approved by He Xingzhou. He wanted to manufacture more than one machine, and several of them had different functions. As for the design of the aerospace carrier model, He Xingzhou is also continuing to improve it. The manufacturing knowledge of battleships and nuclear submarines, as well as some aircraft carrier manufacturing information, has been obtained. He Xingzhou specifically found military experts to obtain this information and recorded it with a quantum optical computer. In this way, these technologies were directly lit up on the technology tree, saving him millions of energy units. This aerospace mothership model is my test work. He Xingzhou thought that he would design a large military vehicle sooner or later, and this model was a trial work to learn related technologies and exercise design capabilities. Of these 1 million parts, He Xingzhou designed the most important parts and the overall structure himself, and gave the rest to team members, so that they could learn and grow in the design. In the process of learning and scientific research, time passed quickly. He Xingzhou did not participate in the manufacturing and assembly of machine tool parts. He received news that the parts of the first ultra-precision machine tool had been manufactured and assembled, and the CNC system was also being debugged. It will be officially launched soon. just waiting for him to come in person to test it. During this time, He Xingzhou has been perfecting the design of his aerospace aircraft carrier model. He found that this thing seemed to be more difficult than the machine tool. Am I too serious? He Xingzhou thought. If it was an ordinary model, he could design it in a few days. Maybe when designing, he wanted to design a real aerospace aircraft carrier, so he put in more effort. Chapter 56 Machine Tool Test Run. Let's save some money first. Even if I unlock the aerospace carrier now, I can't make it. He Xingzhou still used the simplified design draft. It's time to go and see the machine tool. In the Beijing Machine Tool Research Institute, several brand new CNC machine tools were assembled. It concentrated the efforts of the country's top mechanical engineers and machine tool research experts. With He Xingzhou's improvements and the CNC system designed, it is currently the highest performance machine tool in China. Today's Machine Tool Research Institute is very extraordinary. Since the machine tool parts began to be transported here a few days ago, soldiers have been standing guard and patrolling around, prohibiting anyone from approaching. In the open space outside the institute, a military helicopter landed, and several soldiers in military uniforms walked down. The leader was one of Xuanwu's executives, He Hongwei. Machine tools are related to the industrial manufacturing capabilities of the entire country. How could he not care? Accompanying him were generals from the military and academicians from the Academy of Military Sciences. Not long after they entered the institute, a jeep drove into the institute, and He Xingzhou arrived. In the hall of the institute, everyone had been waiting for a long time. Comrade He Xingzhou. Hello. He Hongwei stepped forward, saluted each other first, and then shook hands. He Xingzhou smiled and said, General, he is here to visit our test drive today? He Hongwei said, of course. This machine tool is of great importance. Once the test run is successful, we can immediately put into production thousands of parts or weapons that could not be manufactured before. Not only me, but everyone in our military and the Academy of Military Sciences attaches great importance to this machine tool. Then let's start now. He Xingzhou said. It's ready. Lu Jianye and other experts said quickly. In the test area, they have installed machine tools, a total of several, including lathes, drilling machines, boring machines, grinders, gear processing machines, thread processing machines, and so on. Some contain several functional areas, all controlled by CNC systems. He Xingzhou introduced, different machine tools have different functions. The whole set of machine tools here is used to manufacture electromagnetic floating motors. It can basically meet the manufacturing needs of all electromagnetic floating motor parts. Yes. He Hongwei carefully looked at these machine tools. The whole structure is metal. Sharp blades, sharp drills, electric saws, electric cones, electric needles, etc. are all made of special metals. There are more than 100 different processing tools. In addition, there are laser, arc and other processing modules to assist in processing. These machine tools have not been started yet. They are like soldiers waiting to go to war, and they are abiding by their posts. Prepare materials and start manufacturing, He Xingzhou announced. Get ready to start, Lu Jianye shouted in his old voice. The researchers had already prepared the materials, adjusted the processing procedures, and started the CNC machine tools. Nearly 100 people were crowded around the workshop, waiting for these industrial machines to start. Dong dong, zhang, zizi. Various mechanical processing sounds began to sound. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely wear earplugs to block these noises. But at this time, no one thought it was noise, but thought it was the most beautiful music in the world. The electromagnetic stator core begins to be manufactured. The operator shouted. The magnetic bearing begins to be manufactured. The heat dissipation module begins to be manufactured. The motor housing begins to be manufactured. The motor blades begin to be manufactured. The motor rotor begins to be manufactured. All the machine tools were started, and various raw materials were put into the feed port to start processing. He Hongwei stared at the machine tool that manufactured the magnetic levitation bearing. The bearing is the top priority of the motor. It will affect the mechanical rotation and friction of the magnetic levitation motor, and requires extremely high processing accuracy. I saw a piece of special metal enter the processing area, and the machine tool's mechanical arm stretched out, and its front section was a special steel knife. The machine tool blade started working. The hard special metal, like tofu, was milled by the blade. changing its appearance. This is not over yet. Another robotic arm stretched out with a drill on it, which drilled holes in the metal block. There was also a high-speed rotating grinder grinding at the same time. Multiple robotic arms worked in coordination, which was dazzling. It's so beautiful. Lu Jianya stared at the machine tool processing screen with his eyes infatuated, and said, so many components work together in an orderly manner. This picture is like a work of art. Multi-axis linkage, fine processing, an expert exclaimed. This processing method and processing speed alone exceed all the machine tools we have studied before. He Xingzhou did not speak. He could not prove anything now. He still had to wait for the overall processing to be completed, because they only process a few samples of magnetic levitation motors. The processing speed is very fast. Speaking of work, it takes less than 20 seconds to process one component on average. These metal blocks have not reacted yet. They have been processed into finished products. He Hongwei said jokingly. The motor housing is completed. An operator reported. The motor blades are completed. The reports came one after another. The magnetic levitation bearing is completed. The motor end cover is completed. All components of the magnetic levitation motor have been manufactured. Immediately check the processing accuracy, strength, speed, and then assemble and test, He Xingzhou ordered. The researchers immediately took action to test and record data on each component. They were very efficient. And soon a comprehensive report was generated. Lu Jianya received the report and reported in person. Although his voice was old, it was particularly loud and powerful at this time. The processing accuracy has reached 0.1 micron level, which is 100 times our previous 10 micron processing accuracy. Lu Jianya's voice became louder, and he was now speaking with his chest resonance. And there was a tremor. The spindle speed of the machine tool exceeds 100,000 RPM, which is 4 times higher than our previous best machine tool. His eyes were red, and He Xingzhou noticed that tears were also flashing in the eyes of other machine tool researchers. It is difficult for ordinary people to understand their feelings. Many people here have been striving for machine tool technology since the 1960s. Now, the dawn is coming, and even the strongest men and the most resilient women can hardly hold back their emotions. The size, stability, rigidity, strength, etc. of the parts meet the used standards, and the performance is better than the parts we customized abroad before. The CNC system is stable, and no problems have been found. The assembled magnetic levitation motor is running well, and it is preliminarily judged that it can be loaded and run. When Lu Jianya finished reading the report, there was silence for 3 seconds, and then thunderous noises and cheers broke out. Pa pa pa! Everyone was clapping with all their strength. Some researchers, who were usually mature and steady, were actually screaming and jumping excitedly at this time. Chapter 57 Longting Machine Tool. Did we succeed? We succeeded. We made the first domestically produced machine tool that leads the world. Its manufacturing precision can not only manufacture cars and ships, but also parts for airplanes, rockets, satellites, and aircraft carriers. The birth of these machine tools will mean that China has officially moved from a manufacturing power to a manufacturing powerhouse. After decades, we finally did it. Lu Jianya cried with joy, looking at his tearful face. He Hongwei also sighed. You are so great. Because of your contribution, thousands of weapons and equipment in the military will completely move towards the path of complete domestic manufacturing. On behalf of all soldiers, I salute you. He Hongwei saluted everyone. Salute. Several military scientists and generals around him also saluted everyone with serious expressions. This is their heartfelt gratitude. Machine tools are the mother of industry and the most important weapon for military defense, He Xingzhou said, since it has been successfully manufactured. Why don't you ask Mr. Lu to give this machine tool a name? Lu Jianya wiped away his excited tears and said, the machine tool can be successfully manufactured. Chief engineer, he has made great contributions. How dare I take credit? He Xingzhou smiled and said, the structure of the machine tool. I just made improvements based on the work of my predecessors. You have been struggling for decades, so it is not too much to give it a name. As for me, I will give the CNC system a name. Let's call the CNC system Yujian. It can control these huge industrial motherships, just like the flying of swords in fairy tales, which requires skills and can greatly improve efficiency. Yujian. Good. Let's call it Yujian CNC system. Everyone praised it. In fact, at this time, Even if He Xingzhou said that this CNC system was called sweet potato or steamed bun, no one would object. After all, the basic structure of the entire CNC system was completed by him alone. Mr. Liu, please give it a name. We also need a name for external publicity. Su Zhilan smiled. Okay, I won't be so hypocritical, Lu Jianya said. This machine tool symbolizes that our Xinzhou industry has taken off into a new era. So it is called the Longting machine tool. Okay, let's call it Longting. Everyone agreed. Then let's celebrate here. The Longting machine tool has been successfully developed. He Hongwei shouted loudly. I will report it to the National Academy of Sciences. Lu Jianya laughed. I will also report it to the military. And your contributions will be recorded in our merit book, He Hongwei said. In addition, I need a group of experts to come with me today to go to the military factory and the Academy of Military Sciences to manufacture related machine tools. He Xingzhou smiled and said, Then you can choose it yourself. Don't take away all my team. We still have tasks. Haha. I will definitely not be polite. He Hongwei and Qin Peng are carrying out the military deployment part of the Xuanwu plan together. And now they have already taken many actions. Their main focus recently is to update weapons and equipment to deal with the Zerg crisis. The demand for industrial mother machines is particularly urgent. He Hongwei picked a research team and took it back to the military headquarters to carry out a secret mission that day. He Xingzhou stayed behind, celebrated with everyone briefly, and began to improve other machine tools. If you want to do it more comprehensively. The richer the types of machine tools, the fewer obstacles you will encounter when making various technological creations in the future. He stayed at the Beijing Machine Tool Research Institute for another week, and the work to be done was basically completed. So far, special metals and machine tools have been almost completed. The obstacles to the National Magnetic Levitation Road Network and Wireless Power Transmission Network will be greatly reduced. However, the various industries have not yet known this news, and He Xingzhou plans to find an opportunity to announce it to the public. Today's Xinzhou International Machine Tool Exhibition will be held in 5 days. At that time, we will directly exhibit our machine tools at the exhibition, so that the people of the country and the world will know that Xinzhou manufacturing will reach the top of the world, He Xingzhou said. He also posted a preview on his personal social account. Dear netizens, the last issue of my Manufacturing the Aerospace Carrier Model will be live broadcast at the Beijing International Machine Tool Exhibition in 5 days. You can watch the event live online and buy tickets. He Xingzhou's text preview has attracted hundreds of thousands of comments. Why is it in Beijing? I can't go. I'll go. I'll buy a ticket now. I'm speechless. No one went to this machine tool exhibition before. Tickets were given away. As soon as you said it, all the tickets on the website were sold out. Go live now. I really want to see what your aerospace carrier looks like. For ordinary people, they can't feel how powerful machine tools are, but they are more interested in the new aerospace carrier model. This is also the reason why He Xingzhou didn't say that he wanted to make machine tools, but instead used the aerospace carrier model as a gimmick. Beijing International Machine Tool Exhibition? Send someone to see what's going on. Intelligence departments in some places quickly dispatched personnel to prepare for the trip. Contact the organizer. We want to participate too. Some world-class manufacturers who didn't want to come originally, after hearing the news, hurriedly contacted the organizer and came to join in the fun, mainly to gather intelligence. On the day when the Beijing International Machine Tool Exhibition started, early in the morning, the area around the International Exhibition Center was blocked. Why are there so many people this year? It's really strange, a manager of the organizer said in surprise. If I hadn't come early, the road would have been blocked. Yes, in the past, citizens were not interested in this kind of exhibition at all. The ones who came were the entrepreneurs and businessmen we invited. There are hundreds of thousands of citizens who signed up this time, and many people came from other provinces and cities. Everyone came to see He Xingzhou. The senior executives knew it very well, not to mention the public. Even I want to see what the machine tools he designed and the aerospace mothership model look like, and what functions they have. I went to see their booth last night. Wow! There were more than a dozen different machine tools on display at once, all covered with dust covers. I don't know what the mystery is. We'll know in a moment, said a senior executive. No matter what, be prepared. There are too many people coming today. Safety and order must be maintained. Fortunately, We have the armed police force to help. Otherwise we really can't manage it. For this exhibition, the city specially mobilized an armed police force to coordinate and manage. And the security check was particularly strict. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the exhibition officially began. And media workers, visiting entrepreneurs and tourists began to enter. The audience who couldn't wait rushed into the exhibition hall and asked the staff or the guide robot as soon as they came in. Where is the exhibition hall of Beijing Machine Tool Research Institute mentioned by He Xingzhou? Chapter 58 Exhibition. The exhibition hall of Beijing Machine Tool Research Institute is in front. You can visit their machine tools now. The staff explained. Mr. He Xingzhou's exhibition will start at 2 p.m. Ah? 2 p.m.? You're early. The tourists were disappointed when they heard this. It's not that you're early. There are so many people now. You won't be able to squeeze in at 2 p.m. Go grab a seat first. Uh-huh. I'm still smart. I brought bread. I'll stay from 9 to 2. I don't believe I can't wait. Let's go to other exhibition halls first. Director Liang. We're here. A secretary said to an old man in a jacket in the exhibition hall. The man was about 60 years old, with gray hair on his temples, dark skin, and deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. His name was Liang, and he was the director of Qinzhou Machine Tool Factory. Qinzhou Machine Tool Factory is one of the pillar enterprises of China's domestic machine tool industry. Liang was invited by the organizer to participate in the exhibition. He learned that there would be important domestic machine tools on display today. I hope I can be surprised today. Liang's tone was heavy. I'm already there. But they haven't officially started yet. Now they are exhibiting some ordinary machine tools. At the scene, a German was contacting the country. He was a representative sent by the German Industrial Association, Kugel, who came to find out the truth. Mr. Nomura, you can visit other exhibition halls now. In the reception room, Kengo Nomura, the president of the Sakura Country Automobile Industry Association, was sitting on the sofa. And the translator and receptionist beside him said, No, I'm not going anywhere now. Wait until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Kengo Nomura rejected his proposal. He came here for only one purpose: to know whether the so-called advanced machine tools are true or false. What is He Xingzhou's plan? There are not only him in the reception room, but also companies or industrial tycoons from Korea, Bear, Gall, John England, Maple Leaf, Kangaroo and other countries. Their purpose is the same as Kengo Nomura's. They all want to know whether the so-called new machine tools are true or false. This is an important technical product related to the entire world's industrial structure. They are the guests in the open. And some personnel from intelligence agencies of various countries are ready in the exhibition hall. Everyone is waiting for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the exhibition hall of Beijing Machine Tool Research Institute was crowded. Those machine tools covered with dust cloth were finally unveiled. But laymen can't see anything from the appearance. Please sit in your seats, and don't walk around. The seats in this hall are full, and we will temporarily stop receiving other tourists. At the scene, there were special police to maintain public order. All people and objects entering this exhibition hall must undergo secondary security checks, and no dangerous items are allowed. The exhibition hall here is arranged like a stage, with temporary seats around. It doesn't look like an exhibition hall, but more like a press conference. This is the largest exhibition hall in the entire International Exhibition Hall, with a huge space. In the past, at least dozens of exhibition areas were arranged. But today, the entire main exhibition hall was given to He Xingzhou. When the clock turned to 2 o'clock, the crowd suddenly boiled. And someone shouted, He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou is here. I saw a young man in formal clothes slowly walking in the staff passage. As soon as he appeared, he became the focus of the audience. Many audiences cheered for him, and media reporters also hurried to take pictures. He Xingzhou walked to the center of the booth and said, Hello everyone. Welcome to the exhibition hall of Beijing Machine Tool Research Institute. I think everyone knows what we are going to do today. We will show the Longting machine tool developed by Beijing Machine Tool Research Institute and several research institutes across the country. And I explained on the internet before that we are going to manufacture the aerospace carrier model. These two things can be done as one thing. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Let's not waste time and start. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, someone immediately transported the raw materials in. The audience at the scene tacitly fell silent and watched quietly. He Xingzhou said, The parts required for the entire model will exceed 1 million. Its processing accuracy and processing speed will reach military grade. Start work, He Xingzhou said, and the staff began to adjust the CNC machine tools. Right at the scene, under the attention of the public, many machine tools began processing. The audience at the scene can watch it live if they are close to it, and can watch it on the big screen if they are far away. The audience on the internet can see it more carefully through the arranged cameras. They can even see the processing inside the machine tool on the live broadcast platform. As soon as He Xingzhou's live broadcast room was opened, it was promoted by the whole platform, and a large number of viewers poured in. What kind of live broadcast room is this? Processing parts is so boring. And it's pushed to me. Some viewers who don't know what's going on. Here it comes. It's finally starting. Wow. This processing. This picture. I don't know why. Watching a piece of metal being processed into various parts. I feel inexplicably refreshed. There are so many people on site. How long will it take to process? Noise-proofing devices were installed on site and inside the machine tool, and the noise was reduced to the greatest extent. While processing, the professional commentator was explaining the various performances of the machine tool one by one. Under the stage, a group of people listened attentively. Acceleration speed, precision, efficiency, stability, are all better than ours? The more Nomura Kingdo listened, the more outrageous he felt. How did he do this? It's just boasting. These data are probably just superficial, the German expert said disdainfully. If Xingzhou really had such technology, their cutting-edge industry would have surpassed us long ago. Are you sure this is an exhibition? Not a bragging press conference? Entrepreneurs from Lighthouse, Gall, and John were joking. Can it really be done to this extent? The old director of Xingzhou Machine Tool Factory was also confused. It was not that he did not want to believe it, but the performance of Longting machine tool introduced by the commentator was completely world-class and reached the top level in the world. And Xingzhou has been catching up with foreign technology for many years. How come it jumped so high all of a sudden? Even if it is a technological breakthrough, there must be a gradual process. Right? It sounds like a cheat. People in the industry understand it. But other people who are watching the fun don't know this. They are more concerned about the so-called aerospace mothership. Can it be manufactured? One by one, the parts were sent to the assembly area. The assembly area was temporarily covered, and everyone could not see clearly, nor did they know which stage the process had reached. In a modern automobile factory, it only takes 5 to 10 minutes to produce a car from parts. But this aerospace mothership model has too many parts, and a machine tool needs to process multiple parts. Plus it needs to be assembled. So it takes more time. He Xingzhou is in the assembly area, guiding the staff on site to use the assembly equipment to assemble. He considered this aspect when designing, so it is not troublesome to assemble. Just like playing with building blocks. As long as you follow the correct order, it can be easily completed. A brand new technological creation that has never appeared in the world is taking shape. Chapter 59. You call this a model? It takes 1 hour to manufacture and assemble. An hour later, when the last machine tool stopped working, a piece of shell produced was sent to the assembly area, and everyone was looking forward to it. What's going on? It's still blocked by something. The audience stretched their necks, wanting to know what was behind the curtain. He Xingzhou walked out of the assembly area and announced loudly, "Everyone, after 1 hour of parts manufacturing and assembly, we have completed the aerospace carrier model. Next, it will meet you. 3, 2, 1, open the curtain." After He Xingzhou finished speaking, the curtain slowly opened, and the aerospace carrier model hidden behind appeared in front of everyone. Is this a model? Kingo Nomura's eyes widened, and he couldn't help shouting. Did they make this? An expert from Germany almost stood up. No. 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 It's just a delicate shell. It must be like this, said the experts from the Lighthouse country and Gall country. They didn't want to believe that what they saw was what was said in the propaganda. The audience was collectively excited. Oh my god. It's so cool. So domineering. It's really awesome that he actually made it. Awesome. So awesome. This is called a model. I feel like I can sit on it and drive it. Oh my god. This is more exciting than watching a blockbuster movie. It's like flying out of a science fiction movie. There were also audiences screaming, and countless cameras were pointed at that thing, taking photos and recording videos non-stop. The audience on the internet also saw this technological creation at the same time. In front of them. This is a giant eagle painted in azure blue. Its size is comparable to that of a heavy truck. It is huge and looks very oppressive. Its appearance is like an eagle soaring in the sky, with double wings and tail fins, and a huge hull in the middle. Through the transparent glass cover, you can see that there are various delicate parts and structures inside. Because it is a model, the internal structure is not so rigorous, and the shell can be opened from the outside to see what is inside. On one side of the aerospace carrier model, several armor plates were deliberately opened to reveal the various compartments and parts modules inside. The audience felt dazzled at first glance, and the complex structure made them feel a sense of awe, until the camera began to zoom in. You can see the big screen, which is the enlarged internal structure, Xingzhou said. On the screen, the magnification scale continued to expand. When it was magnified 10 times, everyone saw that the various compartments were very obvious, and there was no confusion when the machine tool was processing. When it was magnified 20 times, the audience could already see the texture of the parts. When it was magnified 100 times, everyone found that even at a magnification scale of 100 times, there was no problem with the model. Moreover, the 100-fold magnification makes the model look real. If the camera had not shown that it was already magnified 100 times, they would have thought it was a real aerospace carrier. Oh my god! Too much detail. 100 times. It makes it even more awesome, the audience exclaimed. It is no exaggeration to say that this model is even more awesome than the car I bought for millions of dollars. I looked at it carefully for a long time, and I can only say 2 words. Perfect. Impeccable. Ah! I want it so much. Can I sit on this model? Xingzhou continued. The processing accuracy of this model is exactly the same as that shown by our machine tool before. All important parts can function normally. For example, start it now. Xingzhou shouted. Aerospace mothership. Start. The aerospace mothership is equipped with an intelligent controller. After recognizing Xingzhou's voice command, it made a roar, and the magnetic levitation motor started to operate. In the incredible eyes of everyone, this big guy comparable to a heavy truck actually flew up, under Xingzhou's control. It can actually fly around the exhibition hall in magnetic levitation. Everyone. Its current mass exceeds 100 tons. Xingzhou added. 100 tons? Hearing Xingzhou's words, those foreign experts and entrepreneurs couldn't sit still. They saw with their own eyes that all the parts were manufactured on site. The assembly area was empty at the beginning, and there was no mechanism on the stage, so it was impossible to transport it from other places. This shows that all these parts are produced by the machine tool itself. A magnetic levitation motor group that can bear a load of 100 tons was manufactured in this way. Not a single screw or motor bearing is purchased from them. Now that the aerospace carrier model can take off, they know that there must be no problem with the machine tool's processing technology without more tests. They really made it. Nomura Kingo was shocked. Xingzhou actually has such a strong level of industrial manufacturing. The magnetic levitation motor group alone shows that there is no problem with the machine tool. A German expert was horrified, assuming that it is as he said. There will be no problem with other functional components. That's too scary? They have mastered most of the cutting-edge industrial machine tools. Is this really a model? No. It's not. It's a weapon. When the aerospace carrier slowly floated in front of a lighthouse country expert, he asked himself in his heart, with a little modification, this thing can become a heavy armored weapon that can fly with magnetic levitation. Too scary. We must report it to the headquarters. He is not only a relevant expert, but also a member of the Lighthouse Country Intelligence Organization. How could this be? Did they really make it? What's the matter with this, Xingzhou? Visitors from other countries are still shocked by this. The audience took photos, applauded, and cheered excitedly. The audience in the live broadcast room kept leaving messages, forwarding and sending gifts, and the popularity of the live broadcast room soared. Several live broadcast websites were not prepared because they did not expect that Xingzhou would have so many viewers for the live broadcast of the model. And the room collapsed several times. Among the audience, when the aerospace mothership model flew in front of Liangyan, he could not bear the excitement and stood up with tears. Seeing this scene, the reporter next to him immediately realized that this was a news point to be discovered. He immediately handed over the microphone and asked, "Old man, I am a reporter at the forefront of science and technology. May I ask why you are so excited? At this time, the director also pointed the camera at Liangyan, and the audience was also curious. It's fine if the young man screamed excitedly. But why did this old man, who looked very calm, cry with excitement? Liangyan had too many things to say at this time. So he stood up and accepted the interview. He Xingzhou didn't speak either. Just listened quietly. The reason I cried is that I saw new hope for our Xinzhou machine tools, an industry that we haven't seen in decades. Liangyan said. I'm the director of Xinzhou Machine Tool Factory. Liangyan. Do you know the current situation of our country's machine tool companies? In 2008, Xinzhou accounted for 2 of the world's top 10 machine tool factories. The others were German, American, and American companies. After so many years, among the world's top 10 machine tool factories, the revenue of German, American, and American companies has skyrocketed. Xinzhou Machine Tool Factory is no longer in the top 10. Among the 4-pillar machine tool factories in China, Fengtian Machine Tool Factory suffered huge losses. Liaodong Machine Tool Factory has gone bankrupt. Chuncheon Machine Tool Factory has delisted. Our Qinchuan Machine Tool Factory is still struggling. Today, the machine tool market size of our country has reached 1/3 of the world. But it can't support a company ranked in the top 10 in the world. It is because we lack ultra-precision processing machine tools. This has been our heart disease for decades. It is like a nightmare, entangled in my heart. Until today, I saw the exhibition hall here, saw Longting machine tool, and the aerospace carrier model it made. I know that the moment has come for Xinzhou machine tool to surpass the world. We will finally have the dominance of ultra-precision industrial manufacturing one day. From now on, we will no longer be restricted. I have waited for this day for too long. I am crying with joy. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and his voice was passionate at the end. Chapter 60. The flower of industry will bloom in the East. After hearing his story, everyone finally understood why he was so excited. This is the pain in the hearts of a generation of machine tool people and industrial manufacturers. After seeing the Longting machine tool and the aerospace mothership model designed and manufactured by He Xingzhou today, they knew that decades of struggle finally ushered in the dawn. Pa pa pa! Everyone applauded. And the reporter was moved and said, the old man said it very well. It's exciting. Let us witness together today the new starting point of China's industrial takeoff. Netizens also felt his mood and said, it turns out that there is such a thing. I finally understand why He Xingzhou wants to build machine tools. Without machine tools, our cutting-edge industry cannot develop. Likes. He Xingzhou is the pride of our Xinzhou industry. Seeing this, He Xingzhou said, Mr. Liang, you can contact our staff later. We give priority to developing cooperation with domestic machine tool manufacturers. Great. Liangyan and his secretary, as well as the domestic manufacturers who came to visit, were all excited and said, we are here to say a loyal thank you to Mr. He Xingzhou and his research team for domestic machine tools, and for our colleagues in Xinzhou industry. Seeing them so happy, the research team was also satisfied. When their achievements were recognized by everyone, an indescribable sense of accomplishment came to their hearts, which made them feel that all the hard work and difficulties in the past were worth it. The exhibition is still going on, and He Xingzhou's display has ended. But there is still a steady stream of visitors coming to visit. Visitors from home and abroad have learned about machine tools one by one, and they are eager to move the machine tools here back to their own homes. In the country of cherry blossoms, Kingo Nomura has not returned to his country yet, and an emergency meeting has been held in his country. The Industrial Association, the Iron and Steel Association, the Automobile Industry Association, and other related associations are all restless and have urgently formulated measures to address this phenomenon. Xinzhou already has Longting machine tools. Now it is a waste of effort to restrict their raw materials, machine tools and important parts. And it will also cause us losses. Open all products immediately, not only fast, but also reduce prices. If technology cannot limit it, then fight a price war and seize the market. In Germany, the Industrial Association is also holding a meeting. Koch, the congressman who had claimed to take measures on high-precision industrial machine tools and parts, was embarrassed and awkward at this time. For this matter, they paid a great price to persuade the Western Alliance to join them in a united front. But now, not only did this fail to achieve the desired effect, but it also promoted the development of China's industrial technology in disguise. If we did not restrict it at the beginning, but exported it on a large scale, maybe the result would not be like this at all. His opponents immediately stood up to accuse him. It's useless to say this now, said a senior executive. Machine tool research is definitely not something that can be completed overnight. They already had technical reserves before, but they just didn't announce it to the public. The announcement now is nothing more than telling us that they have the ability to produce related parts and equipment. Everyone. I just got the news that several international groups in Sakura have betrayed their trust and secretly contacted Shinjo. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Our ultra-precision industry is more mature and has more cost and production capacity advantages. In this case, we will immediately start to fully liberalize and adopt price competition. Who would have thought that one day we would also use price competition? A member said bitterly. Everyone knows that once this kind of competition begins, it means that their ultra-precision industrial manufacturing will no longer have an advantage. In terms of cost and production capacity, can they really beat Shinjo? A member of the Industrial Association cried out in pain. The flower of Han's industry is withering. Longting machine tools are definitely not ordinary machine tools. They can process most military weapons and equipment. That aerospace carrier model is not simple either. According to the intelligence we investigated, it is likely to be a scaled-down version of a new type of weapon launched by Shinjo. After the members reported the information back, the senior management judged this way. Some recent intelligence in Asia shows that Shinjo seems to be doing a secret research, mobilizing the power of many research institutions across the country. Shinjo is just their representative. We request that we be given more budget and that a special team be formed to investigate this matter. After analyzing the situation, the team led by the leader also reported the situation and analysis to the leader. This attracted his high attention. I have approved the budget. Let them show me some results. At Shinjo's residence, he was lying on the sofa to rest. Special metal smelting technology, CNC system, machine tool manufacturing technology, etc. have begun to be authorized to domestic enterprises for manufacturing and development. With these, the previous plan can proceed smoothly. Shinjo thought. The construction preparation work in the Xuanwu plan can be advanced a lot. Not only him, but also Qinping, Hongwei's military preparation plan, Cui Weiman, Lu Mei's civil preparation plan, etc. can be vigorously promoted. Now, in addition to the construction of magnetic roads and wireless power networks mentioned by Shinjo, some military measures and biochemical control stations are being built all over the country. Those air raid shelters, civil air defense works, etc. that have been sealed for decades are being renovated. And these things appear in the news from time to time. There are some speculations among the people, but everyone generally believes that they are all rumors. These works are just part of the development of Shinjo's society. In addition, the construction of large-scale photovoltaic power stations in the northwest region that Shinjo had previously requested has also begun. Recently, he has authorized a lot of technology, which enables him to do this, in order to improve the energy absorption of the quantum optical brain as soon as possible. Shinjo adopted a phased construction method. At present, the laying of the first phase of the photovoltaic power station has been completed. The electricity it provides is 4 times higher than the small photovoltaic power station of the Institute, which can bring him 800 units of energy every day. Adding the previous 200, he can reserve 1,000 units of energy for the quantum optical brain every day. If he accumulates for some days, he can also start to unlock more advanced technologies. What should I do next? Shinjo thought about this question. According to the previous plan, we should develop artificial intelligence technology in order to facilitate the manufacture of military weapon systems, smart assistants, etc. in the future. But artificial intelligence technology is a large field with many aspects. Where should I start? As he was thinking, someone rang the doorbell outside. Shinjo, let's go and exercise. It was Su Jilan's voice. In the community where they lived, there was a high-end fitness training place. Shinjo's health was also one of her and Ding Yu's responsibilities. I'm here. Shinjo had already changed into sportswear. Chapter 61 AI Combat Assist System. In the gym, in the private fitness space, Shinjo and Su Jilan stood on the ring, looking at each other. Shinjo had just warmed up, and his blood was flowing. Opposite him, Su Jilan was wearing a black tight fitness suit, showing off her S-shaped curves that were more than ordinary people. Coupled with her natural and pretty face, People felt that the whole ring was full of hormones. Today we will simply practice defensive fighting skills. The requirements are not high. Su Jilan said. You don't need to be able to knock others down. You just need to be able to escape and counterattack when others attack you. Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's start. He Xingzhou bent his legs slightly, stabilized his lower body, and began the class. When He Xingzhou finished saying start, he found that the sexy beauty in front of him suddenly changed her temperament and suddenly became a battle-hardened female warrior. Before He Xingzhou could react, she locked He Xingzhou's arm with one claw, and with a backhand grab, she pressed He Xingzhou to the ground. I haven't reacted yet, He Xingzhou shouted. Start again. Again. Su Jilan reminded. Pay attention to my movements. Recall the key points I taught before. How to dodge. How to get away. However, when she attacked again, He Xingzhou was subdued again. After practicing for an hour, He Xingzhou was exhausted. But the outcome did not change. Huh? This is too exhausting. He Xingzhou sighed. It's not exhausting. It's just that you haven't practiced for long, Su Jilan said seriously. In fact, you have a good talent. If you practice seriously, you will definitely achieve some results. And during the training just now, you were not very focused. You were always thinking about problems. Right? He Xingzhou nodded and said, there are too many things to do in the Xuanwu plan. And my mind is busy. And my time is limited. I don't have that much energy to train in fighting, firearms, or even large military weapons control. That's true. But this kind of training takes time to complete, Su Jilan said helplessly. I seem to have a vague idea. He Xingzhou had some scattered plans in his mind. And he said, Sister Jilan, let's practice another set. I should be able to think of it. Okay. Su Jilan pulled him up and asked, what to practice? Why don't you show a scissor kick? He Xingzhou suggested. Scissor kick? Su Jilan said. This is a move used in movies. It's not practical. I know. Let's not consider practicality first, He Xingzhou said. Okay. Attack me at will. Su Jilan took a step back and kept a distance. He Xingzhou, wearing boxing gloves, took a step forward with his left leg, and used the strength of his waist to punch with his right fist. Just as he was about to attack Su Jilan pushed his fist with one hand, pulled with her hand, and turned over to stand upside down. Her slender legs wrapped around his neck like a snake, knocked He Xingzhou to the ground, and her feet formed a scissor shape to lock his neck. Because it was training, Su Jilan did not use much force, and He Xingzhou could still breathe normally. He could feel the elastic thighs pressing on his neck, and the heat from the exercise was transmitted through the fitness clothes. He Xingzhou did not speak, and Su Jilan did not speak either. The two of them stayed like this for more than 10 seconds. He Xingzhou patted Su Jilan's trouser tail, and Su Jilan let him go. He Xingzhou took a few deep breaths. His face flushed, and he said excitedly, I know. What? Su Jilan's face was also a little rosy. I know which direction to go, He Xingzhou said. You think? Just like me. Our soldiers need years of training to become a qualified soldier. Let's not talk about their physical fitness for now. Skill training not only requires time and effort, but also talent. The Zerg is not an ordinary enemy. They are much more brutal than humans. And once the Zerg crisis breaks out, it will immediately sweep the world, leaving no time for our soldiers to train or adapt to new equipment and new enemies. So I want to make an AI combat assistance system. Let it learn various combat skills, and then help soldiers analyze and use combat skills. Just like a martial arts master. My AI only needs to watch his movements once to remember all his moves and analyze the flaws. These experiences can be easily passed on to ordinary people. If this AI system has a carrier such as armor, it is equivalent to mass-producing peerless masters. AI combat assistance system? Su Jilan was sincerely happy for him when she saw that he came up with it, and said, although I don't know what you want to make specifically, it must be amazing. Of course. He Xingzhou was thinking. Suppose he made a set of military mechanical exoskeleton, or metal armor. It would take a lot of time for soldiers to train and use it. How to control, become a master, and fight against the enemy requires a lot of time and talent. If there is an AI system to assist, the skills can be directly copied and learned, relying on the reaction speed and operation speed of AI. The combat effectiveness of the army will surely be greatly increased. And this is just a preliminary idea. This AI combat assistance system can also be used in various weapons. When we have a large number of AI system weapons, we can use a large-scale strong artificial intelligence military system to control them. And then battlefield operations will be as effective as directing one's arm. He Xingzhou thought. So what are you going to do? Su Jilan asked curiously. He Xingzhou said, the AI system can be continuously upgraded. Now the relevant weapons and equipment have not yet appeared. I can make an initial version. For example, use AI machine learning to record all the combat skills of you special operations elites. Let the machine learn. And use the machine to assist soldiers in training or using skills. In layman's terms, I want to copy all your combat skills in the computer and use artificial intelligence to analyze, combine, and create. It can be a teacher for the soldiers. And it can also directly become the auxiliary intelligence of the weapon carrier after the appropriate weapon carrier appears. Su Jilan understood a little, but she was confused about how to do it. Seeing He Xingzhou excitedly telling her about his plan, Su Jilan inexplicably felt that the man in front of her had a kind of intoxicating charm. This was a man who created miracles. His ideas were beyond the reach of ordinary people. At the same time, he was an activist who was changing the world every moment. Can there be another person like him in the world? Su Jilan's eyes gradually curved into crescents, with a slightly intoxicated look in her eyes. After He Xingzhou thought of the plan, he immediately began to prepare. He returned home, started the quantum optical brain, and checked the technology tree. First, spend 1,000 units of energy to learn basic computer knowledge. 2,000 units of energy to unlock basic AI technology. He Xingzhou spent 3,000 units of energy without any regrets. After obtaining the information flow of the quantum optical brain, he already had a rough idea in his mind. The core of my so-called AI combat assistance system is the biometric recognition and analysis system, which enables it to recognize various human actions and analyze them. This requires a lot of machine learning. Fortunately, I can mobilize a lot of resources now, so it shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 62 Gate Recognition. To create the AI combat assistance system that He Xingzhou wants, it cannot be done overnight. It needs to be done step by step. He Xingzhou thought carefully for a while and had a plan in mind. To perform combat analysis, it is necessary to identify people and the environment, which requires biometric recognition technology, environmental recognition and generation technology, and physical engine technology, since it is an auxiliary system. It is necessary to achieve barrier-free communication between people and computers. And it must have intelligent voice technology to analyze movements. Motion capture technology is needed, biology, physics, etc. are also needed for analysis. This system also needs a carrier, such as a computer, smart device, etc. A mature technology product requires the cooperation of various technologies to be completed. Let's start with biometric technology. The premise of everything is to make the intelligent system able to recognize humans. He Xingzhou did it as soon as he thought of it. He immediately unlocked the relevant knowledge and technology on the technology tree. Spend 200 units of energy to unlock fingerprint recognition technology. Spend 500 units of energy to unlock iris recognition technology. Spend 500 units of energy to unlock face recognition technology. Spend 1,000 units of energy to unlock body recognition technology. Spend 1,000 units of energy to unlock gait recognition technology. In addition to these, there are various biometric technologies, including vein recognition, gene recognition, voice recognition, etc. He Xingzhou decided to start with comprehensive character recognition. He understood and digested these unlocked technologies one by one, and then went to the Sentinel Research Institute to start work. Comrade Yang Bai, I need talents and teams in this area. Please arrange them as soon as possible. He Xingzhou handed the talents he needed to Cui Weiman's assistant, a comrade from the Security Bureau. Okay, I will immediately transfer talents. Yang Bai immediately contacted research institutions across the country, transferred relevant teams, screened personnel, and signed confidentiality agreements. Because more and more people were involved in the Xuanwu plan, the Xuanwu executives discussed and divided the executors of the Xuanwu plan into 5 levels. The 5th level is the relevant executors of the Xuanwu plan, including magnetic road reconstruction workers, radio network reconstruction workers, related companies, construction teams of the Biochemical Control Institute, etc. These people have no right to know the content of the Xuanwu plan, nor do they know that they are executing an important plan. They just work according to instructions or commercial behavior. The fourth level is some relevant researchers and grassroots staff. That is, they participate in the scientific research or task part of the Xuanwu plan. But they themselves are not clear about the Xuanwu plan, and only know that they are participating in commercial activities or scientific research activities. The third level is the official executor of the Xuanwu plan, who must undergo strict review and understand the task part of the Xuanwu plan that they are executing. The second level is the researchers of important scientific research tasks, such as academicians of the Academy of Sciences, important experts of the research institutes, and the leaders of the execution team in the Xuanwu plan tasks, who lead and participate in some tasks of the Xuanwu plan. The first level is the highest level, with the least members, that is, the highest leadership group, Xuanwu executives, plus He Xingzhou, the special whistleblower. They formulate and modify the Xuanwu plan, have the right to mobilize national resources, etc. This classification is also to avoid the Xuanwu plan from being exposed too early and causing unnecessary trouble. Most of the talents that He Xingzhou needs this time can only belong to the fourth level executors, and have no right to know the content of the Xuanwu plan. So they cannot come to the Sentinel Research Institute. Only a small number of backbones can become third level or even second level members. Yang Bai was very fast. It took only a few days to arrange personnel and teams for He Xingzhou. Cui Weiman and others have established a national personnel and resource mobilization mechanism in the past period of time to ensure the fastest efficiency when mobilizing personnel and resources. The first place He Xingzhou came to was the first research institute of the Xinzhou Public Security Agency. The reason for coming to this place was that He Xingzhou got the news that because of their recent confidential operations, intelligence personnel were sent from various places to scout, which caused great trouble to the relevant departments. He Xingzhou thought that the biometric technology he was researching could come in handy. In the institute, Hu Yaowen, the head of the research team, was introducing the facial recognition system they were using to He Xingzhou. We are currently using the Sky Eye digital remote monitoring system, which was previously developed by telecommunications companies and police departments. After several generations of upgrades, we are now able to identify portraits through remote monitoring images and conduct comparative analysis to find target persons or analyze suspicious persons. He Xingzhou carefully learned about the Sky Eye digital remote monitoring system and said, "This is not enough. This Sky Eye system is not accurate enough for biometrics. If the target person uses disguises or covers their faces, they cannot be accurately identified. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, it's just a facial recognition comparison system." Hu Yaowen shook his head and said, "For example, some time ago, a researcher suddenly disappeared in an important research institute. After investigation, we found that he may have been bribed by external forces and is suspected of being a spy. But because he is very good at disguise, he covered his face during the escape. So far, we can only determine that he is active in a certain area, but we have not been able to catch him." He Xingzhou also knew about this. There are many people involved in the Xuanwu plan, and it is impossible to say that everyone is absolutely loyal, no matter which era or country. Such things cannot be avoided. Fortunately, the spy was only a level 4 staff member and did not know the content of the Xuanwu plan. He just stole some unimportant information and then absconded. "Don't worry. Even if he can cover his face, he can't escape," He Xingzhou said. "A person's face can be disguised. His body can be disguised. But his steps cannot be disguised. As long as gait recognition technology is added to the Sky Eye system, the target can be found through gait analysis. The so-called gait recognition is to use the posture of a person when walking, everyone's muscle strength, tendon and bone length, density, visual sensitivity, coordination ability, center of gravity, weight, muscle damage are all different. And there are even some psychological factors that cause everyone to walk in a different posture." He Xingzhou continued. "The action of walking is a habitual action. Even the most powerful lurker in the world finds it difficult to notice and correct his gait. With detailed gait recognition technology, the target can be captured by the walking posture. The security department happens to have video surveillance of the fugitive's previous work, from which his gait habits can be analyzed. By comparing the monitoring network, we can find his clues." Gait recognition? It can be done to this extent? Hu Yaowen and several researchers were surprised when they heard He Xingzhou's words. If it can be done to this extent, The Sky Eye system is really a god. Chapter 63 Fire Eye System. This is just part of it, He Xingzhou said. Gait recognition is only part of its recognition of human movements. Face recognition, iris recognition, voice recognition and other technologies need to be enhanced. With so many functions, it is not appropriate to call it the Sky Eye system. Why not call it the Fire Eye system, which is named after Sun Wukong's fire eyes and golden pupils, which can distinguish the authenticity of all things. Fire Eye system. A good name, Hu Yaowen said. Then let's start. Yes. He Xingzhou nodded. All the teams that came. Face recognition, iris recognition, voice recognition, gait recognition and other teams will proceed simultaneously. He Xingzhou first joined the existing face recognition team to optimize it. Domestic face recognition technology has been developed for many years, and the foundation is mature. What he needs to do is to optimize the algorithm so that the intelligent system can understand more. Not only to recognize faces, but also to predict changes in the state of faces, such as changes in faces with age, and face replacement and other technologies. Gait recognition is much more complicated, and the technology for gait recognition in China is not mature. He Xingzhou built an algorithm framework based on his own understanding of the knowledge, and let many artificial intelligence experts fill in the gaps. The data obtained from various research institutes and corporate units across the country make the intelligent algorithm grow rapidly every day. The Fire Eye biometric recognition system is gradually improving. A week later, He Xingzhou posted a new update on the internet. Our team is currently researching artificial intelligence technology, and we will release related videos and live broadcasts from time to time. First of all, let's make a preview. The next issue will be a demonstration of biometrics and face replacement technology. We will recruit experiencers, and individuals and companies who need this technology can sign up. After the last issue of He Xingzhou's Aerospace Mothership Model live broadcast, his number of fans on various platforms has skyrocketed. On Douyin, the short video platform with the highest traffic, He Xingzhou's number of fans has reached 10 million. This data is different from other internet celebrities. His number of followers is all real data. On other platforms, he also starts with millions of fans. As soon as this dynamic was released, it attracted attention and immediately became a hot news. Hashtag He Xingzhou releases new video trailer. Hashtag countless people are watching his every move. Why did you change the artificial intelligence technology? I thought you were going to make awesome weapons next. Aren't you a mechanical manufacturer? Do you know AI technology? How can I experience it? How can I sign up? Please let me know. When? Give me a date? GKD. Can't wait. Biometric recognition and face replacement technology? This time, He Xingzhou's new dynamic attracted the attention of internet technology companies. These technologies are directly related to the internet and the ecology of related technology companies. Don't we have this technology? Someone questioned. That's He Xingzhou. He announced it. So there must be a new technological breakthrough. No matter what. Let's contact him first. If it's a powerful technology, maybe we can get priority authorization. Large and small companies have taken action to try to become He Xingzhou's new technology experiencers. There are also hundreds of thousands of individual netizens who have signed up. In the institute, the Fire Eye system is still learning. Those facial photos, biological structures, and dynamic movements of people walking are broken down and recorded one by it, analyzed, and a gait model is established. A large number of AI experts, mathematicians, physicists, biologists, and psychologists are providing help and nutrients for the growth of the Fire Eye system. Almost done. If we continue to learn at this speed, the Fire Eye biometric recognition system will be perfected in 10 days. He Xingzhou judged in his mind. He asked Su Jilan, Sister Jilan, have you chosen the experiencers? Yes. Su Jilan nodded slightly and said first, the Ministry of Security will use this system to try to catch criminals. This is not open to the public. Then the police department wants to use this system to conduct facial recognition across the country to find lost children and the elderly. This can be broadcast live. There is also a film and television production company and an individual experiencer who want to experience the face-changing technology. Okay, He Xingzhou said. Then you arrange it. In 15 days, we will live broadcast the technical demonstration of the Fire Eye biometric recognition system. 15 days later, in the Haishi province, Rongqing, Police News Release Center, Xingzhou's technical demonstration live broadcast will be held here. Before it started, the release center was full of reporters. In view of the special circumstances this time, an audience seat was also arranged. The comrades working did not expect that usually there would be only a few media reporters and a small number of spectators at the press conference. This time, the audience who came to visit surrounded the press conference hall. Let's start. Xingzhou had already started the fire eye system in the background, while the live broadcast was being released. The security bureau was also using this system to capture fugitives. Yes. Hu Yaowen started working expectantly. Under their operation, several videos were read by the fire eye system. These were the surveillance videos of the fugitive Chen Yong in the institute. Fire eye biometric recognition system. Video has been read. Extracting biometric information. Extracting facial features. Extracting eye features. Extracting body features. Building a gate model. A gate model has been built, and comparative analysis is in progress. While the intelligence system was working, several criminal investigators were also discussing. This Chen Yong is most likely still in Rongqing. As soon as we found out that the data was stolen, we immediately conducted an emergency search of all stations, airports, and highways. But Rongqing is so big that no one knows where he is hiding. He is also proficient in anti-reconnaissance technology. If he keeps hiding, it will be difficult to find him. Wait and see if the fire eye system can find him. It took less than 3 minutes for the fire eye system to compare the public area surveillance data of the entire Rongqing. A suspected target was found, and the gate similarity was 98%. The fire eye system extracted several pictures, which were dynamic pictures sent by the road camera. Among them, a female figure was circled. She had long hair, wore sunglasses and a mask, and had a bloated figure. She looked like an ordinary woman. Is this a mistake? Is this Chen Yong? The criminal investigators looked incredulous when they saw the circled surveillance figure. Isn't Chen Yong a man? The face and body look completely different. Yes, even the height looks different. The gait similarity is 98%. And the 2% difference may be caused by the target person's inconvenience in walking when disguised. A researcher who participated in the design of the fire eye system said firmly, the gait recognition of the fire eye system can even analyze the movement of bones and muscles. With such a high similarity, it can't be a second person. Chapter 64, Capture Operation. The activity range has been locked. The fire eye system found the activity area of the target person through gait comparison. The criminal investigation team leader saw it and shouted, "Good guy! We have searched this area several times and found no clues." Hu Yaowen said, "Catch him first. No matter what he disguises himself as, we will know it after DNA testing. All researchers have blood sample records." Okay, then we will start the action now. After confirming the activity range and suspicious people, their work became much easier. The criminal investigation team immediately confirmed the suspicious living areas of several suspects and sent an elite team to arrest them. In an old residential area in Rongqing, in an ordinary residential house, a woman returned home with the daily necessities she had purchased. She first observed the small card she had deliberately inserted on the door, which had a number on it, so that she could find out if someone had opened the door or made a move. Nothing has been done. Chen Yong opened the door. After entering the house, she observed the house again to make sure that no one had been here. And then she changed into home clothes with peace of mind. But he was still wearing women's clothes and had not removed his makeup. These days, just bear with it a little longer. He locked the doors and windows and muttered to himself. He was the defector who stole the information of the institute. In fact, it was not too strict to call him a defector, because he was a spy before entering the institute. He was born in a poor family, studied hard since childhood, was admitted to a good university, and had the opportunity to study abroad. During his study abroad, he first saw the debauchery of capitalist countries. Sexy hot girls, delicious alcoholic drinks, various carnival parties. Chen Yong, who had never experienced these, soon became addicted to them. It was not until he owed a lot of debts that he realized that he seemed to be facing jail. At this time, a mysterious organization found him and promised him that he could avoid jail, give him rich rewards, and give him the identity of the lighthouse country. The price was to let him return to Xinzhou to steal intelligence for them. Chen Yong agreed and went through their rigorous training. He lurked for 5 years and successfully infiltrated an important research institute. Recently, there have been many big moves in Xinzhou. attracting attention from all parties. And his research institute was also ordered to carry out secret research. The previous organization notified him to steal information. Qin Yong stole some information after careful planning. But because the other party's control was too strict, he was exposed. So he simply absconded. With careful planning and rich anti-reconnaissance experience, he successfully escaped. And until now, the security personnel have not caught him. Qin Yong found a computer and first used hacking methods to jump the IP address to invade the computer of the bot. And then logged into a secret website to contact people. When will you arrange for me to go abroad? Qin Yong asked. You gave me too little information. The other party replied. We still can't know what Shinjo's secret plan is. The higher-ups asked us to find out. Qin Yong replied. This is the most authoritative information I can access. And I don't know anything higher. In addition, I have an original copy of the core information in my hand. If you take me back, I will hand it over. Qin Yong himself was also cautious, and did not hand over all the information. He intercepted part of it as a guarantee for the other party to pick him up. Sure enough, the other party said, Shinjo has strict control over transportation channels. And the formal channels cannot meet you. You should find a way to go to the border area, and we will find someone to take you out. He gave a coordinate, and Qin Yong saw that it was a border area. The other party asked, You are not exposed. Qin Yong said proudly, Exposed? They can't find me. I have prepared a second identity and maintained it for several years. After absconding, I immediately had plastic surgery. Now I look like a woman. They can never find me. He did not just disguise himself with makeup, but went directly to a black plastic surgery agency for plastic surgery. The reason why he did not leave some time ago, it was because the search was too strict and the plastic surgery had not recovered yet. So it was easy to be noticed. Now the places on his face where the surgery was done have gradually recovered. And he looks like a stereotyped internet celebrity face. Even without sunglasses, masks and other coverings. He was confident that the police would not recognize him when he walked on the street. Okay. Get there as soon as possible, the other party said. I'll leave immediately. Although he thought he was foolproof, Qin Yong still felt that the sooner he left, the better, so as not to be so nervous. Just as he was about to pack up, there was a knock on the door. Qin Yong did not reply, but observed through the corridor camera he installed. He found that it was the employees of the community property. 2 women, one of whom he knew, and the other did not. Property. We need to check the water meter, the aunt shouted. Open the door. Are they here to arrest me? Qin Yong thought to himself. No. They will never find me. Being too cautious is not good. It will easily attract people's attention, Qin Yong thought. At this moment, even if his mother stood in front of him, he would not recognize her. So why would he be afraid of being seen? Besides, it was just the property manager outside the door. Thinking of this, he went to open the door. The water meter is in the kitchen. As he spoke, his voice changed completely. He deliberately took drugs to make his voice feminine and a little hoarse. One of the aunts walked into the kitchen and checked the water meter skillfully. Qin Yong pretended to care and looked at the value on the water meter. But he suddenly felt a huge force coming from behind and caught him in a second. Ah! What are you doing? Qin Yong exclaimed. Criminal police investigating a case. The other party did not give him a chance to react, and handcuffed him in a second. Qin Yong was shocked. He could be found. He tried to calm himself down and react like an ordinary person, shouting, Why are you arresting me? I am a law-abiding citizen. Someone, my house is on fire. He also deliberately shouted fire instead of being arrested, in order to attract the attention of the surrounding residents. The auntie held him up like a chicken and asked, Your name is Qin Yong, right? You are so disguised that you have changed your gender? Qin Yong was horrified when he heard his name. This scene was keenly captured by the criminal investigation personnel. With her rich experience, she should have arrested the right person. Who is Qin Yong? I don't know him at all. You've got the wrong guy. He tried to get away with it. Don't pretend. We have your DNA. We'll know after a test. In order to catch you, we even brought DNA testing equipment. It's in the car. It'll be quick. As the criminal police said, another group of fully armed police came up and arrested him. It's a pity that our technology has been upgraded. Your disguise is completely ineffective. What technology? Qin Yong wanted to know why his meticulous plan and genius could still be seen through. It's a pity that as a captured spy, he has no right to know the information. Chapter 65 Time Mirror. Hearing their words, Chin Yong was horrified. He knew that if the other party tested his DNA, he would definitely be exposed. No matter how much he disguised himself, he couldn't modify his DNA. But until now, he still didn't want to admit that he was so flawless in disguise. How did he get exposed? In order to hide his identity. He didn't even use this fake identity. Didn't need to speak on any social software. Didn't use digital payments. Didn't communicate with people, etc. You arrested the wrong person. Chen Yong still had a fluke mentality and shouted, I'm going to sue you for illegal law enforcement. Don't talk, said the criminal police captain. We'll know if we arrested the wrong person by doing a blood test. Let's get started. Someone immediately took him to a special vehicle parked downstairs, which contained a doctor and DNA testing equipment. Is it really him? This doesn't match his original appearance at all. In the command center, everyone was still confused. Is it possible that they really caught the wrong person? If they caught the wrong person, it would be a big mistake. Hu Yaoan was still worried. But when the needle was inserted into Chin Yong's arm, they saw through the surveillance camera in the car that Chin Yong seemed to have lost his soul. And he collapsed to the ground with his legs trembling. It's him. All the criminal police were sure it was him. Normal people would never have this reaction. Sure enough, when the DNA test results came out, the doctor immediately said, the DNA is completely consistent with Chin Yong. He is Chin Yong. It's him. Everyone was excited. Finally caught him. This traitor. This fire eye system is too powerful. It can actually identify people's identities by walking posture. This system. I don't know how much effort we can save. Why? Chin Yong's face was pale. His eyes were full of unwillingness. Why? Why do you think it's me? Why? For this plan, he prepared for many years, put in countless efforts, and suffered in panic and anxiety for so long. It was about to succeed, and he was about to cross the ocean to enjoy wealth and glory. But now, everything was in vain, and he completely collapsed. The captain of the criminal police laughed and said, I have to say that your anti-reconnaissance ability is quite strong, and you have deceived us all before. The face was remodeled, the voice was changed, and the identity was changed. She could even disguise herself from a man to a woman. It's a pity that our technology has been upgraded. Your disguise can't fool us. What is it? Chin Yong was puzzled, but he couldn't get an answer. The criminal police captain snorted coldly. No one who betrays the country can escape. You should think about how to confess now. The first victory of the Fire Eye system greatly encouraged the comrades of the Security Bureau, the criminal police, and the researchers. With this system, it will be much easier to execute similar cases in the future. At the same time, at the press center, He Xingzhou had already met with the public. Hello. I am Shen Bingbing, a reporter from the national television station. Mr. He Xingzhou, you said today that you would demonstrate biometrics and face replacement technology. How will you do it? A petite and cute female reporter stood up in the first row of the press box and asked. This is not the first time He Xingzhou has met her. The last time the electromagnetic floating car was broadcast live, it was Shen Bingbing who interviewed her. The ratings of that episode exploded. So now the TV station gives priority to interviewing Shen Bingbing and activities related to He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou said, there are 3 parts to our demonstration this time. The first part is to cooperate with the police department to find missing people. The second part is to give lucky viewers a chance to experience face-changing technology. The third part is to experience related technologies with the experienced companies. Now we will start the first part. Let me introduce the situation to Comrade Guan Jie, the Rongqing police chief next to me. Next to him was a policeman with a square face and a serious expression. Guan Jie, he said, hello, audiences and citizens across the country. With the help of Comrade He Xingzhou and his team, we have made a big breakthrough in biometric technology. Today is the first day it is connected to our police system. We will demonstrate how to use it to find missing people. Now, please welcome our help seekers. 3 people came to the scene. 2 women and 1 man. All over 40 years old. Shen Bingbing handed the microphone to the first help seeker and asked, several help seekers, who are you looking for? This is a dark-skinned, plainly dressed woman. As soon as she got the microphone, she said, my name is Li Chunhua. I want to find my son Wang Hai. 17 years ago, I went to the street with him and he got lost. He was only 1 year old at that time. As she spoke, she couldn't help but tears in her eyes. My name is Yao Min. I want to find my father. The second person in need continued. He has amnesia and disappeared 3 years ago. Friends and relatives said that he might have died. But I don't believe it. I think he must still be alive. The third person in need took the microphone. He had gray hair and a weathered face. It was obvious that he had experienced a lot of hardships in life. He said in a hoarse voice, My name is Chai Ming. I'm not here to look for my relatives. Because my wife and daughter were killed in a man-made disaster 20 years ago. I'm looking for the murderer who killed my wife and daughter 20 years ago. He has been on the run for 20 years and has not been punished by law so far. I hope that with the help of technology, the murderer can be brought to justice today. After the three help seekers introduced themselves, Guanjia said, Please rest assured. We will do our best to complete your commission and live up to the trust of the people. This scene was broadcast live on TV and the internet at the same time. When the audience saw the help seekers, they also discussed, I hope they can get what they want. They are all suffering people. A mother who lost her child. A father who lost his child. And a murderer who carries a blood feud. It's too difficult. Each of the targets has been missing for several years. And the longest one has not been found for 20 years. Is there still a chance? Will today's live broadcast fail? Not only the audience thought so, but also the reporters on the scene. He Xingzhou said, Everyone. The three people who asked for help have provided us with the corresponding information. We will start looking immediately. Start the Fire Eye system. On the electronic display, photos of Li Chunhua's son appeared. There were several photos of him when he was 1 month old, 1 year old, 3 years old, and 5 years old. He Xingzhou introduced at the same time. The Fire Eye system has learned hundreds of billions of human photos, and it can draw people's appearance according to their age. I call this function time mirror. The age is set at 18 years old, and the face model begins to be generated. Soon, the Fire Eye system generated tens of thousands of different faces, which were deduced based on Wang Hai's childhood facial features and age. These different faces are the changes in his appearance that may occur in various situations such as getting fat, getting darker, and getting thinner. But the overall features remain the same. Start to compare and search in the National Population System. The Fire system began to select. In fact, according to the intelligent framework designed by He Xingzhou, this process should be easy to complete. However, the intelligent system is still limited by the speed of hardware operation, and the computing center of the research center cannot allow it to complete the calculation process instantly. They waited patiently for a few minutes. And the Fire Eye system gave 3 characters with the highest similarity. Chapter 66 Muscle Golden Wheel. These 3 characters are of different ages. The similarities are 83%, 87%, and 96% respectively. He Xingzhou explained, because the citizen photos recorded in the population system are not all the latest photos. There are also photos from a few years ago. So when the Fire Eye system compares and searches, it covers all possible age groups. So that's how it is. I was wondering why the results are so different. The audience whispered. We will contact our comrades now to investigate and collect evidence on similar people. This process will take some time. Maybe it won't be completed today. Please be patient. Guanjia said that the similar person had been found. But the person had to be found and DNA tested for comparison before confirmation. At this time, the Fire Eye system also read the information of Yao Min's father Yao Wei, including portrait, body shape and gait. This time, it was searching in the National Public Security Monitoring System, and soon it also locked the suspected target. The police department immediately dispatched local police to search. The portrait of the third fugitive was also deduced by the time mirror, depicting her current appearance in many ways, and searching in the National Public Security Monitoring System. However, the portrait prediction of this fugitive has not been announced. It takes time to find them all, and the 3 people seeking help are at the scene, waiting anxiously. Dear audience friends, we have sent specialists from all over the country to search, Guanjia said. Please keep paying attention to us. Alas, I don't know if we can find him. The audience was also confused. He has been missing for so long. How can we find him? Yes, there are too many people who look like him. And there are no current photos. Isn't this like looking for a needle in a haystack? I guess this matter will end up in vain. Not to mention the audience. Even the 3 people who asked for help didn't have much hope. They have been searching for many years, and have asked for help from countless people and organizations. But there is no news of the person they're looking for. If they fail this time, it will only be another disappointment among countless times. He Xingzhou continued to host the press conference, saying, "Next we will simultaneously demonstrate other functions. Vein recognition technology. Use infrared to obtain the vein images of people's fingers, palms, and backs of hands, and record them as digital images. It is more accurate and safer than fingerprint recognition and face recognition. It can be used for security checks, identity recognition, etc." He Xingzhou also invited several reporters to experience it on site. And the recognition system can indeed accurately recognize their vein images. This function aroused some interest among the audience. But they still paid more attention to the next face-changing technology. AI face-changing. I believe everyone has heard of it. At present, some AI face-changing software has appeared on the internet. But they are still very simple, only staying at the swapping of facial features. Our face-changing technology can not only change faces, but also perform biological adaptation, including appearance, posture and movements, He Xingzhou said. Of course, I want to emphasize that you should not use this technology casually. Please protect your privacy, and do not infringe on the portrait rights of others. Please ask our experiencer to come on stage. A middle-aged man stood up from the stage. He has a large skull, a square jaw, and calm facial features. He wears a pair of black framed glasses and is fat. He is a middle-aged man who looks ordinary at first glance. This experiencer. What is your name? Why do you want to experience face-changing technology? Shen Bingbing handed the microphone to him. My name is Han Jinluan. Han Jinluan was a little uncomfortable facing the camera. He smiled awkwardly, and his smile was a little honest. I don't have a good figure, but I'm too lazy to lose weight. And my girlfriend broke up with me. I want to change to a muscular figure. Let me see what I look like after losing weight. Give me some motivation. Someone was venomous in the barrage of the online live broadcast room. It feels so greasy. He looks a little vulgar when he smiles. Don't lose weight. Your appearance is innate, and losing weight is useless. Believe me, changing your face can't save you. Fortunately, Han Jinluan can't see the barrage now. Otherwise he would be embarrassed to death. He Xingzhou smiled and said, "Okay. We can borrow the material library of our partner. The materials in it all have portrait copyrights. Find a template that best suits you." At the scene, the photographer took a full-body photo of Han Jinluan, and then recorded it in the Fire Eye system for comparative analysis, looking for a suitable template. According to the character's face shape and body shape, a suitable template has been found. The material model that is about to be replaced appeared on the big screen. This is a short video of a foreign fitness expert taking a selfie. In the video, there is a young man with a foreign appearance. He is shirtless and has a strong body of muscles, especially two pectoralis major muscles, which are particularly developed. In the video, he can control the shaking of muscles and sway and dance at the same time. Why is the template a foreigner? The audience was confused. This system is not working. Yes, this is not an Asian. The template was randomly found. Right? Oh, it's a failure. I don't believe that Han Jinluan's face can fit this body. Whether it's appearance or temperament, it doesn't match. Han Jinluan himself was also confused. Is this template random? Start face replacement. He Xingzhou clicked the mouse, and the Fire Eye system replaced Han Jinluan's facial features with the foreign guy. This is not a simple transfer, but a dynamic replacement, including dynamic changes in facial features, eyes, and expressions, etc. The process is very complicated, but in the eyes of the audience, it is just a matter of a moment. The replacement video has been generated. He Xingzhou said, "Mr. Han Jinluan, do you mind if we play it now?" Han Jinluan said, "No problem." He didn't care. He Xingzhou clicked on the video. In the video, Han Jinluan's face appeared on the screen. His eyes, nose, mouth, ears, eyebrows were exactly the same, and his body had changed from a middle-aged fat body to a body of perfect muscle lines. Shen Bingbing at the scene carefully looked at Han Jinluan's face and the replacement video, and was surprised, looking at the video. There is no sense of disharmony at all. The person in the video seemed to be what he should have looked like. This was only the first second. When the picture moved, the audience found that they were still too naive. As the background music sounded, The muscular Jinluan in the video began to dance. He put his hands behind his back, twisted his waist and hips coquettishly, and even controlled the shaking of his pectoralis major muscles. While his body was moving, his eyes and expressions were also changing synchronously. The rich and delicate smile is conveyed through the three-dimensional facial features, which attracts people at once. The playful eyes and the slight movement of the corners of the mouth are like a lightning that pierces through the thick dark clouds, sweeping away the original greasy temperament of Han Jinluan, and turning him into a sunny, confident, handsome man full of male hormones. The video is still playing, and he is still dancing, shaking his head, and changing his expression. During the process, the audience has forgotten that this is a face-changing video, and thought it was a real selfie video. Gentleness and strength, maturity and playfulness, sunshine and stability, etc., are all displayed on him at the same time. At this moment, the image of muscular Jinluan is deeply engraved in the minds of the audience. At the scene, Han Jinluan himself was stunned. He was in a trance. Is this himself in a parallel world? The handsome and handsome self in the imagination? Chapter 67 Dynamic Replacement. Is this him? The audience went crazy after seeing the face-changing video. Fuck. He's so handsome. And a little bit sexy. He turned into a handsome guy? I blushed. Han Jinluan has potential. If he can really get into this state, I'd marry him. No sense of disobedience. If I hadn't seen the previous part, I would have thought it was a real person. This technology is amazing. It really changed a foreigner into a Chinese. And it's very real. 6666. The people who thought it was inappropriate before now applauded. The effect of the face changing was beyond their expectations. Even He Xingzhou himself didn't expect that the effect of the face changing would be so good. Maybe it's because Han Jinluan's face shape is particularly suitable for muscular men. Shen Bingbing asked, Mr. Han Jinluan, what do you think after watching this face-changing video? Han Jinluan couldn't help but give a thumbs up and shouted, it's amazing. After watching this video, I have only one idea. I must lose weight, gain muscle, and become a muscular man. At this moment, he has a strong desire to lose weight and exercise. If he knew that he would have such an effect after exercising, he would have gone to the gym to counterattack the male god. The audience in the live broadcast room teased, Muscle Jinluan. Really awesome. Does Jinluan have a contact number? Please give me one. After working out, he came to me to bring his girlfriend. Haha. This video is so addictive. He Xingzhou, can you replay it 1 billion times? The live video just now was also intercepted and circulated on the internet. Okay. The personal presentation is over. He Xingzhou announced. Next is the experience presentation of the cooperative enterprise. A man stood up from the audience, holding the microphone, and said, Hello everyone. I am Chen Fengyu, CEO of Woodpecker Pictures. Our company is currently making a science fiction movie, and there is a clip in which the brain consciousness of the protagonists is transferred to animals. For the sake of authenticity, we did not use leather suits or makeup. We wanted to directly use the visual effects technology of the Fire Eye intelligent system to replace the characters with the appearance and movements of animals. As he spoke, a movie clip was playing on the screen. This is a clip of the 5 main characters fighting the villains with various hot weapons. The scene was intense with gunfire, various shells, lasers, and machines interlaced. But the audience, who were already aesthetically fatigued by such movie scenes, did not think there was anything eye-catching. The materials given were to replace the main characters with tigers, leopards, bears, deer, and wolves. The Fire Eye system read the material information. Let's start replacing. He Xingzhou started the replacement, and it took only 1 second for the replacement to be completed. When everyone watched this video again, it had completely changed. In the picture, a tiger with a pattern holds a machine gun and shoots wildly at the enemy in front of it. A cheetah drives a motorcycle and attacks the enemy while speeding on the roof. An elk runs wildly in the hail of bullets and avoids bombs. A black bear carries a huge cannon on its shoulder and destroys the fighter plane in the sky. A gray wolf keeps operating in front of the computer to assist his teammates. This is not a simple animal special forces picture, because after the replacement video, the expressions of the original characters can be shown through their eyes, hair, and muscle changes. There is no feeling of stiffness or disharmony, as if these animals have human souls. Suddenly it feels much more interesting. Yes, when he was acting, his eyes, expressions, And movements were so human. You can't tell it's a special effect at all. What kind of movie is this? When will it be released? I suddenly want to watch it. In the audience, Chen Fengyu, the president of the film and television company, was even more smiling. The decision to apply to become an experienced company is really the wisest decision I have ever made. He was overjoyed. Today, experiencing the Fire Eye system not only advertises the company, but also the movie. And I can get priority in obtaining technical authorization. This Fire Eye system replaces technology and can save the company a lot of visual effects production costs. Just for the few minutes of footage just now. If a special effects company were to produce it, it would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars for 1 second. But for the Fire Eye system, it's simply free. Seeing this effect, some entrepreneurs in the audience also had ideas in their minds. Isn't He Xingzhou's live broadcast of technology products better than any advertisement? This is the top stream in China. Next time he shows technology or products, I will find a way to get in. Chen Fengyu made a lot of money. After the 2 videos were played, the experience stage of the technology display was almost over. He Xingzhou said, "Everyone, today's press conference ends here. We are looking for the 3 missing people. Please pay attention to the news later." Is it over? I haven't seen enough. +1. If the missing people can't be found, will this matter be ignored? I will pay attention to it. He Xingzhou's press conference has ended. The 2 videos of Muscle Jinluan and Animal Face changing have spread rapidly on the internet. Han Jinluan has become an internet celebrity. And there is even a hot news hashtag, millions of netizens urging Han Jinluan to work out online hashtag. The films of Woodpecker Pictures have also received widespread attention. Some companies have begun to actively contact He Xingzhou's team, hoping to obtain authorization to use the Fire Eye system. Of course, the 3 missing people to be found have also been followed by countless media. Because whether they can be found is related to whether the biometric recognition technology of the Fire Eye system is really that amazing. In Jiaozhou, a takeaway boy was delivering food. On the way, he received a call from the site manager. "Xiaochang, where are you? Come back quickly," the station master said. "Ah, I'm delivering food. I can't get away now," Xiaochang replied. "I have something important to talk to you about. Come back quickly. I'll arrange for someone to deliver it for you," the station master said. Xiaochang was confused, but he quickly rushed back to the station. He found that several policemen were waiting for him, which made him nervous. He quickly said, "Station master, I didn't do anything bad. Comrade, don't be nervous. We are here to help you find your relatives," the police explained. "This is impossible. My parents are both here. How can they be missing?" Xiaochang didn't believe it. The missing child was lost when he was 1 year old. At that time, his memory was not complete. In any case, please cooperate with us to do a DNA test. "Okay?" the police asked. "Identification is okay. But you must have found the wrong person." Xiaochang still didn't believe it. His blood was taken for identification. And at the same time, a homeless old man sleeping in a bridge hole was found in Linhai province. The Fire Eye system identified that the old man might be Yao Min's father. After searching the surveillance footage, and with the help of citizens, the police found him. The third target, a fugitive who had been on the run for 20 years. The Fire Eye system also found a major suspect. Chapter 68. Equip AI with ears and mouth. In the picture, a middle-aged woman appears. This is a surveillance video from a traffic intersection. The Fire Eye system compared the portrait of Bai Ji, a fugitive from 20 years ago, and found this suspected person. She often moves around in Guangfeng shopping mall. She appears at the intersection in the morning and evening. She should be working in the mall, the comrade from the investigation department said to Guanjia. "Finally, we're going to find her," Guanjia ordered. "Implement the arrest operation immediately." 20 years ago, a criminal named Bai Ji and her boyfriend carried out multiple kidnappings and extortions, and many people died as a result. Her boyfriend had been shot dead by the police. But she had been on the run for 20 years. In the past 20 years, the victims' families have been tortured every day. And the police have also been very troubled. In a gold jewelry store in the mall, a salesperson was selling jewelry. "Okay, this is your invoice. Please keep it." The salesperson Lily handed the ticket to the customer, who was a middle-aged man. He smiled and said, "Lily, it's agreed that I will treat you to dinner this weekend." "I know. I will definitely keep the appointment." Lily smiled. Sisterly. You are so awesome. After the customer left, the salespeople next to him said enviously, I guess it will be the best-selling store again this month. It's all my friends who are here. Lily smiled. Her smile was very peaceful. Although she was already 50 years old, she was well maintained. And you could still tell from her eyes that she must have been a beauty when she was young. The salesmen were chatting, and Lily suddenly saw the security guard and several policemen coming over. Lily said to her companions without changing her expression, I'm going to the bathroom. Please help me keep an eye on it. As she was about to leave, several policemen appeared behind her, blocking her way. By G, you can't escape, one of them said. By G? The salesmen looked at Lily with a puzzled look on their faces. Lily was very calm and frank, and said calmly, after 20 years, this day has finally come. The police once again reported the last time the person who asked for help found the missing person, and the TV station and the internet broadcasted it simultaneously. In the picture, the delivery man Xiao Chong saw his DNA test report. There was no doubt that he was Li Chuanhua's son. Wang Hai. How could this happen? Xiao Chong was shocked. On the side, Li Chunhua was already in tears. She hugged Xiao Chong and shouted, my son. I'm sorry for you. I made you suffer. Xiao Chong looked confused and a little at a loss. On the other hand, Xiao Chong's current parents also confessed what happened in the past during the police's questioning. Xiao Chong is indeed not our biological son. But we bought him. Trading in human beings. You have violated the law. We will prosecute you according to the law and hand it over to the court for judgment. Guanjia stated. We actually found one. The audience was quite surprised to see this picture. This system is amazing. It will be much easier to find missing people in the future. My daughter is also missing. How can I use this technology? Oh, I want to cry. The live broadcast camera switched to Linhai province. Yamen came here and saw the homeless old man who had been properly resettled by the rescue station. As soon as he saw him, Yamen couldn't help shouting, Dad, where have you been? Dad, I've been looking for you for 3 years. 3 years. Xiaomin. The old man also recognized his daughter. His hands were shaking. He couldn't speak, and tears were rolling in his eyes. Great. Another one was found. The audience was also excited about the reunion scene. Technology benefits society. Bless you. Oh, if only we had this technology 10 years ago. The camera in the live broadcast room switched again and came to the detention center. Here, a female prisoner looked at the camera calmly. And when the reporter asked questions, she smiled. This old lady has beautiful eyes. She must have been very beautiful when she was young. I can see that too. What did she do wrong? Guanjia announced, she is Bai Ji, one of the main culprits, who killed Mr. Chai Ming's family of 20 years ago. In addition to this murder case, she was involved in more than 30 other cases, and was responsible for 7 lives. She fled before the police arrested her 20 years ago, hiding her identity and making a living by hanging out in nightclubs, KTVs and other places. When she was arrested, she worked as a salesperson in a gold jewelry store, using the alias Lily. After comparing the FireEye system and DNA comparison, we confirmed that she is the current fugitive. Let me in, and I must sentence her to death. In the waiting area, Chai Ming heard the news. His eyes red, and shouted, and the audience was stunned. Oh my god. It's actually a female devil? I was wrong. Her appearance is so deceptive. 7 lives. I was scared. The net of heaven is vast, and nothing can escape it. Thanks to Yixingzhou and those researchers and police. She was finally caught. All 3 target people were found. They were found even though they were several years, or even 20 years apart. The FireEye system is awesome. The news also reported this incident. In Yixingzhou's office at the Sentry Tower Research Institute, Su Jilan knocked on the door and walked in. She was wearing a black women's suit, a white shirt underneath, a 3-dimensional and round-hip skirt, silky long legs and high heels. If Yixingzhou didn't know her identity, he would have thought she was a mature woman in the workplace. All 3 targets have been found. Su Jilan smiled. Another interesting thing is that because of the broadcast of this incident, I heard that fugitives all over the country have surrendered themselves. They are worried that they will be found by the FireEye system. Is this considered a meritorious service? Yixingzhou smiled. Yes. The police are also planning to commend you. Do you want to attend the event? Su Jilan asked. No. My intelligence system has just started. He Xingzhou took his eyes away from her and said, biometric technology is just the first step. What's the next step? Su Jilan asked. Biometric technology is like the eyes of AI, allowing AI to recognize humans. He Xingzhou said. Next, I will make ears and a mouth for it. That is, an intelligent voice interaction system, so that it can listen and speak. I have asked Yang Bai to help me find people and information. He Xingzhou said. Sister Jilan, I have something to trouble you. Didn't I say that I want to make an AI combat assistance system? Huh? Su Jilan looked at him with big eyes and doubt. AI systems are not born, and a lot of learning is needed to perfect the algorithm. So I need a lot of combat data, including fighting, firearms, weapon control, etc. The military should have a lot of this information, and I need you to bring people to help me collect and organize it. He Xingzhou said. Of course. No problem. I'll go now. Su Jilan set off immediately. Chapter 69 The Birth of Artificial Intelligence Lumi. Spend 1,000 units of energy to unlock intelligent voice technology. He Xingzhou unlocked another technology on the quantum optical brain, which is about editing voice intelligence information. With it, you can create an algorithm framework for intelligent voice. Feed the algorithm with data, and the algorithm will grow. Fortunately, He Xingzhou doesn't have to worry about data at all. There are many research institutes and companies studying intelligent voice technology, and the people who implement the Xuanwu plan will naturally give him enough data. In addition to intelligent voice, motion capture, motion analysis, biological simulation, and physical simulation technology are also needed. He Xingzhou unlocked these technologies one by one, which cost him another 13,000 units of energy. The energy unit of the quantum optical brain showed that there were only 2,000 units of energy left. Energy is still not enough. He Xingzhou has not yet unlocked those technologies that cost tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. Otherwise, any one of them would have to wait for several months. We can't just build one large photovoltaic power station in the northwest. We have to choose sites all over the country and build 10. He Xingzhou thought to himself that some of the technologies he had recently developed had brought him a lot of funds after the technology was licensed. Building 10 more large photovoltaic power stations would barely be enough. The efficiency in all aspects was very fast. The massive data and information that He Xingzhou needed were summarized to him. In order to develop AI technology, the country also allocated a supercomputer for him to use so that he could give more computing power. He Xingzhou has been working with his team to improve the algorithm framework these days. Data is being filled into the framework, and it is being tested and corrected. The smart voice system was completed the fastest. After all, this technology now has a sufficient foundation. In the institute, everyone was looking at the electronic screen, and they were starting their own smart voice system. A white eggshell appeared on the screen. With a click, a crack appeared on the eggshell, and a girl was curled up in the eggshell. This is the virtual image they designed for the smart voice system. She is an 18-year-old girl with a typical Oriental female face, an oval face, a willow waist, and long straight black hair. The scene changed, and the girl had changed into a youthful and beautiful floral dress, and smiled and greeted everyone. Hello everyone. I am Lumi, and I am glad to meet you all. Her voice is sweet and very friendly. This voice is completely synthesized by voice synthesis technology. It is her unique voice and recognizable. Lumi, can you recognize each of us? He Xingzhou asked. Of course. Respected whistleblower comrade? Lumi saluted He Xingzhou playfully and said, I have integrated the biometric recognition function of the Fire Eye system. And Lumi also has fire eyes and golden pupils. As she said that, she read out each person's name. Not bad. Not bad. An old professor smiled and said, the recognition ability is good. He Xingzhou said, everyone can communicate with her. The more tricky the better. To see if she can understand and respond. There are many linguists in the institute. Immediately, a linguist named Meng Xian said in dialect, just the big girl Sani Ka Lu. San Te Ji Kwa. Sani Hu Zi. Yu Gu F. Everyone looked confused. And He Xingzhou didn't understand what he was saying. But Lumi smiled and said, Professor Meng Xian, there are still 3 months before the Chinese New Year. Lumi will wish you a Happy New Year then. Meng Xian explained to everyone, what I just said was I wish you all a Happy New Year. Good health, good fortune in the new year, and happiness for the whole family. This is Wenzhou dialect, one of the most difficult dialects in China. It is said that every 10 miles has a different pronunciation. Some foreigners even jokingly call it the devil's language. Many intelligent voice systems cannot recognize this kind of voice. I see. Everyone suddenly realized. Meng Xian used dozens of dialects to talk to Lu Mi. And Lu Mi answered fluently. There were also experts who were proficient in other languages at the scene. And she could understand and express herself without any obstacles. In addition to these, they also set up some test plans on the internet. For example, Lu Mi replaced the anchor to broadcast live without showing her face. After a day and a night of live broadcast, hundreds of thousands of viewers, no one noticed that the anchor had been replaced by artificial intelligence. There was also an online class where Lu Mi imitated the teacher's voice and taught the students. And the students did not find anything wrong. Let Lu Mi post on various online forums and be active. Netizens didn't notice her. And some even wanted to have an online romance with her. In addition, some real-life devices were also added to Lu Mi's intelligent voice system for testing. For example, the guide robots in shopping malls, hospitals, and banks, the central control of smart homes, smart speakers, etc. These tests were generally intact. Lu Mi can record some minor problems and actively learn or ask experts for advice to correct her shortcomings. Lu Mi, your score for this test is A. Keep working hard. He Xingzhou made a comprehensive assessment. Lu Mi said happily, thank you for your trust and concern. Lu Mi will definitely continue to work hard and study. The intelligent voice system has come to an end, and He Xingzhou is only one step away from the AI combat assistance system. Action recognition, action design, physical simulation, etc. These technologies are combined. And the most critical one is the physics engine technology. The so-called physics engine is to give the model real physical properties in the computer system to calculate the effects of movement, rotation, and collision. It is usually used in game design, virtual reality, industrial production, and scientific and technological research and development. This technology is essential for action analysis and combat analysis. A good physics engine can almost imitate the physical effects of existing substances in reality for analysis and prediction. This technology will be needed whether it is used for AI-assisted combat systems now or for designing other high-tech creations in the future. Physics engine technology is also more developed in the West. It is worth mentioning that this technology can also be used for war simulation. To make this thing, the workload is not ordinary. He Xingzhou organized a team to specialize in physics engine technology. The core members of the team were asked by Qin Peng and Yi Hongwei from the School of Computer Science of the Academy of Military Sciences. Because there are too few people in Xinzhou who are researching this technology, they can only ask those professionals who are researching simulated combat to develop physics engine technology together. Honestly speaking, we are very weak in the area of physics engine technology. Wang Jijian, the head of the physics engine technology team, said awkwardly, we basically use foreign ones. Wang Jijian is not from a national research institute or the Academy of Military Sciences, but a talent recruited from the society by the Xuanwu project team. He is a top programmer and previously worked for a large internet company. When the Xuanwu project executor found him, he told him that it was a state-invested project. After a deeper understanding, Wang Jijian joined the Xuanwu project without hesitation and became a third-level staff member. Chapter 70 Physics Engine. It doesn't matter. We'll make our own now. He Xingzhou started the project and said, we want to build the most powerful physics engine on the market. It must be able to simulate the movement, color, particle effects, etc. of various objects in the real world in the most realistic way. And it must be able to be continuously upgraded, even if it is adapted to more powerful equipment or technology in the future. Wang Jijian said, Chief Engineer I used to make games, and I don't know the physics engine of the Military Research Institute. But there are several most powerful physics engines in the gaming industry, such as the Unreal Series engine. Many well-known games are made with it. Gears of War series, Unreal Tournament, Rainbow Six, Mass Effect, Blade and Soul, Gunslinger, etc. These are developed with the Unreal 3 game engine. Its upgraded version, Unreal 4, has advantages such as skeletal animation system, hybrid controller, data-driven controller, physical controller, process animation controller, multi-level AI system, 3D sound source system, simulated physical collision, and compatibility with various operating systems. For example, games such as PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and Peacekeeper Elite are all developed with the Unreal 4 game engine, which is one of the most advanced game engines in the gaming industry. Now their studio has launched a more advanced Unreal 5 engine. In addition to the Unreal Engine, there are also engines such as Frostbite. These physics engines are used the most not only in our country, but also in the world. The physics engine of our Academy of Military Sciences is actually borrowed from the game physics engine. An expert from the Academy of Military Sciences said, "The military simulation deduction system we designed is also a game from a certain perspective." Yes. He Xingzhou nodded. He had already learned some of the situation. Most of the physics engines on the internet are open source or licensed. In this regard, foreign companies have not made any restrictions. In China, there is no demand for this thing. So there is no team to do special research, which makes it difficult to find talents in this area. He Xingzhou has started research on physics engines. He started with the most basic simulation of particle collisions and added biological skeletons, movement, color, light and shadow, etc. This is a boring and complicated process. During the research process, He Xingzhou used artificial intelligence Lumi as an assistant. She learned and grew while assisting the team in work, greatly improving research efficiency. He Xingzhou worked hard day and night, and 2 months passed in a flash. There is only 1 month left before the Lunar New Year. During this period, the whole world seemed to be normal, but also seemed to be abnormal. Large-scale infrastructure activities were still being carried out in various parts of Xinzhou. Construction sites could be seen everywhere in those prosperous metropolises, and some sparsely populated areas began to migrate their population. In society, or those companies that authorized the technology of the Sentinel Research Institute, announced the release of new products one after another. These new products became popular in the industry because of their leading technology. The capital market was also affected, and a large amount of foreign funds entered Xinzhou to invest in these enterprises and companies. There was even a name in the market called Xinzhou Concept Stocks, which means that as long as the technology developed by He Xingzhou is authorized by the company's stock, just buy it, and it will definitely rise. As for the Xuanwu plan, the outside world has not yet heard the news. However, reports of mutant organisms appear from time to time in news reports, and countries have begun to pay attention to research in this area. But they don't know that this is a global biochemical disaster, which only makes some insignificant environmental protection organizations stand up and call on everyone to protect the ocean and the ecological environment. Of course, nuclear wastewater is still being discharged. Brother, I'm on winter vacation. When will you go home? On the phone, He Mengyao was talking to He Xingzhou. After the college entrance examination, she was admitted to Jiancheng University in the central part of the country, where she studied and has now completed a semester of classes. So fast? He Xingzhou felt as if he was in another world. Unknowingly, it has been nearly a year since the establishment of the Xuanwu project. It depends on the situation. I may not go home for the New Year this year. If I have time, I will go home for New Year's Eve, He Xingzhou said. Ah. He Mengyao's tone was full of disappointment. Okay. Then you must come back. I haven't seen you for so long. I miss you so much. Okay. He Xingzhou hung up the phone and came to the research department of the physical engine. Chief Engineer He, the framework is almost completed. Only the last point is left. We haven't thought of a solution for the physical controller you mentioned yesterday. As soon as he arrived here, Zhang Jichou came to report. Let me take a look. He Xingzhou immediately set about solving this problem. The physical controller is the program that the operating system connects to the physical engine. With this control system, various operations can be performed on the physical engine. He Xingzhou spent the whole day writing and modifying programs in front of the computer. At 8 o'clock in the evening, he finally finished programming the final physical controller of the physics engine. Done. It's done, He Xingzhou shouted. Finished? Everyone gathered around. Here, they had no concept of going off work. The task was urgent, and many people simply lived in the institute to avoid wasting time. Finished? He Xingzhou smiled and said. Lumi, use all the previous materials to generate a demonstration video. Generating. The demonstration video has been completed. As Lumi said, a new video appeared on He Xingzhou's computer, which was a demonstration video of their physics engine. Let's take a look together, He Xingzhou said. Take a look. Everyone stared at the screen nervously. This was the moment to test their hard work. Before the physics engine was completely completed, no one knew what the final effect would be. Now they could finally see the effect. Shinjo clicked on the video. After half a second of black, a faint light appeared on the screen. In the dark night, someone lit a candle. In the cool breeze, the swaying candlelight illuminated a familiar face. It was the image of Lumi. Here, she became a three-dimensional character. Night, candlelight, darkness and light. The changes in Lumi's expression under the candlelight, the shadows on her face, were all extremely real. It was as if this was happening in the real world. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zijian immediately shouted, "Awesome start. This effect is simply amazing. You know, this is not a movie or a carefully produced content. All the content in the picture is automatically generated by the computer. The automatically generated effect is comparable to real shooting." Everyone's eyes are bright, and they continue to watch attentively. Chapter 71: The Universe. The video screen gradually lit up, and everyone saw that the scene here seemed to be an ancient tomb. The protagonist Lumi was holding a candle and moving forward in the tomb. Every step she took, there would be corresponding changes in light and shadow, sound and environment, which was extremely real. When Lumi entered the next tomb, the face in the shadows scared everyone. After a closer look, they found that it was a sculpture. Lumi accidentally touched the sculpture, and the sculpture suddenly came to life. It roared like a monster and pounced on Lumi. Lumi picked up the stone spear in the tomb and fought with the sculpture. Bang! Snap! Boom! Various collision sounds sounded, and along with their battle, the light and shadow effects, character movements, and the environment also changed. Real. These two words are the simplest praise for people. These pictures are all generated in real time by the computer's physics engine. These large pictures are all composed of virtual physical particles. They imitate the scenes of the real world in the virtual world. When combined, they generate this dynamic and realistic picture. Lumi knocked down the sculpture and continued to explore. The scene kept changing. The mechanism room, the burial room, the main tomb room, etc. And the environment of each place could be quickly generated. This is the most realistic light effect, physical dynamics, image recognition, 3D modeling, etc., which together make up this physics engine, Shinjo said proudly. The scene changes continuously, and each frame is comparable to a movie scene, which can be kept as a wallpaper. If I hadn't participated in it personally and seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that the program can do this, a researcher said with emotion. This is 100 times more powerful than the physics engine used by our previous Academy of Military Sciences. I doubt it can create a real virtual world, a researcher said with emotion, using this physics engine. If we design a plot, can we make a super movie in a very short time? Of course, Zhang Zijian said with a beaming face. As long as there is a plot, it can generate a world-class blockbuster movie in less than 10 minutes. If this physics engine is used to make games, it will definitely be a world-class masterpiece. It would be a pity if it is not used to make games. Seeing such a powerful physics engine, Zhang Zijian immediately thought of his old profession. He is 100% confident that if this physics engine is used to make games, it will definitely crush other games in terms of technology. Now you can make a simulated battle system, or you can make a game. Shinjo said that this physics engine can be used in many places. His AI-assisted combat system is one aspect, and he can also make a simulation game for fighting against Zerg, which can be used by the army to simulate war. Really? Zhang Zijian's heart moved, and he quickly asked, Zonggong, can this physics engine be used by enterprises? Of course it's no problem, Shinjo said. In addition to the core technology, the technology developed by our Sentinel Research Institute will be licensed to social enterprises, which can promote the application and development of technology and prepare for the Xuanwu project. Great. Zhang Zijian heard him say this and directly applied, Zonggong, I have a request. You also know that I come from the game industry. I have always had a dream, which is to make a world-class boutique game that belongs to the Chinese people. So I requested to obtain the authorization of this physics engine. You want to be an experiencer? Shinjo thought. Zhang Zijian nodded quickly and said, Chief Engineer. Compared with other companies, I know this physics engine best. I have a friend who makes boutique games, and he just lacks this thing. If you authorize this physics engine to me, I am willing to make a military simulation system for the Xuanwu project for free. He Xingzhou said, as the saying goes, good things should not flow to outsiders. You are one of the developers of this physics engine, and it stands to reason that you should be taken care of. But you still have to follow the process. Apply. And pay the usage fee. He said this, which was basically agreed. Originally, this was a win-win situation, and He Xingzhou himself didn't have the energy to do so many things. Thank you, Chief Engineer He. I will follow the regulations. Zhang Zijian was overjoyed. He knew there was a chance. Chief Engineer He, this physics engine doesn't have a name yet. Can you give it a name? A researcher suggested. Qian Kun, He Xingzhou said without hesitation. Let's call it Qian Kun. This physics engine is equivalent to a framework for simulating the real world. Based on it, we can continue to develop virtual world technology and eventually form a data world created by humans. So we call it Qian Kun, hoping it can grow into a real Qian Kun. Okay, let's call it the Qian Kun physics engine. Everyone agreed. After the Qian Kun physics engine was completed, He Xingzhou began to build an AI combat analysis system based on it. Su Zhilan had obtained a large amount of data from the military and fed it to his intelligence system for learning. His intelligence system summarized and sorted out this data, analyzed its physical changes with the physics engine, and conducted combat simulations in the virtual world. This process also requires human participation. He Xingzhou invited a large number of elite soldiers and military experts to correct and supplement some of the problems. He planned to make this system into an AI instructor so that artificial intelligence could teach soldiers to train and fight. At the same time, Zhang Zijian followed the process and obtained the right to use the physical cause of Qian Kun. As soon as the document came down, he called his old friend. Old Jiang, where are you? I have something important to talk to you about. Zhang Zijian called Jiang Yuanshan, his former colleague. Both of them had worked in the Big Goose Group and were engaged in game production. As technical experts, the two had already achieved financial freedom. Before knowing the Xuanwu plan, Zhang Zijian's biggest pursuit was to make a world-class boutique game. He knew that this dream would be difficult to realize in the Big Goose Group. So he and Jiang Yuanshan both resigned from Big Goose and went out to work on their own. At this time, Jiang Yuanshan was in a game studio in Linan City when he received a call from Zhang Zijian. He cursed, Zhang Zijian, you still remember to call me? We agreed to make games together. The old subsidiary has been opened. People have been found. And the project has started. You are gone. What do you want? Don't care about these details. Zhang Zijian was not angry at all. He knew how much pressure Jiang Yuanshan was under. He started a business with a group of game designers full of dreams, and all the burdens were on him. I found a particularly awesome physics engine for us. Believe me, when you see it, you will know that our dream is going to come true. Chapter 72. The boss is excited. Physics engine? No need. I have contacted foreign manufacturers. We can use the Unreal Engine, Jiang Yuanshan said. Unreal? The engine I'm talking about is 100 times more powerful than that. The new generation of physics engine, let alone making a high-quality game, can be used to develop a virtual world. Zhang Zijian laughed. You are talking nonsense. The most powerful technology now is Unreal 5. And I haven't heard of any new engine developed by any company? Jiang Yuanshan's first reaction was to disbelieve it. Your excuse is really bad. You don't believe me. Do you believe He Xingzhou? Zhang Zijian asked. He Xingzhou? Jiang Yuanshan was stunned, and then asked in a surprised tone, you have a relationship with him? What has he researched? He. Secret, Jiang Yuanshan said. I can only tell you that I have obtained the authorization of this physics engine technology from him. What? He developed the physics engine? When did it happen? How did you get in touch with him? What is it? When He Xingzhou's name was mentioned, Jiang Yuanshan immediately took it seriously. Not only foreigners are speculating about He Xingzhou's identity, but Chinese people are also speculating. He is definitely a genius scientist. But everyone thinks that he can't understand so many fields of science and technology. In addition, he also said that he had a team, combined with the country's frequent publicity and help. Everyone speculated that He Xingzhou should be a spokesperson launched by the National Academy of Sciences and Engineering, specifically announcing the black technology they developed. It's not convenient to talk on the phone. I'll go to your company today, and you'll know soon. Zhang Zijian said and hung up the phone. Playing tricks. Jiang Yuanshan was skeptical. He came to the office area, where the employees were all his former friends or subordinates, and they were considered his backbone. However, these people were absent-minded at this time, and were not focused on their work. Seeing this, Jiang Yuanshan sighed slightly in his heart. He felt the hardship of starting a business. Their original idea was simple, to make a high-quality standalone game in China. Find people, find money, set up a company, and start working. Despite all kinds of difficulties, they survived until they released a game demo, and it became popular on the internet. And then the real disaster came. Many people began to pay attention to their studio, especially those big companies, such as Penguin, Wangi, Sanchi, etc., and began to poach people from their company. The original backbone team is now less than a quarter, as the technical experts were poached. The rest of the people had no intention of continuing to work. In my opinion, our company will go bankrupt sooner or later. I heard that the boss has already contacted Penguin. We resigned from Penguin. So are we back to square one? A game designer whispered. And he didn't notice that Jiang Yuanshan was standing behind him. Ahem. Other employees coughed deliberately to remind him. He turned around and saw Jiang Yuanshan with an awkward expression. Don't be shy about what the company will be like in the future, Jiang Yuanshan said. I will give you a clear explanation at the meeting before get off work today. Zhang Zijian arrived at noon. Jiang Yuanshan's face was dark before he entered his office. Until the afternoon meeting, the two were still chatting in the office, except for going to the toilet. An employee reminded Jiang Yuanshan that it was time for the meeting, and he opened the door. At this time, his expression was already full of excitement, as if he had encountered some great event in his life. What happened to the boss? Everyone asked in confusion. Is there good news? An investor has invested in us? What's the use? It's not like no one invested in us before. The key is that they want us to listen to them. Yes, half of the technical backbones in the original team have been poached, and we are the only ones left. Can we really continue? I suspect he has sold the company. That's right. Otherwise he wouldn't be so happy. Everyone entered the meeting room. Jiang Yuanshan and Zhang Zijian were there. Jiang Yuanshan looked at his employees. They were not very interested, and some of them were said to have contacted other companies and were ready to change jobs. He said loudly, Dear colleagues, today I will talk about the future development of our dream game company. You are all partners who left big companies with us and started their own businesses for their dreams. We have gone through so many hardships, and now many partners have quit for various reasons before the dream has even started. We have encountered some setbacks these days, and everyone is a little negative, which is normal. But, starting today, our company will be reborn. This is Zhang Zijian, my old friend, and several of you here know him. What he brings is enough to make our company see the light of day, and even one day in the future it will surpass Wangi Games, Penguin Games, and the top of the world's games. Jiang Yuanshan has never spoken so loudly, and the employees even suspect that he has taken stimulants. Drunk? They look suspicious, with all kinds of thoughts in their minds. It's outrageous. It's even more than Wangi Games and Penguin Games? Don't you know how much money they make a year with billions of users? Wasn't Lao Jiang like this before? Has he been brainwashed? This is even more boastful than those pyramid scheme masters. Do you believe me? Jiang Yuanshan asked. Don't believe it. The employees present were all technical elites, who had known him for many years, and spoke more casually. It's okay if you don't believe me. Jiang Yuanshan knew that everyone was joking. If they didn't believe in him, they wouldn't give up their high-paying jobs in internet giants and start a business with him. But you have to believe in He Xingzhou, Jiang Yuanshan emphasized. What I'm going to show you today is a new technology developed by He Xingzhou and his team, which has never been shown to the public. What? Hearing the name He Xingzhou, all the employees were excited. Someone immediately couldn't help but say, Is it true? Our small company is qualified to get his technology. Really? Never shown to the public? What? I follow He Xingzhou's B Station, Douyin, and Chuihu accounts, and he hasn't posted any new updates recently. Boss Jiang, don't give us fake chicken blood. You can tell the truth from the falsehood at a glance. Jiang Yuanshan couldn't help laughing when he saw the reactions of the crowd. Okay, without further ado, let Lao Zhang introduce this new technology to everyone. Zhang Jijian took over the topic and said, "My friends, after seeing this thing below, I will make you drink this chicken blood willingly today." Everyone didn't believe it at all. What are these two people doing? Qiankun is a virtual physics engine developed by Mr. He Xingzhou and his team. It can perfectly simulate various particle effects, object dynamics, physical collisions, light and shadow, sound effects, etc. in the real world. In a word, it is awesome. It's better to see it for yourself than to say 1,000 words. Chapter 73, Working All Night. Although the two spoke in an exaggerated tone, their words had already aroused everyone's curiosity. Everyone knew that the various technologies produced by He Xingzhou were absolutely world-class. So what about the so-called Qiankun physics engine? We are now using the Qiankun engine to reshape our previous game CG. Shenmue Wukong. Shenmue Wukong is the game they want to make, telling a dark story of Journey to the West. The previous CG was made by them using the Unreal game engine, and it became popular on the internet as soon as it was posted on the internet. This also led to the incident of the company's employees being poached. Don't we need to redo the CG? Someone wondered. They spent a lot of effort to make that promotional video. No need, Zhang Jijian said. The Qiankun engine integrates AI technology and can intelligently translate the picture. In other words, the same picture can be directly reshaped with the Qiankun engine. You still have this ability? Everyone was amazed. At this time, Jiang Yuanshan had already turned on the computer and projector, and Zhang Jijian also turned off the lights in the conference room and drew the curtains. In the dark, everyone looked at the picture on the projection screen. At this time, the picture was still in the dark, and slowly, a vicissitudes of life and hoarse voice sounded. You must have heard about his story. Some say he helped Tang Monk obtain the true scriptures and was named Fighting Buddha. From then on, he stayed in Lingshan. Some say it was not him who became a Buddha. The real him died on the way to the West. Some say the journey to the West never happened, and he was just a monkey invented by the storyteller. As the voice of the narrator gradually sounded, the picture gradually brightened. This was a dilapidated old temple. In the old temple, a hunchbacked old monk sat cross-legged. He was wearing a monk's robe and lowered his head. The moonlight shone on him through the holes in the old temple. He looked sacred but a little sad. In the old temple, the broken Buddha statue, the dusty incense table, and the angry king of heaven all seemed weird and real. Years left traces here and buried countless secrets. This picture gives people a sense of immersion and reality. This plot was originally designed by everyone, but after being reshaped with the Qiankun engine, everyone suddenly felt that it was no longer a game they designed, but a real world. Oh my god! It feels so good. Someone shuddered all over and wanted to scream on the spot. However, this has just begun. The picture jumps, and the protagonist Wukong is already on the road of traveling alone to the west. He is running in the mountains. Birds and beasts appear and disappear. Trees, flowers, sand, dust, sunshine, flowing water, light and shadow are intertwined. Sound and objects are harmoniously integrated. This virtual world has been reshaped. In the conference room, everyone has held their breath, staring at the projection screen without blinking. Such a picture. Blinking a second feels like a waste. Wukong came to the ruined Guanyin Zen temple. The Taoist advised him to turn back from now on, but he ignored it. Then, a huge wolf demon Lingsuzi appeared and attacked Wukong. Next was the display of physical collision and particle effects, magic, Taoism, and Wukong's clone technique, flower transplanting technique, 3 heads and 6 arms, fire eyes, 3 flavors of true fire, the dazzling movements and spells. The strong sense of attack and collision made everyone fascinated. They wished they could enter this virtual world, transform into Wukong, and fight monsters for 300 rounds. The screen kept switching, and everyone saw the disguised and pitiful white bone spirit, the charming spider spirit, the 4 heavenly kings whose bodies were taller than mountains, stepped on the earth, and had the sun, moon and stars on their heads, Kunping who swallowed the sky and ate the sun. The ancient world in mythology was now displayed before everyone. Until the end of the demonstration video, no one in Huiming Company reacted. After a long time, a game designer said blankly, "Is this really the game CG we designed? Maybe right?" Another designer doubted himself. He felt that their level could not do this. This picture, this physical effect. An employee even pounded the table excitedly on the spot. Explosion! I'm going to explode. Xian Kun. Fuck. The best in the world. I admit that unreal. Frostbite and other engines are all rubbish compared to others. We can use this thing? Isn't it going to take off right away? See? See? Jiang Yuanshan had just seen it in the office. But he still felt excited after seeing it again. This is the top tool. If we can't make a world-class game, I won't be able to stay in this industry. Friends, who still thinks I was bragging? Slapped in the face. A game designer shouted. We were slapped in the face. And it was a good slap. As long as it can be used in Xingquan, I am willing to pay for it. Boss, don't say anything. I applied to work overtime tonight. All night. A game designer shouted. Just let me experience Xingquan first. The people next to him got angry immediately. You are such a thief. I want to work overtime too. I will do it voluntarily. I don't want overtime pay. Let me use it. Not only do I not want overtime pay, I will pay for the midnight snack tonight. Fuck. You are too cruel. There are only a few people in our company. There is no need to be so inward-looking. Right? Really? Mr. Jiang? Let me use it first. Isn't our company still short of people? I have a few friends who are elites who have worked in big companies. I promised to let them come. Seeing that they were all crazy, Jiang Yuanshan and Zhang Jijian laughed. For them, it was like people who were still using Big Brothers decades ago. Suddenly seeing the latest smartphones. The sense of subversion and excitement would naturally be far beyond the usual. Don't say it as if I am black-hearted. The software can't only be used by one person? Jiang Yuanshan said. Xian Kun will be available tonight. But there is a prerequisite for using this physics engine, he emphasized. We need to set up a team to make a game that simulates military war for the military. They will send people to cooperate when the time comes. No problem. War games. I have made them. With this engine, it will definitely be first class. Don't talk so much. Hurry up. In the office, everyone surrounded the two of them. They were too lazy to go downstairs for dinner. So they ordered takeout and began to study how to use the Qian Kun physics engine. On the other side, He Xingzhou was also shaping his own AI instructor. The combination of several technologies, coupled with a large amount of actual combat data, has made the AI instructor a military expert proficient in fighting, firearms, artillery shells, driving, tactics and other aspects. Chapter 74 Xuanwu Base. Okay. The recording is basically done. In a full-scale video studio, He Xingzhou and Su Jilan took off their gloves and protective gear at the same time. Just now, they had a simulated fight, and the whole process was recorded by the computer. The result of the fight was no surprise. He Xingzhou was code in seconds. At this time, the AI instructor was analyzing action decomposition in progress, action analysis in progress, simulated fight in progress. In front of the computer, He Xingzhou, Su Jilan and Ding Yu were all staring at the screen, watching the AI instructor's analysis. He Xingzhou's muscle strength is weak. In Action 1, he took too big a step. His center of gravity was unstable. His force was unbalanced. His force was only 50%, and the angle was offset by 27 degrees. The simulation analysis shows that the current move is used incorrectly. During the analysis process, the AI instructor can analyze the mistakes from his posture, force, and even muscle changes, and give a correction plan at the same time. Su Jilan's moves were not flawless, and the AI instructor also gave suggestions for modification. He Xingzhou asked, how can I defeat Su Jilan with my physical data? AI instructor, your overall physical fitness is low. Your skill level is low. And your chances of winning in a head-on confrontation are 0. You can use sneak attacks, attack physical weaknesses, etc. It not only has voice, but also automatically generates available methods to simulate He Xingzhou's battle against Su Jilan. It is recommended to strengthen physical exercise and combat training. 30,000 exercise methods and practical training techniques have been generated. This system is really good. I looked at the movement analysis and decomposition, and there is nothing wrong with it, Ding Yu said in surprise. He himself is an expert in this area, but he is the kind of person who knows it but doesn't know how to express or teach others. The AI instructor can analyze and deduce from all angles. This is not a fixed template, but is calculated based on each person's actual body speed, reaction speed, experience and other data analysis. This is just the most basic function. Su Jilan witnessed the generation of the entire AI instructor system. She raised her mouth slightly and said proudly, "Combat training is only part of it. It also has physical training, firearms training, actual combat training, etc. It is no problem to teach you to drive a tank, a fighter jet, or a nuclear submarine. The most important thing is that it can also combine the comprehensive performance of soldiers and give the most suitable direction for the development and training of soldiers. Amazing! If this is promoted, the strength of our Xinzhou military will skyrocket." "Right?" Ding Yu laughed. "It's still a little short." He Xingzhou was still not satisfied. He said, "The AI instructor has been made, but it can only exist in our supercomputer first. Ordinary smart devices cannot bear its computing power. A real auxiliary combat system must have corresponding hardware equipment. For example, the real-time combat analysis function in actual combat must at least be equipped with tactical smart glasses. And these smart glasses must also have quantum chips that can perform high-speed calculations. After the hardware is upgraded, it can be added to mechanical exoskeletons or armor." Listening to Yi Xingzhou's description, the two felt that their vision was too narrow. They only thought about the content of ordinary teaching to recruits. But Yi Xingzhou had already thought of those black technology equipment that currently only existed in science fiction movies. "I hope these equipment can be released soon," Ding Yu said with emotion. As a soldier, he was full of expectations. "You can definitely make it." Su Jilan had inexplicable trust in Yi Xingzhou. During this time, all the technology proposed by Yi Xingzhou was finally realized. Sometimes when she couldn't sleep late at night and her thoughts were wandering, Su Jilan wondered if Yi Xingzhou was a reborn person or a scientist who returned from outer space. The AI instructor's analysis today was okay, but its real practicality remains to be verified. Yi Xingzhou said, "We still have to do an experiment." "It's already been arranged," Su Jilan said. "We can set off at any time." "Okay. Let's go now," Yi Xingzhou said immediately. Ding Yu immediately prepared, and the group boarded the plane and headed to a secret military base in the central region of China. The Xuanwu military base. The Xuanwu military base is part of the planetary fortress plan mentioned in Yi Xingzhou's previous plan. Xuanwu executives Qin Peng and He Hongwei both agreed with this idea. So this part was managed and executed by them. Of course, their current idea is not as good as Yi Xingzhou's idea of a base with a military strike range covering the entire planet. The current Xuanwu military base is designed with the concept of a future military base camp. Once the coast falls into war, the Xuanwu military base is located in the central region and can become a fortress to support the front line and protect the people. Yi Xingzhou's special plane came directly here. This is a mountainous area. The construction of the military base covers the interior of the mountain, the plains under the mountain, the surrounding rivers, and the huge air raid shelters dug underground. The surrounding areas are all military jurisdictions, and any non-internal personnel and vehicles are prohibited from entering. There is also a camouflage project here. At the top of the mountain, an airport is being built, and it is said to be a tourist attraction development. Most of the facilities are inside the mountain and in underground air raid shelters. Even if the enemy's military satellites find clues, they don't know what they are doing. At this time, in the Air Command Center of the Xuanwu military base, an air traffic controller was directing the plane to land in the tower. Number 0000. Please land at the A8 position. Number 0000 received. Ding Yu replied. In the tower, several air traffic controllers whispered in surprise. Whose special plane is number 0000? I remember that our boss's number is not this. Yes. I heard that the general personally brought people to greet him. Could it be those heavyweights? I don't know this. This is one of the initiators of the Xuanwu plan. The whistleblower. Yi Xingzhou, someone said, because this plan was originally proposed by him. His number is 0, representing the first initiator of the Xuanwu plan. It's him. When his name was mentioned, the commanders in the tower were amazed and curious. To join the Xuanwu force, they naturally had to understand the Xuanwu plan. After learning about the Xuanwu plan, they were shocked beyond words. And when they learned that this plan was originally due to Yi Xingzhou's development, their curiosity about Yi Xingzhou reached its peak. In the past year, news about Yi Xingzhou has been constantly appearing in the news. The leading technological breakthroughs have made Yi Xingzhou respected and concerned in the Xuanwu force. This is the first time Yi Xingzhou has come here since the construction of the Xuanwu military base. As soon as the plane landed, He Xingzhou met several important people who came to greet him. The leader was the head of the military, one of the executive officers of the Xuanwu Plan, Qin Peng. Chapter 75 Simulated Zerd Battlefield. The people following Qin Peng were all generals of the Xuanwu army. He Xingzhou didn't know all of them, but they all knew He Xingzhou. Comrade He Xingzhou, on behalf of the Xuanwu army, I welcome you, Qin Peng said enthusiastically after both sides saluted. Thank you, everyone. I should have come earlier. He Xingzhou shook hands with everyone and smiled. The timing is just right, Qin Peng said. 1 month earlier, our main structure would not have been completed. Even now, only 1/10 of the work has been completed. The Xuanwu military base needs to be built into a base that can accommodate 100 million people. It needs to hollow out several mountains alone. And it also has a huge underground city. Such a huge amount of work. Even if the engineering troops work 24 hours a day, it will take 10 years. Come, I'll take you to visit first. Qin Peng was very happy about He Xingzhou's arrival, especially when he heard that He Xingzhou brought them new technology this time. The Xuanwu military base has achieved full area magnetic road coverage. The engineering vehicles working here are all manufactured electromagnetic floating vehicles. The stones excavated from the mountains and underground spaces are continuously transported out by automated electromagnetic transport vehicles. And construction materials are also imported. Lu Ping, the engineer in charge of this project, said, because of the use of electromagnetic floating vehicles and radio networks, our operating efficiency has increased by 2 or 3 times. Otherwise, this project may not be completed in 20 years. Inside the mountain, there was a constant roar of machines, and there were sound-absorbing materials and dust-proof nets all around to prevent noise and dust pollution. He Xingzhou looked around and saw that a huge space had been formed inside the Green Mountain. Thousands of large pillars built with special steel and concrete supported the mountain space. And the cave walls were all reinforced to prevent the danger of collapse. A large number of engineers and engineering equipment were working, creating various places. In this huge space, even skyscrapers can be built. These skyscrapers are integrated with the mountain, and they are also the pillars of the mountain, the floating magnetic levitation vehicles and flying drones, as well as the armored vehicles and fighter jets going back and forth make this place look very surreal. It seems that this does not belong to the Blue Star civilization of this era, but a future city. Too magnificent. He Xingzhou took a quick look and felt the grandeur of this place. He believes that after the Xuanwu military base is completed, it will become a great wonder in the history of human architecture in the world. This is only the mountain part. The construction of the underground city has not started this year. Now we are still digging holes and consolidating the foundation, Lu Ping introduced proudly. After taking the engineering vehicle to visit for more than an hour, Qin Peng couldn't wait and said, "Didn't you bring new technology? Show your skills." He Xingzhou said, "This time I brought a smart program, an AI instructor. It is proficient in all military knowledge, including soldier training, weapon equipment use, maintenance, combat, etc. It is an all-round computer instructor. As long as it is used, all soldiers can grow into an elite in the shortest time. To put it in the simplest language, I have made a special plugin for soldiers. As long as you use my plugin, everyone will be a special forces soldier. So powerful? Then I am even more curious," said a middle-aged general. His name is Lei Yuanfeng. He is one of the generals of the Xuanwu army. He has been in the army for decades and is very experienced. "Can this AI instructor be better than our real instructors?" Another general named Zhou asked. "I have been an instructor. This instructor is not a rigid one that makes the trainees memorize knowledge, but teaches according to their aptitude. Everyone has different abilities, talents and potentials. It is not easy to train them well." "General Zhou, you hit the nail on the head," Su Zhilan explained. "The greatest ability of our AI instructor is to teach students in accordance with their aptitude. It can conduct the most comprehensive analysis of a person and then give corresponding suggestions and help. It's not enough to just talk about it. Let's see if it's a mule or a horse," Qin Peng said. "I have prepared the experimental site for you." He ordered his subordinates. "Let's go to the simulated Zerd battlefield." "Simulated Zerd battlefield? I was just thinking about going to see it." He Xingzhou became interested. The so-called simulated Zerd battlefield is an area specially opened up in this military base. This area is very large, with several mountains in a row. after artificial transformation. It covers dozens of terrains and environments. This is also the first area built in the Xuanwu military base. It is used as a practical training base for simulating fighting against Zerg. When Yi Xingzhou came here, he found that not only was the surrounding area surrounded by electric fences, but even the sky was covered with a huge steel structure glass cover that could be opened and closed. Lu Ping introduced, the area simulating the Zerg battlefield is completely enclosed. Not only the outside and the sky, but also the underground has a protective layer to prevent our test subjects from escaping. All spaces in the base have monitoring equipment and sensors, and have precision-guided weapons. If any accident occurs, we will eliminate it as quickly as possible. Lei Yuanfeng also introduced, what we use for training are real Zerg. They are all Zerg cultivated by your sentry tower, and the team of Commander Song Jinghong. He ordered, release the cages? Yes, sir. Immediately, soldiers began to operate, and several lifting platforms appeared in the open space in front of them. The biological culture tanks that existed underground gradually rose up. They were made of special bulletproof and explosion-proof tempered glass, completely transparent, and filled with blue-green biological culture fluid. And what was soaked in the biological culture fluid was the so-called Zerg. They have different shapes. Some are ugly and ferocious. And even in sleep, they reveal a tyrannical and bloodthirsty aura. Some of them look quite honest or cute from the perspective of human aesthetics. But no one dares to look down on them. Lei Yuanfeng said, these guys' culture fluids contain sleeping pills and sedatives to calm them down. Otherwise, they can even destroy these special containers. Before, a mutant creature destroyed the culture dish and escaped. In the end, we had to completely eliminate it. He said it lightly. But Yi Xingzhou and others could guess that the situation must have been very tricky at the time. Yes, this is not a good thing. Every Zerg can easily defeat our special operations elites, without armored vehicles or other military weapons. Our soldiers are no match for them. Qin Peng sighed. There is one thing I disagree with. As soon as Yi Xingzhou spoke, everyone looked at him in confusion. This is not even Zerg. Yi Xingzhou's words shocked several generals again. I read the latest research report. They haven't even evolved to the juvenile stage. Now it can only be said that the Zerg genes are partially manifested. Chapter 76 Blade Squad. Is it not in its infancy? Several generals could not accept his remarks. In the current situation, it will be difficult for us to deal with it without missiles or other weapons. Yi Xingzhou did not stop until his words shocked the enemy. He continued, I think that the modern warfare we think of now has very limited deterrence against the Zerg. According to the current fighting method, dealing with them is like hitting a rock with an egg. He said more and more outrageous. And several generals were a little dissatisfied. Lei Yuanfeng said, the Xuanwu troops are one of the top military forces in the world. The weapons and fighting methods they possess are definitely not comparable to ordinary troops. It is no exaggeration to say that once our base is built, right here, our strike system will cover the entire combat zone. It will certainly be able to intercept the Zerg outside the coastline. Yi Xingzhou shook his head and said, General Lei, I don't want to argue with you. These so-called strike systems can only solve temporary worries, but they cannot solve the fundamental problem. The most important thing is that we can't treat the Zerg with the same thinking as we treat human wars. Several generals were about to say a few more words, but Qin Peng waved his hand and asked Yi Xingzhou, Comrade Yi Xingzhou, what do you think? Yi Xingzhou said, I have also learned some information during this time. Let me give you an example. Suppose the Zerg lands on the coast. How should we defend it? Of course we dispatch troops to garrison, and rely on the sea, land, and air forces to strike simultaneously. Our artillery shells can carpet bomb every area. Even if there are millions or tens of millions of Zerg, we can destroy them, said a general. This is the limitation of thinking, Yi Xingzhou said. In modern warfare of human thinking, using missiles to attack the enemy's garrisons and major military facilities, and using non-contact combat, can paralyze and collapse the enemy. But have you ever thought about it? When the Zerg lands, the places where the missiles fall are all our human territory. Our own buildings and ecological environment will inevitably be affected, even if we use blanket bombing to kill all the Zergs in a Zerg tide. So what? The ocean can still produce Zergs continuously, and they will not grow into a batch like humans in more than 10 years. Recent studies have found that some specific Zergs only need 1 or 2 years to become particularly threatening. By then, Zerg tides will come one after another. Will bombing still be useful? Can we blow up the entire ocean of the Earth? Don't forget, we are the only ones who are afraid of seawater pollution. But the Zerg are not afraid. Even if we throw all the nuclear bombs into the sea, a batch of them will die in the short term. But more ferocious Zerg will grow up immediately. He Xingzhou's words made everyone start to feel frightened. Most of them thought the Zerg were scary. But they never thought they could really challenge the dominance of the human blue planet ecosystem. There is one more thing, He Xingzhou emphasized. We cannot rely too much on the missile system. All the research conducted by Sentinel Research shows that the Zerg have biological electromagnetic weapons. If a large number of Zerg with biological electromagnetic functions appear, it is not certain whether the missile system or radar system can accurately locate them at that time. He Chief Engineer. According to what you said, what we are doing now is a waste of effort. A general asked. Of course not, He Xingzhou said. The current means of attack can guarantee the protection of Xingzhou's safety in the initial response. The Zerg is growing. And so are our technology and military weapons. And don't we have the Great Wall of Steel plan? He Xingzhou said. The Great Wall of Steel can at least give us 10 more years of development time. The Great Wall of Steel? Qin Peng fell into thought. Before, he thought that this plan was too exaggerated and unnecessary to implement. Now, after understanding the Zerg and He Xingzhou's explanation, he felt more and more that perhaps this plan was more necessary than other plans. He Xingzhou continued, another thing is to expand the means of warfare. The means of warfare at sea, land, and air must be updated. Let's not talk about anything else. Just talk about land warfare. A large-scale Zerg invasion will inevitably involve some powerful individuals invading cities and rural areas. In cities, how can our armored vehicles fight conveniently? Can missiles still bomb targets at will? It is unrealistic to expect ordinary soldiers to fight them with ordinary guns and cannons. So we have to develop mechanical exoskeletons, laser weapons, electromagnetic weapons, and flexible combat armor, etc. After saying so much, He Xingzhou still gave them a shot of prevention, telling them that without new equipment and combat methods, the current methods cannot keep up with the war with alien races. Indeed, we must seriously consider these issues. Qin Peng nodded and said to Lei Yuanfeng, Yuanfeng, write it down and discuss with the experts of the Academy of Military Sciences how to continue to expand in this direction. Yes, General. Lei Yuanfeng nodded. Having said so much, let's get back to the topic. He Xingzhou looked at the Zerg in the petri dish and said, I'll let the AI instructor analyze your previous combat data. Combine the situation of the Zerg with the situation of the soldiers. Formulate combat plans and combat skills. Let it train the soldiers. And we'll see the effect. Okay. Let the Blade Squad come over. Qin Peng gave an order. And the Blade Squad, who had been waiting for a long time, gathered immediately. They are a specially selected elite team, each of whom is a special operations elite, fully equipped, with all kinds of guns and cannons, as well as armored vehicles, anti-tank guns, fighters, drones and other modern equipment. The Blade Squad has assembled. Please give instructions. Feng Xiaolong, the captain of the Blade Squad, saluted everyone wearing a full set of field equipment. The other team members also stayed in the armored vehicles or saluted with weapons on their backs. There were 15 of them in total, including fighter pilots, armored vehicle drivers, gunners, snipers, scouts, medics, and other members. In fact, almost everyone has undergone comprehensive training to ensure that if a team member is missing, others can quickly fill in. I handpicked the Blade Squad, Lei Yuanfeng said. They are all the best of the best. But unfortunately, they have never won a single battle with the Zerg in simulations. When he said this, all the members of the Blade Squad showed shame. As special warfare elites, they have never lost in military camp competitions. But facing these inhuman monsters, they have modern weapons. But they have never won. If it weren't for the support of the base, they might have been wiped out by the Zerg attack. This is a shame for them. Feng Xiaolong shouted loudly, report to the commander. The Blade Squad has been reflected and trained. We request to conduct simulated combat again and resolutely achieve the goal of victory. Captain Feng. Don't worry. Qin Peng smiled and said, today, comrade, He Xingzhou brought you an instructor. After his training, I believe you will have earth-shaking changes. Instructor? The members of the Blade Squad were all puzzled. They themselves are elites who have fought hundreds of battles. And they are usually other people's instructors. Who else is capable of being their instructor? Chapter 77 Practical Training. AI Instructor. When they entered the combat training room and connected to the internal network, they found out that the instructor this time was actually a computer program. Hello, team members. I am AI Instructor Demo. A virtual middle-aged man appeared in front of the computer screen. It was the first time for the members of the Blade Squad to talk to the computer, and they all felt a little strange. Team members, I have learned about your information, Demo said to everyone. I will analyze the areas where you need to improve one by one. During the previous simulated combat, there were full video records and various test data records, which have now been handed over to Demo for analysis. First, we will analyze and explain the individual, and then explain the team process. Demo has already started teaching, and everyone is watching nearby. Because it is artificial intelligence, Demo can teach multiple soldiers at the same time. Feng Xiaolong is facing the computer screen, where Demo is explaining some of his mistakes in the formulation of the battle plan. You thought that these Zergs had no combat experience, so you adopted a fast attack mode at the beginning, wanting to use the firepower of the team to forcibly eliminate the target. But you misjudged the vitality and reaction of the Zerg. 2 of the targets were killed, but the others escaped. In the process of handling the battlefield, you made 8 mistakes. First, you exposed your smell. The Zerg's sense of smell is very sensitive. The scars on your arm were not treated in time. Even if they are several kilometers away, they can accurately locate your position, which is equivalent to you being under their surveillance at all times. The AI instructor analyzed them one by one. At first, Feng Xiaolong was here to listen to the class because he was following orders. But as he listened, he found that what Demo said was much more profound and comprehensive than the summary meeting they held themselves. And a lot of the content was so detailed that it was outrageous. Even his uncoordinated muscle movements and the tiny flaws in weapon control could be analyzed. The most important thing is that AI instructor Demo can propose solutions. These solutions made Feng Xiaolong and others suddenly enlightened. They are still in the stage of exploring the details of fighting against the Zerg, while the AI instructor seems to have a very comprehensive understanding of the Zerg. Of course, this is inseparable from Yixingzhou's special spending of tens of thousands of units of energy to unlock some Zerg biological research data and transmit it to the AI instructor. This AI instructor is great. Lei Yuanfeng watched the whole scene and praised the analysis of individuals, situations and tactics is completely master level. Yixingzhou laughed. In fact, its understanding is also the understanding of the predecessors. It has learned the knowledge of the predecessors to make analysis. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, thinking that they also provided information templates to the AI instructor. They were still a little proud. The training continued. After the AI instructor conducted personal analysis, he analyzed the team's behavior, command and performance. In 1 week, we improved the known problems, and then specified a new combat plan to conduct the second simulated combat. Feng Xiaolong reported to Qin Peng and others. Okay. 1 week. We'll see how you perform. Qin Peng nodded. Their performance is also related to the actual function of the AI instructor. The current AI instructors talk a lot, but the actual guidance effect depends on the actual combat simulation. For a week, Yixingzhou stayed in the Xuanwu base and discussed new ideas for fighting the Zerg with military experts. 7 days later, the Blade Squad had gone through a week of AI instructor training. When Yixingzhou saw them again, they were completely new. The original Blade Squad was also very proud. After all, they were all elite players. But after the attack of the Zerg, their morale was still a little low. Today, everyone in the Blade Squad exudes a sense of confidence. Report to the commander. The Blade Squad has assembled and is waiting for instructions at any time. 15 people reported loudly at the same time. Good. Qin Peng, Lei Yuanfeng and others were present today. The Xuanwu project had a heavy task, and they were usually very busy. But several people wanted to know how good the so-called AI instructor was, and whether it could be promoted throughout the army. So they took time out to come and inspect. Report. The simulated Zerg combat training ground is ready, waiting for instructions. Someone else reported. Good. Qin Peng said. Release the bugs? At his command, the elevator in the field rose again, and 15 Zerg culture dishes were opened. These strange mutant creatures were all covered with blue-green culture fluid, and some even had their own mucus. The largest one was larger than an adult Asian elephant. Other Zergs were as small as cheetahs. Fierce and agile, some looked like giant beetles. And the multi-organ deformed species had the most terrifying appearance, which made people shudder. The sedatives and anesthetics in their bodies gradually faded, and these Zergs began to regain consciousness. Fortunately, everyone was observing them through the monitoring system this time. Otherwise, they would immediately attack when they saw humans. The positions where the 15 Zergs woke up were different, because according to the previous experience of the Xuanmu base, Zergs would also fight each other. If they were put together at the beginning, it was very likely that only one bug would survive in the end. Around the awakened insects, there were also deliberately released wild beasts. He Xingzhou saw that an adult buffalo that was released into the area in advance was easily killed by the giant insect with the claws of F1, and then bit off its head. The scene was 100 times bloodier than the animal world. After eating the buffalo raw, F1 was obviously much more ferocious and physically stronger, like an activated biological weapon. The Blade Squad also saw such a scene, but they had experienced it several times and had a strong psychological quality. They did not feel any discomfort, but were full of fighting spirit. Blade Squad, attack! Qin Peng ordered. Everyone, attack! The Blade Squad opened the protective electric grid and entered the simulated battle area. During their battle, various hidden cameras were used to broadcast the battle in real time, and everyone sat in the command room, watching the battle scenes. Unlike the confusion in the previous times, this time, they seemed much more experienced in facing the Zerg. The reconnaissance team begins to act. Release the drones, and pay attention. If the drones are discovered, do not return. Stay on the spot and wait for orders. Zhang Xiaolong began to command, which was also learned from the AI instructor. At first, they just regarded these monsters as mutants, and did not expect that they could also determine the location of the drones to search or ambush them. The rest of the people scout around and find a suitable hidden place to build a defense base first. These people skillfully smeared mud, grass leaves, etc. on their bodies, and also deliberately applied some herbs to cover their own smell. It's really much more experienced. Everyone watched from a god's perspective. Not far away from them, there were 2 Zergs hiding in this area. Like them, these bugs were also exploring this area. If they act rashly, they will definitely be discovered by the Zerg. And the Zerg are naturally adapted to the environment. If they are not prepared, they may be attacked by surprise. You know, although this is a practical training area, the Zerg is too dangerous. It is difficult to kill them directly with ordinary weapons. If an accident occurs, it is likely to be life-threatening. Chapter 78 Terrifying Bugs. The Blade Squad first camouflaged, then set up a simple base, and then explored step by step. Soon, the reconnaissance drone found the first Zerg, which was a Zerg with a lot of fish characteristics on its appearance. It still had biological characteristics such as scales and fins. Now it was walking on the ground with its recently grown hooves while looking for its prey. Target F14. Judging from its biological characteristics, it may have attack methods such as spitting acid, impacting, and biting. Its scales have strong defensive power. Wang Lu, Qiziyun, you two move. Load armor-piercing bullets. Zhang Xiaolong commanded. They learned from the AI instructor Demo how to initially identify the Zerg's abilities. This F-14 was a mutant with a low degree of mutation, so there was no need to deploy their armored vehicles. The 2 team members took action immediately. They moved quickly according to the coordinates. At this time, the F-14 had already discovered the drone. As everyone guessed, it had realized that this was a threat, but it had no means of long-range attack. So it hid in the forest. Be careful. It's coming. In the forest, Wang Lu and Qiziyun had already hidden. According to experience, close combat against mutant creatures is a stupid thing, because their reaction speed and movement speed are much more agile than humans. If they were facing a lion, a tiger, or other blue star beasts, the 2 team members would not be afraid with guns. Different from mutated creatures, the experience of many battles shows that if humans face them, they are definitely at a disadvantage. The F-14 has entered the shooting range, and the 2 team members did not hesitate and pulled the trigger of the armor-piercing rifle at the same time. With the powerful recoil of the gun, 2 small-caliber armor-piercing bullets were aimed at the head and heart of the F-14 respectively. Bang! Bang! The 2 gunshots sounded almost at the same time, and then the F-14 fell in a pool of blood. Two fist-sized blood holes appeared on its hard head and body, and it was struggling on the ground. What a strong defense! Several generals watching the battle couldn't help but sighed. They knew the power of this gun. This anti-tank rifle can penetrate 10 layers of steel plates at a time. It is a weapon designed to fight against light tanks. If it hits a person, with the strength of human muscles and bones, it can turn a person into a pile of rotten meat in an instant. But this mutant creature took 2 shots and was able to struggle. Its vitality was so tenacious that it was terrifying. To be on the safe side, they shot again, and the F-14 finally stopped moving completely. Report: I am Wang Lu. I have knocked down the F-14. Wang Lu reported to the captain, and Zhang Xiaolong continued to command. Don't get close for the time being. Use drones to explore. If it were before, they would definitely go to check the body. But after training, they know that seeing is not necessarily believing. In this case, many accidents will happen. For example, the Zerg they knocked down is actually just a shell of the real mutant. No one stipulates the size of the Zerg. Maybe its real body is just a parasite. Once a creature approaches, the parasite will take the opportunity to drill into the human body directly. Or maybe there are other Zergs secretly observing. And if you approach rashly, you will be ambushed. These experiences, without the reminder of the AI instructor, rely on the team to explore on their own. I am afraid that they will pay the price of blood. The drone approaches the F-14 and takes close-up photos. As a result, as soon as the drone approaches, a bone spur appears in the body of the F-14, piercing the drone. Sure enough, there is an ambush. Wang Lu and Qi Ziyan were horrified to see a white worm, like a spine, crawling out of the F-14's body, and it tried to drill into the wreckage of the drone. Bang! With another gunshot and the projection of high-explosive bombs, this bone worm and the wreckage of the drone were blown into ashes at the same time. This worm is really hard to guard against. Even Qin Peng, Lei Yuanfeng and other generals felt cold in their hearts. If it was really based on human combat experience, this wave would definitely have killed soldiers. No wonder. A general was watching a simulated combat for the first time. He sighed. I didn't understand before why the Blade Squad was our most elite squad. But the simulated combat was not successful. It turns out that our enemies are so terrifying and dangerous. The F-14 target was completely eliminated, and the Blade Squad continued to act. Half an hour later, they found 2 more targets, F-15 and F-8. The 2 squads acted at the same time and eliminated them. These 2 targets were just simple mutants, and it was not difficult to eliminate them with firearms. Everyone watched patiently as the targets were found one by one. When there were only 5 targets left out of the 15, a change occurred. Before dying, F-7 emitted infrasound, which is a sound wave with a frequency of less than 20 Hz. Its wavelength is very long, not easy to attenuate, and difficult to be absorbed by water and air. Infrasound waves of certain frequencies can resonate with human organs, causing people to die invisibly. If infrasound waves of a certain frequency are released in the atmosphere, they can even spread throughout the entire planet. Human ears cannot hear infrasound waves, and conventional combat weapons do not defend against infrasound waves. But this time, the team had an early warning. Hide in the armored vehicle immediately. Zhang Xiaolong was still unclear about the function of the infrasound waves emitted by the F-7, so he could only order the team members to hide in the armored vehicle first, which had an anti-sound wave protective layer. The infrasound waves disappeared quickly, and there was no organ resonance phenomenon. But the Blade team discovered another phenomenon. The remaining 5 targets, including the most ferocious F1, all gathered at the place where the infrasound waves were emitted. This sound wave is a communication signal. F-7 exposed our position before dying. Zhang Xiaolong understood immediately. No wonder we were often discovered and besieged by Zerg in previous battles. Hurry up and set up traps and find ambush points. The team began to prepare. And as expected, the 5 mutants soon came to the location where the infrasound waves were emitted. They did not attack each other before, but tacitly took F1 as the leader and obeyed its command. Seeing this scene, He Xingzhou said, "It's the same as we guessed before. The Zerg has a strict hierarchy and division of functions. Sometimes they will attack each other, but when they enter the combat state, the less evolved ones will obey the command of the more evolved ones." The generals changed their expressions. Lei Yuanfeng said in shock, "So, once a large number of Zerg gather together, they are born to be an army that obeys orders." That's right, He Xingzhou affirmed. At this time, the Blade Squad has begun to attack, and they have set up multiple ambush points. One of the ambush points has begun to attack, and 5 sniper rifles fired at the same time, killing only 2 targets. The other 3. F1 was shot, with a blood hole on his body, but he can still move freely. F3 collapsed to the ground, and F4 took the initiative to break, just like a gecko or a sea cucumber, abandoning a part of the body and surviving. 3 mutants rushed to 3 ambush points respectively. Sniper evacuate, Zhang Xiaolong shouted in the communicator. Machine gunner. Gunner shoot. Chapter 79, Retreat. The sniper immediately evacuated the scene. The insects moved too fast. If they stayed there, they would die. The armored vehicle had already adjusted the muzzle and fired with the machine gunner. First, the F3 collapsed on the ground and was smashed into a pile of mud by a volley of bullets. The F4, whose body was split, also took hundreds of bullets. In just a few seconds, its body was broken to the point that it could not split further. The only target left was F1, the most evolved one, a giant elephant-sized Zerg. The armored vehicle's self-propelled anti-aircraft gun hit it hard, with a loud boom, flashes of fire, and splashes of dust. Did he kill it? In the sky, the drone was still filming in real time, but before the dust settled, everyone heard a loud bang-bang sound, accompanied by the tremor of the earth. A giant mutant was seen running towards the armored vehicle. Although it was huge, its running speed was not slow at all. Inside the armored vehicle, Zhang Xiaolong saw its appearance through the drone. A big hole was blasted out of the scales on its body, and there was burnt flesh and blood inside. But even so, it could still move freely. In the injured area, the flesh and blood that could be seen with the naked eye were filling the wound. This defense and recovery ability. This is not a blue star creature. Lei Yuanfeng couldn't help but complain. What He Xingzhou said makes too much sense. I am the first one who doesn't believe that this is not an alien species. This thing. Can it overturn the armored vehicle and crush it? Qin Peng asked. Yes. It has the ability to do so. He Xingzhou nodded. The Blade Squad only equipped them with light field armored vehicles for this mission, not heavy armored vehicles. If the F1 gets close to them, even if they hide in the armored vehicle, they will not be able to escape death. Prepare the self-destruct system. The control personnel in the base have already started to prepare for the backup. They have installed bombs in the bodies of the experimental subjects. Once the Blade Squad is in danger of being wiped out, the bombs will be activated and the mutants will be wiped out. Victory or failure depends on this one move. Lead it to the trap. Zhang Xiaolong commanded the team members to drive and attract the F1 to act. The trap they set up before was for this moment. The distance between F1 and the light armored vehicle was getting closer and closer. Not to mention the Sharp Blade team members. Even the spectators were getting nervous. It's a little out of position. A team member shouted. Slow down. Zhang Xiaolong tried to take a deep breath and command calmly. The machine gun forces it to move. The machine gunner continued to fire. And F1 also knew how to dodge bullets. Sure enough, under the attack of the machine gun, it returned to the trap route. Here it comes. In just a few dozen seconds, F1 was very close to the light armored vehicle. At this time, the soldiers in the base were sweating. The giant mutant monster covered with scales was about to hit the armored vehicle, but encountered a huge explosion on the way. Several intelligent mines were detonated, and the power of the explosion blew it up into the air. At the same time, the team members fired incendiary bombs, which were incendiary bombs with a temperature of up to 3,000 degrees Celsius. It instantly ignited F1 into a big fireball. The power of the mines also shattered its body into pieces. Under the observation of the drone, this fierce mutant was still broken and died. And no parasites came out. F1 is dead. And all 15 targets were killed. It took 14 hours and 24 minutes. The message came from the command center. Report to the command center. This is the Sharp Blade team. Our team has completed this actual combat training mission. All team members have no casualties. Zhang Xiaolong's proud voice sounded in the communicator. This is the first time that they have killed all targets intact. It looked easy from the results, but they knew that any negligence of any detail would lead to failure. It might even lead to the crisis of the whole team's destruction. Good. Qin Peng laughed and shouted, call the team immediately. Well done. This is our first successful simulated combat, Lei Yuanfeng said with emotion. But it also tells us that our opponents are much stronger than we thought. To be honest, bone worms, infrasound waves, splitting, these things I have never thought of before. I heard that the Zerg has more biological weapons. It's hard to defend against. Other generals were also full of emotion. This is much more complicated than human wars. It's so difficult to deal with just 15 Zergs with low mutation levels. It's hard to imagine the scene of countless Zerg outbreaks in the future. They felt their pressure doubled. The Blade Squad quickly regrouped and reported the mission. Zhang Xiaolong said with emotion, "Commanders, this operation was successful thanks to the AI instructor. It pointed out our shortcomings, taught us tactics and combat methods, and helped us avoid many mistakes. This technology is really powerful. Not bad." In this actual combat training, everyone also saw the improvements of the Blade Squad. With tacit cooperation, rigorous command, and swift combat, Qin Peng directly announced, in this case, let the AI instructor vigorously promote it so that every soldier can experience the help of new technology. We also want to thank Comrade He Xingzhou for bringing us such a powerful assistant. Thank you, Comrade He Xingzhou. Everyone present saluted He Xingzhou. This is their heartfelt gratitude. They know that with the AI instructor, the strength of the Xuanwu troops will be greatly improved, and a large number of casualties will be reduced in future wars. You are too polite. It will be too late to thank me later, He Xingzhou replied. I plan to put the AI instructor into a portable smart device, and you will not only be able to use it in the training base, but also in real time. That's great, Qin Peng said happily. If you have any needs, just ask. We will definitely cooperate as much as possible. After another 2 weeks, He Xingzhou left the Xuanwu base. He not only obtained a lot of information here, but also won the respect of the Xuanwu troops. Now the whole base is looking forward to He Xingzhou's next invention, and the birth of brand new equipment. The reason why He Xingzhou left was for research, and the Lunar New Year was not far away. He first went back to the Sentinel Research Institute to take a look. Because of the heavy workload and confidentiality, many people here could not go home for the new year. He Xingzhou himself did not have much time, so he could only take time to go back on New Year's Eve and rush back to the institute the next day. New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve. The helicopter landed in a special community in Jingfu. He Xingzhou's parents had moved to the area arranged above, which had strict security measures and convenient supporting living facilities. The living conditions were much better than before. Su Jilan and Ding Yu also came back with He Xingzhou, and they also had to accompany him to protect his safety. Only when He Xingzhou stayed at the military base or in a safe secret research institute did they have time to take a few days off to deal with their personal affairs. Chapter 80 New Year. When He Xingzhou walked to the door had already been opened, and the guard at the door had already notified his parents. Brother. He Xingzhou just walked to the door, and a slender figure ran over. He Xingzhou grabbed He Mengyao with his backhand and held her down. Brother. What are you doing? He Mengyao was very dissatisfied. She wanted to give He Xingzhou a hug. Sorry. I've been exercising recently. I'm used to it, He Xingzhou said awkwardly. You're back? He Qihong and Jiang Monrong looked at He Xingzhou, and Jiang Monrong said distressfully, the child has lost weight. Obviously stronger. He Xingzhou smiled. Every time he went home, Jiang Monrong said that he had lost weight again. This was a habit. Where are your secretary and bodyguard? He Qihong asked. Didn't you say we were going home together? Oh, they have some work to do. They'll come over for the New Year's Eve dinner later, He Xingzhou said. We'll celebrate the New Year together. Yes. Yes. Yes, Jiang Monrong said. They've worked hard for a year, and they can't go home for the New Year. So let's celebrate the New Year together. She and He Qihong went to cook together. In fact, the family hired a nanny this year. But as the New Year was approaching, the two elders gave the nanny a New Year's holiday, so they had to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner themselves. Brother, what are you doing recently? Do you have anything new? As soon as He Xingzhou sat down, He Mengyao came over and asked curiously while holding his arm. She was very curious about He Xingzhou's affairs. She didn't think anything of it when she was in high school, but after half a year of college, she found that people often discussed He Xingzhou on the internet and in school, not to mention the students. Even teachers and professors were like this. However, He Mengyao did not reveal her identity as He Xingzhou's sister. Otherwise she would not be able to continue studying in college safely. He Xingzhou thought for a while, and the Xuanwu plan could not be revealed. So he said, it should be considered as making games. Making games? He Mengyao asked in confusion. Brother, weren't you working on artificial intelligence before? Why are you suddenly making games? Our technology is suitable for games. He Xingzhou said, as a matter of course. What game? Let me see. He Mengyao also plays games. So she is very interested in this. Tomorrow you will know. Before coming, Zhang Zijian had a brief discussion with him. Their game studio is going to launch the game Gods and Demons Wukong and plans to release the promotional video on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Not long after, Su Zhilan and Ding Yu also dealt with their own affairs. And the two of them also brought gifts. Uncle, Aunt, we don't have any gifts. Su Zhilan put down a few small bags, which contained some things specially supplied by the military region, such as tea, meat and the like. These are good things that money can't buy. Too polite. You have helped Xingzhou so much. Why bring gifts? Jiang Wanrong said polite words while looking at Su Zhilan. Seeing that she was handsome, had a good figure, and spoke well, he was even more happy. He Qihong talked to Ding Yu about work and the like. In fact, he also wanted to know what He Xingzhou was doing in disguise. The two elders themselves were also confused about He Xingzhou's work. This year, He Xingzhou's frequent appearances have made him a national celebrity. This year, relatives and friends have visited him one after another. Even He Qihong and Jiang Wanrong's former colleagues and superiors were flattered by their care and diligence. There were even high-level leaders who came to care and greet them. This treatment was something they could never have imagined before. Uncle, don't worry. Chief engineer, he is a scientist who develops technology for the country. So of course, he has such treatment. Ding Yu didn't want to reveal too much, and said, in short, his work, safety, etc., are all fine. In the kitchen, Su Zhilan, who was cooking with Jiang Wanrong, was also making excuses. The two elders could roughly guess that it was probably some confidential information that could not be disclosed. So they stopped asking. An hour later, the New Year's Eve dinner was served. On the TV program, the host of the Spring Festival Gala was happily introducing tonight's program. Shin Bingbing also appeared on the Spring Festival Gala this year. She specially introduced, we will have special programs this year. The special program, she mentioned, was some technology displays and infrastructure achievements. The program team also invited scientific researchers and several experts from He Xingzhou's team to the stage. The entire Spring Festival Gala program seemed to be different from previous years. The entertainment programs were decreasing, and the content about infrastructure and technology was increasing. This year, our lives seem to be completely different. Jiang Wanrong sighed. I always feel something is wrong. Let's not talk about anything else. Just say that there seems to be some kind of civil air defense project being built next to our community. Is something going to happen? Yes. A friend of mine is a sailor. I heard that the requirements for going out to sea are very strict now, and small tonnage cargo ships are not allowed to go. He Qihong was also confused. And this party. It feels weird. Su Zhilan and Ding Yu looked at each other. Both lowered their heads and did not speak. The civil air defense project next to the community is actually a biochemical shelter, which was arranged and built by He Xingzhou, using He Xingzhou's personal funds and the wealth obtained from the technology license. As for the rest, they didn't say much. He Xingzhou smiled and said, this shows that our country attaches more importance to science and technology. New infrastructure projects also promote our economic development and make life convenient. He Meiyao gnawed on the pig's trotter, her mouth full of oil, and agreed, yes. A lot of new things appeared last year, such as electromagnetic floating cars and wireless devices, which are much more fun than before. In short, our lives are getting better and better, and there is nothing to worry about. He Xingzhou raised his glass and said, Dad, Mom, little sister, Shilan, Brother Ding, let's toast to each other and wish us good health, success in our wishes, and prosperity for our country. Cheers! Raise your glass to say goodbye to the old and welcome the new. He Xingzhou looked out the window. Fireworks lit up the night sky. People cheered and celebrated. And the New Year's greetings from the host of the Spring Festival Gala came from the TV. There are not many days of peace and tranquility like this. He sighed in his heart. In a year, there are more and more mutants in the ocean. Now there are deformed species in the ocean, and they can't even make the news. People have gotten used to it. He Xingzhou's original prediction model is still wrong. Because he found that when there are more and more mutants, there will be a certain group evolution effect. And the speed of Zerg evolution will also be faster and faster. It turns out that the time for the outbreak of the Zerg crisis may be shortened by half. Su Zhilan quietly looked at He Xingzhou's profile. Only she and Ding Yu knew what He Xingzhou was thinking. At this time, she found that someone was secretly touching her arm. She turned her head, and saw He Mengyao smiling and giving an I understand expression. Su Zhilan blushed slightly, pretending not to see it.